In the year 2030 AD, 10 meteorites of identical shape and size suddenly appeared within the observation range of human civilization's astronomy. Strangely, these meteorites seem to have conspired together, flying toward Earth from all directions in a pincer formation. All interceptor missiles, even nuclear missiles launched by humans, vanished without a trace. Not even an explosion could be observed. These meteorites, like small black holes, could devour all matter. Helpless, the high-level officials of various nations could only watch as the meteorites broke through the atmosphere and landed on the surface. Fortunately, these meteorites were not large in size, and their destructive power was limited. Only one meteorite directly crashed into the center of New York City in M Nation, and from then on, this largest city of M Nation, together with the Statue of Liberty, became debris on the wheel of history. What people never expected was that the meteorite fall was just the prelude to this disaster. From the meteorites, silver-gray demons crawled out. The world fell into chaos. Guns, missiles, laser beams, high-temperature flames, liquid nitrogen. Human technology now seemed utterly feeble, unable to stop the demons' invasion. After a few months having ravaged the Earth, the silver-gray demons returned to the meteorite landing sites and fell silent. Humanity thought they had won and cheered. But within 2 years, ruthless reality cast people back into the ice cellar. A lion covered in blazing flames over 10 meters tall. A giant bear wrapped in thick earth armor. Packs of wolves with incredible speed that could spit wind blades. These mutated beasts, called meteor beasts, roared and swallowed humanity's last hope. Under supernatural power, the once rulers of Earth appeared fragile. The global population plummeted. The African continent fell completely, becoming a no man's land. Europe was next to be fully occupied, and countless people fled to the neighboring Asian continent. Decades later, a special existence called awakened ones appeared among humans, finally curbing the human side's retreat. By now, there were no countries or ethnic groups left on Earth. Chaos reigned over the wasteland, and morality and law had almost completely vanished. People called themselves gods, abandoned ones, and did all sorts of heinous things with a clear conscience. But few knew that beneath their feet lay an underground bunker. Excellent management measures and reasonable resource allocation made life in this underground shelter almost the same as the old era. In the underground bunker, a huge room, dozens of meters long, and wide walls and ceiling painted warm beige soft light filling every corner. Hundreds of glass capsule-shaped incubation pods were placed in the room, each containing a sweetly sleeping baby. A young nurse in a white uniform entered the room and pressed a green button on the wall. Immediately, a gentle and soothing lullaby filled the entire room. The sleeping babies were awakened, moving their little hands and feet inside the glass pods. Some restless babies even started to cry out in a milky voice. The young nurse's heart melted. She secretly opened a nearby pod and pinched the baby's chubby chin. Cute, isn't it? A gentle female voice sounded behind the nurse. The girl was startled, turned around, and smiled sheepishly. Dr. Yuan, I'm sorry. A slim woman in her early 30s stood nearby, arms crossed, looking at her helplessly. You're always up to little tricks. The woman called Dr. Yuan shook her head, tapped the nurse's head with her finger. The girl covered her head, stepped aside, looking at the woman as she closed the glass lid again. You think they're cute now, but not so much later. Dr. Yuan raised her wrist to check her watch, muttering, 3, 2, 1. As soon as she finished speaking, a small cry sounded from somewhere. Then, like a spark igniting the prairie, it instantly infected the entire room. For a moment, the crying of babies rose and fell without end. The nurse covered her ears, her face scrunched up like a bitter gourd, and quickly ran to the wall to press the blue button next to the green one. Pacifiers attached to thin tubes descended from the tops of the pods, inserting into each baby's mouth. The crying that filled the room gradually quieted down. Dr. Yuan checked the nearby pods to ensure everything was fine. She turned her head and found the nurse standing dumbfounded in front of a pod. She frowned, scolding, "You're distracted again. Get your work done quickly." Hearing the woman's voice, the nurse came to her senses, scratching her head. Dr. Yuan, look at this baby. Is it normal? Hearing the girl's words, Dr. Yuan's heart skipped a beat. The children placed in this room should all be physically normal, right? How could there be an abnormal one now? How could there be an abnormal one now? After all, the underground bunker would not waste resources on physically imperfect children. Usually deformed children, or those missing arms or legs, even a missing pinky, would be disposed of without hesitation by the recycling department. Whenever this happened, she felt particularly sad and heartbroken, but powerless to change anything. She hoped it wasn't something serious. Dr. Yuan walked closer, and when she saw the scene inside the glass pod, she froze like the nurse beside her. Inside the glass pod, a male baby waved his 2 little hands like white lotus roots, batting at the pacifier dangling from the top, once, twice, 3 times. If it were just ordinary playing with the pacifier, it would be nothing. But the baby's movements were extremely rhythmic, left, right, each time hitting the pacifier at its lowest point, making it swing higher and wider. Soon the pacifier hit the side of the pod with a soft thump. As if achieving its goal, the baby waved his hands randomly and laughed happily. When the pacifier swung back and passed the lowest point, a little chubby hand hit it again. This time the sound of the pacifier hitting the glass wall was louder, and the baby laughed even more happily. Dr. Yuan quickly checked the electronic screen on the side of the stand. Name: Random Yen Yi. Gender: male. Birth weight: 3. 9 kilograms. Current weight 3 kilograms. Birth time December 30th, 2080. Age 2 weeks. She turned her head and asked hesitantly, have you ever seen a baby just 2 weeks old who can entertain itself like this? The young nurse ear pouted and said, you're the doctor, why ask me, a little nurse? Dr. Yuan took a deep breath, patted her cheeks, and focused back on the incubation pod. The baby named Yin Yi seemed to have tired of playing and had now firmly grasped the pacifier with his 2 little hands, opened his mouth, and began to suck. I feel this little one will be extraordinary in the future. Yi carefully reached out and touched the baby's soft cheek. Yin Yi twisted his small body, grumbling discontentedly. Yin Yi was a very ordinary boy in the underground fortress academy. In a class of 50, his academic results always hovered around. This did not refer to overall grades, but to each individual subject. Mathematics, physics, level 1, aberrant beast distribution, post-apocalyptic history, and so on. Every single one landed right at the class average. His only outstanding trait was his good physical fitness, which held the promise of becoming a pioneer in the fortress when he grew up. But there were 12 such children in the class, and among them, Yin Yi's physical data and test results ranked faintly 6th or 7th. Even now some teachers would sigh slightly when mentioning him because he used to be the best student in the class. It's normal. Many children have a bit of cleverness when they are young. When they grow older and the subjects become deeper, that little cleverness won't work anymore. An old teacher evaluated him thus. One teacher had once approached Yin Yi, wanting to encourage him to study harder and more diligently. But the 12-year-old boy patted the teacher on the shoulder and lectured him, Xiaoqi, everyone's talent is different. There are too many things in this world that cannot be solved by hard work alone. Just like you when you were little, you wanted to become a pioneer, right? Now you're just a teacher. That evening, Yin Yi was punished by copying Sunzi's exhortation to learning 200 times. If you carve and then give up, even rotten wood will not break. If you carve without ceasing, even metal and stone can be carved. Yin Yi, stop daydreaming, it's your turn. A gruff, deep voice sounded, pulling the daydreaming boy back to the instructor, who shouted was a burly man like an iron tower, fully 2 meters 10 tall. His black short hair stood up like steel needles on his head, his face chiseled and sharp. A thin diagonal scar at the corner of his mouth made it impossible for the man to look kind and amiable, no matter what expression. Hurry up this group, you and Ye Xiaoqi together, the instructor ordered coldly. Yin Yi acknowledged, quickly ran out from the line and stood beside a girl at the starting line. Open your eyes. Stay alert. If you fall too far behind, you'll be punished when you come back. The Iron Tower instructor barked. The boy forced a stiff smile. Instructor Jean, my eyes are just this size. The nearby students let out low laughter. Yin Yi's eyes were narrow and long, and he always squinted habitually, giving him more than once he had been called to stand as punishment because a new teacher thought he was dozing off in class. Instructor Zhang Xiong didn't want to argue further and blew the whistle. Yin Yi and the girl named Ye Xiaoqi both shot forward like arrows from a bowstring. At this moment, Class 2 Year 6 of the Fortress was conducting a physical fitness test on the training ground. Students were required to pair up and climb over obstacles like high walls and water pools, then run back to the starting point. Among the students waiting in line, a boy with slightly curly black hair and a thin build wearing small glasses quietly sidled up. Hey Ben, wait, do you think Yin Ge can outrun Ye Xiaoqi? The glasses boy whispered. The brown-haired boy with a well-proportioned and sturdy build tilted his head slightly and whispered back, impossible. Tisk, not giving any face at all. The glasses boy clicked his tongue. The brown-haired boy shrugged. Although Yin Yi was his best friend, facts were facts. Ye Xiaoqi was the recognized best student in their class, her physical fitness solidly first, with only academic performance slightly inferior to this glasses-wearing AIC. Seeing that at the first obstacle, rope climbing, Yin Yi had already fallen slightly behind the girl. AIC sighed in a world-weary tone, I always feel Yin Ge has a crush on Ye Xiaoqi, but this way he'll never have a chance. Wang Wei glanced sideways at the glasses boy and mercilessly struck, you're not much different. AIC dramatically clutched his chest, looking very hurt. He liked a girl in his class who wanted to become a mechanic, but he knew he could never be with her. The underground fortress had implemented the gene optimization policy decades ago, assigning reproduction tasks based on the physical fitness of fortress residents. AIC had been weak and sickly since childhood, a good brain was his only pride. But no matter how outstanding he could become, his frail body had almost severed his right to reproduce. Seeing his best friend's low spirits, Wang Wei felt guilty and whispered to comfort him, maybe you'll become an awakener in the future. The glasses boy gave a bitter smile, waved his hand and sighed. Then a discordant voice sounded beside them, awakener. Don't dream. AIC looked up and saw a tall, sturdy young man looking at him with disdain. This sturdy young man was named Bayer. The glasses boy had heard that he liked the same girl. Now it seemed to be true. Elise will never like a brainless gorilla, AIC said with a straight face. Bayer's eyes widened in anger, his voice rising a little. Who are you calling a gorilla? She looks so slender, I wonder where she gets all that strength in. Doesn't her hair get in the way? Yin Yi hung not far behind the girl, secretly watching her black ponytail flick back and forth. Ye Xiaoqi was very tall, taller than most boys in the class. But girls develop faster than boys, so it was normal. At this moment, she was a full half head taller than Yin Yi. I will definitely be taller than her one day, the boy thought to himself. Now Ye had reached a rock wall, but once they climbed this small hill the test would be over. He looked up and saw the girl had already climbed to about halfway. This guy let her go too much. Ye quickly accelerated, clinging to the fake rock, like a gecko. Just then a small cry came from Ye Xiaoqi above him. The boy looked up in shock and saw a slender black shadow falling rapidly from above. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed off with his feet and leaped, catching her in midair. With a heavy thud, the two landed awkwardly on the ground. Ye had cushioned the girl beneath him. For a moment, he felt all the air squeezed out of his lungs, his whole body aching, as if when he came to his senses, he felt he had kissed something soft and fragrant. Ye opened his eyes to see what it was, but the girl had already blushed and pushed herself up. Did I kiss your face? I'm not pure anymore. Ye covered his face with both hands, sobbing uncontrollably. It was an accident, Ye Xiaoqi explained awkwardly, completely unaware that she had been taken advantage of. Ye Xiaoqi was renowned throughout the academy for 3 reasons. First, her academic prowess. Whether in scholarly pursuits or physical training, she consistently ranked among the elite. Second, her appearance. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her skin as fair and tender as milk, and her silky flowing hair shimmered like lustrous black satin, imbued with a unique youthful charm. Third, her aloofness. Whether facing the young boys or the instructors, she perpetually wore an icy, indifferent expression, keeping everyone at a distance. Only in the company of her closest friends did her expression soften slightly. Yet at this moment, this frosty young girl's cheeks were flushed with red. I'm no longer pure, the boy sobbed. Ye Xiaoqi, her face crimson, climbed off him and apologized with utmost seriousness. Hearing this, Ye felt a bit embarrassed instead. He quickly waved his hand and said, I was just joking. Actually, I'm the one who got the better deal, he. Seeing the girl's expression turn cold again, Ye shivered and hastily changed the subject. Why did you fall? Ye Xiaoqi opened her right hand, revealing a small piece of broken rock clutched within. The boy smiled wryly and scratched his head. This girl truly disliked speaking. She would never utter a word if an action could suffice. Just then Instructor Zhang Xiong's voice boomed like muffled thunder from nearby. Ye Xiaoqi, what are you two doing? Why haven't you crossed over yet? The student formation stood on the other side of the rockery, so they hadn't witnessed the two falling from the top. Ye Xiaoqi emerged from behind, raising the broken stone in her hand, and announced loudly, reporting, Sir, I lost my grip and fell from above, injuring classmate Yen in the process. Ye limped out, clutching his lower back to show himself. The instructor frowned and bellowed, You shouldn't make such a rookie mistake. If this were the wasteland, you'd have gotten your comrade killed. Penalty: 2 laps of running 200 push-ups. Execute immediately. Ye Xiaoqi acknowledged and went to run laps on. Ye returned to formation first. Your score for this mountain crossing will be based on your last record, Zhang Xiong said, holding a file book and jotting down notes. The boy sighed, stretched his arms, and walked back to the line. Next group, Wang Wei and the Iron Tower instructor began calling the next pair for the test. A brown-haired boy stepped out from the formation, brushing past Ye as he returned. Bill might bully Ace, he whispered briefly, then walked to the starting line. Ye, his expression unchanged, moved to the back of the formation and sure enough spotted the 2 boys secretly scuffling within the ranks. The 2 boys were a stark contrast in physique. Bill was broad-shouldered and burly, handling the frail, bespectacled boy like a chick, utterly defenseless. At that moment, the sturdy boy had Ace's head pinned down, his hair tousled into a bird's nest. The small, bespectacled boy struggled fiercely to fight back, but couldn't even touch his opponent. Finally, perhaps growing bored, Bill suddenly hooked his foot, sending the bespectacled boy tumbling onto his backside, drawing laughter from the surrounding boys. Ace sat on the ground, his eyes reddening not just from the pain, but from a profound sense of humiliation. Bill, you're nothing but a muscle-bound gorilla, the bespectacled boy cursed in a low, furious voice, only to receive the sturdy boy's disdainful sneer. Even now, neither boy dared to make too much noise, knowing that Instructor Zhang Xiong, that demon, showed no mercy when meting out punishment. Suppressing his rage, Ye quickly stepped forward a few paces and pulled Ace up from the ground. What's your problem? He demanded, tilting his head back to glare fiercely at the burly boy who towered over him by at least a head. Bill pointed a finger at the bespectacled boy behind him, then drew a line across his own throat, teaching him to face reality. Sometimes talent really does determine far too much. Hit me, Ye said in a low voice. What? Bill thought he had misheard. The boys secretly watching the scene were also stunned, wondering if Ye had lost his mind. Hit me in the face. If you don't, you're my son. He pointed at his own face and repeated. Bill's fist clenched, but he held back. You just want me to hit you so you'll get punished. You think I don't know what you're up to? You really don't know what I'm thinking. Ye flashed a bright, innocent grin, showing 8 teeth. Guess what I'm thinking right now, eh? What are you thinking? I'm thinking I've achieved so much so young, having a son at my age. You son of a bitch. Bill let out a furious growl and swung his massive fist at the boy's infuriatingly smiling face. The boys secretly watching nearby gasped and quickly scattered to avoid being caught in the conflict. They hadn't expected these two to actually come to blows, defying Instructor Zhang Xiong's punishment. Brother Yen. Ace called out anxiously from behind, but his words were cut short abruptly. Yen ducked swiftly and neatly, barely dodging the fierce punch. Then grabbing the opponent's wrist with his left hand and gripping the upper arm with his right, he twisted his waist and hurled Bill's massive body high into the air. It was a textbook shoulder throw. Bill crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a pained cry. But before he could scramble up in anger, a voice like a thunderclap exploded in both boys' ears. Ye, Bill, are you two trying to start a rebellion? The two boys shuddered in fright, and quickly stood at attention, meek and obedient. Zhang Xiong strode over from the side of the formation, landing 2 hard kicks on the boys' backsides. What? Think you're tough? Trying to show off right under my nose. Yi and Bill gritted their teeth and endured not uttering a sound. They both knew that Instructor Zhang never listened to excuses. In his eyes, a violation was a violation, and a violation meant punishment. Both of you run 5 laps. Then 500 push-ups. Now immediately right this instant. Zhang Xiong roared. And copy the core socialist values 1,000 times. Especially civility, harmony, and friendliness. Copy those an extra 1,000 times. Before this iron tower, the two boys were like blades of grass swaying in the wind. Yi and Bill steeled themselves, acknowledged the order, and ran one after the other to the track. At that moment, Ye Xiaoqi was just finishing her first lap. Seeing the two boys also being punished with laps, she quickened her pace slightly to catch up. What happened? The girl asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Yi looked at her with some surprise. Ye Xiaoqi was usually indifferent to everything. The boy shook his head with a pained expression and said mournfully, a son's lack of discipline is the father's fault. I accept this punishment willingly. I'm going to beat you up today. Bill charged forward with a roar. Yi immediately sped up, his legs churning like fiery wheels as he sprinted away. On a certain day 4 years ago, Ye Xiaoqi sat in the cafeteria carefully peeling an egg in her hands. Once it was peeled, she didn't rush to eat it, but held it gently before her eyes, scrutinizing it closely. Luxuries like eggs were once reserved solely for official pioneers and mountain openers, as well as the very few top elites within the fortress. Let alone these children, ordinary people had nearly forgotten what an egg looked like since the catastrophe. With improved farming methods, and feed egg production had increased significantly over the years. At the same time, under the push of the newly appointed prime minister, the entire fortress began to place greater emphasis on the physical and mental health and developmental potential of children, gradually tilting resources toward the students in the academy. Thus, this was Ye Xiaoqi's first time eating an egg. Before this, she and the other children had mostly consumed bland nutrient supplements prepared by specialized physicians. The girl marveled at the soft, tender, and bouncy egg white. Gently pinching it, she became enamored and momentarily couldn't bear to eat it. She carefully brought the egg to her nose, sniffed it, then narrowed her eyes like a kitten and let out a soft sigh. It was the first time in her young life she had ever smelled such a pure, sweet aroma of food. Suddenly, the group of boys at the table next to Ye Xiaoqi started laughing and shouting, playfully roughhousing, and accidentally bumped. The peeled egg flew from the girl's hand and landed heavily on the ground, splitting into 2 halves with a sickening crack. The yolk shattered into pieces, scattering on the floor as she gasped in dismay. Startled by the girl's cry, the 2 boys who had been playing turned around and realized they had caused trouble. They froze stiffly in place. Ye Xiaoqi stared blankly at the egg on the ground, her nose wrinkling as her eyes reddened. Just as she was about to burst into tears, the 2 boys grew even more flustered, scratching their heads in desperation, unable to think of what to do. Suddenly, a half-peeled egg appeared before Ye Xiaoqi. Here, it's clean. I haven't touched it yet, said a boy leaning down with a smile. He had neat short black hair, and a faint dimple appeared on his left cheek when he smiled. Ye Xiaoqi recognized him. It was Yi, a boy from her class. Yi held the egg in his right hand and gently patted the girl's head with his left. There, don't cry. Teacher Kevin said that if a boy makes a girl cry, he's not a real man. These 2 are always arguing about wanting to be real men. Hearing this, Ye Xiaoqi looked up dazedly at the 2 guilty boys who had their heads nearly buried in their chests. She vaguely remembered them too. The short one with slightly curly hair was called AIC, and the boy with smooth brown hair was Wang Wei. But if you give yours to me, you won't have any. Ye Xiaoqi looked down again, her voice trembling slightly with a sob as she gazed sorrowfully at the egg on the ground. Yi waved his hand grandly. No big deal. I'm their big brother, so it's my duty to take responsibility for my little brothers. Who said you're our big brother? AIC muttered in protest. Yi turned and glared at him, and Wang Wei tugged at AIC's clothes, signaling him to keep quiet. The boy shut his mouth and lowered his head again. Ye Xiaoqi wiped her eyes with her hand and shook her head. It's okay. The cafeteria auntie said there will be more next week. I just have to wait another week. Wait. Wah. The little girl tried to decline, but thinking about waiting 7 more days, she couldn't hold back her tears and began to cry pitifully. Hey, it's about to drop. It's about to drop. Yi suddenly called out dramatically, his right hand holding the egg beginning to tremble unsteadily. Frightened, Ye Xiaoqi quickly raised her small fair hands, cupping them in front of her chest, afraid that this egg might also fall to the ground. With a crisp crack of the eggshell, the tender egg bounced into the girl's hands while the remaining half of the shell stayed in Yin's grasp. Before Ye Xiaoqi could react, the boy bent down, picked up the egg that had shattered into 2 pieces on the floor, and ran off, shouting, "This egg is mine now. He'll wash it, and it should still be edible." AIC and Wang Wei dared not linger either. They each gave a small bow to apologize to Ye Xiaoqi before scurrying after Yi. That day was Ye Xiaoqi's first time eating an egg, and she never tasted one as delicious as that again. Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi. A red-haired girl waved her hand in front of her best friend's eyes. What is it, Yilisi? Ye Xiaoqi snapped back to reality and asked. The red-haired girl had a large braid swinging behind her head. She leaned in with a sly smile and said, "How did Yin Yi save you when you fell off the rockery?" Ye Xiaoqi's face showed a rare hint of embarrassment as she tried to avoid the topic. But under her best friend's persistent urging, she reluctantly confessed, "He threw himself underneath me to cushion my fall, so I wasn't badly hurt." The girls around them let out excited little shrieks. "Is this your first intimate contact with a boy? You've always been so cold, scaring away so many boys before," Yilisi said with excitement, poking her friend in the side with her elbow. Ye Xiaoqi dodged uncomfortably a few times and said helplessly, "As if you girls have ever had contact with boys either." One of the girls jumped out and declared proudly, "Xiao Ming and I have already held hands." This remark set off a flurry of excited chatter among the group of girls who were only about 12 years old. Ye Xiaoqi felt a headache coming on. She leaned back in her seat and began to enjoy the sunlight on her own. They had just finished class and were resting in the academy's exclusive sunlight room. The entire fortress had only 4 sunlight rooms, one in the center of the residential area, one in the academy, one in the hospital, and one at the military headquarters. The ceiling of the sunlight room was fitted with numerous optical fibers. Sunlight was focused onto collectors on the surface, then transmitted through the fibers into the room, where diffusers scattered the light to every corner. This technology, gathered by pioneers and developed by mechanics, had greatly improved the physical health of the people in the underground. "It's truly amazing. We're underground, yet we can still bask in the sunlight from the surface," Yilisi marveled. Ye Xiaoqi raised an eyebrow, surprised at how quickly her friend's thoughts had jumped from boys to technology. She opened her eyes and saw 3 boys walking over to sit not far from the girls. So there really were boys coming. In a sunlit room, 3 boys sat by a small table next to the window. "Ace, what do you think the world outside the fortress is like?" The boy with short brown hair pressed his face against the window glass, straining to look up. The warm, bright yellow light illuminated the bustling street outside, where diners squatted at the roadside enjoying street food and pedestrians haggled with vendors at stalls. On either side of the road stood neatly arranged stone houses, some looking clean and tidy, while others were covered in moss at the edge. However, what concerned him was not the peaceful street scene, but the areas that the bright yellow light could not reach. Just a few meters above the stone roofs was an impenetrable darkness, like a pool of thick ink shrouding the entire street. Compared to the other 2 boys at the table, Ace appeared noticeably frail and thin. The large glasses resting on his nose covered a third of his small face. Dangerous meteor beasts, the ruins of human civilization, the radiation zones known as life-threatening areas. Ace adjusted his glasses. "And then there are those humans who treat their own kind as food. I heard that among the refugees on the wasteland, if they become desperate with hunger, they might even trade their own children to stave off starvation. Tisk, compared to the outside, the underground fortress is simply a paradise." Yin Yi sighed and said, "At least we can grow up safely." Yin Yi had a clean short haircut and a well-proportioned healthy physique. His eyes were slightly elongated, often squinting, giving him a peculiar sense of laziness. Of course, he was indeed quite late. He pulled an egg from his pocket and placed it in front of Ace, saying, "I just got this from the cafeteria." "Ace, you're too thin. You should eat more to replenish yourself." Ace gently pushed the egg back, rolling it back in front of Yin Yi, and said, "Brother Yin Yu and Ben Wei need to replenish yourselves more. In a few months, we will have our first vocational planning test. You both are going to enter combat professions, so you need to ensure your nutrition is sufficient." Yin Yi no longer declined and directly peeled the egg before tossing it whole into his mouth. "I'm a bit dry, and I will definitely become a physician." Ace looked at his slightly frail arms and declared seriously, "If anything happens to you 2 in the future, I'll be the one to rescue you personally." Yin Yi gave a thumbs up, while Wang Wei nodded slightly. After that, the 3 of them lay in the warm sunlight, no longer speaking, quietly enjoying the afternoon's tranquility. After an unknown amount of time, a girl walked over and kindly reminded them, "It's time for class." The 3 boys looked up, thanked her, and then wobbled toward the classroom. The first class this afternoon was a vocational planning course taught by their homeroom teacher. The classroom they were in was a lecture hall, with children scattered throughout the large space. In the last class, we briefly discussed the functions of mechanics and managers. Today, I will delve a bit deeper and discuss some of the detail. At this point, the middle-aged teacher at the podium paused for a moment before slowly saying, "And the role and importance of the physician profession." These children under 12 usually attend classes in this room. But as they advance to higher grades and the vocational divisions become more refined, they will not have a fixed classroom, but will spread out to attend their respective courses. Sitting in the front row, Ace excitedly waved his small fist and poked Yin Yi's arm, whispering, "Finally, they're going to talk about." Yin Yi bleary-eyed glanced at Ace and nodded perfunctorily, then looked back enviously at Wang Wei, who was sound asleep in the corner of the classroom. That guy ran straight to the back corner as soon as he entered the classroom, while Ace had grabbed him to sit in the front row. Sometimes Ben Wei was not at all foolish, he was quite quick on his feet. I don't need to elaborate on pioneers and pathfinders, you all understand quite a bit. Pioneers are mainly responsible for gathering intelligence and various rare resources, while pathfinders collect large amounts of living supplies based on the intelligence. We can also distinguish them into high-end specialized agent-type warriors and frontline combat soldiers. However, the environment on the wasteland is extremely harsh, fraught with danger. Only a few among you can become these two types of warriors. Seeing some children display looks of disappointment, Kevin raised his voice a few notches. Since the disaster, our overall physical quality has significantly improved, and there are even a rare few awakeners among us. But this does not mean that the most important weapon for our survival, our minds, has lost its value. Ace's eyes sparkled as he stared at the teacher, eagerly awaiting what came next. This was his favorite teacher, named Kevin. It was this teacher who helped the frail Ace regain confidence among boys with extraordinary physical abilities. Teacher Kevin looked at a group of children in the left front of the classroom and said, "Managers can formulate policies for the fortress, allocate resources reasonably, and ensure more people can live without worry. They can also devise battle plans, conduct reasonable personnel allocations, and combine the pioneers into a precise fighting machine. Managers have the broadest knowledge and the most extensive roles among all professions. There is a lot they will learn in the future. I want to introduce them all one by one." Kevin cleared his throat lightly, took a sip from the cup on the podium, and continued, "Teachers, resource allocators, strategic analysts, etc. These diverse professions are choices for students learning this subject in the future." The group of children being observed by Kevin were somewhat excited, their small faces flushed, as if they could already see intricate policies being issued from their hands, leading the people to live in peace, and the army to be invincible. Then Kevin looked toward a group of children in the right front. "Mechanics are an indispensable part of the fortress operation. It is thanks to these wonderful people that problems can be detected and repaired in time, and new technologies continuously developed, allowing our fortress to operate safely until now. It is also because they constantly develop new weapons and auxiliary equipment that more brave warriors venturing outside can survive." Ace silently watched the group of children Kevin was looking at. A little girl with braided hair blushed slightly, her small hands clenched into fists on the desk as she gently pounded the surface. "Indeed, quite adorable," Ace muttered softly. He glanced at him, and then at the little girl he was staring at, smiling without saying a word. "And physicians?" Kevin turned his head back to the middle, especially focusing on Ace, as he slowly said, "This profession is the guarantee for our continued existence as humans. Without them, countless children would perish from birth. Without them, many might succumb to infections from minor cuts, deteriorate, and then die. If the warriors venturing outside for our survival carry their heads tucked into their belts, then physicians are like adding several more heads to their belts." The classroom erupted into laughter, though some girls wrinkled their noses at the metaphor of more heads. Kevin cleared his throat gently. The children's attention had been considerably captured by him, and it was time to get serious and discuss substantial content. Now that the initial vocational planning is approaching, most children only have a vague concept of their future direction. The purpose of this course is to help students preliminarily discover the things they are interested in. However, in reality, Kevin's words were primarily directed at those students whose physical gifts were lacking. After all, this is the apocalypse. If a child's physical quality is strong, then whether they aspire to be a mechanic or a physician, the fortress will forcibly enlist them into combat ranks. The fortress will not allow those with strong physical talents to waste their lives in an office. Anyone can pursue other professions, but high-tier combat personnel are the most precious resources to be used like the finest steel at the tip of a blade. In this wasteland, if people want to survive, they ultimately need to rely on pioneers and pathfinders. As for the lower-tier enforcers, as well as mechanics, managers, and physicians, these career choices are essentially just a bit of freedom granted to those unqualified children by the fortress. Therefore, in the eyes of ordinary teachers, those few children sleeping in the back of the classroom are the true elite's rare talents. Why are they sleeping? Because their paths have long been determined. They are to join the advanced combat ranks. They no longer need to attend these vocational planning classes. After class, the students instinctively gathered at the training ground, preparing for their daily physical regimen. Instructor Zhang Xiong did not commence training immediately. Instead, he called out 12 names and declared, "In 1 month you will begin your initial career assignment. Those whose names I have called must meet the rigorous standards of the combat sequence." He scanned the assembled formation with a steady gaze, then, towering like a fortress, he raised his massive hand and formed a pair of fingers into scissors. "Double," Zhang Xiong stated coolly. "Your training load must be at least twice what it was before." A chorus of groans erupted from the 12 named students. "Now run the laps. 5 kilometers in under 25 minutes. Zhang Xiong commanded without mercy. "Especially you, Bill. Raw strength means nothing if speed falls short. I'll be watching you closely." His gaze settled on a broad-shouldered boy slouching in the ranks, his expression sullen. A flicker of wry amusement crossed Zhang Xiong's stern features. Bill froze instantly, his face tightening, as he dared not betray another trace of complaint. "Start the timer." Zhang Xiong pressed the stopwatch in his palm, and like arrows loosed from bows, the 12 sprinted forth. Turning to the remaining students, Zhang Xiong said, "Though most of you will not join the combat sequence in this apocalyptic age, physical resilience is the very currency of survival. Do not slacken. Xiaoming, lead them in a 2-kilometer run." Xiaoming stepped forward, reorganized the formation into 2 parallel columns, and led his classmates into motion. Zhang Xiong stood rooted in place. Not like a spear, but like an immovable wall. observing his students as they surged. At that moment another instructor, slightly smaller in stature, approached casually and asked, "Xiong, how many qualified pioneers and trailblazers do you think this year's cohort will yield?" He wasn't referring to the children currently running on the field, but to the 16-year-olds soon to undergo formal military selection. This batch, let me think. Zhang Xiong paused thoughtfully. Perhaps 20 or 30 trailblazers, 10 pioneers would be a strong result. That's better than previous years, mused the instructor stroking his stubbled chin. Indeed it is. Zhang Xiong replied half absently, my elder brother's cohort should yield even more. His entire class likely boasts at least 5 pioneers. Why not loosen the criteria just a bit? Fresh blood would bolster our unit's combat strength. This instructor was Hu Dahai. Their classes often overlapped, forging a deep familiarity between the two men. With training tasks assigned to both groups, the two instructors found themselves momentarily idle, and Zhang Xiong welcomed the chance to unwind with his longtime comrade. Loosen. In these times quality outweighs quantity. Soldiers are precious. Zhang Xiong cast a sidelong glance at Hu Dahai. Lionheart. You know who I mean. Dong Hao, the elite among pioneers, fell to a level 3 meteor beast in a single exchange. At this both men clenched their right fists and pressed them inward against their chests, holding silent reverence for 3 solemn seconds. It was warriors' tribute to the fallen. Hu Dahai lowered his arm, grimacing faintly. Let's keep code names and true names separate from now on. I'd hate for you bear to blurt yours out by accident and force the whole unit to change identities and face punishment. Zhang Xiong grinned. Relax, I've got it under control. Gazing across the field at the adolescents straining beneath the sun, Hu Dahai murmured, Premier Zhou truly possessed extraordinary foresight since implementing the new youth resource allocation policy. The past 4 years have yielded ever more exceptional soldiers. Zhang Xiong burst into laughter. Heard you got bested by an 18-year-old recruit. Seems it's true after all. Ha ha ha. Hu Dahai merely scoffed. I slipped up once. Afterward that kid yelped like a pup under my boot. And frankly you'd have struggled. Let's spar after class. Zhang Xiong lifted his chin slightly, peering down at Hu Dahai with mock disdain. Hu Dahai punched his shoulder, cursing good-naturedly as he strode away. Fine, bring it on. You may look intimidating, Bear, but I'm not afraid of you in a real fight. Waving farewell, he returned to drill his own students. Zhang Xiong turned his attention back to the field. The general cohort had just finished their run and now stretched under Xiao Ming's guidance. Meanwhile, among the elite group still racing across the field, one figure, noticeably broader and heavier than the rest, lagged. Zhang Xiong frowned faintly. Bill's stamina needed serious attention. In today's battlefield, the ability to flee often mattered more than the ability to fight. Though humanity's physiology had undergone dramatic enhancement, confronting height-year meteor beasts still left most utterly dismissed. Zhang Xiong's command echoed across the grounds, and the ordinary students scattered toward the locker rooms. Girls bolted especially fast. They could not bear the clammy, grime-streaked discomfort of their sweat-soaked bodies. As AIC walked toward the locker room, she glanced back with quiet sympathy at the dozens still training. Zhang instructor's demand for double training was no jest. AIC could already see Yin Ye's eyes rolling upward in exhaustion. After a quick rinse in the locker room, ravenous AIC bypassed the cafeteria like her peers and instead retrieved a book from her classroom, returning to the edge of the training ground to wait for the two. The group of exhausted students now scaled a man-made cliff beside the field, barehanded without ropes or harnesses. Rumors claimed this 20-meter artificial cliff replicated real-world precipices with uncanny fidelity, while certified pioneers routinely scaled 100-meter rock faces while bearing full combat loads. Yin Ye's usual easy grin had vanished. Wang Wei's perpetually drowsy eyes now burned with grim resolve. Ye Xiaoqi, the serene, ethereal beauty, was flushed, her teeth clenched tight. Her long hair, tightly coiled atop her head, bore damp strands clinging haphazardly to her cheeks, soaked through by exertion. And Bill, whose weight strained well beyond the norm, hung motionless midway up the cliff like a gutted fish. AIC sighed softly, torn between pity and envy, then shook her head and bent her gaze back to her book. Suddenly, a heavy hollow thud. Bill crashed onto the ground from the cliff, face, legs twitching once before going utterly still, lifeless as driftwood. Zhang Xiong's voice cut through the air, cold, edged with menace. Bill, if you feign unconsciousness again, I'll ensure you truly black out today. At that demonic command, the burly fish scrambled upright, rubbed his arms briskly, and clambered back onto the rock face. I'm going to die. After taking a shower, Yin Yi dragged his weary body behind the small glasses, leaning all his weight on his shoulder. Wang Wei followed closely behind, rolling his eyes as he draped himself over AIC from the other side. AIC closed his book, helplessly adjusting his crooked glasses, and with one hand on either side, he struggled to help the two lazy ones to their feet. He knew that for a long time to come he would play the role of a crutch. Some ordinary students who had finished eating returned to the training ground, each collecting their lazy friends. 2 girls supported Ye Xiaoqi from either side, walking out while softly complaining with concern. Meanwhile, Bill was being carried on the shoulders of 4 boys like a dead pig. Although he and AIC didn't see eye to eye, AIC had to admit that this guy was quite popular in the class, sturdy and generous. If only his brain worked a bit better, AI C might even become his admirer. After the three finished their meals, Ye lay flat on the horizontal bench, eyes closed weakly, saying, "The final task is entrusted to you, Lieutenant AIC." Wang Wei mimicked lying flat on the chair, muttering, "The fortress is eternal, my soul endures." AIC rolled his eyes, stacking the three plates together, then wiped the table casually with a cloth, saying, "Childish." The small glasses carried the plate towards the nearby utensil return area, while two trembling thumbs peeked out from under the table. After eating, the desire to sleep intensified, especially in a state of exhaustion. Although lying on the cold, hard bench, Ye just wanted to close his eyes and drift into a sweet dream. But as if recalling something, he suddenly propped himself up with difficulty and shouted, "AIC, what date is it today?" "June 26th, the pioneers will return tomorrow," the small glasses answered loudly. Ye lay back down, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A month ago, the latest batch of pioneers began their first mission under the guidance of a group of veterans. According to the plan, tomorrow would be the day they returned. Based on past patterns, the first missions of the pioneers usually took place in relatively safe areas, typically conducting secondary searches around regions that had already been explored. And Tai Gu was among the best of this latest group of pioneers, rumored to have even made an experienced pathfinder suffer a setback. So Ye was not worried about any accidents befalling that person. In his little mind, he was already contemplating how to make that man's belly feel pain tomorrow. He had once exerted all his strength to strike Li Tai's abdomen, but that man's abs were as hard as his name suggested, and even after Ye's fists turned red and swollen, he just laughed heartily, as if nothing had happened. But over the past few months, he had made significant progress. AIC returned to the table, looking helplessly at the two lazy ones who were nearly sprawled on the ground. It had taken him less than a minute to tidy up the utensils, yet these two had already fallen asleep. Ye was drooling, while letting out silly, unintelligible laughs, a stark contrast to his usually composed image. Calling over another classmate, he was on good terms with AIC, and he each took one of Wang Wei and Ye back to their dormitory. After all, since the disaster, the physical fitness of all humanity had improved. Even a relatively weaker boy like AIC was able to carry over 100 pounds. Though referred to as a dormitory, it was actually a spacious hall where all children under 12 lived. The hall was filled with bunk beds, with boys on the lower level and girls on the upper. Clearly, the school's administrators believed that children under 12 did not grasp the concept of gender separation. After tossing the two onto the bed, AIC thanked the classmate who helped, and then looked at the two wriggling figures on the bed with a frown. The three had always slept in the same bed since childhood, which explained their close relationship. However, as they grew older, AIC's personal space shrank more and more. Especially in recent months, there were times he felt he was being squeezed in the middle and could hardly breathe. Of course, there were others who were worse off than AIC. Though no matter how he tried to shrink himself, occupied almost half the bed on his. The two children sharing the same bed with him complained about this almost every night. AIC suddenly thought of something, pushed up his glasses, and a bright white sinister reflection flashed across his lenses. Wang Wei was very bored, not because he himself was boring, but because he was currently very bored. He had a dream in which he transformed into the monkey from Journey to the West, trapped under the Five Elements mountain, unable to catch a breath. As the crisp rising bell gently echoed throughout the hall, Wang the monkey opened his eyes and shared an intimate gaze with the Five Elements mountain that had pressed him for 500 years. The only difference from his dream was that the two figures did not seem to embody the feeling of oppression and depression, but rather resembled young lovers tightly embracing each other. Not far away, a small voice of surprise came from a girl on the upper bunk who had clearly witnessed this scene. Hopefully this would not open a new door to a new world for her. Both the Five Elements mountain and Wang Wukong simultaneously turned their heads stiffly to the side and saw the small glasses occupying half the bed alone, a satisfied smile on his lips, sleeping in a very relaxed posture. Thus the voices waking all the children today were not only the crisp rising bell and the dormitory supervisor's loud voice, but also a shrill and miserable scream from the small glasses. After breakfast, Ye and Wang Wei arrived at the classroom while stretching their somewhat sore arms, while AIC in a huff had already arrived. Their physical and mental conditions had nearly recovered. After yesterday's grueling training, instructor Zhang Xiong had them perform proper stretching and muscle massage, and the results looked quite good. Today's class on detailed analysis of meteor beasts was not as irrelevant to them as yesterday's basic career planning course. This course was directly linked to the survival rate for these children who were going to explore the outside world. If they failed to pass this liberal arts course, even with strong physical fitness, they would not be allowed to become pioneers or pathfinders. As a somewhat flat yet fairly attractive female teacher entered the noisy classroom, immediately quieted down. Ahem, class is starting. Today we will discuss plant-type meteor beasts in detail. The Yellow River, an underground river that had surged for thousands of years before the cataclysm, had nourished several generations of the underground fortress inhabitants. It bore the name of a famous pre-cataclysm river, a river that according to legend was far more majestic and grand than this current Yellow River and was truly yellow in hue. Yet as the warriors who had ventured to the surface recounted, the original Yellow River had long since dried up, transforming into a vast wide gully etched with cracked patterns. Within this immense expansive underground space, the deep, dark river which split the fortress in two from west to east surged ceaselessly, tirelessly, emitting a thunderous, rumbling roar 24 hours a day. Not a single soul in the fortress complained about the tremendous noise. Instead, they revered the violent rumble as celestial music more beautiful than any sound produced by the world's instruments. The people here had an inexhaustible supply of water, for drinking, cooking, irrigating crops, and even for every commoner to indulge in a bath without restraint, a luxury nearly impossible on the surface. Thus this underground river was held as dear as a mother in the hearts of the fortress dwellers. If anyone so much as maliciously tossed a scrap of paper into it, the enraged populace would drag him to the order department to receive 10 heavy lashes. More importantly, the abundant supplies brought back by the pioneers and trailblazers would always emerge from the darkness beyond the reach of light, framed by the thunderous roar of this great river, gradually coming into the view of the fortress inhabitants. At that moment, Yan Yi and Wang Wei, along with other seedlings of the same age, stood rigidly at attention by the riverbank under the guidance of their respective squad instructors. They were waiting for the warriors on the surface to return triumphantly with their supplies. Not far from them, a crowd of idle uncles and aunties had gathered, most of whom had dedicated their youthful vigor to the fortress. Now that their physical fitness and reflexes had declined, they had taken up leisurely jobs such as farming and animal husbandry. Back in my day, the supplies I escorted were piled so high they nearly scraped the cavern ceiling, boasted a middle-aged man in a gray vest, raising an eyebrow at the woman beside. The woman standing next to him was tall and slender, with time having left few marks on her face, making her appear in her 40s, though her true age remained unknown. She curled her lip in disdain, her voice somewhat hoarse. "Stop bragging. That time it was all thanks to Captain Matthew's efforts. You were just lucky to have been part of that mission." The man grinned sheepishly and didn't argue. He slowly pulled a cigarette from a pocket in his baggy shorts, but upon glancing at the children nearby, he tucked it back, muttering to himself, "I wonder if any of these kids are mine." The burly instructor standing behind the children suddenly turned and shot a fierce glare at the muttering old Wang. Old Wang clicked his tongue and cracked his knuckles. "That Zhangxiong kid's got some nerve daring to glare at me." The woman beside him shot a glance at the slightly out-of-shape middle-aged man, her tone impatient. "You're the one with all the nonsense, and you blame him. You'd better watch out. Zhangxiong might settle old and new scores all at once." Old Wang gave an embarrassed chuckle and dropped his bluster. To the west of the Yellow River, within the pitch-black tunnel carved by years of erosion, a white suddenly appeared, growing larger and larger. Everyone standing by the river was stunned. They knew the warriors had finally returned. As it neared the inhabited area, more lights fell upon the colossal steel beast. It was a massive steel barge floating on the river's surface, unpainted, with pale light gliding over its cold metallic surface, exuding a sense of immense power. On the enormous barge were already sorted containers of supplies, large and small, along with warriors clad in black combat suits and helmets that were airtight and black. Some of these warriors leaned against the supply crates, others sat on the cold steel barge, and a few lay sprawled on it, their chests rising and falling in a steady rhythm. But their languid demeanor did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the waiting crowd on the shore, who lavished the warriors with their most fervent applause and cheers. The enormous steel barge slowly docked, propelled by its underwater propellers, and a metal ramp extended to the shore. "We're home. Get the hell off and head to the rest area to clean up, then you can go to the dorms and rest," came a processed mechanical voice from a pioneer officer's helmet. "You have 3 days off starting today, no training." A chorus of weak cheers rose from the deck, but processed through the helmets, the people on shore only heard a series of eerie, emotionless mechanical sounds. Scattered and numbering about 30 or 40, the pioneer warriors rose from the massive steel barge. Without forming ranks, they shook their heads, stretched their arms and legs, and ambled ashore, looking utterly lackadaisical. Although some conservative fortress dwellers had once insisted that soldiers should always behave like soldiers, disciplined and orderly whether in battle or at rest, no one now criticized these warriors or tried to change their ways. As long as they completed their missions flawlessly, the fortress granted them immense freedom in their daily lives. Some believed this lenient policy was because the outside world was harsh enough, and these warriors deserved to enjoy a comfortable life in peacetime, a compensation from the fortress for their life and death struggles. But only the old timers of the fortress knew that the early pioneers and trailblazers were no different from the armies of the old era, doing everything by the book. Even after completing missions, exhausted in both body and mind, and with no danger present in the underground fortress, they would always stand like statues, clutching their heavy assault rifles to their chests, standing guard around the supplies, presenting their most impeccable spirit to the fortress folk on the shore. But when a certain pioneer regiment commander, upon returning from a mission, blatantly sat down on the supplies he was escorting right in front of everyone, the warrior's strict demeanor was never the same again. The fortress supreme administrator was not rigid either. He merely smiled helplessly and tacitly approved of the behavior. The subsequent pioneers and trailblazers never disappointed their considerate administrator. These warriors were like sleeping lions, always lazily half closing their eyes and dozing off. But when it was time to bare their claws, they would always terrify their opponents with an unmatched domineering posture. The supplies this time were meager, filling only about a third of the metal floating platform. Yet no one would blame these warriors for it. Everyone understood that this was merely the first trial for the recruits. The places they ventured to were not perilous, nor could they yield abundant resources. After a brief exchange with the pioneer officer, Zhang Xiong turned to the children behind him and said, "Now you are to deliver these supplies to the warehouse a kilometer away. Remember, each person must carry no less than 100 kilograms. Bill, you must carry no less than 130 kilograms." For the first time in his life, Bill resented his superior strength talent. "Get moving. Your predecessors sometimes had to don heavy combat suits and sprint for dozens of kilometers across the wilderness burdened with several times, or even a dozen times this much cargo." Zhang Xiong bellowed, "Move. Move." The small figures like busy little ants dashed to the floating platform, hoisted supply containers several times their size, and ran along the Yellow River toward the distant resource depot. Old Wang stroked his stubble, watching the little ones with schadenfreude. "We never had such tricks back in the day. Over the years those guys have gotten more and more creative at breaking into greenhorns." The woman beside him rolled her eyes and walked away. Old Wang continued to watch with amusement for a while until the last child picked up his load and ran off. Then he shuffled back to his own greenhouse in his oversized slippers. The resource depot was a several square kilometer area enclosed by 3-meter-high stone walls topped with 5 strands of barbed wire laced with spikes. High-power incandescent lamps illuminated every building in the depot around the clock, leaving no shadow. For squads of orderlies constantly patrolled between the warehouses, safeguarding the fortress lifeline. Although incidents of residents sneaking into the resource depot had nearly vanished in recent years due to policy improvements, the High Command never relaxed its oversight of this most critical site. At this moment, the depot's normally sealed heavy iron door stood wide open with countless busy little figures streaming in and out. Though the supplies didn't seem overwhelming, the children made 4 or 5 trips back and forth. When only a few items remained on the floating platform, Zhang Xiong and the other instructors each shouldered several boxes and joined the students in their runs. 50 boxes of food supplies, 183 energy batteries. The warehouse manager directed the children to sort and tally the supplies, carefully cross-checking the list provided by the pioneers. "Hey, you with the black hair, take that oil barrel to that door." "Got it," Yan Yi responded, hoisting an oil barrel larger than himself and running toward the designated area. The warehouse manager pretended to study the list, then slapped his forehead and shouted, "Wrong, wrong. Move it to the entrance of warehouse 01. Yan Yi had just set down the barrel and was rubbing his sore arms when he heard this. His face fell, but he dared not complain. He bent down, heaved the heavy barrel again, and trudged off toward the distant warehouse 01. Thanks to the warehouse manager's carelessness, this was the umpteenth time he had carried heavy loads and pointless back and forth. These poor children had secretly rejoiced earlier at escaping the demon instructors for the day, but by the afternoon's labor, they realized how naive they had been. After storing the rare or fragile items, the once sharp warehouse manager seemed to suffer a sudden mental lapse, issuing orders only to countermand them repeatedly. Some children gritted their teeth, wondering why the higher-ups had placed such a scatterbrained person in charge of the warehouse. But the smarter ones had already resigned themselves, knowing this was yet another trick from the instructors. "Ha ha, you're really something, Xiaotang." Zhang Xiong and a group of unscrupulous instructors gathered around the warehouse manager, laughing heartily, utterly indifferent to the children's resentful stares. This devious scheme wasn't the brainchild of these burly men, but rather a spuro-thement bonus from the bespectacled, stern-faced warehouse manager. Xiaotang cradled the ledger, pretending to write with a pen while maintaining a serious expression, but the wicked curve of his lips betrayed his mischievous nature. A decade ago, he had been a rookie in the pioneers' back, when the military's culture had been warped by that shrewd yet unorthodox man. The old veterans had tormented their batch of greenhorns relentlessly, and now that the tables had turned, he wasn't about to miss the chance to do the same to these kids. Xiaotang, full name Tang Ming. 3 years ago, during a mission, he had sacrificed his left leg to jam a high-explosive grenade down the throat of a level 4 meteorite beast. The convoy he was guarding carried dozens of priceless energy storage tanks. If safely delivered, they would ensure the underground fortress power and energy supply for the next 2 decades. It was well known that beyond level 3, human thermal weapons were largely ineffective against higher-tier meteorite beasts. By then, the captain and vice-captain, both awakened strength users, had been torn to shreds or crushed into rubble, their fates unknown. A group of ordinary soldiers facing a level 4 beast was like a flock of sheep confronting a tyrannosaurus. With his flesh and blood, Tang Ming carved a path for the remaining soldiers, creating a sliver of hope for the supplies to be brought. After returning to the fortress, Tang Ming retired honorably due to his injury. The fortress did not neglect him, assigning him to the warehouse for inventory duties. It was a leisurely clerical job with decent pay. The soldiers whose lives he had saved were satisfied with the arrangement and jokingly called him Warehouse War God Xiaotang. Zhang Xiong smiled as he watched the young man with a full prosthetic left leg hobble around, barking orders at the children. A wave of emotion washed over him. He was one of the soldiers saved by Tang Ming. Part of the reason he had arranged for the children to help move supplies was to catch up with an old friend. "Hey, fatty, be gentle. If you dent that supply, you'll hold it up and do 500 squats." Tang Ming waved his ledger and shouted at a child. Bill, who had just set down a large box, grimaced. Where was he fat? He was just sturdy. And you curly-haired boy. Too slow. Carry that bag of seeds and frog jump to warehouse 13. Tang Ming was in high spirits. Though he had never held any official rank in the pioneers, he felt like the supreme commander of the army. Having barely escaped the clutches of warehouse warriors Xiao Tang Yanyi and Wang Wei eagerly dashed toward the cafeteria. The sister who used to cling to Li Tai every day hadn't yet graduated from the academy, and now that Li Tai had finally returned from his mission, his first thought was undoubtedly to find her. It was already a little past the usual mealtime. Most of the children who attended regular classes and training had already eaten. The spacious cafeteria, which could normally accommodate hundreds without feeling crowded, now seemed even more vast and desolate. The elderly cafeteria workers had received advance notice and had set aside portions of food for these children who had been transporting supplies with portions slightly larger than usual. These two mischievous brats had no awareness of being unwelcome third wheels. They grabbed their trays from the counter and immediately began scurrying around searching for that man's figure. With so few people in the dining hall, they quickly spotted the figure they sought. In a distant corner of the cafeteria, a tall, broad-shouldered silhouette with a narrow waist sat, with a short-haired girl, their backs to the two boys. The young man's frame was somewhat lean, but beneath his black linen shirt the muscle lines of his shoulders and arms were strikingly defined, resembling a sleek black panther. The two approached with a hint of surprise and delight. Yanyi, while running, felt the urge to call out to that figure. But before he could shout, he forcibly swallowed his voice, for he spotted the bespectacled boy sitting opposite the pair, frantically waving at them. Yanyi and Wang Wei slowed their pace, finally sensing something amiss. The young man's upright back was not as resolute as usual. Instead, his shoulders trembled gently, as if he were struggling to suppress some emotion, more like grief than anger. The short-haired girl beside him extended a fair, delicate hand, gently stroking his back, as she leaned close to whisper something in his ear. The two boys tiptoed around the tense pair and carefully sat down opposite Ace, the only sound being the soft scrape of wooden trays sliding across the wooden table. Li Tai, who had kept his eyes lowered, suddenly lifted his head as Yanyi and Wang Wei sat down. His bloodshot eyes startled the two lads. From now on, push yourselves to your limits in every training session and keep breaking through. Only by becoming strong enough can you survive out there in the wasteland. And protect your friends. After saying this, as if embarrassed to have shed tears in front of the three young boys, Li Tai abruptly stood up, wiped his eyes, and strode toward the cafeteria entrance. The girl beside him cast an apologetic smile at the three, then quickly followed the wounded Black Panther's figure, disappearing with him through the cafeteria door. What's going on? Yanyi hesitantly picked up the hard dark rye bread from his tray and turned to ask the bespectacled boy. Ace spread his hands, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. I went to ask Teacher Kevin about chemistry this afternoon, so I didn't get to the cafeteria much earlier than you. I think someone TZ knew died during this mission. Wang Wei nodded, silently acknowledging Ace's guess. The short-haired girl's figure reappeared at the cafeteria entrance. After seeing Li Tai off, she had hurried back. The girl knew that Li Tai had many things he wanted to say to these three boys who were like younger brothers to him, but he could no longer control his emotions. So she would speak on his behalf. The girl walked over and sat down before the three boys, furrowing her beautiful brows as she pondered with some distress. The three waited patiently, silently, letting their sister organize her words. The girl's name was Yubai. Her soft short hair, which reached her jawline, was usually tucked behind her ears. Her slender lips and warm eyes always carried a gentle smile. Li Tai, ignoring Yubei's embarrassed protests, had once proudly boasted to others in front of her, "My girlfriend's eyes can melt a man of steel like me into a puddle of mush." Moreover, Yubai was currently the top-performing trainee administrator in her cohort, and she and Li Tai had been together for 2 or 3. Yubai considered herself fortunate. She was exceptionally talented herself, and the person she loved was equally outstanding. Not only a pioneer, but also one of the best in his pioneer cohort. Thus, their relationship faced no opposition or obstruction from the academy or any other public officials. Although Li Tai would eventually be assigned a mandatory breeding task, and the designated partner would not be her, but a female warrior of the same or slightly lower rank, Yubai was already content. This was no longer the old era. Free love and marriage were considered extremely luxurious and unreasonable concepts in the current world's values. To optimize genes and enhance the race's ability to survive and continue, the fortress had over the past few decades created countless heart-wrenching and earth-shattering, yet no one questioned the fortress actions, and few thought of resisting. Most men only hated themselves for not being good enough for their own inadequacy, causing their beloved to bear another man's child. And most women could only bitterly resent the man who had won their heart, but lacked the ability to possess their body. Initially, the so-called gene optimization policy faced immense resistance, even sparking minor turmoil within the fortress. But over time, people gradually came to accept this seemingly absurd proposal. Not only because over decades of reform, successive generations of children had displayed unparalleled talent and potential, but also because the fortress administrator, the man at the pinnacle of civilian power, had seen his beloved wife bear the child of an outstanding pioneer. This was the apocalypse. Policies could be implemented ruthlessly, but they must align with all the laws of human survival. Sister Yubai, Ye cautiously waved his hand before the girl's eyes interrupting her reverie. Yu snapped back to reality and smiled apologetically. Her mind was filled with the man's wounded bloodshot eyes and his low hoarse voice. After organizing Li Tai's words once more, Yu finally spoke. During the return from this mission, a warrior died in an accident. TZ feels it should have been him who died, but it wasn't. And he feels he could have saved that warrior, but he didn't. After the mission ended and they returned to the fortress, he discovered that the fallen warrior was also his good friend. At this point, Yu felt a bitterness in her mouth and took a small sip of water from the cup in front of Long Wei. No one minded, they had long regarded each other as siblings. The three boys sat quietly waiting for Yu to continue. A tar road left behind from the old era and covered in fine cracks and fragments stretches from the distant western ridge to the endlessly far eastern horizon, resembling a black giant python coiling across the land. The sun hanging in the sky appears to be several sizes larger than those of the old era. Its scorching rays penetrate almost without obstruction, directly striking the earth, which is marked by cracks of varying sizes, and is a dusty yellow. Across this land there is not a hint of green, only yellow sand and scattered gray rocks alongside ghastly white bones can be seen. Dozens of soldiers clad in pure black combat gear armed with submachine guns or rifles march along this road. In the center of the group, a few old pickup trucks and off-road vehicles are huddled together filled with disordered supplies covered by oilcloth. The people holed up in the fortress surely didn't expect that this land had seen a significant rain just 2 days ago. By the roadside, a pioneer dressed in standard black combat gear stands behind a towering rock addressing the team loudly while attending to his physiological needs. His voice processed through his helmet emits a mechanical tone that is hard to distinguish between genders. However, this does not prevent the others in the team from sensing a hint of disdain in his tone. An old pioneer picks up a small stone and throws it towards the back of the rock, saying, "Hey Black Red, you little brat, think you're so impressive just because you came out this once. Starting to look down on others, are you?" The dry yellow stone smashes against the armor on Black Red's knee, shattering into pieces. Unfazed, Black Red shook off the debris from his gear and returned to his combat suit, darting out from behind the rock. "I was just stating a fact, not looking down on anyone." Black Red cradled his assault rifle back into his arms, continuing to vigilantly guard the flanks of the team. The old soldier shook his head helplessly, saying, "You think you're impressive? Yes, you are indeed impressive, for you are now a pioneer. The people in the fortress value you, they provide you with abundant supplies and sufficient respect. The cost is that you must find valuable things in this wasteland to bring back to improve everyone's lives. You can understand this as a simple division of labor and a mutual benefit, but we prefer to view it as a family helping one another." Black Red raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Do you old soldiers really love to lecture and educate people? With these helmets on, it's hard to tell who is who." The first old soldier who spoke laughed heartily, his mechanical laughter sounding somewhat eerie. The purpose of helmets and code names is precisely to make it difficult to distinguish. As for why, trust that your instructors have already informed you rookies about this. With that, the entire team fell silent once again. This team of pioneer rookies had successfully completed a search mission in the ruins of a city to the west. The city had already been scoured by pioneers no less than 5 times, so both the travel routes and the interior of the city had a certain degree of safety, making it ideal for rookies on their first mission. As before, although the search proved somewhat challenging, the soldiers still found supplies that were lacking in the fortress. Artifacts from the old world are diverse and abundant, as long as one is willing to dedicate time to excavate. This vast and expansive city ruin still holds great exploratory value. Now they were already on their way back to the fortress. As they drew closer to the fortress, the atmosphere in the team gradually relaxed and conversations among the soldiers increased slightly, though limited, as their mental and physical stamina was nearing its limits. "Jing Gang, do you know you have a predecessor named King Kong?" The old soldier who had previously lectured Black Red spoke again, this time targeting a young soldier named Jing Gang, who was walking just ahead of Black Red. The old soldier, nicknamed Vodka, was quite optimistic about this rookie named Jing Gang. During this search mission in the city, they encountered an ambush. A second-tier fallen beast hiding in the basement of a residential building suddenly attacked a rookie, and Jing Gang's swift reaction nearby left everyone praising him for 3 days afterward. It was a mutated wolf towering 2 people high, classified as a second-tier fallen beast due to its clawed limbs capable of tearing through earth and stone, along with its cunning and ability to endure. Jing Gang precisely used his assault rifle to explode the wolf's eyes and simultaneously, like a swift black panther, pulled out a steel rebar connected to a massive concrete block from the nearby ruins and swung it down heavily onto the wolf's waist. This was the weakness of wolf-type fallen beasts emphasized in textbooks and by instructors many times. With just one strike, this fierce and powerful blow caused the wolf to lose 70% of its combat capability. Beside him, Black Red shoved a large caliber pistol into the wolf's mouth, which was dripping with foul saliva and shrieking in agony, ending the life of this ferocious second-tier fallen beast. The old soldiers were quite satisfied. These rookies appeared to possess strong psychological resilience and impressive combat. Simultaneously, they strictly adhered to the wilderness principle. No bullet was wasted, and they dealt with the beast cleanly Li Tai, whose code name is Jing Gang, was secretly named by Yu Bai as she hoped that this iron block could overcome all obstacles outside and become a true steel forged through 100 trials. Li Tai let out 2 dry laughs to brush off the old soldier's conversation. He truly admired these seasoned soldiers. He was already too exhausted to speak, while these veterans remained as spirited as if they had just set out. In the future, you can't be assigned with King Kong for tasks. Vodka, unfazed, continued to chatter. If you encounter a commander who speaks somewhat unclearly, it will be impossible to command effectively in battle. If someone casually shouts King Kong over there, both of them would rush over. The surrounding soldiers burst into laughter. Although the joke wasn't particularly clever, it significantly lifted everyone's spirits during this tedious journey. Li Tai chuckled a few times as well. Indeed, if he were assigned with King Kong, he would probably need to be on high alert just to hear his codename being called. Watch out. A mechanical voice, sharp and laced with pain, came from behind Li Tai. Li Tai turned around in shock, and what met his gaze was a twisted snake-like vine gripped tightly by a hand adorned with sharp spikes. This ugly snake-like vine had a thick, black, chitinous spike at its tail, which was now only a few centimeters from Li Tai's forehead. Meanwhile, black-red behind him had already been pierced through the chest and thigh by this twisted plant, the originally yellow vine, now stained a shocking crimson with blood. With so many veterans and awakened individuals, none of them could detect this kind of vine in advance. Yin Yi couldn't help but interrupt Yu Bei's narrative. Ace beside him wore a grave expression, shaking his head slightly. This is a ground thorn vine, which usually lurks underground, sensing prey on the surface through the spikes on its tendrils. Although this plant is tough, it's extremely afraid of fire and has a limited attack range, capable of hunting only 1 or 2 prey at a time. In a direct confrontation, an exceptional pioneer could even tear it apart with their bare hands. Yet it's still classified as a dangerous level 3 fallen beast. Yu Bai interjected, a glint of approval and admiration for Ace flickering in his eyes. At their age, the teacher had yet to cover knowledge about the ground thorn vine. It was clear that this young man with glasses loved reading, and his readings were exceptionally practical. This is due to its suddenness and speed, unmatched even by level 4 or 5 fallen beasts, Ace continued. This vine lurks underground as if merged with the sand and soil, making it virtually impossible to detect in advance. By the time people notice it, it has often already struck and is dragging its prey underground. Wang Wei also felt sorrow, yet a hint of admiration crept into his tone, but Black Red caught it. Yu Bai nodded, his eyes reddening. Black Red is Zhang Hao, one of the most outstanding pioneer soldiers of the 53rd New Era cohort. He was also Li Tai's childhood friend, having grown up together. The codenames and real names of fallen warriors were no longer secrets. People could freely discuss them. The fortress believed that when people linked the achievements under a codename to the familiar name of a person, they knew their impression of these heroes would deepen. The 3 boys exchanged glances. They weren't very familiar with Zhang Hao, but they had impressions of him. Li Tai had once told them that among his teammates of this cohort, only Zhang Hao standing behind him made him feel utterly at ease. And the Black Red behind the fine steel had proven his words with the conviction of strength. Yin Yi and Wang Wei were reminded of Li Tai's earlier words. From now on, push your limits in training and keep breaking through. Only by becoming strong enough can you survive on that wasteland outside. And save your friends' lives. Savoring this now, the two felt a profound shift in their hearts. What happened to that ground thorn vine? Its main body is usually buried very deep. Digging it out for revenge would consume massive amounts of energy, and Ace adjusted his glasses, his tone somber. Did Brother Li Tai do anything? After all, it was his best friend. Yu Bai shook his head, correcting Ice's mistake. At the time, Li Tai didn't know Black Red was Zhang Hao. Bound by orders and rationality, Li Tai could only suppress his grief, continuing the journey with gratitude toward that unknown. Yin Yi lost his appetite, setting down the half-eaten dark hard bread. Now I understand why those on external missions must conceal their identities, he murmured. Given Tease's personality, if he had known it was Brother Zhang Hao, Ace shuddered. He would have dug out the ground thorn vine's main body, even if it took days and nights, then burned it to ashes, Wang Wei said with a fierce tone, especially emphasizing burn it, as if he had already tossed the lit match onto that ugly lump of flesh for Li Tai. On the wasteland outside, too many uncontrollable circumstances occur. When they happen, all we can do is stay rational and keep what remains as intact as possible. Yu Bei's usually gentle water-like black eyes now held profound seriousness, sweeping across the faces of the 3 boys. Today, when Yin Yi and Wang Wei moved supplies, they didn't see Black Red's remains. They knew the pioneers must have found a flat, open spot on the wasteland to bury him. The first pioneer commander once said, "We spend our lives toiling on the wasteland. After death, we shall be buried in this wasteland." When our remains cover this wasteland, no matter where future generations go in this damned world, they will be blessed by the spirits of their predecessors. No one knew the true circumstances back then, whether due to insufficient underground space, the high cost of retrieving corpses, or if it was truly the warrior's heartfelt wish. Regardless, this tradition, which stirred tears and passion even at a mere thought, had been preserved to this day and would continue onward. Even old soldiers who died of old age in the fortress would leave wills detailing where they wished to be buried. Their aged, withered bodies would then be placed in cold storage until pioneers or mountain openers had missions nearby, allowing them to carry the remains of these predecessors. Yubai stood up, gently patting each of the three boys' heads. Take your time eating. When you have free time in the coming days, go find your brother Tizi and comfort him. Seeing the three boys nod eagerly like chicks pecking at grain, the young woman smiled softly and left the cafeteria for the dormitory. Yan Yi and Wang Wei quickly finished the food on their plates and followed Ace back to the classroom for self-study. Previously, aside from Ace, the two lazy ones rarely returned to the classroom for self-study after dinner. But today, brotherly ties experiences outside had deeply moved them, and they knew they would eventually go on missions together. Now, even the slightest improvement in strength could increase the chances of survival for themselves and their friends. Warehouse God Xiao Tang was a fortunate and rare exception. Most warriors met their fates either from a single fatal blow by dangerous beasts on the wasteland or from fatal infections after injuries, ultimately losing their young lives. This was precisely why these warriors held such an exalted status within the fortress. Others in the fortress also worked hard and played crucial roles, but at least they could live their lives without fear for their safety. According to precise statistics from fortress administrators, the average lifespan of these warriors was only around 30 to 40 years, while others in the fortress lived well into their 60s. The others in the fortress harbored no resentment toward these warriors, enjoying richer, superior resources during their much shorter lives. Perhaps it was this delicate balance of mutual understanding that allowed this underground fortress to maintain good order even decades after the old world's morality and laws had completely vanished. Of course, this was also inseparable from the initial fortress administrator's decision to establish an academy against opposition. Only when people's minds were no longer impoverished and they possessed independent thinking could they overcome personal desires and prioritize the collective good. There were humans and large human settlements outside, but the underground fortress had always strived to hide itself, avoiding all external exploration. This was because countless predecessors' experiences had proven that the fortress might be the last bastion of human civilization and order, and they were willing to use everything to resist the ugly, clawing evils outside. In this subterranean fortress, there were no sunrises or sunsets, nor the waxing and waning of the moon. The only way people marked time was through the towering bell in the fortress center and the streetlights that blazed a searing white at 6 each morning, only to dim to a murky yellow by 10 each night. After countless cycles of white and dim yellow lights, the group of 12-year-old children finally faced their first career aptitude. The overly complex academic tests for 12-year-olds had concluded 3 days before the exam. The comprehensive physical fitness test that followed was the true highlight, not just for the children, but for everyone else in the fortress who also paid it due attention. After all this was where the true dividing line between people would emerge. Whether the children would embark on a path fraught with danger, thorns, and glory, or spend the rest of their lives in peaceful mediocrity within the fortress. Everything hinged on this test. The academy's largest training hall had been divided into different zones for a comprehensive physical assessment of the children. In the strength assessment area's punch and grip test section, a dull thud echoed as a heavy blow struck. Full force punch, 287 kilograms, grade A. A doctor in a white coat let out an astonished exclamation, jotting down the data in his records. Bill withdrew his massive fist, flexed his arm with a proud pose, his bulging muscles quivering slightly as he showed off to the children still waiting in line. A large footprint landed on the smug fellow's backside. Zhang Xiong's deep, gruff voice carried a hint of amusement. Get moving on to the next test. Stop making a spectacle of yourself here. Bill chuckled and scampered off. After months of interaction, he no longer feared the fierce-looking instructor as he once had. The initial mix of fear and respect had mostly turned into admiration. His significant progress was largely due to the stern instructor's efforts. Next, Ye Xiaoqi. The doctor, doubling as an evaluator, called out the next name from the records. A small girl in a fitted gray training suit emerged from the line, her delicate features expressionless, her jet black hair tied high in a neat ponytail. Ye Xiaoqi stood before the testing machine, slightly bending her legs, drawing in her abdomen, and pulling back her fist. With a crisp shout, she delivered a swift punch. Her jade-like small fist struck the leather tester, producing a dull thud no less than the previous one. A gust of air burst before her, her hair strands fluttering gently in the breeze. 255 kilograms. The doctor was taken aback again, surprised by another impressive showing so soon. A small stir rippled through the line of children behind, with exclamations and murmurs of envy. Yan Yi rested his hand on Wang Wei's shoulder, gazing at the slender figure before the tester. We overestimated her. I thought she'd hit 250 kilograms months ago. That's still impressive. You're only around 220, right? Wang Wei glanced sideways at Yan Yi. The latter went full force, maybe 230, probably AB. A rare hint of smugness crossed Wang Wei's usually stoic face, roughly 250. Yan Yi clicked his tongue in exasperation. I can't stand you geniuses. Nearby children rolled their eyes upon hearing this, knowing that reaching grade 200 kilograms was enough to qualify for combat roles. Their words were like a wealthy man gnawing on a rich pork trotter complaining to a poor man chewing on a dry, coarse cornbread. This trotter's a bit greasy. Abalone would be tastier. After what seemed like an eternity following a stream of children scoring around 100 kilograms, or even less, the doctor finally encountered two more standout results. Ye's score matched his prediction 230 kilograms, earning a B. Wang Wei, however, surprised everyone with an impressive 261 kilograms. Even instructor Zhang Xiong hadn't expected this quiet, unassuming child to be such a promising talent. The subsequent strength tests included grip strength, bench press, weighted squats, and many other events. After completing all these events, the evaluators would assign an overall grade for the strength category. Later there would be tests for endurance, agility, reaction speed, and a series of other complex assessments, all scheduled for the following days. After the first day of testing, Bill felt triumphant, gaining a following of admirers in his class. The reason was simple. In the first day's strength tests, only 2 out of over 100 children achieved an overall A rating. Through instructor Zhang Xiong's deliberate hints, Bill learned that his data was slightly superior to the other A candidate. Thus, he was now the undisputed strongest among his peers. Ye Xiaoqi, the prodigious girl, also performed steadily and impressively, earning an undisputed A in strength. However, all instructors, including Zhang Xiong, had higher expectations for her. Based on daily training observations, she showed no weaknesses. Barring surprises in the coming days, she would widen the gap between herself and her peers. Wang Wei also received an A, but his A felt precarious, teetering on the edge of passing compared to Ye Xiaoqi's solid A. Nevertheless, only 5 students in this cohort achieved strength grades of A or above, and Wang Wei was among the top tier. Ye's overall grade was AB, not top tier, but still commendable. At least he ate heartily at dinner, visibly satisfied with it. In the cafeteria, AC stared at the grade sheets marked A and B before him, quietly folding his own paper with an E in the corner and stuffing it into his pocket. My liberal arts grade will be an A, you'll see. AC pressed his index finger against the bridge of his glasses, uttering his last act of. Ye smiled gently, picking up a strand of cucumber with his chopstick. Sure, but our liberal arts scores will probably just scrape by. Wang Wei, expressionless, picked up his grade sheet emblazoned with a large A and lightly pressed it against AC's forehead. The bespectacled boy gritted his teeth so hard they creaked, then roared, "A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated." He leaped over the table onto Wang Wei. The second, third, and fourth days were dedicated to tests of speed and endurance: pull-ups, the 400-meter sprint, a 2-kilometer wasteland simulation cross-country run, and barehanded rock climbing. These test items, whose names alone made the children tremble, were distilled by generations of pioneers as essential skills for survival on the wasteland. Beyond the basic events, some tests could be opted out of by children already slated for clerical roles, as all assessments were calibrated to military standards. Certain tasks were simply beyond their capabilities, and some skills might never be needed within the fortress walls. Voices had once questioned whether such rigorous training was too harsh and unnecessary for 12-year-olds. A pioneer lit a cigarette, meeting the critic's gaze squarely. "Out on the wasteland, I've seen countless 8- and 9-year-olds venture out with adults to hunt. Our children may far surpass them in physical fitness, but in spiritual fortitude they lag far behind those tenacious weeds of the wastes." After the second day's test, the usually raucous dinner hall fell into a hushed silence. Many children, trays in hand, dragged their aching bodies to the nearest seats. The younger ones, mindful of their teachers' reminders, refrained from making noise, while the older teens wore expressions of empathetic understanding. "Just as I figured. Bill's tests today were mostly CS," Ace said with a gloating smirk. After the afternoon assessments, seeing the once-spirited Hulk sprawled like a dead dog had oddly lifted his own gloom. Ace had submitted applications to skip every test he could, sparing himself the worst of the physical and mental torment, so he was still in decent shape. In contrast, Wang Wei and Ye before him were so exhausted they could barely steady their spoons while drinking soup, only sipping air as they lifted them to their lips. The bespectacled boy picked up their score sheets from the table and compared them. Wang Wei had scored, as in roughly half the events, with the rest no lower than B, likely earning a composite grade of B. Ye's results were slightly inferior to Wang Wei's, but aside from fewer, as none of his scores fell below B, securing. "How about Ye Xiaoqi?" Ye propped his hands on the chair, burying his face in his bowl, had given up on using the spoon. Ordinarily, he could easily ask any well-informed classmate for such news. He was popular enough, but today sheer exhaustion kept him still. Ace and Wang Wei exchanged a glance, a flicker of mischief in their eyes. Over the past 2 years, they'd often debated behind his back whether Ye harbored feelings for Ye Xiaoqi, though every direct question was met with a seemingly unruffled smile and a calm denial. Ace hesitated, then said, "All S. Her results today were identical to yesterday's, straight S. And that guy who tied with Bill for A in strength yesterday also got all S." Wang Wei was puzzled why the bespectacled boy had to mention that other boy's data, but a moment's thought clarified it, and his gaze toward Ye grew uneasy. Ace was genuinely afraid that Ye might truly like Ye Xiaoqi, for she was so exceptional that few boys could match her. According to Fortress rules, even if Ye Xiaoqi returned in Yes feelings, her reproductive assignment at age 20 would be given to a male with higher overall qualifications. Thus, for now, the only likely future partner for Ye Xiaoqi was that boy with the strength and all as in today's tests. This truth was harsh, but it was reality. Yet Ye wasn't entirely without hope. The coming years might bring changes. Perhaps he could surpass Ye Xiaoqi, physically become an awakened, or render great service to the fortress. These conditions were steep and rare, but at least there was still a glimmer of hope. An image of a girl with a braid who constantly declared she'd become the greatest mechanic surfaced unbidden in Ace's mind. He rolled up his sleeve, examining his arm, lighter than his peers, and offered a bitter, self-deprecating smile. Maybe he might actually become an awakened. Wang Wei looked at the two boys who had grown up with him, one with his face buried in a soup bowl, the other staring at his own arm with a wry smile. He shook his head in mild frustration, thinking it was a relief he had no girl he liked. Yet a fire burned within this usually tacit. From the moment he first confirmed that his good brother Ace had a crush on a girl, he resolved to use his own reproductive assignment right on that braided classmate. Then on the night of the task, secretly swap himself with Ace. But now there was another brother wounded by love, and only one reproductive assignment right. Wang Wei felt a sudden swell of arrogance. He had no confidence he could surpass a girl like Ye Xiaoqi. So perhaps his choice would remain singular. Watching the bespectacled boy gently pinching the muscle on his own arm, Wang Wei longed to reveal his plan. But he wouldn't, because the future held too many variables, and he couldn't guarantee the plan's success. Giving hope only to snatch it away was far crueler and more foolish than never making a promise. Wang Wei understood this well. And if this girl could remain lodged in a painful corner of Ace's heart, wasn't that for a man a driving force to push forward? Done eating, Wang Wei grabbed Yin Yi by the hair and lifted his head, genuinely worried the guy might drown in his soup. Yin Yi licked the soup stains from the corners of his mouth and nodded. Across from him, Ace began clearing his tray. Let's go then, Wang Wei said, releasing his grip and standing. Let's head back, rest well, and massage our muscles. We've got more tests tomorrow. Brother Yin, since when did you turn into a blockhead? The bespectacled boy looked up at Yin Yi in confusion. Yin Yi knew in his heart that he was in truth a very indolent person. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. Everyone in the fortress was aware of this maxim, though none could recall when it had originated or who had passed it down. Rumor had it that this saying had gained fame in the old era, seemingly due to a certain superhero work. Throughout the fortress history, it was precisely the countless exceptionally gifted warriors and brilliant scientists who had sacrificed themselves one after another to sustain this home where everyone now lived. Yet most of them perished in their prime. Some shed their fervent blood only to retrieve the essential supplies for their family's survival. Some climbed dozens of meters up the cave walls without protective gear just to urgently repair precious ventilation equipment. Others locked themselves in laboratories for days on end, striving to develop fertilizers that could boost crop yields. The people of the fortress received the blessings of these selfless contributors. They carved the names of these heroes onto stone tablets and used those names to educate their young children. At the age of 10, Yin Yi sat before the stone tablet with a small notebook, adding up the ages listed after every name and calculating an average. It came to only a little over 40. After all, in the underground fortress at that time, though not abundant, there were still a fair number of healthy, elderly people in their 60s and 70s. Yet they all shared one trait: their lives had been uneventful. Upon reaching that result, Yin Yi pressed his small head against the stone tablet and silently vowed that his own name would never be engraved upon it. Starting from that week's periodic test, Yin Yi's previously top 3 class ranking began to decline subtly. After one semester, he barely managed to hold a spot in the upper middle range. The next day's tests ended. Yin Yi felt a bit irritable as almost everyone around him was talking about Lancaster and Ye Xiaoqi. Lancaster was the boy rumored to be somewhat mentally unstable. As things stood, he was the most likely candidate in nearly a decade to achieve an A at the academy. Ye Xiaoqi, on the other hand, was the most popular girl in their grade. What had originally drawn attention to her was her aloof demeanor and beautiful face. Yet through this academic test, she had proven she was no mere ornament. The teachers all assessed her as a seedling very close to the A level. A boy with formidable talent, but a slightly unstable mind. A girl beautiful and aloof with hardly any flaws. One had to admit these two made for compelling topics. Even while eating, Yin Yi overheard senior girls nearby already fabricating a romantic history between the two. Tales of a brutal youth ultimately reformed by a girl's tender love, growing into a mature and reliable man spending his life. Stories of a beautiful maiden harassed by ruffians, with the domineering boy descending like a heavenly god to save the damsel in distress. For some reason, Yin Yi found these senior girls so shallow, so annoying, and felt an urge to overturn their table. The boy didn't know what was wrong with him. Shouldn't he have been used to it by now? Used to his grades hovering in the upper middle, used to staying in inconspicuous corners, used to being average in every aspect, never becoming the focal point of anyone's conversation. Yet why was he feeling so irritable and uncomfortable tonight? The boy's heart felt stifled, yearning for an outlet. The third day of the initial career aptitude test. This kid's a bit strange. A doctor murmured to himself, studying a file in his hand, completing the 4th testing point in 9 minutes and 52 seconds. At this rate, he's a solid A maybe. Zhang Xiong, standing by observing the children in the arena, overheard the staff members muttering and walked over. What's the matter? The young man in the white coat looked up and was startled by the burly man with a faint scar at the corner of his mouth and an imposing physique. He let out a long breath to steady himself, then waved the file in his hand, Hold on a moment, let me finish recording these kids' data first, then I'll talk to you. Zhang Xiong nodded and stepped aside. These doctors were specially assigned during the exams to record and analyze the students' physical data, which would later be sealed in their files. So naturally, he wouldn't interfere with their work. He and the other instructors had no tasks in recent days, and coming to watch the test was merely to satisfy a small sense of pride. Seeing the warriors they had trained achieve outstanding results was the greatest joy in any instructor's career. After another 10+ minutes, the young physician file in hand approached Zhang Xiong and asked, "Is this kid named Yin Yi one of?" Zhang Xiong looked down at the file in the physician's hand. In the upper left corner was a photo of a boy smiling somewhat shyly with a shallow dimple on his left cheek. Zhang Xiong did indeed have an impression of this boy. In the class he led, only 7 students truly set his mind at ease, and this boy was one of them. Bill wasn't among those 7 as his endurance and speed were far. Zhang Xiong nodded thoughtfully. "I know this kid. What about him?" The doctor pointed to the newly marked grade in red ink at the bottom right of the file. "He got an A in cross-country. And it's not just cross-country. This morning's free climbing almost got him an A as well." Zhang Xiong was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Oh, this kid's something else. He never stood out much in regular training, but he pulls an A in the exam. Really does me proud." The young doctor, exasperated, looked at the burly man and tapped other parts of the file with his pen. "Take a closer look at his tests from the past 2 days. They average out to be with only a few items barely scraping an A." Zhang Xiong stroked the stubble on his chin, glanced at the spots the pen indicated, and said dismissively, "No big deal. There's a student named Bill with an A in strength, but his other scores are C or B. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. All-round geniuses aren't unheard of, but they're rare." The young doctor frowned and tapped the file firmly again with his pen. "But I still feel something's off. Look." Before he could finish, Zhang Xiong's deep voice suddenly interrupted. "Haha, back in my day, long distance running dragged my score down too. Now I see my younger self in that kid Bill, ha ha ha." The doctor sighed in resignation, tucked the file away, and walked off. This pioneer was in too good a mood to listen to reason. Still, he could understand. If a child demonstrated comprehensive ability at an A level in one area, it was essentially proof of potential to stand on their own in the future. The doctor closed the file and placed it on a nearby table. This student named Yin Yi didn't excel in events like the 400-meter sprint or the prone crawl. Most were level, though close to an A rating, they ultimately fell short. As Zhang Xiong had said, everyone has strengths and weaknesses. But he overlooked one point: the traits between those two categories usually differ vastly, like offense and defense or power and speed. Relying on his keen professional instincts, the young doctor sensed something odd about Yin Yi's data. According to past statistics, those who scored an A in cross-country generally achieved, as in most other non-strength tests as well. Because cross-country running tests a person's overall physical fitness and reaction ability, making it the most comprehensive of. If one were to examine every file in the fortress, they'd find that cases like Yin Yi's, an A in cross-country, but BS in everything else, were virtually non-existent. The young doctor should never have consulted Zhang Xiong in the first place. Amidst that simpleton's hearty laughter, he too dismissed the faint suspicion that had lingered in his mind. Perhaps that child just practiced more. Diligence could compensate for lack of talent, and honed skills could offset some physical disadvantages. The doctor thought so. He now just wanted to find a place to drink some water and sit for a while. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Aside from lunch, he had been standing for nearly the entire day. "No way!" Ace exclaimed, dramatically planting one foot on a chair as he leaned forward and snatched the report card from Yin Yi's hand. Wang Wei also craned his neck to peer over at the bespectacled boy. On the paper under the column titled 2-kilometer wasteland terrain cross-country run, a bold A was marked. Wang Wei pulled out his own report card, compared it, and clicked his tongue. Good heavens, Yin Yi was over a full minute faster than him. Impressive, brother Yin. Ace gave a thumbs up. As far as he knew, no one else their age had achieved an A in the cross-country run. Yin Yi ignored the bespectacled boy's fuss. He rested his crossed arms on the desk, laid his cheek comfortably upon them, and closed his eyes. Wang Wei, however, wore a subtle, meaningful smile. After every training session, he had always felt that Yin Yi's panting and weary expression seemed a bit exaggerated. There were times when Wang Wei was on the verge of collapse from running, yet Yin Yi could still gasp out jokes beside him. But once training ended, the jokester would be more like a dead dog than anyone else. Yin Yi buried his face in his arms on the desk, silently regretting his impulsiveness. He had been too young and hot-headed yesterday, easily provoked by a girl's performance. He had gone to bed with a burning determination to show his true skills the next day. Now, having drained all his energy, the boy was wallowing in regret. If anyone noticed something off about his score, he would be doomed. They'd probably force him to retake the test, and this time he wouldn't be able to secretly hold back. What Yin Yi didn't realize was that someone had indeed suspected his results. But the suspicion was swiftly crushed by the gruff and hearty instructor Zhang Xiong. "I must tone it down tomorrow, but not too much, or ITLL definitely cause trouble," he thought to himself. Ace placed the report card on Yin Yi's head and suggested cheerfully, "After our exam tomorrow, the academy will give each of us $10, and we'll have 3 days off. Let's go to Old Tom's place again." Wang Wei immediately raised both hands in agreement. Just thinking about Old Tom's specialty made his mouth water uncontrollably. Ye lifted his head, his voice tinged with excitement. Count me in. I'm craving his veggie meat like crazy. Old Tom's Tavern was quite famous in the underground fortress, especially among a small group of kids from the academy who were loyal fans. The tavern was run by Tom, a retired pioneer veteran. Now in his 60s, everyone who came for a drink or a meal respectfully called him Old Tom. The children affectionately called him Grandpa Tom. The tavern's fame came from a unique offering found nowhere else in the fortress, veggie meat. This was a marvelous food made from beans. According to those who had tasted real meat, this veggie meat bore a surprising resemblance to the real thing. Whenever praised, Old Tom would wave his hand modestly and say this stuff can't compare to real meat. Yet after a long day's work, the first treat that came to people's minds was always Old Tom's veggie meat. Legend had it that during a mission in his youth, Tom discovered a broken video player in the ruins of a city. After playing a video showing how to make this veggie meat, the player emitted a puff of black smoke and died completely. This was all according to Old Tom's own account. How many believed it remained a mystery. The academy kids loved the tavern partly for the veggie meat, partly for Old Tom himself. The old man was humorous and kind, especially gentle and attentive with the children. Old Tom's veggie meat came in two types, one for kids and one for regular customers. The kids' portion was smaller, costing only $1, while the regular portion sold for $4. In the fortress, $1 could buy 2 caddies of rice. If Grandpa Tom finds out I got an A, maybe he'll give me a free veggie meat. Should I have it vinegar braised or stir-fried? Ye tilted his head, staring at the ceiling, lost in his fantasies. Tomorrow my liberal arts scores will also be out. Grandpa Tom promised me a veggie meat if I become a doctor, Ace said, grinning as he eagerly anticipated the next day. Wang Wei frowned and thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to earn a free veggie meat. Hesitantly he said, I didn't get an A, but my overall score should be an A. Ace patted Wang Wei's shoulder with feigned maturity. Don't worry, dummy Wei. You're impressive too. Probably only 6 or 7 people will get an A in overall fitness. Grandpa Tom will surely give you one. Comforted by Ace, Wang Wei happily joined the drooling over veggie meat squad. Xiaoqi, look at those 3. They look so silly, a girl said, pointing them out to her friend from a nearby table. Ye Xiaoqi followed the girl's gaze and saw 3 goofballs, some sitting, some lying, all staring at the ceiling with their mouths slightly. Another girl with a ponytail leaned in and whispered gossip. Hey, did you know? I heard Yi is the only one in our year to get an A in cross-country. A short-haired girl sniffed disdainfully. So what? Our Xiaoqi got straight A's. Instructor Zhang even said her ALA score is probably the most valuable in our year. The ponytailed girl hesitated. But Lancaster also got straight A's and his strength is an A. It's so annoying. Why does someone so awful have such good grades? He's probably the top of our year. At the mention of Lancaster, the other girls also grimaced in disgust. The short-haired girl waved her hand. Forget about grades. Xiaoqi, after our exam tomorrow, where should we go during the break? Ye Xiaoqi pondered for a moment. Her usually cold little face showed a hint of longing. Let's go to Grandpa Tom's. I haven't had his veggie meat in a long time. This student's grades don't seem right. The chief examiner removed his glasses, wiping the thick lenses with a cloth. Xiaolu, come take a look and help me analyze this. A young man sitting across from the chief examiner quickly stood up upon hearing this, walked over, and picked up the file. After scrutinizing the data on it, he frowned and circled a red A with his pencil. The young man, dressed in a white shirt with his hair meticulously combed, placed the file on the table and pointed to the grade he had circled. Director, this A defies common sense. The elderly director calmly took a sip of the hot tea on the table, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, knowing the director was testing him, the young man dared not be negligent. I've been working under you for 3 or 4 years, and I've never seen such peculiar data. Of course, this isn't just based on experience. A data analysis of other students' scores also leads to the conclusion that this student's performance is unreasonable. His third-day results are nothing short of a miracle compared to the rest. The director continued, and what do you think? I believe this student didn't give his full effort in the other tests. He should be recalled immediately for a retest. Unless he was unwell on the other 3 days of the 4-day period, there's no other way to explain his stellar performance on the 3rd day, the young teacher stated firmly. The director nodded, a look of approval spreading across his face. He had always thought highly of this young man. Though his physical condition was lacking, his mind was exceptionally sharp, and he was skilled in data analysis. A rare academic. The director waved his hand. No need for such a fuss. Set his sealed file's comprehensive evaluation to a grade, but for the public record follow the transcript and mark it. The young instructor was taken aback, then spoke with a hint of urgency. But Director Zhao Zhongji shook his head, signaling him not to continue. Regardless of the outcome, he still met the standard in the end, didn't he? We still have a few years to observe him and decide whether he can become a pioneer or a trailblazer. If I recall correctly, you're teaching this class mathematics and physics. Then I'll approve you as their homeroom teacher. The young instructor hesitated, opening his mouth as if to speak, but finally gritted his teeth and said, but this goes against the rules. Rules are dead, don't take them too seriously. Zhao Zhongji smiled, pulling out another file and putting his thick reading glasses back on. Restraint is also a rare and valuable quality on the wasteland. Kids their age with a bit of achievement would want the whole world to know. It's uncommon to see one who can hide his abilities so patiently. I don't know what happened on his third day, maybe he was provoked somehow. The young man pursed his lips reluctantly, accepted his superior's reasoning, and turned back to his own work. Zhao Zhongji buried himself in the files in his hands, muttering softly to himself. Why are young people these days so rigid? Their mental age might be older than mine. The young instructor, who had already returned to his seat, stiffened slightly. He looked up at his old leader with a forced smile. You are the one everyone in the faculty unanimously agrees is young at heart. Director Zhao suddenly felt like leaving all his remaining work to this young instructor, named Suyu, to teach him a lesson about the harsh realities of the world. Wasn't he subtly implying that the director was old and immature? On the first day after the exams, the entire academy was filled with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. The physical fitness tests for the upper grades were completed a few days before the final exams, which coincided with Yin Yi and his peers taking their academic tests. When Yin Yi and his group took their physical tests, the upper grade students finished their academic ones. So all students in the academy had the day off today. With the holiday came the release of grade reports. The examination department was always efficient, partly because the teachers also valued the results of this initial career planning test. AC looked at his academic scorecard, his face behind his glasses blooming like a flower, though he conveniently ignored the grade physical scorecard hidden behind it. Yin Yi placed his two scorecards side by side on the table. On both sheets, amidst the dense rows of individual items, the overall grade column displayed a large. Whether it was a misperception or not, AC felt that Yin Yi wore a look of smug satisfaction, as if his plan had succeeded. Wang Wei's academic scores were dismal, barely scraping by with AC and narrowly avoiding a retake. However, his physical scorecard boasted an impressive grade. It was said that only one student in their grade had achieved an A in physical fitness, and no student had appeared in the academy for nearly 3 years. Although that student seemed to have some personality issues, it didn't hinder the admiration of other students or the delight of the teachers. For students achieved in a grade, Ye Xiaoqi, Wang Wei, and one student from each of the other two classes. As the homeroom teacher, Mr. Kevin was overjoyed and even pulled 10 yuan from his own pocket to reward both of them. Since AC was one of only 2 students across the entire academy to get an A in academics, Mr. Kevin also rewarded him with 10 yuan. Yin Yi only received the standard 10 yuan from the academy. He had now become the poorest of the 3. Here, Yin, go. AC took a 5 yuan blue note from his pocket and placed it in front of Yin Yi. What's mine is yours. Let's split it evenly. Wang Wei said nothing, pulling out a blue note from his own pocket and stacking it on top of the one from the bespectacled boy. Yin Yi instantly became the richest of the 3. Without any hesitation, he gladly accepted the 2 bills. Let's go out and have some fun. We'll use this 10 yuan to stock up on snacks and soda to treat ourselves. Go. AC shouted excitedly. Yin Yi had heard him say before that this was a language from the old era called English. Probably something the little bespectacled boy had dug up from some obscure book in some forgotten corner. And now what AC was yelling as go seemed to mean charge in Chinese. A faint smile crept across Yin Yi's lips as he mimicked AC. Go. Unlike most buildings in the underground fortress, Old Tom's Tavern, located 2 blocks east of the academy, was a medium-sized wooden cabin constructed from brown logs. In the underground fortress, wooden cabins were a rarity. Within this vast subterranean cavern, stone was abundant and could be found everywhere. If one wished to build a stone house, materials could be sourced on the spot. However, timber had to be transported back from the dangerous wastelands outside. Not to mention the transportation costs and the immense difficulty of procuring so much wood, there was also no guarantee that the pathfinders and pioneers would be willing to help find it. Rumor had it that years ago Old Tom got separated from his squad during a mission. In the following weeks, his comrades could find no trace of him, neither alive nor dead. Just as everyone believed he had been buried in some corner of the wasteland, he appeared in the fortress ground sentry's telescope, driving a rust-covered large truck piled high with countless thick logs. The timber Old Tom brought back was of excellent quality and appearance. A portion was given to renovate the Lord's manor, while another part was temporarily stored in the warehouse. The remaining small portion was used by him to build a small wooden cabin. He also produced a white wooden sign from somewhere engraved with the words Old Tom's Tavern. With his signature mock meet, Old Tom's little shop gradually gained some renown. Some observant customers noticed that the wooden sign hanging outside the tavern bore more than just those 6 characters. Beneath the large characters Old Tom, there was also a delicate line of small script and Lilith. Thus the tavern's full name was actually Old Tom and Lilith's Tavern. Whenever patrons either mysteriously or teasingly asked Old Tom about the story behind that small line of script on the sign, the old man would always play dumb, huh? Where is there a line of small script? I don't recall any. That sign hangs too high, ooh, I can't see it clearly. And when someone tried to take down the sign to show him, the old man would always rush out brandishing a rolling pin, pretending to strike them. You dare smash Old Tom's sign. Watch out for the pioneers climbing through your window at night. Over time, no one asked Old Tom about the story behind the sign anymore. That the fortress residents stopped asking didn't mean the inquisitive children from the academy were not curious. A dim yellow light illuminated every corner of the small wooden cabin, bringing a faint warmth to the diners and easing. 3 half-grown boys sat at the wooden bar directly across from the tavern's entrance. One bespectacled boy swinging his legs was saying something to the old man behind the bar. Grandpa Tom, who exactly is Lilith? Was she a wandering huntress you met in the wilderness during those missing years? Ace, while cutting the mock meat on his plate, had stars sparkling in his eyes. The lost soldier, exhausted and thirsty in the wilderness, finally fainted. When he woke up, he found himself lying on the lap of a beautiful, agile huntress. A rolling pin as thick as an arm struck Ace's small head heavily, producing a dull thud. Old Tom, with white hair and a slightly stooped figure, said angrily, "I know you love reading, but can you cut out those frivolous books? What lost soldier and beautiful huntress? Why don't I just give you a pen and let you write a book yourself?" Ace yelped in pain, rubbing his burning forehead, but the fire of gossip in his eyes was far from extinguished. "Then who is Lilith?" "Lilith? What Lilith?" The old man snorted. "I don't know her." Ye pointed outside the tavern door and said, "The wooden sign outside says Old Tom and Lilith's Tavern." Old Tom blinked his clear eyes, which betrayed no sign of age, and said with a puzzled look, "What Lilith?" "I'm old, my eyesight is poor. That sign clearly just says those big characters, Old Tom's Tavern." After uttering these words without changing his expression, the old man suddenly raised his voice, "Old Zhang, there's a fly hovering over your mock meat steak. Be careful not to let that filthy thing defile my food." Wang Wei turned to look at Old Zhang's table, the farthest corner from the bar. An old man was sipping a small cup of clear wine, and above the meat steak in front of him a tiny black that circled incessantly. The three boys turned their heads back in unison, 6 eyes staring intently at Old Tom's bright eyes. The old man slapped the rolling pin heavily into his palm and snorted, "What are you staring at? Eat your food, or he'll cancel your student discount." The three boys had no choice but to concede defeat, lowering their heads to focus on the mock meat before them. Old Tom stroked his beard with satisfaction, then turned to attend to other customers. "Ace, how about you continue that story about the soldier and the huntress?" Wang Wei suggested, clearly captivated by the tale the bespectacled boy had improvised. Ye also nodded eagerly. While enjoying good food, an interesting story was the best seasoning to enhance the flavor. Ace stuffed the last piece of mock meat into his mouth and continued his story with animated excitement. When the soldier woke up, he found himself lying on the lap of a beautiful huntress. Due to years of sun exposure, the huntress had healthy bronze skin and a very muscular physique. Seeing the soldier awake, she chewed some dried meat she carried and leaned down to feed it into his mouth. Although her action was only to save the poor soldier's life, the soldier had already fallen deeply in love with her because of that kiss. Ye suddenly interrupted Ace with a glance and gestured with his chin towards something behind him. Ace, immersed in the world he had created, was clearly displeased by the interruption. He turned his head with a frown, but was instantly stunned. A young girl with light red hair braided into a pigtail sat one seat away behind Ace, her big eyes sparkling with stars as she looked at him with delight. Iris, what are you doing here?" Ace stammered. The girl, noticing Ace had seen her, blushed on her fair little face. She had originally come to the counter for a glass of water, but had accidentally overheard Ace's made-up story. Girls of this age were highly sensitive to tales of romance, and were immediately drawn to continue listening. Iris quickly composed herself, her big eyes curving into crescent moons. "Bookworm, I never knew you were such a good storyteller. Apart from your poor health, it seems there's nothing you can't do. As for why I'm here," Iris pointed to another corner of the tavern, "Xiaoqi and I came to have mock meat at Grandpa Tom's. We even arrived a bit earlier than you three." Ye followed the girl's finger and frowned slightly. Several boys were gathered around the girl's table. A tall boy at the front with both hands on the table in front of Ye Xiaoqi was leaning down and saying something. Judging by the girl's somewhat angry expressions, it was clearly nothing pleasant. Iris also noticed the commotion and stood up, shouting, "Lancaster, what do you think you're doing?" Ye Xiaoqi was in a particularly good mood today. She was the top among the 4 grade students in the entire academy. Teacher Kevin rewarded her with $10, and the academy also gave her another $10. In front of her was Grandpa Tom's signature honey-glazed vegetarian meat. Her mood was originally bright and beautiful. However, a sudden pest that appeared before her and her friends completely shattered this wonderful mood. "You must be Ye Xiaoqi. I heard you're also a standout among the A-grade students." This was the first sentence spoken by that guy after he appeared with a group of little brothers. At least this first sentence sounded somewhat human. "I'm quite fond of you. You qualify to be my Lancaster's woman." The guy who uttered this had a somewhat manic and smug smile on his face. His mouth was very red and large, stretched wide open. His eyes were wide with the whites dominating, and his pupils unusual. Combined together, what appeared before the girls was a chillingly grotesque face. Seeing that the beautiful girl in front of him was silent, Lancaster continued talking to himself. "I know you've heard some rumors about me, but I swear I only touched that girl's body. Though I did reach inside her clothes, it was ultimately just a touch. This means that I am still cleaner. I was too young and impulsive back then, and almost got polluted by that girl." He leaned his hands on the table, revealing a self-proclaimed gentleman's smile. "I'm sorry I was wrong. But I've grown, I've come to realize that only girls like you deserve someone as excellent as me." "Get lost." Ye Xiaoqi coldly spat out a word. She suddenly felt a bit tired, as she initially wanted to severely scold this shame. However, as he spoke more and more, Ye Xiaoqi realized that she and he were simply not people from the same world. He would never be able to. Lancaster was taken aback. He had never met a girl who dared to speak to him like this. At that moment another girl's angry shout came from a distance, but he paid no attention knowing that his little brothers would naturally keep unrelated people at bay. You dare tell me to get lost? Lancaster's already strange face twisted even more. You should know that the last person who told me to get lost was a teacher, and I knocked out both his breakfast and lunch with a punch. And you, a mere female student, dare to tell me to get lost? Lancaster raised his arm high ready to slap down. The girls let out a scream of fear, but as ordinary students they were powerless. A flicker of suppressed anger flashed in Ye Xiaoqi's indifferent gaze as she raised her hand to counter. However, a hand suddenly reached out from somewhere and firmly grabbed Lancaster's wrist in midair. Lancaster felt a flash of anger and surprise. Though he was a bit crazy, he was not stupid. On the contrary, he was extremely smart. He was another A in the academic test. He was very clear about his strength and speed. Although he casually swung his palm in anger, anyone capable of intercepting his arm midway would certainly not be an ordinary person. Suppressing the anger within, Lancaster turned his head and saw a familiar, yet unremarkable fair face. The little brothers behind him basically did not fulfill their responsibility. They were worried that this mentally unstable boy might do something irreparable. Hey genius, nice to meet you, I'm Yan Yi, and I'm in the same class as Ye Xiaoqi. Yan Yi displayed a harmless smile, releasing Lancaster's wrist and gently shaking his right hand. Lancaster revealed a cruel smile, not expecting the newcomer to be so foolish as to directly grasp his hand. After all, his grip strength was a... Hello, I'm Lancaster, and my grip strength is a... Lancaster, who stood half a head taller than Yan Yi, excitedly licked his lips, the thick veins resembling sinister blue snakes crawling all over his right arm, showcasing his immense strength. Lancaster laughed wildly as if he could already hear the sound of the boy's bones shattering. Ye Xiaoqi's heart raced, and they all knew that Yan Yi's overall strength level was merely great. However, the situation did not unfold as Lancaster had. The fair boy in front of him was certainly weaker than him, a fact he was sure of. Yet the strength coming from Yan Yi's right hand indicated that while he could suppress him, he could not destroy him. This force was extraordinary. The grip strength of the boy before him was at least a grade, and very close to a... Lancaster did not hesitate. His brutal nature compelled him to wrap his large left hand around Yan Yi's. He intended to crush the bones of this boy named Yan Yi in an instant. But at that moment a familiar sensation emerged. Another hand intercepted Lancaster's outstretched palm midair, firmly grabbed. Lancaster angrily looked at the owner of this hand, a boy with short brown hair. He recognized this boy. His name was Wang Wei, and like Ye Xiaoqi, he was one of the 4 grade students ranked below him. Lancaster suddenly felt a surge of fear as he discovered that both boys in front of him had placed their other hands on top of his. He understood that what they intended to do was likely the same as what he had planned. You useless fools, what are you standing there watching for? Hurry up and help me. Lancaster turned and barked at his lackeys like a mad dog. Yan Yi flashed a radiant smile, a faint dimple appearing at the corner of his left mouth. They want help. You class divisions are coming soon, and they'll be able to rid themselves of you. A relationship formed through violence and intimidation is destined to be weak. His words were not just directed at Lancaster, but also aimed at the group of boys behind him who were itching to move. The boys thought to themselves, right, they might not have to stay with him in the future, so there was no reason to continue helping him. Lancaster screamed and struggled to pull his hand away from the 2 boys, angrily pointing at them. You will pay the price. I don't believe you won't be alone at some point. Ooh, I will crush every bone in your bodies. As for you, Lancaster turned to Ye Xiaoqi. You can only be my woman. This is the rule of the fortress. As long as I exercise the breeding selection right, you have no right to refuse. I am the most outstanding male. After saying this, Lancaster did not linger, but strode out of the tavern alone. Yan Yi rubbed his slightly sore hand and turned to comfort Ye Xiaoqi. Don't worry, as long as I also designate you, that guy will have to get past me first. After saying this, Yan Yi suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. He awkwardly turned his neck and saw the admiring expressions of the boys behind him, including AIC. Turning slightly, he saw Wang Wei giving him a thumbs up, his eyes filled with encouragement and approval. Some of the girls even excitedly whispered and squealed, while Ye Xiaoqi, the person involved, turned an unusual shade of red. No, that's not what I meant. Yan Yi anxiously waved his hands, wanting to explain something, but finding it hard to get the words out. Finally, he lamented and ran away from this place of trouble. What have I just said? After the 3 boys finished their delicious plant-based meat, Yan Yi settled the bill with old Tom. Not because he was treating them, but because Ace and Wang Wei's portions were free, a reward from the old man for their outstanding academic achievements. Yan Yi had thrown a petulant fit back, then only to earn himself a complimentary whack from the rolling pin. After tucking the money into the counter, old Tom suddenly called out to the 3 boys who were about to leave. Wait, Ace and Xiao Wei, you 2 go on ahead. I need a word with Xiao Yanzi. Wang Wei and Ace nodded and left the tavern first. Since they had no particular plans, they could just wander around nearby. Yan Yi shuffled back, reluctantly choosing a seat with his back to the group of girls, and said with an exaggerated air, "What's up, old Timer? Finally decided to give me a free meal." Old Tom rolled his eyes and extended his hand, grumbling, "Show me your report card." Yan Yi pulled a folded sheet of paper from his pocket and placed it in the old man's withered palm. Without even glancing at the academic report, the old man slapped another piece of paper onto the table. Next time you'd better take your exams. Yin Ye's heart skipped a beat. He knew this sharp-eyed veteran must have seen through something. Yet he still insisted stubbornly, this is just my level. No matter how hard I try, I'll only ever get a B. Then Yin Yi received his second complimentary rolling pin, Old Tom's special. Watching the boy clutching his head and grimacing, Old Tom brandished his stick triumphantly. You think you can fool me, kid? I may be old, but I still have sharp eyes. No, I'm blind as a bat. Can't even read the sign out front. Yin Yi winced in pain, looking helplessly at the old man, putting on an act. You called me back just to give me another whack. Old Tom shook his head and wagged a finger. No, I wanted to have a proper chat with you. Yin Yi shifted into a comfortable position, leaning on the counter. Go ahead, I'm listening. Old Tom gazed kindly at the boy before him. If this were outside the fortress on that treacherous wasteland where danger lurks and hearts are deceitful, I'd fully encourage you to hide your abilities. Only by keeping others in the dark, even making them underestimate you, can you seize unexpected opportunities. But here in the fortress, it's not just unnecessary, it's almost foolish. The old man poured himself a glass of water and continued, it's safe here with well-established rules. The entire fortress is always tolerant and appreciative of outstanding children. Sometimes showing more of your ability is the way to gain more resources and attention. Yin Yi nodded his little head, indicating he had taken the old man's words to heart. Old Tom's advice was balanced, neither condemning nor endorsing the boy's behavior, but rationally analyzing it based on the environment. Yet the old man never realized that what truly drove Yin Yi to hide his talents was simply his innate laziness or reluctance to invite trouble and a small desire to live a longer, peaceful life. The old man took a sip of water, winking at Yin Yi teasingly. If I'm not mistaken, you like that girl, Ye Xiaoqi. The boy slumped over the counter, stiffened instantly, hastily glancing back at the girls to see if they had noticed. Seeing them still chatting and laughing as usual, Yin Yi breathed a sigh of relief, then turned back to the old rascal with some embarrassment. Keep your voice down. Don't go spreading rumors. Old Tom tilted his head back, a faint smile curling at his lips. My youth. I was the same once, with a girl in my heart, but terrified of anyone finding out who she was. Yin Yi stood up, flailing his arms as if to cover the old man's mouth. The old man brushed aside the boy's flailing hands, his face softening into a benevolent smile. Xiao Yinzi, liking someone is nothing to be ashamed of. When a man meets a good girl who stirs his heart, his only task is to give it everything he's got to win her over. Whether or not he succeeds, he must at least let her know his feelings. Otherwise, if he's too slow, someone else will sweep her into his arms. Before the blushing boy could protest, Old Tom continued, and back to the point. With your current surface level grades, you're nowhere near good enough for that girl. Even if you somehow managed to win her over, the fortress would do everything in its power to tear you apart. Yin Yi checked on the girls once more, confirming they hadn't overheard his conversation with Old Tom, and finally relaxed. Forcing down his racing heart, he silently waited for the old man to continue. As I said, you need to show your true strength. Old Tom's eyes shone with encouragement. Go out there and prove yourself. That's how you'll live a life that truly matches who you are, and how you'll win the girl you love. Yin Yi remained silent, staring down at the counter, his fingers tracing its grain. Old Tom couldn't see the boy's expression, but he knew his words had made some impact. As for what choice the young man would make, that was for him to decide. Lancaster walked out of the tavern alone, the rage in his heart blazing like a wildfire. He couldn't swallow this humiliation. More than one teacher had commented that his emotional control was abysmal, even appalling. His desires, his joys, and rages were like runaway stallions. Once they bolted, they were nearly impossible to rein in. Since the age of 10, Lancaster had been seeing a psychologist every week. Though outsiders felt it had little effect, he was quite satisfied with his progress. At 10, he would break a classmate's arm over a minor quarrel. Now he only left the other's face red and swollen. But what happened today was far beyond the scope of a minor quarrel. Lancaster stepped into a narrow alley, his pupils, almost half the size of a normal person's, fixed intently on the tavern's entrance. He dared not start a fight inside the tavern. Old Tom was highly respected among the ruthless pioneers who once someone caused trouble inside, and the next day no one in the fortress ever saw him again. The academy students had all heard these rumors, speculating whether that man had been thrown into the pitch-black, bottomless yellow river by those killers. Lancaster stood like a stone in the dark shadows beyond the lamplight. He was waiting for those three to come out of old. Behind Lancaster was a pitch-black narrow alley that ended at a towering stone wall, a dead end. They'll charge at him to hold him off. You hurry back to the tavern and call Yin Yi, Wang Wei said, stretching out his hand to protect AC behind him, his expression serious. AC, with tears in his eyes, held his dislocated wrist and nodded through gritted teeth. Just moments ago, the two of them had walked out of the tavern, intending to take a stroll nearby to digest their meal while waiting for Yin Yi to return to the academy with them. There were not many pedestrians on the street, as it was currently the afternoon work hours, and everyone in the fortress was busy with their own. The students deliberately chose this time to visit Old Tom's tavern, because during meal times or breaks this small tavern was always extremely crowded and noisy. As the two chatted casually, a tall figure suddenly sprang out from a side alley. This figure grabbed AC's wrist with one hand and seized Wang Wei's collar from behind with the other, twisting his waist and unleashing a terrifying force that hurled the two boys into the nearby dark alley. Relying on his strong physical fitness, Wang Wei quickly found his balance in the air and landed heavily on the ground. Although he stumbled back a few steps after landing, he ultimately did not fall. However, poor AC was not as fortunate. His left wrist and shoulder were dislocated due to Lancaster's terrifying strength. Afterwards, he rolled on the ground like a broken sack, suffering serious abrasions on his right side, and his glasses shattered, leaving a faint blood mark across his face. The fact that AC was still able to grit his teeth and stand behind Wang Wei was already a testament to his incredible willpower. Lancaster tilted his head, his large hands continuously twisting against each other, producing a painfully crisp sound. Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Ye, if you can call him here, that would be even better. We can play together and kill you all. I'll go first, you find a chance to run. Wang Wei did not waste any more words with this madman, tightening his fists and charging forward. Lancaster's eyes bulged with wild excitement as he lowly growled, "Come on, little ant. Today you'll know why I'm A, and you're..." Wang Wei dashed to Lancaster's front at lightning speed, suddenly lowering his body, his calves bulging, as he forcefully kicked the ground, his right fist carrying a fierce wind, ruthlessly struck towards the madman's face. Lancaster bent his left arm to block his face, directly intercepting Wang Wei's ferocious punch. Then Lancaster swiftly reached out with his right hand, grabbing Wang Wei's wrist and pulling him close with slight force. He stepped back with his right leg, delivering a powerful knee strike that crashed into Wang Wei's abdomen. Wang Wei curled his body in pain, resembling a shrimp, and fell heavily to the ground. He clutched his stomach, feeling turmoil within, his face turning pale as he suddenly opened his mouth and vomited all the food he had just eaten. Lancaster frowned and took a few steps back. He certainly did not want to be splattered with vomit. Although the scene before him was not pleasant, Lancaster felt quite at ease. This was the kind of unrestrained release he craved, a comfort that surged from his toes to his brain, suppressing anger and grievances deep within. This choice had never appeared in his options. AC stood dazedly to the side, unsure if it was due to pain or shock, as cold sweat had already covered his forehead. The gap was just too vast. This fight had occurred in a mere 3 seconds, and Wang Wei had not had any chance to resist before being knocked down. Standing aside as an observer, AC saw clearly that Lancaster's movements were visibly faster and more agile than Wang Wei's. In terms of strength, speed, and reaction, Wang Wei was comprehensively crushed. That punch had some power. Lancaster rolled up his sleeve, revealing a clear red fist mark on his left arm, then grinned a horrific smile at the curled-up Wang Wei on the ground, but it's still not enough, and too slow. With gritted teeth, AC suppressed his inner fear and dashed toward the alley's exit, sticking close to the wall. Lancaster watched this frail little boy staggering toward him with amusement, standing still like a piece of wood, not taking any action. In the moment AC brushed past Lancaster, the latter suddenly turned and retracted his leg, delivering a fierce kick to AC's back, sending him flying out of the alley. AC felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer on his back, launching him into the air, his internal organs shifting, and a sweet metallic taste surged in his throat, causing him to scream as bright red blood sprayed from his mouth. Lancaster maintained his kicking posture and mockingly stated, "You ran too slowly. I'll give you a ride." Suddenly on the ground, Wang Wei let out a low roar and leaped high, wrapping his left arm around Lancaster's neck from behind, then tightly locking his right elbow against his left wrist. This was called a naked choke, a highly practical fighting technique that AC had read about in a book. Wang Wei had once playfully trapped him in a naked choke, and it took AC considerable effort to escape from the grasp of this little bespectacled boy. Lancaster roared in anger, his hands gripping Wang Wei's arms, trying to pry them apart. However, the unique nature of this technique and Wang Wei's own strength would not allow him to escape easily. AC crashed heavily to the ground, but he quickly got back up, stumbling toward the tavern. This was the opportunity that Wang Wei desperately created for the two of them, and he would not waste a single second. Inside Old Tom's tavern. All right, I get your point. Yin Yi waved his hand with some impatience. I'll try to behave better next. Old Tom chuckled as he stroked his beard. Why are you acting like you've suffered a loss, just because I'm imparting some life experience? How about this next time, I'll give you a free serving of vegetarian meat. It's a deal. Yin Yi immediately perked up, jumping from his seat. I'll be off now. AC and the others are probably still waiting for me out. At that moment, the tavern's wooden door was suddenly slammed open, instantly attracting the attention of everyone inside. The students and some patrons were somewhat surprised, as it had been years since anyone had caused trouble at Old Tom's. Today, they were witnessing it firsthand. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the one who barged in was not an angry wife looking for her husband, nor a fierce-looking brute, but a small boy drenched in blood. AC leaned against the door frame, his entire body sliding weakly to the floor as he cried out loudly, "Yin, go. Save Benway." At that moment, Yin Yi felt a surge of warm blood rush to his head. He turned and grabbed a bar stool behind him, rushing out of the tavern like a whirlwind. The boy's roar was like thunder on dry land, causing everyone's eardrums within the tavern to ache. "Lancaster, I'll take you down." Yin Yi sprinted down the alley with the stool in hand, following the direction Ace had pointed, and soon spotted the two figures at the mouth of the narrow lane. Lancaster had already broken free of Wang Wei's rear naked choke. He knelt on the ground, one hand bracing himself, while the other clutched his neck, greedily gasping for fresh air and deep, ragged breaths. But when Yin Yi saw Wang Wei lying on the ground, fury engulfed his reason. Wang Wei lay flat on his back on the cold pavement, his entire left forearm twisted into a grotesque spiral from the immense force. A large lump swelled on his forehead, his eyes rolled back, and his collar and lips were stained with blood. The enraged boy let out a roar, hoisting the wooden stool high above his head. With a powerful leap, he soared 2 or 3 meters into the air, pouncing on the kneeling figure like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. Lancaster, still clutching his neck, struggled to look up and saw the stool rapidly growing larger before his eyes. He pushed off the ground with his left hand, attempting to roll away and evade the fierce strike. But prolonged oxygen deprivation caused his left arm to weaken, slowing his movement by a fraction. With a dull thud and the sound of splintering wood, Lancaster's mind went blank in an instant. Yin Yi casually discarded the shattered wooden stool, then delivered a swift kick to the towering, motionless figure, sending him spinning through the air in a full rotation. Before Lancaster could hit the ground, Yin Yi's fists, accompanied by furious roars, rained down upon him, like hail, striking so relentlessly that his feet never touched the earth. After landing a final brutal punch to Lancaster's chin, Yin Yi leaped into the air, twisted his waist, and bent his right leg slightly. Like an iron whip, he slammed it into Lancaster's abdomen, kicking him into the pitch-black alley. The people who had followed Yin Yi stood dumbfounded. The combination of attacks was so ferocious and spectacular that no one thought to intervene. Ace, barely standing among the crowd, was utterly stunned. Compared to Yin Yi's dazzling display of martial prowess, the earlier brawl between Lancaster and Wang Wei seemed like nothing more than a crude street fight between petty thugs. Ace suddenly recalled that Yin Yi also had a habit of reading before bed. However, unlike himself, whose pillow was cluttered with all sorts of miscellaneous books, Yin Yi's stash consisted solely of fighting and combat sports manuals. Moreover, Yin Yi would always sneak off to the northeast corner of the training ground after dinner. Ace remembered there was a hanging sandbag. Ace had once asked Wang Wei why he didn't join in the practice. Wang Wei just shrugged lazily. "Once I become an apprentice guardian, the curriculum will cover combat. No rush." The bespectacled boy glanced at the unconscious figure lying nearby, and a bitter smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Stupid way, a little sense of urgency wouldn't hurt." Muttering this under his breath, Ace felt a wave of soreness wash over him and plopped down onto the ground. But then a faint fragrance reached his nostrils. He felt his entire right arm fall into a warm embrace, and a small hand gently supported his back, steadying him. He looked up in a daze, only to meet a girl's worried frown. Ace instantly perked up, as if an ice cube had been pressed against his head. Stammering, he said, Iris, stay away from me. I'm dirty." He struggled weakly, trying to pull his arm free from her grasp. Iris rolled her eyes and held on tighter. "Bookworm, you can't even stand. And you're worried about that." The bespectacled boy looked down, awkwardly, instinctively reaching with his left hand to adjust his glasses. But he forgot his entire arm was dislocated and winced in pain. Yin Yi rushed anxiously to the unconscious Wang Wei. He wanted to pick him up and take him to the infirmary, but feared that moving him recklessly might worsen his injuries. For a moment, the frantic boy didn't know what to do. He turned back, looking helplessly at the crowd behind him. This youth, who moments ago had descended like a war god, now stood frozen and helpless, his face betraying a look of panic. If before he had been a ferocious tiger, now he was like a lost puppy. Ye Xiaoqi, standing at the front of the crowd, felt a strange sensation in her heart. She found it unbearable to see such a sorrowful expression on this boy's face. "Let's tear off a tabletop from the tavern and take Wang Wei to the infirmary together," Ye Xiaoqi decided, gesturing for the girls beside her to follow as she ran toward the tavern. Old Tom, standing nearby, smacked his lips helplessly. "This kid breaks my stool, and now this girl wants to dismantle my table. What a perfect match they are." Soon 3 girls returned, carrying a large tabletop together. Ye Xiaoqi placed the tabletop beside Wang Wei and called out to the dazed, "Yin Yi, come help. Let's put him on this." Yin Yi finally snapped out of it. Fumbling, he thanked the girl before him. "Thank you, Ye Xiaoqi. I really didn't know what to do just now." Ye Xiaoqi lifted Wang Wei's legs, and together with Yin Yi they carefully placed him onto the tabletop. Then she looked up, her gaze fixed on the boy with utmost seriousness. Yin Yi noticed the deep guilt shining in the eyes of this usually aloof girl. "I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, none of this would have happened," Ye Xiaoqi whispered. "Don't blame yourself," Yin Yi interrupted her apology abruptly, his words spilling out rapidly. "The root of this problem is that scumbag Lancaster. You're just an innocent victim. Even if he had been harassing someone else, Wang Wei and I would have stepped in. And he would have found a way to take revenge on us anyway." Yin Yi crouched down, gripping the edges of the tabletop. He looked up at the guilt-ridden girl and said softly, "You did nothing wrong. You were just unlucky." A faint blush crept across Ye Xiaoqi's fair face. Without another word, she bent down and together with Yin Yi lifted Wang Wei steadily onto the board. Then one at the front and one at the back, they carried the door panel briskly toward the academy. The doctors in the campus infirmary were all top-notch, and Wang Wei would receive immediate treatment from the attending physician. Ace groaned weakly. "Bro, Yin, what about me?" Iris asked with concern. "Do you need a tabletop too?" "Leave it to us. Taking apart tables once is a fluke, twice is a skill." "No trouble at all," the remaining 2 girls chimed in, a hint of eagerness in their voices. No need. Iris can help me walk." Ace murmured, his voice barely a whisper, his head hanging low. "Ace, your ears are turning red." One of the girls giggled. Old Tom peered into the dim alley, seeing Lancaster still lying motionless against the wall. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Ye really doesn't hold back, but this guy had it coming. Old Zhang shuffled over, clicking his tongue in amazement, while wiping the grease from his mouth with a withered hand. He had hastily stuffed the last piece of veggie steak into his mouth before following along to watch the commotion. Old Zhang was a spirited old man with graying hair, but a still erect posture. He flexed his arm and stepped into the alley, saying, "Old Tom, give me a hand. We can't just leave the kid lying here." Old Tom nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and walked in. Old Zhang was a mechanic who in his younger days used to climb high and low in the underground fortress inspecting machinery. Though he now led a group of apprentices who handled most tasks, his physique remained robust. Old Tom, despite being more advanced in years, had been a pioneer in his youth. Together the two old men hoisted the tall Lancaster, and panting carried him all the way to the fortress hospital a few blocks away. They spoke to the doctor without even being out of breath. In the school infirmary, saturated with the smell of disinfectant, Ye sat alone on a bench by the wall, watching the white-clad figure busying herself inside. Ye Xiaoqi and Iris had left after escorting Ace and Wang Wei to the infirmary. The girls planned to first find a teacher and proactively report the incident, helping to alleviate some of the pressure from the school administration on Ye. "Dr. Yuan, how are the two of them?" Ye hurried over to ask, as soon as the doctor finished her work. "Will there be any aftereffects?" Ace has always been weak. The on-duty school Dr. Yuan Li was a decisive, middle-aged woman. She wore the standard white coat issued by the fortress, and her face, devoid of any feminine allure, was adorned with a large pair of black-rimmed glasses. Her jet-black shoulder-length hair was tied up high, with only a few strands falling over her forehead. Dr. Yuan lowered her head, scribbling the diagnosis report with her pen. Without looking up, she said impatiently, "Wang Wei's most serious injury is a fracture in his left forearm. He has a mild concussion, but it's probably nothing major. Ace is more troublesome. Though his dislocated joint has been reset, there are signs of internal bleeding. You'll need to take him to the fortress hospital for further treatment later." Ye dared not be negligent, and quickly nodded. It was well known that Dr. Yuan was listed by the students as one of the 5 most difficult faculty members. For minor bumps and scrapes, students would rather avoid the infirmary. After all, few children could endure the cold stares and scolding of a middle-aged woman. However, it had to be said that Dr. Yuan's professional work was impeccable. Though her tongue was sharp as a knife, she was always diligent and responsible in her treatment. That was why, despite the students' complaints, the principal insisted on keeping her at the academy. Observant individuals had noted that during Dr. Yuan's tenure, even the number of violent altercations at the academy had noticeably decreased. Every student would pause and reflect before acting rashly. Was it worth enduring Dr. Yuan's disdain over such a trivial matter? "I think I'm fine." Cough, cough. Ace emerged from the recovery room in the back, covering his mouth as he coughed a few times. Dr. Yuan's pen paused. She then looked up and adjusted her glasses. Ye slapped his forehead. "Oh no, you think you're fine. Are you the doctor, or am I? If you're so capable, why are you even here?" Dr. Yuan's tongue rattled off 3 soul-searching questions in rapid succession. "Boys your age are always trying to act tough. You've got no real skill, yet you love picking fights. With such a frail body, why do you insist on brawling? Do you have a death wish? Can't you use your brain for once and avoid conflict? You wear glasses and look intelligent, but you're no different from the rest. Dr. Yuan, you've misunderstood." The two of them were both injured by Lancaster. Ye quickly interrupted her tirade to explain. "Lancaster." Dr. Yuan was visibly startled, then her tone gradually softened. "How did you get involved with him? No more likely he provoked you." Ye and Ace both nodded. Dr. Yuan looked at Ace, covered in injuries, with a hint of pity. Lancaster's brain is naturally lacking a small part compared to others. His emotions and desires are largely uncontrollable. When his feelings reach their peak, he has no reason left. For instance, if you like something and can't have it, you might just feel a bit regretful. But if Lancaster can't have what he wants, he will unhesitatingly eliminate all obstacles to obtain it, regardless of the cost. In extreme cases, he might even kill for a piece of candy, Dr. Yuan said gravely. Ye and Ace couldn't help but if he's that dangerous, why does the fortress allow him to stay at the academy? That madman is a ticking time bomb ready to harm other students at any moment. Ace protested loudly. Is our safety so unimportant? Dr. Yuan sighed, looking troubled. That's the problem. If he were an ordinary child, the fortress would have dealt with him long ago. But his physical talent is too exceptional. I heard that during this test my colleagues almost created a separate S grade just for him. S grade. The two boys gasped in shock. Moreover, while Lancaster's emotional control is much weaker than normal, it's not entirely absent. The school administration has always hoped that as he grows older his emotional control will improve. He undergoes psychological counseling every week, and so far it has had some effect. Dr. Yuan showed unprecedented patience as she explained to the boys. If this is him after improvement, how bad was he originally? Ace murmured, then coughed a few more times. Just then a knock came at the infirmary door, and a little girl with a braid poked her head in. Ye teacher Kevin is looking for you. He's waiting outside, Iris said, pointing towards the door. Ye nodded and was about to leave, but as he took his first step, he suddenly remembered something and hesitated. But Dr. Yuan told me to take Ace to the fortress hospital. His condition isn't optimistic, he might not have much time. Ace and Dr. Yuan were both taken aback. How had the bespectacled boy become terminally ill, in his words? Startled Iris said, "Then you go see Teacher Kevin first. He'll take Ace to the hospital." Yi expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you so much. They'll have him treat you to veggie steak later." With that he turned and ran out of the infirmary. Ace stood there watching Iris approach with a worried expression and was so moved he felt like crying. Yin grew steady as always. In the corridor outside the school infirmary, Kevin and Yin stood side by side against the wall, their figures one tall and one small. Ace had already been dragged off to the fortress hospital by Iris. Wang Wei was still lying unconscious in bed, but according to school nurse Yuan, it shouldn't be serious. "I roughly know what happened," Kevin sighed. "They'll handle things with the school. You three were acting in self-defense after being attacked, so there shouldn't be any punishment." Yin straightened his back with a slight effort, looking up seriously at his teacher. "Even if there is punishment, it should fall on me alone. But more than that, I care about what punishment Lancaster will face." Kevin paused, then rubbed the newly sprouted stubble on his chin. "Although this is a severe assault. Because Lancaster is still young, he probably won't face too heavy a punishment. Not because he's young, but because he's an 8th grade." Yin suddenly felt a small flame ignite in his chest, fragile yet fierce. This stifling heat was exactly like the rage that had driven him to brutally beat Lancaster. "How did you come to think of that? Yuanli must have told you." Teacher Kevin frowned slightly, then rubbed his forehead in resignation. "Yes, you guessed right. There are people among the pioneers' higher-ups who will protect him. That's no secret among us adults. Lancaster is indeed outstanding enough to deserve the fortress protection." Yin felt the flame in his chest burn even brighter. Suppressing his restless emotions, he said, "But he's dangerous. He can't control his emotions. I think if he joins the pioneers in the future, he'll only cause trouble for his own people. He's only 12. The higher-ups have placed too much hope in him. If he awakens, he could become the most powerful awakener in the fortress history." Kevin's eyes flickered. These realities were too harsh. He couldn't meet his student's gaze as he spoke. As for the trouble his emotional outbursts might cause, the fortress has already prepared countermeasures. "You don't need to know about that. It's sedatives, isn't it? Using sedatives to solve his emotional control issues." Yin was utterly disappointed, and the flame in his chest gradually spread to his limbs. The intense burning sensation made the boy's voice uncontrollably rise in pitch. Kevin looked at the youth with a hint of shock in his eyes. Though he said nothing, his expression clearly read, "How do you know that?" Yin took a deep breath, suppressing the heat surging through. He knew that the man who had been his homeroom teacher for years hadn't done anything wrong. Teacher Kevin had simply laid out the harsh reality for him. In a way, Kevin wasn't treating him like a child to be placated, but like a man worthy of equal conversation. For that, Yin was genuinely grateful. Now he had accepted reality. Thanks to his talent, Lancaster wouldn't face too severe a punishment. Since it was settled, Yin wouldn't naively try to fight against the fortress' unspoken rules or force any change. At that moment, Yin felt the heat in his body growing more pronounced. He could no longer suppress the urge to destroy something. This feeling had first appeared when Yin heard Ace's cry for help from the tavern entrance. At that time, Yin felt as if a violent fireball had exploded in his chest. During the beating of Lancaster, the flame blazed even brighter until he saw Wang Wei lying unconscious on the ground. Then it was as if a bucket of ice water had doused him. Initially, he hadn't paid it much attention, thinking it was just a peculiar sensation from his emotional agitation. But during the conversation with teacher Kevin, Yin's emotions had flared up again, and that stifling burning sensation had reappeared in his body. In the short time since, the boy had already reasoned through the situation and should have calmed down somewhat, yet the feeling not only persisted but grew stronger. Yin keenly sensed that his body might be undergoing some unknown change. So after hastily bidding farewell to teacher Kevin, he turned and ran toward the training ground. Behind him, an adult's sigh echoed faintly through the long corridor. These 3 days were a rare holiday for the students. The naturally active children scattered to every corner of the underground fortress, but few were willing to waste their precious free time at the academy's training ground. In the northeast corner of the empty training ground, a series of dull thuds rang out like a relentless storm. Yin stood before a sandbag twice his size, punching like a man possessed. He struck so fiercely that the heavy bag tilted at a 60-degree angle to the ground, failing to swing back down for nearly 5 or 6 minutes. After an unknown time, Yin felt the burning sensation that had spread throughout his body, as if trying to consume him, suddenly vanish without warning. In its place came a refreshing, comfortable feeling surging from his limbs to his head. In that instant, he felt a qualitative change in his muscle strength, flexibility, and coordination. Yin abruptly stopped his movements. The heavy sandbag finally yielded to gravity, hurtling toward the boy who had pummeled it hundreds of times. Yin didn't dodge. Instead, he reset his stance, coiling his waist and swinging his fist, timing it perfectly to meet the sandbag's peak momentum with a lightning-fast punch. With a sound like a pen tip piercing paper or a knife slicing through flesh, the boy's fist punched straight through the thick leather sandbag, emerging from the other side. Dry sand poured from the torn opening, and soon the entire sandbag collapsed. The training ground sandbags were made from the hide of second-tier meteor beast, the Raging Bull. a leather so tough that even ordinary knives couldn't scratch it, let alone when filled with hundreds of pounds of sand. Yet this veteran, which had endured dozens of student cohorts, had been punched through by Yan Yi. It showed just how terrifying his punch speed and power had become. Yan Yi looked at his fist with some frustration and murmured, "Really all I wanted was to live an ordinary life." The academy's vacation quickly came to an end, not because the fortress was unwilling to give the children more time off, but because this desolate wasteland did not allow people to live as leisurely as in the old days. Even children must seize every moment to become stronger. After undergoing career testing, Yan Yi AIC and Wang Weiss cohort underwent a more detailed classification of what had originally been a chaotic class. They were divided into classes of mechanical studies, management studies, and medical studies, based on student numbers and preferences. Among them, the management studies class had the most students with 3 full classes, while mechanical studies had 2, and the medical studies class had the least with only 1 class. Of course, those with the best talents and top physical qualities were not in any of these 3 classes. Their classes did not have names, merely the simplest designations of Class 1 and Class 2. Class 1 and Class 2 were truly elite classes with an average of over 20 students each. In contrast, the other academic classes had over 50 students each. What they had to learn were the most basic survival skills, combat techniques, characteristics, and weaknesses of fallen beast, types of resources, and collection methods, among other things. This knowledge was the foundational guarantee for their survival in the wasteland. The medical curriculum primarily focused on the dull and tedious subjects of biology and chemistry, while mechanical studies concentrated on the theoretical and practical knowledge of mathematics, physics, and mechanics. The management studies course was very diverse, covering almost all other fields, but it did not delve too deeply into any of them. Today marked the first day of classes after the academy reopened, and the first lesson for these 8 distinct classes had a common theme: fallen beasts, auspicious beasts, and awakeners. Hello, students. For the next 4 years, I will be your homeroom teacher. The young male teacher, dressed in a white shirt, turned around and wrote 2 characters on the blackboard: Suyu. This is my name. You can just call me Teacher Su from now on. Sitting at the back of the classroom, Yan Yi quietly said to the mummy beside him, "This teacher seems rather dull. He's probably the serious type, like Teacher Kevin. Next, when I call your names, please stand up, so I can get to know you a bit." So you picked up the roll call book from the desk and began calling names one by one. Ye Xiaoqi. A girl with a delicate face but a cold expression stood up silently from the front row before sitting back down. Wang Wei. The mummy sitting next to Yan Yi leaned against the side of his seat with a cane trembling as he tried to stand up, but halfway up, Suyu stopped him, saying, "All right, I get it, you can sit." Bill. At the back of the classroom, a burly boy stood up with a silly grin on his face. Suyu was calling names based on the exam results, starting from the best students, and soon called out, "Yin, yes, name." The boy displayed a harmless smile as he stood from his seat. His eyelids drooped slightly, seemingly shy, as he merely stared at his desk. Suyu silently observed Yan Yi for a moment. He had a deep impression of this boy, but it was not a good one. "All right, you can sit down," Suyu casually said, then lowered his head to continue calling names. There weren't many students in class 1, only 23, so he quickly finished the roll call. Suyu closed the roll call book and said, "Now that we have a basic understanding of each other in this first lesson, I will give you a general overview of the current world structure and the real situation outside. Yan Yi, please start by reviewing for everyone the origins of fallen beasts." The young male teacher's approach clearly differed from that of his old superior. He aimed the first question of the new semester at Yan Yi, wanting to gauge the depth of this introverted boy. Yan Yi reluctantly stood up, realizing that all eyes in the class were focused on him. Something he hated most was having everyone's attention. The boy braced himself and said, "About 80 years ago, a rain of meteors appeared in the sky over Earth, without warning, destroying many human cities. From the meteors emerged a strange creature. They were liquid, lacking a fixed form, and were a translucent silver gray, with gold spots covering their skin. These creatures had an incredibly strong reproductive capability. Although they could not mate to produce offspring, they could reproduce with any living being on Earth, including plants, and their offspring were collectively termed fallen beasts." Suyu nodded, signaling Yan Yi to sit down, then continued, "In the old times, humanity found no way to harm these creatures, including nuclear bombs. This weapon of ultimate human power, terrifying in its might, turned vast areas of Earth into barren nuclear wastelands, but failed to inflict even a scratch on these creatures." Glancing around the silent classroom, Suyu slowly walked a few steps on the podium with his hands behind his back. "These creatures are collectively referred to as devils. To this day, no human technology has been able to inflict effective harm on them. So what should we do if we encounter a devil in the future?" Bill suddenly raised his hand and asked brazenly. "Run." Suyu replied firmly, "Unless one of you becomes a high-ranking awakener in the future, otherwise the only choice when encountering such creatures is to run. We humans should feel fortunate that these creatures are not fast, otherwise there would likely be no place for ordinary humans to survive. An awakener is precisely what I will discuss next." Suyu did not mind being interrupted by the students. He continued to speak confidently. "If we consider the devils and fallen beasts as an invasion of foreign, well then, after countless years, the Earths will begin to counterattack. Among the remaining earthly beings, individuals with strange abilities and formidable powers began to emerge. These powerful beings developed intelligence and sought to eliminate all fallen beasts that entered their sight. We humans refer to these beings as auspicious beasts. The classroom began to echo with scattered exclamations as the children were stirred by the emergence of such powerful creatures. Moreover, the beings transformed by the Earth's will are not only beasts, they include us humans. Among humans, these powerful individuals that arose are what we call awakeners. As he spoke, Suyu himself became slightly agitated. Little did he know sitting in his classroom was already an awakener that had arisen. Ye Xiaoqi suddenly raised her hand, interrupting the teacher's lecture. Suyu unfazed nodded slightly to signal the girl to voice her opinion. If the Earth's will includes us humans in its choice. Ye Xiaoqi's delicate face flickered with hesitation, but she quickly steeled herself and continued, then did the foreign will choose humans as well. The classroom fell into a dead silence so profound that even a pin drop could be heard with crystal clarity. Suyu smiled wryly and scratched his head. He had intended to broach these topics when the children were older, but he never expected to have such an astute girl in his class. He gestured for Ye Xiaoqi to sit down, then spoke with a hint of hesitation. Xiaoqi is very clever and perceptive. Indeed, the demons did forcibly procreate with some humans, and we collectively refer to their offspring as demonkind. The classroom erupted into fervent discussion, the atmosphere teetering on the edge of chaos. Suyu remained patient, understanding that the children's first exposure to such matters would inevitably stir their emotions. Only after the clamor gradually subsided did he leisurely clear his throat, twice coaxing the room into absolute stillness. Demonkind have skin of silver gray adorned with golden patches. The more golden patches they possess, the greater their power. Suyu slowly unveiled a new world before his students. Unlike the bloodthirsty and brutal fallen beasts, one parent of the demonkind is an intelligent human like us. Thus, demonkind inherit human intellect and the formidable physique of demons, making them nearly perfect beings in a biological sense. Will demonkind attack us? An impatient child blurted out, raising a small hand. Unfortunately, these powerful beings were pushed to enmity by us humans. Suyu shook his head regretfully. The outside world is steeped in ignorance and obstinacy. They deem women who have consorted with demons as impure, often burning them at the stake. The rare few who escape and successfully give birth to demonkind can seldom protect themselves or their children. Hence, the surviving demonkind are exceedingly scarce. Those fortunate enough to survive and grow up generally harbor a deep-seated hatred for humanity, inflicting the cruelest harm upon every human they encounter. What a pity. I wanted to befriend a member of demonkind. People back then were despicable, only bullying the weak. Those mothers were innocent. They didn't want this to happen, and neither did their children. The blame lies solely with the demons. Exactly, they dared not confront the demons, only bullying women and children. Utterly pathetic. The classroom buzzed with children's discussions once more. For the first time since entering the classroom, a smile graced Suyu's stern face. These children's hearts were still pure, free from prejudice and extremism. Under the tutelage of the academy's teachers, they learned to see the essence of things. In this ugly wasteland, such a quality was a rare and precious treasure. The young male teacher wore a gentle smile as he clapped his hands, drawing the children's attention back. Your thoughts are excellent and independent. I am very pleased. But remember, no matter how much you pity the origins of demonkind, never let your guard down when encountering them in the wasteland, and never recklessly extend goodwill. For over these decades, the hatred between humans and demonkind in the wasteland has become irreconcilable. If given the chance, every demonkind you meet will mercilessly and without hesitation take your life. Do you understand? The students sat upright in their seats and answered in unison, yes. Suyu nodded with satisfaction and continued. Then let's proceed with the topic of awakened ones. Awakened ones generally fall into two categories: those who have a specific body part or aspect extraordinarily enhanced, making them exceptional in a particular area. The other category is elemental manipulators, who can freely borrow a single attribute from the external world for defense and all. For more detailed explanations and their power rankings, you might have to wait for a more specialized teacher. Suyu spread his hands and shrugged. Believe it or not, I mainly teach mathematics. It's only because I'm your homeroom teacher that I'm delivering this first lesson. A chorus of disappointed sighs echoed through the room. Suyu smiled faintly. Trust me, those specialized teachers will surely make it far more exciting and vivid. We also have another task for this class: to elect class officers before lunch. Now everyone is welcome to nominate themselves, or the classroom atmosphere reignited with energy as students eagerly raised their hands to volunteer or recommend friends. After much effort in finalizing the candidates, the students proceeded to vote. The outcome surprised no one. Though Ye Xiaoqi remained silent throughout, she secured the class monitor position with an overwhelming majority. As for the vice monitor role, it was claimed by Bill, who had been bouncing around flaunting his muscles and boasting about his strength. Throughout the process, Yin Yi and Wang Wei huddled in a corner, watching the bustling classroom like outsiders. Wei, why would anyone vie for such troublesome positions? Yin Yi propped his head up in confusion, asking, isn't it better to sit in the back and let others handle the hassles? Beside him, a mummy wrapped in bandages on his head, hands, and abdomen nodded deeply, indicating he too couldn't fathom it. The classroom of Class 1 was on the second floor of the teaching building, while the medical class was on the first floor. Ye supported the mobility-impaired Wang Wei to the entrance of the medical class, which was still in session. Standing at the podium, the teacher of the medical class announced, "According to the vote count, our class new monitor is Ace. Let's give him a round of applause." The bespectacled youth with his hands still wrapped in 2 layers of gauze stood up, straight, his back rigid with pride and smugness. "I will serve everyone well." Ye looked at Wang Wei beside him with a hint of speechlessness. How did we two end up friends with someone so full of vigor and The mummy gently shook his head, indicating that he too was at a loss for an answer. At lunchtime, the cafeteria buzzed with the murmur of voices. Ye and his 2 companions stood at the tail end of a queue before one of the serving windows. As 2 of the 3 were injured and wrapped in bandages, many students cast curious glances their way, whispering to their friends nearby. "I heard they got into a conflict with Lancaster off campus. Yeah, that guy might be unhinged, but he's a solid A rank. Look at how badly those 2 are beaten. Pretty cool, like a 3-0 duel against Lu Bu." Ye and his friends felt somewhat speechless, staring straight ahead at the line, while silently urging the cafeteria ladies to speed up. Since everyone's meals were fixed in type, varying only slightly in portion size, the line moved quickly. Before long, Ye was carrying 2 trays, searching for a seat. Wang Wei had one arm in a sling and leaned on a crutch, with the other unable to manage on his own. Let's go over there," Ace said, tilting his chin toward a corner of the cafeteria while holding his own tray. Ye glanced over, saw that the corner was sparsely populated with many empty tables, and led Ace and Wang Wei there to sit down. Once seated, Ye didn't start eating immediately. Instead, he mysteriously gestured for the other 2 boys to lean in close. Puzzled, Wang Wei and Ace nonetheless leaned their heads in without hesitation. 3 heads huddled together over the small "I've awakened." Wang Wei's hand supporting the table went limp, and his entire left face flopped into the rice on his tray, sinking. Ace's mouth hung wide open, his eyes fixed on Ye's enigmatic smile, as he stiffly sat back in his seat. "Don't breathe a word," Ye said, raising a finger to his lips. "Remember the punching bag that was blasted through in the training ground? If all the instructors in the academy are looking for the one who did it, that was me." Ace tremblingly adjusted his glasses, his face flushed with excitement, and whispered, "That was you. I heard from Teacher Kevin that the force was extraordinary. If it was the work of a newly awakened, it signifies terrifying potential." Wang Wei laboriously pulled his face from the pile of rice, wiping grains off with his right hand. "Awesome. Concise, and to the point, very much his style." Ye chose to reveal this secret to his friends, not to show off. Well, perhaps a bit of vanity played a part, hoping someone would share in his joy. But more than that, he didn't want to hide it from these 2 friends who had grown up with him, brothers he trusted implicitly. If he couldn't trust Ace and Wang Wei, then there was little left in this world for Ye to cherish. "Ace, there's another reason I'm telling you this." Ye looked around, saw no one paying attention, and leaned in to whisper, "I should be a body-strengthening type awakener. According to the Fortress records, such awakeners usually only have a specific part of their body strengthened, right?" Ace nodded excitedly, confirming, "That's right. The strongest awakener recorded in the Fortress so far has only strengthened their entire upper body." "Gu, which part of you awakened?" "Even just a single finger would produce combat power on a different scale from an ordinary person." Ye hesitated, then gritted his teeth, lowering his voice even further, and said solemnly, "You must never ever tell anyone that I've awakened, because the situation is rather strange. It seems my entire body has been strengthened." "Holy crap! Holy crap!" 2 exaggerated expletives rang out in unison, drawing curious looks from many around them. But when they saw it was just 3 boys huddled together whispering, they lost interest and returned to their meals. "Chill, keep it down." Ye urgently reached out and knocked each of them hard on the head. Ace rubbed his head, looking at Ye with grievance, and whispered, "You're just too freakish." The mummy-like figure beside him, holding his head with one hand, nodded deeply in agreement. "But..." Ace's expression suddenly turned worried. "As far as I know, awakeners are ranked, and their abilities grow with training. I've heard the fewer parts awaken, the faster one's strength advances. For example, if someone awakens just one arm, they might become a 3rd-level awakener in a year. But someone who awakens both arms might still be 1st level after a year." "Is that so?" Ye's eyes widened in surprise. The bespectacled boy nodded gravely. "So I still suggest you go to the teachers and let the Fortress provide you with ample resources. Only then can your strength improve quickly." Wang Wei let out a soft cough, tapping the edge of his tray with his chopsticks. Ye looked up to see a tall figure with bandages wrapped around his upper body and head slowly approaching. Lancaster, dared he show up again? Ye's usually half-lidded narrow eyes snapped wide open, burning with visible anger. The approaching tall figure seemed startled, pausing momentarily, but then resumed his steps and sat at a table not far from. "Lancaster, what do you want now?" Ye's muscles tensed, ready to unleash a full-force strike at the slightest sign of trouble. He didn't care if his awakening was exposed, he only knew the one sitting across from him was a brute who knew no reason. If conflict erupted again, he would cripple him without hesitation. Allowing such an enemy to grow was too terrifying. If the Fortress came after him, he would simply display even greater talent and more fearsome potential than Lancaster. "I'm here to thank you." Lancaster's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. "You beat me into becoming an awakener." He didn't lower his voice, instead it was as if he wanted to make an announcement. The area around them erupted into a buzz with everyone eagerly turning their gazes toward them. Some even crept closer to eavesdrop on what the four boys were discussing. No need to thank me. Congratulations. Ye said, his heart tightening though his face remained impassive, offering a flat congratulations that left his true feelings in doubt. Ye's heart tightened, but he remained outwardly unmoved, offering congratulations with a poker face that made his true feelings. Don't you think I'm acting strangely today? Lancaster tilted his head slightly, his voice still betraying no emotion. Ye chuckled, looking harmless. Don't sell yourself short. When have you ever been normal? The crowd burst into an uproar, a cacophony of discussions erupting. They hadn't expected this mild-mannered boy to have such a sharp... Lancaster sat there like a stone, speaking. After talking with you for so long, I haven't shown a hint of anger. And yet you're the one who beat me into this state. Ace beside him frowned slightly, for indeed, as he said, his current state was exceedingly abnormal. According to school Dr. Yuan, Lancaster's emotional control was extremely poor. Ordinarily, if someone clashed with him, he would likely resort to violence within a few words. Yet now, when Ye openly mocked his abnormality before everyone, he remained utterly still. Thanks to you, I've lost the emotion of anger. Lancaster stared at Ye with a blank expression, his eyes like a stagnant pool devoid of any ripple. And I've also lost joy, sorrow, jealousy, even love. Almost all human emotions. Everyone around gasped. Ye, Ace, and Wang Wei simultaneously clenched their jaws and tensioned, their pupils contracting. Now I've gone from one extreme to another. Lancaster tilted his head slightly, gazing at the ceiling, from moody to emotionless. Cold sweat began to form on Ye's forehead. He had never imagined that his single strike with the stool would yield such an effect. Causing someone to lose their emotional capacity should surely be considered an irreconcilable enmity. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Lancaster's tone unexpectedly relaxed a little. To be honest, I actually prefer my current state. Lancaster stiffly tugged at the corner of his mouth, presumably an attempt at a smile. With a calm mind, I've reconsidered my past. I realized that my former self was truly foolish and annoying. The tall youth, his tone as robotic as ever, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, suddenly rose from his seat. So I've come sincere. Lancaster bowed to Ye. Ye, somewhat at a loss, looked toward his two friends, only to see the same bewilderment and astonishment in their eyes. But that doesn't mean he'll become friends with you. Lancaster straightened up, gazing coldly at the three boys before him. I still won't yield, Ye Xiaoqi. After my deliberation, only through our union can the strongest offspring be produced in the fortress. Ye twitched the corner of his mouth, then suddenly thought of something, and asked loudly, but do you still have reproductive capability now? Lancaster pointed to his lower body. My physical functions are intact, it's only a psychological issue. With medication, everything is feasible. A wave of jeers erupted from the crowd. Boys whistled while girls blushed. None had expected their conversation to suddenly turn so risque. Before they could even find the car door, they found themselves already inside. Just then a loud, gruff voice boomed from behind a cluster. Seniors, make way, let me through. A boy as tall as Lancaster, but with an even more robust build, managed to push his way to the... He stood directly before Ye, shielding him like a mother hen protecting her chick. Lancaster, my name is Bill. Yes, the genius who surpasses you in strength. At this, a chorus of boos arose from the crowd. Had this guy really pushed his way to the front just to show off? Unfazed by the reaction, Bill declared with heroic bravado, I'm now the class monitor of Class 1. Wang Wei and Ye are both my people under my protection. If you want to fight, come at me. An eerie silence fell over the surroundings. Everyone exchanged glances, puzzled, wondering what they had. It had seemed so harmonious just moments ago, not like a fight was about to break out. Ye tugged helplessly at Bill's shirt from behind. Keep it up, monitor. With a little more effort, we might actually start a fight. Huh. The big, simple-minded guy turned around, staring at Ye in confusion, unable to grasp his meaning. Lancaster silently shook his head, stood up, and headed to the window to get his meal. He had entered the cafeteria through the back door, and spotted Ye and the other two huddling together, plotting something. He thought he'd come over to greet them, and have a brief chat with the boy who might have changed his life. Wait. Ye suddenly called out to Lancaster, who was about to leave. The figure wrapped in bandages halted, turned, and looked at him with a questioning gaze. What type of awakener are you? Ye stared into Lancaster's eyes, asking loudly. Body enhancement type, limb enhancement. Leaving behind a statement that electrified the entire crowd, Lancaster turned and walked away without looking back. The students erupted in excitement. Limb enhancement was arguably the most ideal and powerful range of physical augmentation. Convention held that even a warrior who awakened a single arm could stand on their own. Yet Lancaster had enhancement in both arms and legs. No one could fathom his future strength. Among the crowd, only Ace, Wang Wei, and Ye remained composed. Wang Wei and Ace knew that their friend possessed the far more fearsome full-body enhancement. Ye himself understood that his awakening extended beyond the physical, encompassing vision, hearing, perception, and more. Except for his mind, which remained unchanged. No sudden surge in intelligence. His body had undergone a comprehensive... Ye rose from his seat and gently patted the sturdy shoulder before him. I didn't expect you to be so loyal, Bill. From now on, I acknowledge you as our monitor. Bill, still shaken and fearful after hearing about Lancaster's limb awakening, could only straighten his back and feign toughness. Isn't a monitor's duty to protect his own class and bully others? It's what I ought to do. No need for thanks. Ace rolled his eyes. Is he a monitor or a gang leader? Bill glared at the shorty he always found irritating. You're not in my class. If you get beaten up, I'll just clap from the side. Ace leisurely crossed his legs unconcerned. Who isn't a monitor here? If you ever get hurt, just watch. Our class doctor might accidentally leave a pair of scissors in your belly during surgery. Seeing the cold sweat on Bill's forehead and Ace's smug demeanor, Wang Wei mumbled through a mouthful of food. Is he a monitor or a gang lefter? Really, I can just insult him however I want. A rather thin boy asked timidly, staring with some fear at the tall figure hunched over his meal, not far away. The three boys behind him urged him on, saying, Go on, go on. He's lost all his emotions now. No matter how much you curse him, we've already had our fill of venting just now. The thin boy shrunk his neck, slightly hesitating. Isn't this a bit too much? Too much. A boy whose face was dotted with freckles arched an eyebrow. Have you forgotten what he did to us back then? And now you actually feel sorry for him. These four boys had all been in the same class as Lancaster before, and they had suffered plenty of bullying at his hands during those years. Now that they had a chance to hurl insults at the former arrogant tyrant with impunity, they naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Spurred on by the freckled boy's words, a glint of hatred flashed in the thin boy's eyes, and he turned and walked up to the table. Lancaster gently set down his chopsticks, looked up, and stared into the newcomer's eyes, asking in a deep voice, Something on your mind? Clearly the tyrant's lingering authority remained. Just those two simple words made the boy tremble all over. I wonder if you still remember you once slapped me hard across the face. The boy clenched his fists as if trying to muster some courage. Just because I blocked your way and didn't move aside in time, you knocked my teeth out. As he spoke, he opened his mouth wide, revealing the gap on the upper left side. I'm sorry. Lancaster's eyes were as lifeless as a pool of stagnant water. He cast a faint glance, and then spoke. Seeing this once arrogant youth actually apologize to him, the boy breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the three classmates hadn't lied to him after all. I used to pray every moment hoping someone would give you a good beating. The thin boy said viciously, a hint of glee shining in his eyes. Lancaster calmly finished the latter half of his sentence. Now your wish has come true. Congratulations. If there's nothing else, the once violent tyrant's repeated concessions greatly satisfied the thin boy's ego, and his previously trembling frame gradually straightened up. He was clearly not yet satisfied, a morbid fervor spreading across his face. You know what? You're a lunatic. A psycho. Everyone thinks you're no different from a wild dog except that you can talk. The thin boy's voice suddenly grew quieter and quieter until it was barely a whisper, like the buzzing of a mosquito. His body began to shake violently with fear. Because the person who had been sitting calmly at the table had stood up. Lancaster calmly reached out his broad hand, grabbed the front of the boy's shirt, and lifted the trembling boy high into the air. The thin boy suddenly found it hard to breathe. Filled with terror, he looked back only to despairingly discover that the three boys who had urged him on had already fled the scene. It's true that I won't get angry. Lancaster's voice, cold as ice, rang in the boy's ear, dragging his gaze back. And it's true that I was too harsh before. But that doesn't mean you insignificant ants can hop around in front of me and waste my precious time. Lancaster's pupils were slightly smaller than an average person's, and at that moment, with his expressionless face, he looked like a demon crawling up from the underworld, devoid of any human emotion. Just as the thin boy was about to wet himself in fear, Lancaster released his grip, sending him crashing hard onto the floor. Tell the others if they come looking for trouble again, they might end up being carried to Dean Yuan's office. After coldly uttering these words, the tall boy sat back down in his chair and continued to devour the food on his plate, as if no one else was there. The boy sprawled on the floor, nodded frantically, feeling as if he had received a pardon. He sat on the cold ground for a while longer, finally managing to regain his composure before tottering away. The seats where Yin Yi and his two friends were located were about 5 or 6 tables away from Lancaster. The three boys had been watching the scene unfold, so they saw everything. That's so cool. I want to be a man as stern and cold as that too. Yin Yi planted his hands on his hips and let out an admiring sigh. Ace wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth with his hand and said a little speechlessly, with your personality, Yana, I doubt it'll happen in this lifetime. Yin Yi lowered his head in thought for a moment, then turned to Wang Wei, who was silently eating, and said, Away, lift up a stool and hit me on the head with all your might. The mummy raised a finger pointing at the bandages on his own body, indicating that he really wasn't up to the task. Ace rolled his eyes, wildly unsure where to even begin with the Even though he's got limb enhancement, you two know we don't have to be afraid of him. Yin Yi's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked at his two battered friends. If you're still feeling wronged or angry, you can... Ace glanced at the bandages on his body and smiled slightly. Actually, I don't hate Lancaster that much anymore. After all, we all know what his situation was like before. Besides, you beat him up pretty badly too, even knocking all his emotions out of him. The taciturn Wang Wei expressed his thoughts in a single concise sentence. I don't hate him, but I want to personally beat him back someday. Yin Yi smiled, a very happy smile, and 2 shallow dimples appeared on his fair face. He was glad that his friends were such broad-minded and generous people. This was also why the three of them had such a close relationship, having barely had any conflicts in the 5 or 6 years since they were kids. Because they could always put themselves in others' shoes, and when minor frictions or unpleasantness arose, no one ever held a grudge. Just then a girl with light red hair tied in a braid suddenly bounced over to the three boys and plopped down next to Ace. Little Glass's expression immediately became awkward and his speech turned stammering. Iris, what are you doing here all of a sudden? The girl tilted her head with a charming smile and said crisply, I've been watching the commotion from the start. I never thought Lancaster would get beaten until he lost his emotions and even awakened. Now I'm kind of tempted to get hit by a stool from Ye too. Staring at the smiling Iris, Ace opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. This girl looks cute enough, but is her brain as faulty? Oh right, I came for something else. Iris turned to look at the boy opposite her. Ye, teacher Sue asked me to tell you to go to Director Zhao's office before afternoon class. He said the director wants to have a word with you. Which Director Xiaoqi? Ye was a bit stunned. In all his years this was the first time a school administrator had summoned him for a chat. The Dean of Students, Director Zhao Zhongji. Inside the administration office on the 3rd floor of the academy building, Zhao Zhongji sat behind his beloved blackwood desk, a small porcelain cup in hand, contentedly sipping the steaming tea. He had not enjoyed such leisure since the academic test days ago. Though wrinkles had crept across his aged face, his eyes remained bright. Suddenly, a gentle knock came from the door. A boy's head peeked through the half-open wooden door, glancing around furtively. Zhao Zhongji smiled faintly and beckoned the boy. Ye, come in. The boy pushed the door open and stepped inside, casually pulling the door behind him without closing it fully. As he looked at the boy standing before him, cautiously surveying his surroundings, Zhao Zongzi's eyes revealed an undisguised awe. He asked, Do you know why I called you here? Ye stood rigidly, hands pressed against the seams of his trousers. Hearing the old man's question, he shook his head in bewilderment. No, I don't. Your test scores are problematic. Zhao Zhongji interlaced his fingers and placed them on the desk, fixing his gaze on the youth before him. Ye's heart tightened. Then he felt a measure of relief. After all, old Tom had deduced much from a single report card. It was unlikely the school authorities were fooled by him. Seeing the nervous boy, the old man offered a kind smile. Don't be afraid. That's not why I called you. In fact, I rather admire your approach. I've already suppressed the matter for you. Ye was stunned, unable to fathom why the director would help him. He asked bluntly, Why would you help me? The old man leaned back slightly, revealing a knowing smile. A renowned sword hides its edge in the scabbard. A divine dragon conceals its form amidst the clouds. Those who do not show their true colors are often the most formidable. Ye scratched his head in confusion. Before him the old man beamed, his wrinkles blooming like flowers. An unspoken understanding filled the air between them. Of course this was merely a drama Zhao Zhongji played out in his own mind. Ye, that lazy fellow, had never entertained any notion of hiding his edge or concealing his form. He only wanted to avoid standing out and drawing trouble. I called you here for another matter. Zhao Zongzi's expression gradually turned serious as he looked directly into the boy's eyes. 2 days ago, a sandbag in the training ground was torn apart. The instructors and teachers unanimously believe it was the work of an awakener. Hearing this, Ye's body stiffened, and his gaze involuntarily shifted elsewhere. After all, he was just a 12-year-old child. Zhao Zhongzi, seasoned in reading people, caught every subtle movement. The wise old man smiled faintly, many things now clear to him. But the instructors and teachers were also puzzled. In the past, whenever an awakener appeared among students, the school would know immediately. Most awakened in full view of others, while a few reported it themselves. But this time the awakener remained silent for days. That's highly unusual, because the fortress offers generous resources and favorable policies to awakeners. Zhao Zhongji tapped the desk lightly. No one has ever concealed their awakening before, knowing it leads to instant elevation within the fortress. Then I thought of a certain hidden blade. Ye groaned inwardly, realizing he could no longer hide the truth today. How could he possibly win? He was just a 12-year-old child, no match for this wily old fox. This fits my impression of you, keeping a low profile. Even after awakening, you might still hide it. Zhao Zhongji smiled as he studied the grim-faced youth, knowing he had already won. You might be mistaken. I admit my test results were inflated, but the mysterious awakener really isn't me. Ye craned his neck, making a final desperate attempt. His words came out strained and difficult. The academy had taught him much, but never how to deceive. Just then 2 soft knocks, a beautiful girl with long hair reaching her waist, and a cool expression glided in, dropping a bombshell that left Ye dumbfounded. I've already seen it and reported it to the school. No need to hide anymore. In that instant the office atmosphere turned awkward. Zhao Zhongji suddenly coughed loudly, picked up his teacup, and drained it in one gulp. Ye saw clearly that the old man's sallow skin had flushed a faint orange. The wily director Zhao now wished he could disappear into a crack in the floor. In truth, he had only suspected Ye of being the mysterious awakener, but it was mere speculation and he had no plans to act. He hadn't believed the boy could be so restrained. But yesterday Ye Xiaoqi reported the matter of the awakener, and to his surprise, it was indeed Ye. Though he admired Ye, he didn't want his students to be secretive about everything, especially major events, without consulting the school. So today Director Zhao deliberately summoned the boy to his office to discipline him, crafting an image of himself as wise, brilliant, and all-knowing to ensure the boy would never dare hide anything from him again. But just as he was about to conclude his reprimand, Ye Xiaoqi walked in, and her casual words undid all his efforts. At that moment the cold culprit was also bewildered, keenly sensing the strange tension between Yan Yi and Zhao Zhongji, and it seemed she was the cause of it all. For a moment the girl dared not speak. After finishing his tea, Zhao Zhongji cleared his throat, put on a kindly smile, and asked, "Xiaoqi, what brings you here?" "I've awakened too." Ye Xiaoqi extended her delicate hand. A chill emanated, and white frost spread across it. For a moment Zhao Zhongji cast aside his earlier embarrassment and sprang to his feet, with exhilaration. An elemental awakener. Truly, an elemental awakener. Ballet has long gone without an awakener capable of manipulating the elements. With Lan Ka Site included, your cohort has astonishingly produced 3 awakeners. Watching the old man pacing excitedly behind his desk, the 2 children did not know how to react, and merely stood there in quiet. Yan Yi tilted his head and scrutinized the frost on the girl's hand. Even from over a meter away, he could sense a faint chilling coolness radiating from it. Sensing the boy's curious gaze, Ye Xiaoqi magnanimously extended her pale, delicate hand toward him so he might examine it more. Yet when she offered her hand, the boy turned his gaze away as if unimpressed, thinking it hardly worthy of wonder. Who isn't an awakener these days? A flush of indignation rose in Yan Yi. Perhaps this was the inexplicable pride peculiar to boys. Lan Ka Site is limb-enhanced. Ye Xiaoqi is an elemental awakener. Zhao Zhongji rubbed his palms in excitement and muttered to himself. Yan Yi may be somewhat lacking, but at least he is an awakener. This year has given me so many surprises, he murmured. Hearing the old man's words, Yan Yi's nostrils nearly twitched with annoyance. He did not even know what type of awakener he was. On what grounds could anyone declare him inferior? Moreover, Ye Xiaoqi was standing there listening. Was the old man, by saying that, publicly asserting in front of her that Yan Yi was inferior to Lan Ka Site? Who says I'm weaker than them? I'm an awakener with full body enhancement. The slighted 12-year-old, stung by contempt and fury, cried out in defiance. Zhao Zhongji fell silent, slowly returning to his desk and resettling into his chair. The old man's head felt vaguely. Ye Xiaoqi looked at the boy with astonishment. She had long suspected Yan Yi was not ordinary. During training, exhausted while running, she had even overheard him telling jokes to Wang Wei. Later she discovered that his strength at times rivaled Lan Ka Site's. Then there was that spectacular sequence of blows that sent Lan Ka Site to the infirmary. Finally, when she went searching for him, she unexpectedly found he had punched clean through a sandbag. Yan Yi had lately become a constant source of surprise. It was also possible he had always been exceptional, merely concealing his prowess. When he allowed it to surface, it dazzled those who witnessed it. Yan Yi glared in annoyance at the old man sitting in contemplation. He realized he had once again been outmaneuvered by this crafty fox. The sly elder had adroitly exploited the pride of a boy his age, successfully coaxing from him the truth he intended to hide. Yan Yi had planned that even if he could not conceal the fact of being awakened, he would at least hide that his awakening was of the full body. Yet under Director Zhao's tactics, he had in a moment of weakness blurted out the very secret he had meant to keep. The joy on Zhao Zongzi's face had vanished. He frowned and tapped the desk with his gaunt fingers. In truth, 6 years ago an awakener like you appeared in ballet. What? Yan Yi was stunned. His name was Peng Yi. He is now outside completing the final pioneer trial. Director Zhao's usually kind smile faded. He said with bitterness, because of his emergence, ballet labeled this extraordinarily rare awakener type the perfect awakener. The boy and girl repeated the name silently and felt a tremor of awe. What terrifying potential must one possess to be called? At the beginning, Bailai's leadership was ecstatic, pouring vast resources at Peng Yi's disposal, the finest nutrient serums, the most rigorous training plans, and the most experienced pioneers to tutor him. Zhao Zhongji shook his head with a bitter smile. At first he indeed showed the promise worthy of Bailai's investment. Oh, as a newly awakened, he matched the standards of other first-level awakeners in every respect. Whether in strength, speed, endurance, even in hearing, sight, and perception, within the first level, he was near perfect. But what? Yan Yi pressed anxiously when the old man paused. Though impolite, he could not help it. The information was earth-shattering to him. He had never imagined anyone shared his awakener type. He had smugly believed himself unique. Now he discovered he was not the only one, nor even the first. Yet despite the top-tier resources, after more than 3 years, Peng Yi remained a first-level awakener. Zhao Zhongji sighed with regret. Others from his cohort advanced to second, or even third level early, but his rank seemed pinned at a threshold no amount of training could push him through. At that, a chill ran through Yan Yi. In the wasteland world, such hierarchical distinctions among special individuals often decided everything. A first-level awakener could squarely confront another first level, a second level matched a second level, and so on. This was common knowledge even to children. Peng Yi's awakening made him nearly invincible among his peers, yet he could not withstand other second-level awakeners. This was not a matter of technique, but a chasm in absolute power and speed. First levels were toyed with and slaughtered by seconds, an iron law of the wasteland. Not long ago he had told AIC and the others that he would need to work far harder than most, for the greater the reinforcement volume, the harder it was to ascend. But he had never imagined that even with Baelai's full backing, the so-called perfect awakened would stagnate for 2 whole years. If only you were an ordinary awakener. At least the curve of your strength would be foreseeable. Zhao Zhongji looked at the boy with pity and repeated with a sigh, if only you were just an ordinary awakener. A flame suddenly kindled within Yanyi. He refused to accept being less than ordinary. I am fated to be a perfect great awakener. I cannot become ordinary. He lifted his face, stubbornness in his eyes. There have been only 2 cases of perfect grade so far. Peng Yi's fate does not necessarily define mine. I will prove to you in time the true meaning of a perfect great awakener. Zhao Zhongji nodded with satisfaction, his gaze full of encouragement. His words were meant first as a cautionary prod to the child. The contrived pity was intended to kindle the youth's fighting spirit. Then let me see what a true perfect awakened is. Director Zhao leaned forward slightly and extended his palm. The youth reached out and clasped the old man's gnarled, yet vigorous hand firmly. An endless expanse of yellow was the eternal theme of the wasteland landscape. A bright yellow sun hung in the sky, casting its scorching rays upon the ochre earth, baking its surface into a web of parched cracks. A withered clump of grass tumbled by the wind rolled along until it collided with a bare rock coated in yellow sand. Suddenly a slender youth wrapped in a thick black shirt appeared in this yellow tableau. There was no path ahead of him, no footprints behind him. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. The youth carried few belongings, only a black coffin slanted across his back, and nothing else. Although I've been out several times, I can't help but sigh. This sun is far brighter than the lights in the fortress. The youth shaded his eyes with one hand, squinting up at the sky. And much hotter too. He had been out for less than a quarter of an hour, yet his inner garments were already soaked through with sweat. I really should listen to Ace and wear gray or white. Black absorbs too much heat. The youth wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead with some resignation. In this heat, I wonder if the old man will spoil. It wouldn't be good if he got maggots. He reached back and patted the coffin behind him. Fortunately, the person inside was already dead, or he would have crawled out to beat him. The youth was just speaking idly, however. The corpse inside the coffin had already been treated with chemicals. While it wouldn't last forever without decaying, it could at least ensure that the person inside would arrive at his final resting place intact and dignified. He had 3 tasks for this journey out of the fortress. The first 2 were mandatory for joining the pioneers. Only by completing them could he become an official pioneer. First, he had to ensure his own survival in the wasteland for a year. For an awakened, this was almost effortless as long as he didn't deliberately court death. Second, he had to gather as much intelligence and valuable resources from the outside world as possible while eliminating traces of the underground fortress. The third task was a personal commission to bury an old veteran at a location he had specified before his death. After reviewing his tasks once more, the youth, who seemed to have sprung from a stone, said no more. He hitched the coffin on his back to a more comfortable position and strode deeper into the wasteland. The sun gradually began to shift towards the western horizon, and the once scorching midday wind grew cool again. The youth had walked for 3 or 4 hours without pause, but now he suddenly stopped. Not because he was tired, but because several motorcycles blocked his path. Kid, leave the coffin behind, and we'll let you live, the bandit leader snarled from his motorcycle, glaring at the youth. They were a group of ferocious-looking men, all wearing sleeveless vests that exposed their muscular upper bodies. Their bare skin was slick with sweat, gleaming like burnished bronze in the sunlight. Good sirs, there's nothing but an old man's corpse in here. It's not worth anything, the youth said, raising his hands with a fawning smile. The men said nothing more. They pulled out cleavers from their motorcycles or unwound heavy chains from the handlebars, then advanced menacingly towards the youth. They were not fond of wasting words. In this wasteland, direct violence often saved a lot of trouble. The bandit leader had given the youth a chance before acting, which was already a display of his high moral character. In their usual raids, these brutes would simply howl and slaughter everyone they encountered. Don't do this. You'll regret it, I'm telling you. The youth backed away, waving his hands in panic, his face turning pale. But such behavior only excited the brutal thugs further. The youth bent over, retching painfully. Sweat poured from his forehead like a waterfall, brought on by nausea and the spasms in his stomach. The bandit leader, still straddling his motorcycle, wore an expression of utter disbelief. His massive muscles trembled slightly from fear, and his crotch was warm and wet. Just moments ago, the youth with the coffin had right before his eyes snapped a steel blade with his bare hands and driven it into a brother's. Then the youth spun and kicked another man in the chest, caving in his bulging pectorals so deeply that the man truly became chested. The other 2, sensing danger, turned to flee, but the demonic youth caught up in a single bound, grabbed their heads, and smashed them together. Their skulls burst like ripe watermelons. All of this happened in a mere 5 seconds. I told you. Ugh. You'd regret it. Ugh. The youth straightened up as he continued to retch. It seemed this was his first time killing. Terror filled the bandit leader's face. His hands shaking, he quickly drew a pistol from his waist and aimed it at the youth. He knew he had encountered an awakened. Seeing the pistol in the bandit's hand, the youth's face turned ashen. As an awakened, he was certainly far stronger than ordinary people, but with his current strength, he couldn't possibly dodge a bullet at such close range. Noticing the change in the youth's expression, the man's lips curled into a manic grin. He knew he would be the final victor. He pulled the trigger with all his might, but the expected gunshot never reached their ears. The man's face turned ashen. He had forgotten to release the safety. In this perilous wasteland, pistols and bullets were extremely precious. Since obtaining the weapon, he had barely used it a few times. Usually they preyed on ordinary people far weaker than themselves, so wasting pistol bullets was unnecessary. This fatal unfamiliarity ended the bandit leader's sinful life. The youth shot forward with lightning speed, kicked the pistol from the man's hand into the air, and delivered a simple, unadorned straight punch to the side of his face, sending him flying. Casually catching the spinning pistol in midair, the youth coldly released the safety and fired a single shot, ending the life of the bandit struggling to crawl in the distance. Looking around at the corpses and the bloodstains on his own clothes, the youth's face twisted with disgust. He found a dozen pistol rounds and some cash from the motorcycles in front of him, then mounted another bike and rode off, kicking up a cloud. As for why he chose a different bike instead of the bandit leader's, it was because the seat was already soaked. The sun, like a massive orange fireball, slowly sank into the continuous mountain range to the west. In the southwestern corner of a vast city ruin, a small campfire flickered to life. This was a small settlement of refugees common in the wasteland with a fragile, but better than nothing basic order. Here refugees could settle down or use it as a rest stop. They could also trade goods they had scavenged from the wilderness with others. A mysterious youth riding a motorcycle and carrying a coffin became the newest visitor to this refugee settlement. No one in the entire settlement dared to provoke this youth. Because he had a motorcycle, because he was covered in blood, and because of the mysterious black coffin on his back. More importantly, a worn pistol was tucked into his belt. The pistol looked old, its leather grip half worn away. Yet almost no one doubted whether it could still deliver its deadly force. Old Tom's Tavern, the most renowned establishment in the fortress, had closed its doors. Yet now in every restaurant and tavern within the fortress, patrons could savor Old Tom's exclusive vegetarian meat. The chefs who prepared the vegetarian meat exhausted their efforts to replicate the original flavor or enhance it with innovations. Yet they could only elicit a faint comment from the diners: "It doesn't taste right." For these patrons who had savored vegetarian meat for decades, unless the ingredients were ground with that same rolling pin and they were seated in that little tavern. This plate of vegetarian meat could never be perfect. Over time, those seasoned and skilled chefs reluctantly resigned themselves to fate. They might whip up a delicious vegetarian meat, but they could never recreate the precious memories held in the diners' hearts. Old Tom had passed away 3 months ago, leaving a will that made the secret recipe for vegetarian meat public and bequeathed the tavern to a young man still attending the academy. The wooden cabin appeared somewhat more dilapidated than a few years ago, yet it remained largely the same. Some passers-by would pause before it, reminiscing about the flavors of yesteryear. But when they caught sight of the empty wooden pole on the doorframe, they would sigh softly, as if awakening from a dream, and then move on. The sign that once hung from the pole had been taken down by the young man who inherited the cabin, its whereabouts now unknown. This afternoon, 2 more people stood before the wooden cabin's door. One was a tall, upright young man, and the other was a short-haired girl with gentle eyes. The neighbors felt puzzled, for given the ages of these two, they shouldn't have such deep ties to this tavern. After all, Old Tom had been gone for 3 months, and those who still paused to reminisce were mostly middle-aged or older regulars who had frequented the tavern for over a decade. But then they shrugged it off, realizing the cabin now belonged to a young man. These two must be his friends. Sure enough, the young man holding the girl's hand pushed open the door and stepped into the cabin. As Li Tai and Yu Bai entered the wooden cabin, their first instinct was to cover their mouths and noses, frowning at the thick smell of alcohol that greeted them. The room was unlit, with only white light streaming in through the window, tracing silver outlines on the tables and chairs. On the bar sat a simple pitch-black wooden coffin, unadorned. Yu Bai clasped her hands and bowed slightly toward the coffin, offering a silent apology for the sudden intrusion. Li Tai squinted, adjusting to the dim light, and turned his head to scan the surroundings as if searching for something. Just then a voice suddenly emerged from behind the coffin. "Sorry, this place has been closed for 3 months. The voice was abrupt, its tone erratic, clearly abnormal. Yu Bai was startled, shrinking like a frightened rabbit behind her boyfriend. Li Tai frowned and barked, "Yin, why are you hiding behind the coffin playing ghost? Get out, Brother Tai." A head popped out from behind the coffin, eyes lighting up with surprise as he took in the visitors. Then he stood up from behind. The young man waved his bottle, let out a burp, and slurred drunkenly, "I am not playing ghost. I'm just chatting with Old Tom." Li Tai's expression darkened at the sight of the young man's state. He led Yu Bai to a nearby table and sat down, then beckoned to the young man, "Come over here and sit down. Let's talk." Yan Yi, clutching his bottle, trotted out from behind the counter, saying cheerfully, "Oh, Brother Tai, I've missed you so much. You've been on a mission for half a year, and I haven't seen you." "Stop grinning," Li Tai snapped, cutting off the drunken young man sternly. Yan Yi paused briefly, then nonchalantly pulled up a chair and sat across from them. All right, don't be so harsh. What brings you here? I heard about your situation as soon as I got back from the mission." Li Tai frowned, scrutinizing the alcohol-soaked young man, "But I didn't expect it to be this bad. Yan Yi, you've disappointed me deeply. Xiao Yin, your Brother Tai, is really worried about you." Yu Bai quietly translated her boyfriend's words. Li Tai shot her a glare, and she shrank back, looking a bit aggrieved. Yan Yi grinned, revealing a somewhat foolish smile. Worried about me? What's there to worry about? I am the illustrious perfect level awakener. Perfect level? Huh. Right now you look like a total loser, and you still dare to call yourself perfect level. Li Tai retorted, his face dark with anger. Drink less from now on or it's bad for your health. Yu Bai interjected, once again playing the role of the perfect level translator. Li Tai shot his girlfriend a helpless look, then gave her a sharp flick on the forehead, making her yelp and cover her head, falling silent. Yu Bai felt wronged. Her boyfriend was wonderful in every way except for his poor comprehension. If someone's words were even slightly roundabout, this iron block would completely miss their intended meaning. When Yan Yi called himself a perfect level awakener, he was clearly mocking and belittling himself. Only Li Tai would naively interpret it as boasting about his status. The more Yu Bai thought about it, the angrier she got. She reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Li Tai's waist hard. One had to admire this guy's pain tolerance. Even with the sharp agony in his side, he maintained a stern expression while facing the drunken young man. Brother Tai, you've misunderstood. Yan Yi chuckled bitterly, scratching his head. Perfect level has practically become synonymous with useless in the fortress now. I'm just a waste, the young man said bitterly, raising his bottle for another heavy swig. Li Tai fell silent under his girlfriend's warning glare, waiting for Yan Yi to continue. For years. It's been almost 4 years since I awakened. Yan Yi set the bottle on the table, propping his cheeks with both hands, his eyes glazed. Those who awakened around the same time as me. Ye Xiaoqi is now a level 3 ice awakener, and Lancaster is also a level 3 awakener. Me? I've been stuck at level 1 all along. A year passed, I was level 1. 2 years passed, still level 1. 3-4 years passed, and am still level 1. Tell me honestly, am I a waste or not? After muttering that final sentence in a near whisper, the young man's hands suddenly slipped, and his head thudded onto the table, falling into a deep sleep. Li Tai and Yu Bai exchanged a glance, sighing bitterly in unison. The streetlights dimmed to a murky yellow, reminding every resident of the fortress that night had fallen. A thin, tall figure carrying a bag appeared at the end of the street. As the figure strode forward, the dim yellow light stretched his shadow repeatedly, then flattened it, finally casting it onto the door of a small wooden cabin. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and Li Tai, along with the just awakened Yan Yi, both turned their heads toward the entrance. At the door stood a slightly thin youth, his black hair a bit long and naturally curly, which paired with his pale, elongated face, made his head resemble a large black mushroom. The youth wore a white coat, and a pair of overly large spectacles perched on his nose. Brother Tai, you're back from the mission. Seeing Li Tai, the youth who had just entered beamed with delight, waving the bag in his hand. I just bought some dinner, let's eat together. A rare smile touched Li Tai's stern face. AC, take the bag to the kitchen. Sister Yu Bai is cooking inside. Got it. AC eagerly carried the bag into the back kitchen, then quickly returned, pulling up a stool to sit beside Yan Yi and Li Tai. What are you two chatting about? Let me join in. You live with Yan Yi every day, why don't you help counsel this stubborn kid? Li Tai placed his large hand on AC's thin shoulder. Counsel? Why? AC was taken aback. Only then did he catch a faint smell of alcohol and notice Yan Yi's unusual state. Brother Yan, what's wrong? Yan Yi rubbed his throbbing temples, fighting off the dizziness, and forced a bitter smile. I found a bottle of booze in a corner of the cabinet today. I was in a bad mood, so I opened it, but I didn't expect it to go straight to my head. More than just a bit tipsy. He was crying and calling himself a failure. Yu Bai called out from the kitchen, poking her head out to shout. Yan Yi shook his head helplessly. I probably didn't cry right. Hearing Yu Bai's words, AC felt both surprised and sad. He knew Yan Yi had been under immense pressure for years. In the first year or two, students and fortress dwellers called Yan Yi the foremost of the new generation. Wherever he went, he heard praises for Yan Yi. A year later, the praise turned to doubt, questioning the authenticity of his perfect rating and his potential. Later, the doubt became insults, calling him lazy, accusing him of wasting the fortress resources. And this semester, AC had barely heard anyone at the academy discuss Yan Yi anymore, as if he had been forgotten. Yet AC had rarely worried about Yan Yi's state, because he always seemed strong and composed. When people praised Yan Yi, AC was even happier than him, repeating every compliment he heard from others. And Yan Yi would just pat his shoulder with a smile, saying he wasn't that outstanding. When people doubted and insulted Yan Yi, AC was more furious and dejected than him, complaining daily about those short-sighted fools. They aren't even awakened. How dare? And Yan Yi would wave his hand, dismissively saying, why care about others' opinions? As long as I keep working hard, I have a clear When people forgot, Yan Yi, AC had grown up too. When classmates occasionally mentioned that once brilliant star, he no longer defended him or made excuses. The little bespectacled boy silently told himself, as long as I believe in him, that's enough. The shifting attitudes of the outside world seemed to have no effect on Yan Yi, at least from AC's perspective. Yan Yi still woke up early every day to train, returning late. He always wore a warm smile when with others, and occasionally cracked a few playful jokes. In AC's eyes, Yan Yi had never changed. Always the warm and strong brother Yan. Now looking at the slightly drunken youth before him, AC's eyes suddenly reddened and tears streamed uncontrollably. He had always overlooked that Yan Yi was just a half-grown kid not much older than him. I didn't hit you that hard. Li Tai was stunned, bewildered by the suddenly tearful, bespectacled boy, and hastily withdrew his hand from AC's shoulder. Brother Tai is scolding me, why are you crying? Yin Yi looked at AC with a mix of amusement and exasperation, the drunkenness in his mind half dispelled. AC took off his glasses, wiping his tears with his sleeve, sobbing intermittently. Sorry, Brother Yin. I didn't know you were under. Yin Yi sat up straight and stretched, sighing helplessly. There is pressure, but it's not unbearable. It's all old Tom's hidden bottle. I must have drunk too much and got emotional. Looking at his sobbing best friend, Yin Yi placed a hand on his shoulder and said softly, don't worry, I've figured it out. Even if I remain a first-level awakened for life, I'm still stronger than most people in the fortress. Look at Brother Tai here, Yin Yi pointed at Li Tai, who sat nearby. He's an ordinary person, but a fine pioneer. As an awakened, I'm better than him in every way. Why should I be stressed? Why feel inferior or degenerate? Li Tai stood up with an ominous expression, holding a chair. Dare you say that more offensively? Yu Bai, who had been watching, ran out of the kitchen with a ladle, grabbed her boyfriend by the collar, and dragged him toward the back. You two keep talking. Li Tai, come help me stir fry. Thanks to Yin Yi and Yu Bai's antics, AC's mood visibly improved. He laughed through his tears. Brother Yin, it's best that you think this. Yin Yi leaned back, tilting his chair and propping his legs on the table. When have I ever been bullied? If I can't be the phoenix's head, I can still compare to the chicken's tail. Li Tai charged out of the kitchen, brandishing a knife and roaring, Yin Yi, you'd better explain who the chicken's tail is today. Outside the small wooden cabin, a young man around 24 or 25 leaned against the wooden wall, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yin Yi, no wonder he's the second perfect besides me. How interesting. After nearly 4 years, the diligent old principal of the academy had retired, and the fortress arranged a place for him to enjoy his twilight years. Now seated in the principal's office was the former director of moral education, Zhao Zhongji. Principal Zhao had lived a life of integrity, dedicating all his time to the fortress educational cause. As a principal, he was naturally beyond reproach and the heart's desire of all faculty, who deeply respected this wise old. Yet no one knew that all these years, despite his upright demeanor, a thorn had always lodged in Principal Zhao's heart. The black wooden desk that once sat in the director's office had been moved to the principal's office, for Zhao Zhongji had grown accustomed to working behind its heavy, solid presence. He felt that when handling affairs at this desk, he was as steady and reliable as the desk itself. You've decided? Zhao Zhongji asked, sitting behind the black wooden desk, quietly gazing at the tall, upright youth standing before it. This youth had a slender build, standing over 1.8 meters tall, with a neat short haircut. His fair, clean face instantly inspired goodwill. His eyes were slightly narrow, usually half-closed, imparting a hint of languor. Yet at this moment, what shone from those eyes was unwavering determination. Yes, not to mention Ye Xiaoqi and Lancaster left long ago. Even Wang Wei took off a week back. Yin Yi scratched his head, a charming dimple appearing at the corner of his mouth. If I don't hurry up, they might be back before I even start. Looking at this untainted youth, Zhao Zhongji felt a bitterness rise in his throat. If you want to go, then go. You've worked hard all these years. I'm sorry. Yin Yi was stunned. He had never imagined that this highly esteemed, revered old man would suddenly apologize to him. Time had slightly hunched Zhao Zongzi's one straight back. The reading glasses he once needed only for text had now become a permanent fixture on his nose. This weathered educator sighed and said, if only I could have stopped them back then. Hearing the old man's remorseful words, the youth smiled lightly. I thought it was something serious. Honestly, I've never blamed you. 4 years ago, after the awakening of Yin Yi and his 2 companions was reported to the Fortress High Command, unlike the previous secrecy plan for the perfect level awakener, the High Command unanimously decided to package and promote the trio as the Fortress Stars of Hope. Because in this post-apocalyptic world, an increasingly outstanding new generation could offer people hope and a dawn, making the future seem promising. Only 2 people opposed this plan, the old principal and director, Zhao Zhongji, both educators. First, they feared placing too much pressure on the children or elevating them too high. Second, Yin Yi's situation was extremely complex. No one knew if his future would advance further. But the fortress decision-making layer didn't debate this much. They unanimously believed, if they can't even bear this pressure, even as awakeners, they'll never become excellent warriors. Thus, 3 rising stars of hope appeared in the fortress view. The subsequent developments brought the old principal and director, Zhao, a mix of relief and guilt. They were relieved that the 3 children remained unspoiled, diligent in study and training. They felt guilty because, as they had predicted, Yin Yi's performance in the latter 2 years was mercilessly criticized by the public. Shallow people couldn't see Yin Yi's daily training time, which was a third longer than others, nor his repeated increases in training intensity as he challenged his limit. All they could see was that this so-called genius enjoyed the fortress' finest resources, yet his achievements remained almost. Envy and jealousy bred schadenfreude, and people never hesitated to use the most venomous words to attack Yin Yi. Over the years, every time Zhao Zhongji heard students or teachers disparaging Yin Yi, he would step in to stop them. Yet this did nothing to ease the guilt he felt toward that youth. Instead, it only deepened. He constantly reflected, since he had already foreseen the outcome, why hadn't he been more resolute in his stance back then? Sensing the old man's profound apology, Yin Yi smiled with easy grace. Their criticism isn't entirely wrong. I really haven't made any progress after all these years. But that won't stop me from becoming a qualified pioneer. Zhao Zhongji nodded approvingly and said, I'm gratified that you think that way. Indeed, the pioneers in the fortress are still mostly ordinary people. Even if we recruit awakeners from other professions into the military, the total proportion of awakeners is only 20%. And you are the most balanced and powerful existence among level 1 awakeners. By that alone, you are worthy of being called our fortress' finest warrior. Ah, you're flattering me so much I'm getting embarrassed. Yan Yi shyly lowered his head to scratch it, but his eyebrows twitched with Seeing the youth's amusing reaction, Director Zhao's mood lightened, and he laughed heartily. Then the Academy now approves your wasteland survival assessment. Tell me, what are the requirements of this assessment? Only 3 days worth of water and food, and survive barehanded in the wasteland outside. During this year, the warrior should collect rare resources and external information as much as possible. Additionally, if anyone is found inquiring about or tracking the underground fortress whereabouts, kill them without mercy. Yan Yi stood upright, his face solemn as he recited these words. Zhao Zhongji nodded with satisfaction, picking up a prepared document folder from the desk. Good, take this document and get it stamped by the military. That's all. Yan Yi took the folder, snapped his legs together, and declared loudly, Thank you, Principal Zhao. I guarantee it'll complete the mission. The old man showed a benevolent smile. Go on. Our next meeting will be a year from now. Yan Yi, holding the documents, turned and walked out. The principal's office was on the top floor of the Academy's teaching building, and as he descended the stairs, he inevitably encountered a few students hurrying to class. Oh, look who it is. Our great genius, Yan, finally leaving the fortress, heading to the wasteland. 2 male students around 15 or 16 met Yan Yi on the stairway landing. One of them, spotting the red-stamped documents in his hand, did not hesitate to mock him. Good riddance. The fortress will have one less mouth wasting resources. The other student also laughed unceremoniously. Yan Yi merely gave them a faint glance and continued down the stairs. He had heard similar remarks countless times over the years. TCH boring. Seeing that Yan Yi ignored them, the 2 students quickly lost interest and turned to head to their classroom. But a wall of a person blocked their path. Damn it, I really can't stand useless maggots like you who just love to run your mouths. A youth with an extremely robust build clenched his fists and ground his teeth. The youth's body was astonishingly broad, his width surpassing the combined size of the 2 students, and his height reached a terrifying 195 meters. He looked like a small mountain exuding an oppressive aura. The 2 boys instantly turned into timid little quails in a cold wind. Bill, what do you think you're doing? I'm telling you, the principal's office is just upstairs, don't you dare. Bill wasted no words. He slammed his fists hard into both their eye sockets, knocking them to the ground. When Yan Yi seriously disciplines me, he can beat me senseless with just one hand. Bill spat heavily at the 2. What are you 2 daring to insult him? Bill turned and ascended the stairs without another glance at the pair. The principal's office is upstairs. That's exactly where I'm headed. Principal Zhao, Pioneer Reserve Bill requests to begin the wasteland survival mission. A small mountain stood at the entrance of the principal's office, reporting loudly. From inside the office came the old man's somewhat anxious voice. Oh, I heard you. Why are you shouting so loud? People are still in class. As Yan Yi was heading to the military headquarters with documents in hand, a tall and burly young man blocked his path. Got a moment? Let's have a chat. A slender scar ran across the corner of the young man's eye, giving him a remarkably tough appearance. Yan Yi raised the document stamped with a red seal and said, I need to get this stamped at the military headquarters, so I don't have time right now. With that, he turned to sidestep the sudden stranger. Unexpectedly, the scarred youth took a step sideways, blocking his path once more. May I ask what exactly you want? Yan Yi looked up, growing impatient at the man he had never seen before. Just want to talk. I said I don't have time. My name is Peng Yi. Where to talk? Yan Yi led Peng Yi to Old Tom's cabin. The first perfect level awakener in this fortress looked with keen interest at the coffin on the counter, then turned to ask, got any out? A little drink while talking makes the atmosphere much better. Yan Yi shrugged, I finished the last bottle yesterday. What a pity. Peng Yi licked his lips, his eyes genuinely filled with regret. I've been looking for you all these years. Why did you hide? Yan Yi casually pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze fixed intently on the mysterious young man's face. And now, why have you suddenly come to find me? Starting with accusations, are we? Peng Yi raised an eyebrow and also found a chair to sit on, such a sharp tone. Aren't you afraid I'll get annoyed and beat you up? You know, people who've survived on the wasteland don't have the best tempers. As fellow first-level awakeners, I have nothing to fear from you, Yan Yi retorted without any courtesy. Peng Yi was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Did you learn that from old man Zhao Zhongji? Trying to pry information out of me, ha ha ha. Yan Yi watched the young man calmly, showing no embarrassment at being exposed. Indeed, what concerned him most now was Peng Yi's awakening level. This question had troubled him for 4 years. Was there a way for a perfect level awakener to advance? But I don't mind telling you. Peng Yi stopped laughing, leaned forward slightly, and said in a low voice, I'm at level 5 now. The youth's face flushed crimson, then he forced down his shock, and said hoarsely, Are you joking? I can't believe it. Peng Yi didn't argue. Instead, he simply clenched his right fist and punched fiercely toward a spot in the cabin. An invisible solid fist wind surged forth, shattering distant tables and chairs into pieces. Ye felt as if all strength had drained from his body, slumping back into his chair. Why didn't you tell me the way to get stronger sooner? Do you know how much I've endured all these years? I've been through everything you have, but... Peng Yi clicked his tongue. I was much luckier than you. At least I wasn't exposed, so I didn't have to bear so much public scorn. Actually, I've always truly admired and respected you. But I had my reasons for not telling you the method to grow stronger earlier. Peng Yi shed his carefree demeanor and said gravely, first, this method only works when you're qualified to start the wasteland survival mission. If I had told you earlier, you might have become impatient for results and done something recklessly dangerous. Second, don't you think the scorn and ridicule you've endured over the years have made you far more mature and reserved? Some qualities and ways of thinking are truly precious on the wasteland. Ye stared at the scarred youth and saw deep sincerity in him. He nodded, I believe you. Peng Yi immediately beamed a joyful smile, flashing a row of white teeth. Then let's talk about the secrets of perfect level advancement. Actually, besides us too, there are many perfect level awakened beings on Earth. Beings, see? Yes, I'm talking about auspicious beasts. Didn't the textbooks teach us? Auspicious beasts' abilities, unlike humans, are not incomplete. Their elemental control is far more powerful, and they have almost no physical weaknesses, while humans are usually only enhanced in one or two areas. True. But what does that have to do with our advancement? Don't rush. After reaching that conclusion, I wondered if there were any other similarities between auspicious beasts and me. Kid, do you remember another trait of auspicious beasts? They fight to the death with every fallen beast they encounter. Exactly, that's it. Why do they fight to the death? Why are they so aggressive toward fallen beasts? Earth's will is driving them to do this. Ye proposed a rather metaphysical concept. Earth's will is ultimately a concept proposed by human scholars. We can't verify if it's accurate. So, I formed a hypothesis: auspicious beasts must gain some tangible benefit from killing fallen beasts, otherwise they wouldn't be. Ye nodded in agreement. And the most direct benefit is an increase in strength. A smug smile spread across Peng Yi's face, and I was fortunate enough to witness an auspicious beast directly advance a level after killing several fallen beasts. So that means... Yes' voice rose with excitement. That means my hypothesis is correct. Peng Yi stylishly flicked the stray hair from his forehead. Normal people, even awakeners, usually avoid fallen beasts at all costs. But during that time I frantically hunted for traces of fallen beasts. And then I advanced. You found another commonality between perfect level awakeners and auspicious beasts. Both are fully strengthened physically, and deduced that killing fallen beasts is the way to improve strength. Yi looked at Peng Yi with admiration. Brother Peng, you're a genius. Who says I'm not? Peng Yi laughed heartily. However, when he noticed his junior staring at him with a profoundly speechless expression, he awkwardly restrained himself. You're now at the peak of first level awakener. You can advance by killing several fallen beasts of the same level, or one that's a level higher than you. Then what about the thorn vine? Yi thought of the fallen beast that had killed brother Li Tai's friend. The fortress classifies it as a third level fallen beast, but that's only based on its danger. Peng Yi shook his head. In terms of true combat strength, I estimate it's only first level. On the wasteland, the concept of levels isn't as clear as marked in books. That's ultimately a one-sided human assessment. Then how do I distinguish the level of a fallen beast? Yi felt a headache coming on. Peng Yi pointed to his own head, and then to Yes' perception. As perfect level awakeners, our brains are also enhanced. We can sense the approximate strength of those supernatural beings, like an animal instinct. With these final words, Peng Yi stood up. He had said all that needed to be said. It was time to leave. Thank you, Brother Peng. Yi also stood up, expressing his sincere gratitude. No need to thank me. It's only right. Peng Yi waved his hand casually, then suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned around and looked at Yi seriously. The fact that we too can advance must be kept absolutely secret. Actually, besides you now, everyone else in the fortress still thinks I'm just a first-level awakener. Why? Yi asked in confusion. I suspect there's a traitor among the fortress high-ranking officials, Peng Yi said with a grave expression. If something happens to the fortress, we'll be the last trump card. Yi nodded somewhat dazedly. He was long accustomed to hiding his strength. That wasn't an issue. But a traitor among the fortress high-ranking officials. I'll forget it, don't think about it. Cross that bridge when you come to it. When the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. The youth waved goodbye to the tall man with gratitude. AC was kept overnight by his mentor for an experiment, so he didn't return home. After seeing Peng Yi off, Yi hastily ate a simple dinner, packed his belongings, and went to sleep. When he came out the next day, he noticed a note had been stuck on the coffin placed on the bar counter. Yi stepped forward and removed the note, finding a message written on it. I forgot to mention yesterday, killing fallen beasts with thermal weapons generally doesn't count, because the energy dissipates and cannot be absorbed by you. Yi then realized he had overlooked this crucial detail. During his recruit training, he had encountered low-level fallen beasts, but back then he had always used the military's traditional combat methods, ultimately delivering the final blow with firearms. Now he understood why he hadn't noticed the anomaly earlier. The young man let out a soft, wry laugh and crumpled the note into a ball. He wasn't sure how to judge Peng Yi. Was this man reliable? Yet he always spoke whatever came to mind, often forgetting things. Like yesterday, he only remembered to tell him about a mole in the fortress just as he was leaving. And today's note also revealed his carelessness. But was he unreliable? He was thoughtful enough to wait for the right moment to reveal the method for becoming stronger. Ye was self-aware, though he usually appeared carefree and indifferent to others' opinions. If he had learned this method a year or two ago, he might have recklessly rushed outside to prove himself. And his mind might not have been mature enough to avoid all dangers. Even if he had resisted, his grueling training would surely have slackened, as he would have had new hopes and expectations. By choosing to tell Ye the method for advancement later, he ensured his safety while tempering his character. He accurately chose the moment. Ye had truly matured, helping him complete his final refinement. What an intriguing brother, he thought. Ye turned to look out the small cabin's window, a faint smile curling at his lips. Last night had been the most peaceful sleep he had had in years. Ye picked up the documents he hadn't stamped yesterday and walked out of the cabin. AC had heard about Ye's plan to train in the wasteland the previous afternoon, but his mentor's experiment was at a critical stage. As his most capable assistant, he naturally couldn't be let go by his mentor. After staying up all night to complete the experiment, AC had no time to rest, and with dark circles under his eyes rushed back to the cabin. But no one was there, and the black coffin on the counter had vanished. AC panicked, knowing they wouldn't see each other for at least a year. Having grown up together, they had never been apart for so long. Even when Wang Wei left despite a proper farewell, AC had secretly grieved for a long time. And now Ye was leaving without a word. AC dashed into his room, grabbed a thick booklet, and ran out of the cabin like the wind. He refused to give up. Maybe if he ran fast enough, he could still catch Ye. But after running a short distance, he collided head-on with Ye, who had a black coffin slung diagonally over his back. Seeing his friend with messy hair and heavy dark circles, Ye chuckled. "How did you end up like this?" AC bent over, hands on his knees, panting as he complained, "All because of you. I thought you were going to pull a disappearing act without saying goodbye." "Haha, how could I? I was just taking old Tom for a stroll to get used to it," Ye said, scratching his head. "But you spending all your time in the lab or library. Your physique is worse than when we were kids." AC sighed helplessly. "I wish I could, but there's no time. After this training, you'll officially graduate. My battlefield is in the fortress, and I need to submit my thesis soon. Once you start working, make sure to set aside time for exercise." Ye patted the frail, bespectacled shoulder. "Wang Wei and I don't want to see you go before us." AC rolled his eyes. "If anyone's going first, it'll be me burying you too. You're the one struggling in dangerous territory. Here, take this booklet." AC pulled a thick pamphlet from his lab coat pocket. Ye took it, flipping through it roughly. He was both surprised and warmed by a wave of emotion. The palm-sized booklet had each page documenting a known fallen beast from the fortress. The name, species, appearance, size, strength, and speed, data, strengths, and weaknesses of each fallen beast were concisely noted on a single small page. Despite the booklet's thickness, it was easy to search through, as the side was tagged with colored plastic strips labeled canines, primates, plants, and so on. Once the general species of a fallen beast was identified, one could quickly find its relevant information. "You've been holed up in the library for this." Ye raised the booklet, his eyes filled with deep gratitude. AC tidied his fluffy hair, slightly feigning nonchalance. "This thing doesn't require much skill. It only took me 2 or 3 weeks to finish. I made a copy for Wang Wei when he left, but this one is handwritten by me. Take good care of it." Ye looked at him with admiration and said sincerely, "This booklet is crucial for every warrior in the fortress. Keep the original and have the fortress make more copies for distribution." AC waved his hand. "I have a few copies left. You keep the original. I planned to give one to Ye Xiaoqi, but she left too quickly. She should be fine. As long as she's careful, nothing in the wilderness can threaten her." Ye didn't refuse further and carefully tucked the precious booklet into his chest. "By the way, I think Bill is leaving soon too. Remember to give him a copy of your booklet." Ye suddenly recalled the loud shout that had echoed through the entire academy when he left the principal's office yesterday. "No problem, I've long let go of childhood grudges." AC smiled faintly. After these words, a silence fell between them. Under the bright light, the two young men stood close. Yet their shadows did not overlap at all. After a long while, AC spoke bitterly. "Are you leaving today?" Ye nodded, patting the coffin behind him. "I should have left long ago. And I reckon old Tom is getting impatient." "Can you not talk like that? It's creepy." All right. Hey, I felt the coffin move. "Bro Yen." The warehouse manager Tang Ming frowned as he limped around, Yin scrutinizing him, and asked, "Are you sure? You want to carry such a heavy thing out for training?" Yin nodded and gently patted the coffin on his back, saying, "I accepted old Tom's commission to take him to the designated place for burial. Usually when it comes to burying veterans, a complete body is only carried during team missions." Tang Ming continued to persuade the young man. "For personal help, it's better to cremate first and then take the ashes." Yin shrugged helplessly and replied, "There's no other way. The place old Tom specified is a bit remote. I don't know when the team will go out on a mission, so he entrusted it to me. He gave me the entire small wooden cabin, with the only condition being that I must take his complete body. You could refuse this commission, and this old man is being a bit unreasonable." Tang Ming shook his head, frowning. "Well, don't underestimate this heavy thing. It's actually surprisingly convenient." Yin Yi reached behind him and pulled out a small wooden compartment from under Tang Ming's shocked gaze. Yin Yi stuffed the supplies he had just received into this wooden compartment and then pushed it back in. Old Tom put a lot of effort into making this coffin. Besides the main compartment for the body, there are a total of 8 compartments scattered around, all easily accessible. Yin Yi took the coffin off his back and showed it to Tang Ming, saying, "Moreover, the bottom of this coffin is extremely ergonomic, so carrying it feels almost comfortable. The straps are designed for one-click release, which keeps it secure during normal use, and in case of danger you just need to press lightly to detach from the coffin." Stop. Tang Ming felt a bit dizzy and breathless. This young man was actually trying to sell him on it. Yin Yi, with one hand on the coffin and a professional smile, showing 8 white teeth, said, "New users can enjoy a free trial inside the coffin." Tang Ming ripped off his prosthetic limb and swung it down onto the boy's backside, saying, "Experience this, you fool." Finally, warehouse god of war Little Tang did not stop Yin Yi from taking the pitch-black coffin and let him go. In addition to 3 days' worth of food and water, Yin Yi also received a small black medal with a black broken blade engraved on. The broken blade part of this badge can move. Tang Ming held up the black medal and pressed it gently, saying, "If you encounter any danger outside, just press this broken blade for 3 seconds, and other pioneers outside will receive your distress signal. Conversely, if the badge vibrates slightly, it means someone is calling for help, and you just need to walk in the direction indicated by the hilt." Yin Yi curiously took the medal and explored it with his hands, finding that the hilt on the design could actually rotate 360. The back of the medal is a compass, Tang Ming reminded. Yin Yi flipped the medal over and indeed found a small dial embedded. "Now you can set off." Tang Ming patted the young man's shoulder, saying, "Be careful." Yin Yi nodded, standing on a square lift with the black coffin on his back. Suddenly Tang Ming stomped his foot and stood straight, saying, "Pioneer Reserve, Yin Yi student. Present. Remember this, the most dangerous thing in the wasteland is the human heart. Yes. I wish you a safe return." The gears on the nearby rock wall interlocked and slowly turned under the track's movement as the lift beneath Yin Yi began to rise steadily and smoothly. As the lift rose higher, Yin Yi saw a thin figure in a white coat waving vigorously at him outside the military district gate. Yin Yi also raised his hands and waved vigorously downwards, saying, "Study hard. When I return, you must become the best doctor in the fortress." A distant, somewhat muffled shout came, "I'm already close to that. This kid is really shameless." Yin Yi laughed heartily. 10 minutes later, the young man appeared in a yellow wasteland. He did not hesitate and stepped firmly eastward. A few hours later, several motorcycles roared deafeningly to a stop in front of the young man. 5 minutes later, a pile of corpses was left behind, and the young man rode east on a motorcycle. As the sun set, the young man arrived at a city ruin where there was a small human settlement. "Is this the map you mentioned?" Yin Yi shook the yellowed grass paper in his hand, asking the wandering merchant in front of him. The short, lecherous-looking merchant rubbed his hands and smiled, saying, "Sir, you don't know there aren't any large settlements within hundreds of miles, so naturally, there wouldn't be a cartographer. This map was something I earned with my life traveling all over in recent years." Yin Yi frowned and looked again at the map in his hand, which had no roads or mountains and lakes marked. It only had various black circles with the names of the places written underneath. "You want a bullet for this piece of scrap paper?" He, a small business, no negotiations." The lecherous merchant smiled ingratiatingly. Yin Yi expressionlessly unholstered his pistol and pointed the dark muzzle at the merchant's forehead, saying, "So I can pay now." The small merchant's face turned pale with fright and tremblingly pulled out a gray hoodie from a nearby box, saying, "This warrior, I see your clothes are too dirty. I want to gift you a set of clothes. What do you think?" This was something I dug up in the city ruins a few days ago. It should be from the old times, definitely not dead people stuff." The small merchant explained incoherently, almost crying. Yin Yi carefully examined the material and workmanship of the clothing and found it indeed not something these refugees could wear. So he nodded, took out a bullet from his pocket, and left with the hoodie and the map. After the young man left, a broad-shouldered, fierce-looking bald man appeared beside the trembling little merchant and asked in a deep voice, "Old cat, why didn't you just rob that?" He had tried to rush out a few times from the nearby hut, but the little merchant kept signaling him not to act impulsively. "Are you trying to get me killed? Didn't you see that kid had a gun?" Old cat angrily scolded, his face flushed with rage. The bald man retorted, "There will always be opportunities. This kid will eventually become careless. When that happens, just sneak up behind him and knock him outright. It's not the first time doing this. That kid's motorcycle belongs to Tian Gu and his gang." Old cat's expression darkened. "Do you think you can take out Tian Gu's crew alone? Then do you still dare to plan something against that kid?" the bald man exclaimed, not expecting old cat to be so bold as to devise a scheme against such a ruthless character. The lecherous little merchant smugly tossed the bullet in his hand and chuckled, "Didn't I succeed? That piece of clothing is indeed from the old times, but who among these refugees cares about the origin and style of their clothing? As long as it can be worn, it's good enough. That kid has such a fair and delicate face. He looks like the pampered son of some big power. Only such a person would care about a torn piece of cloth. So, old cat, I made a bullet with a map and a piece of rag." "Impressive." The bald man gave a thumbs up. Yin Yi pushed his motorcycle to a secluded corner and took down the coffin from his back. Opening the newly acquired map, he quickly decided on his next destination. On the map, a small circle marked the ruins of a city to the east with the words Shattered Stone Town awkwardly written beneath. However, this map was likely only good for gauging the general direction. Its extremely poor scale made it impossible to judge whether the distance between the two places was dozens or hundreds of kilometers. It seemed that Shattered Stone Town was a human settlement of village size, and Ye planned to go there first to obtain a more detailed map. As for the tattered paper in his hand, it would be an insult to other maps to call it a map. In the next few days, Ye intended to stay in this settlement a bit longer, gathering information from the locals to prepare thoroughly for it. Ye sat down on the dry ground, changed out of his blood-stained clothes, and took food provided by the fortress from the coffin behind him, planning to have dinner first. At that moment, his enhanced hearing caught the conversation of two people not far away. I heard that there is a place in this wasteland where people can live without worries about food and clothing. Really? Don't joke with me, old man. I heard it's a fortress built underground. The women inside have never been exposed to the wind and sun since birth. Their skin is so delicate and lovely. Ye suddenly became completely still, as if turned to stone, focusing intently on the conversation coming from that direction. One of the two conversing was an elderly man in his twilight years, while the other was a gaunt middle-aged drifter. It must be said that the old drifter had a way with words. He gestured animatedly, spitting as he spoke, describing the underground fortress as if it were paradise. The listener's face was flushed with excitement, repeatedly swearing that he would definitely find this land of bliss. Listening expressionlessly to the old man's description, Ye realized that most of the details were fabricated. Inside, the men are all inexperienced weaklings incomparable to us. And the young girls take baths in milk, and the used milk is served back at the dining table. Overall, the old man's words could be described in three terms: very dreamy, very sensual, and very absurd. Setting aside the term underground fortress, this was simply bragging and nonsense among the drifters. The old man even directed the middle-aged drifter to head east to find the fortress, while Ye had come from the west. But for the underground fortress, this could ultimately lead to some trouble. Ye raised his handgun and shot the excited middle-aged drifter dead beside the old man's feet. Then he aimed the gun at the stunned old man. Watching the old drifter kneel with a thud, banging his head on the ground, his frail body trembled violently, like withered grass in the wind. A complex emotion suddenly appeared in the young man's heart. He inexplicably thought of the old man lying quietly in the coffin behind him. Perhaps this old drifter merely found life too dull and fabricated these sensual and dreamy lies to boast and tell stories when bored. Ye tucked his gun back into his waistband, feeling that after tonight the old drifter would no longer dare to say anything. Soon after, the other people in the settlement rushed forward in a frenzy, fighting over the man's corpse, and the old man was among them. Ye did not want to witness that disgusting scene any longer. He turned away and closed his eyes. He put his dinner back into the coffin, feeling no appetite. A night passed without incident. When Ye opened his eyes again, the sky was already dimly bright. The people of this settlement had risen early, each rushing into the depths of the city ruins, hoping to find something valuable. In fact, this wasteland had long been plundered by various forces, and what remained was mostly worthless to them. However, the ruins were simply too vast, and no one could guarantee that a gold chain wasn't quietly lying in some corner. In truth, Ye had not really fallen asleep last night. His powerful hearing and perception had been keenly capturing everything around him in case any bad people approached him under the cover of darkness. But clearly no one in this small settlement dared to provoke this mysterious young man. Ye shouldered the coffin again and pushed his motorcycle to the store where he had bought the map and clothes yesterday. What was called a store was merely a table set up in the ruins of a building. At that moment, the lecherous little vendor stood behind the table, rubbing his hands nervously as he watched this esteemed customer return. "Young sir, is there anything else you want?" Old Cat asked with a bow and a smile revealing his yellowed teeth. "I want the gasoline from Brother Tian and his crew." Ye casually placed his right hand on the grip of his gun. "Since you know who they are, you must also know where their lair is, right?" "Oh, please don't flatter me. I don't know any Brother Tian. That name sounds incredible." Old Cat's sincere smile remained, but beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. "I really don't understand what you're talking about, young sir." Ye raised his hand, pointing the gun up, then disengaged the safety, saying, "Now do you understand?" "In the best preserved building in the eastern part of the city," Old Cat said, raising both hands, trembling. This shrewd vendor had figured out many things in that brief moment. The young man in front of him had definitely heard his conversation with that fool Adai yesterday, otherwise he would not have come straight to him, pinpointing that he knew Brother Tian and his crew. If he continued to feign ignorance, Old Cat had no doubt that this boy, who had already killed one person yesterday, would similarly send a bullet into his own head. Ye tucked the gun back into his waistband, turned around, and mounted the motorcycle, roaring towards the eastern part of the city. Old Cat wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and suddenly shouted, "Iron Egg! You lazy pig, stop sleeping." Soon after, a bald, burly man walked out from a nearby building, rubbing his groggy eyes. "What are you getting all worked up about so early?" "Pack your things, we're preparing to leave," Old Cat said with a hint of bitterness. "I was just threatened by that young man yesterday, and I revealed the lair of the wolf gang." "Damn!" The bald man Iron Egg cursed, but then he remembered something and hesitantly asked, "But Old Cat, you're..." Don't say anymore. To save her, I need to be alive first. Old Cat's eyes brimmed with tears. I've waited long enough for her, it's time to give up. A certain building east of the city stood in disrepair, its upper floors as dilapidated as any other structure. Yet the first 3 stories had been renovated, creating a jarring contrast with the rest. At that moment, deafening music blared from the outwardly intact building. In the center of the second-floor hall lay a woman, her gaze vacant and listless. These pitiable women had been abducted from various places by the ruthless gang. Some were mere teenagers, others were wives or mothers. The Wolf Gang's standards were never high. Any woman alive was their target. The towering Robert lounged on a leather sofa, his face twisted in disgust as he eyed the women sprawled on the floor. Their skin was coarse, their flesh sagging. Far from pleasing to the eye, they only filled Robert with revulsion. Hey, when is Tian-Gu coming back? Robert bellowed to his comrades smoking nearby. No idea, came the frag. As expected, Robert received only vague, uncertain answers. If he doesn't return soon, I might just have to take his woman. The gang's second-in-command shouted, drawing a burst of raucous laughter from his men. Just then Robert caught the roar of a motorcycle engine outside. It's Tian-Gu and the others, he exclaimed, rising eagerly, hoping his boss had brought back something valuable, preferably a woman. He had grown weary of the current selection in the hall. Something's off, a gang member suddenly frowned, turning down the music. That's... Robert froze, then rushed to the window. Below, a young man had parked a Wolf Gang motorcycle and dismounted. Damn it, Tian-Gu must have run into trouble. Robert roared, veins bulging on his neck. Grab your weapons. They've been taken down. We'll avenge them. Yen Yi leisurely got off the bike, wheeled it to the curb, and placed the coffin on his back behind a crumbling wall. As he finished, 5 or 6 burly men burst from the building armed with machetes and steel bars, forming a semicircle around. What did you do to Tian-Gu? A tall, bare-chested thug snarled menacingly. Yen Yi smiled, raising his palm and drawing it across his throat in a slow, deliberate motion. The thugs erupted in fury, charging at the fair-skinned youth. With his enhanced dynamic vision and superior physique, Yen Yi moved like a butterfly through a storm of blades, untouched by a single strike. Their movements were too slow, utterly lacking in technique. Yen Yi felt even the unawakened Wang Wei could have easily dispatched. He raised his pistol, and with 5 swift shots, while dodging, only Robert remained standing among the ruthless bandits. Yen Yi knew this was somewhat wasteful. He could have subdued them with a bit more effort, yet he had squandered 5 precious bullets. But he had only killed for the first time yesterday, and he still felt aversion and resistance to it. Using the gun to shoot them from a distance was the method that brought him the most ease. Staring at the pale, trembling thug collapsed on the ground, Yen Yi frowned and clicked the trigger again, confirming the gun was empty. He picked up a steel bar from the floor and slowly advanced toward the bare-chested man. Robert, paralyzed with terror, scrambled away on all fours. His courage had shattered. The youth had killed 5 of his comrades in the blink of an eye. Though he had used a gun, the agility and skill he displayed while evading attacks made it clear to Robert that he stood no chance. Yen Yi took a few steps forward, then abruptly stopped. Robert, crawling and glancing back, felt a surge of hope. A thick steel bar emerged from nowhere, and with a man's roar it slammed Robert to the ground, pinning him. Old Cat's eyes brimmed with tears as he gripped the bar, screaming while he drove it into the burly body again and again, creating bloody holes. After an eternity, a bald man embraced Old Cat from behind, shouting into his ear, "He's dead. He's already dead." The frail vendor gasped for air, releasing the steel bar. The youth nearby showed little interest, turning to retrieve the black coffin from behind a broken wall before entering the renovated building. Tied-in patted Old Cat's shoulder, comforting him. "You've avenged them. Go find your wife inside." The gaunt Old Cat nodded vacantly, stumbling toward the building like a pup. But halfway he remembered something, ran back to search Robert's corpse for a key, then staggered inside. Yen Yi entered the building. The first floor was spacious with few rooms. In the northeast corner stood 2 motorcycles surrounded by large cans of gasoline. In the center of the hall lay several mattresses, clearly where some gang members slept. There was nothing else. The youth turned and ascended to the second floor. The women there had heard the commotion and witnessed the events from the windows. Now they huddled in corners, clutching their naked bodies, trembling as they watched the newcomer. Yen Yi ignored them, moving through the rooms. He found some stored food and water along with torture implements, but little else of value. Seeing the pitiful women and bloodstained tools, Yen Yi felt relief and even pleasure for the first time at having killed. Killing one evil man saved countless innocents. The psychological burden of his recent killings lifted entirely in that moment. He knew he had done the right thing. Then Yen Yi climbed to the 3rd floor, disappointed to find nothing he sought. He had hoped, like in novels, to plunder the gang's hoarded treasures after slaying them. The Wolf Gang was evidently too impoverished, or whatever supplies and money they had stolen were quickly squandered, leaving nothing behind. Old Cat's wife had been taken by the Wolf Gang 3 months ago. He was both bewildered and enraged, for his wife was not attractive. She was short, stout, and her face was covered. Yet those beasts of the Wolf Gang had not spared her. Thus he transformed from a wandering merchant into a settled vendor in this settlement, and during this time, he befriended Tai-Dan. His wife might not be beautiful, but he loved her deeply. Without her, he would have died 10 years ago after fainting from hunger. The first thing he saw upon waking was an ordinary face covered in pockmarks. In that moment, he felt he had beheld the most endearing visage in the world. Old Cat swore he would wait until his wife returned. He chose not to rescue her, knowing it would be suicide. His corpse would only bring her greater grief. So he waited and waited until finally a fair-skinned youth appeared. In truth, when he gave directions to the youth, he had already envisioned where he would be buried. He simply could not believe this young man had the strength to defeat those ferocious bandits, even with a gun at his waist and a motorcycle beneath him. After all, perhaps Brother Tian and his crew had merely met with an accident, and this youth had stumbled upon some good fortune. Yet deep within Old Cat harbored a faint glimmer of hope, though he knew not whence it came. Perhaps it was the confidence in the youth's brow when he twice aimed his gun at him, or perhaps it was the mysterious black coffin strapped to his back. Old Cat felt that anyone who could wander about carrying a coffin in this perilous era must be extraordinary. Driven by that flicker of hope, he sprinted after the youth all the way to the Wolfgang's headquarters. There he discovered with both terror and ecstasy that the youth was far more formidable than he had imagined. Watching the panicked Wolfgang member crawl toward him, Old Cat howled madly, pulled a steel bar from the rubble, and mercilessly pinned the hulking brute, so vastly different in build, to the ground. In that moment, he felt more masculine than ever before. Once, twice, thrice. In the end, he lost count of how many times It was only when Taidan roared in his ear that he snapped back to reality. Old Cat felt as though he were in a dream, staggering toward the building he had once regarded as a den of peril. Suddenly, he recalled that the man he had killed was the Wolfgang's second-in-command, who likely carried the key to the safe. So he ran back, retrieved the key, and intended to hand it to the youth. In these 3 months, Old Cat had not idled. He had done his utmost to uncover the Wolfgang's secrets. He had been waiting for some person or force to rise against the Wolfgang, so he could lead them to destroy this hated den of thieves. Yet the one who came was so fierce that his help was unnecessary. Old Cat burst into the second floor of the building, and amid a group of naked women found the wife he had yearned for. Ajin, your husband never gave up. Now I've avenged you. The gaunt man collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. A short figure rushed from the crowd and threw herself onto her man, sobbing, I saw it all of it. You killed that despicable scum with your own hands. You are our hero. Seeing that among the men who had slaughtered the Wolfgang was a fellow husband, the other women finally breathed a sigh of relief. They felt their safety was now somewhat assured. Ye descended from the 3rd floor at that moment, and seeing the embracing couple raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. But he said nothing, preparing instead to head to the 1st floor to collect the gasoline. Benefactor, wait. Old Cat broke free from his wife's embrace and stumbled toward the youth. What, planning to return the bullet you swindled me with? Ye teased, looking at the tear-streaked middle-aged man. Old Cat scratched his thinning hair awkwardly. Benefactor, a man of your caliber, surely you won't hold a grudge over a single bullet. But what I have for you is far more valuable. Wait a moment. With that, Old Cat bent over and scurried up to the 3rd floor. Unsure of his intentions, Ye waited at the stairway. In truth, this young god of slaughter who had just wreaked havoc felt somewhat embarrassed, for behind him stood a crowd of naked women. He would rather face a dozen more Wolfgang bandits than remain here. Tell him he'll wait on the 1st floor, Ye shouted without turning back, then descended alone. Ajin, sitting on the floor, paused for a moment, then noticed the youth's slightly stiff back and couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought such a formidable man could be shy? Seeing the youth's reaction, the other women also brightened, exchanging light-hearted banter. Only then could they be certain they had not escaped one peril only to fall into another. Old Cat did not keep Ye waiting long. Soon, he came running down with an unremarkable green iron box. Ye raised an eyebrow at the box in his arms. He had noticed the box earlier, but its green paint was mostly chipped, it looked shabby, and its edges were badly deformed. Thus he doubted it contained anything valuable. Old Cat retrieved a key from his bag and inserted it into the box's lock. With a click, the slightly rusted door swung open. Ye leaned in to see several thick stacks of currency and a few boxes of ammo. But the most precious items were the gold jewelry resting atop the bills. Even Old Cat was stunned. He hadn't expected the Wolfgang's wealth to be so substantial. He swallowed hard. His initial fervent desire to repay his debt, now eroded by the greedy, selfish nature cultivated in. Ye stepped forward and casually pulled out a thick stack of bills. Under Old Cat's covetous gaze, the youth did not pocket it, but instead extended it toward him. The avaricious merchant froze, afraid to take the money, and looked up blankly at the youth before him. You're resourceful and clever. You shouldn't be just a peddler of junk. Take this money and start a real business. Ye tucked the stack into the gaunt man's pocket. Besides, you did me a great favor. I didn't want to dirty my hands killing that escapee. Benefactor, if you're heading to Gravel Town, you mustn't act so recklessly. In Old Cat's makeshift shop, the 4 of them, including Iron Egg and Asian, sat on the surrounding concrete blocks. Old Cat, with one arm around his newly reunited wife and the other waving wildly in the air, said, Asian and I went there before. That town is an affiliate of Eastern Guilt City, so the mayor is assigned a 1st level awakened and a 2nd level awakened. The 2nd level one is even an elemental type awakened who can control flames. As for that 1st level awakened, do you know which part of him awakened? Ye sat to the side, the black coffin on his back, now placed flat on the ground. Old Cat clicked his tongue and said, I don't have any solid intel, so I wouldn't dare spout nonsense to you. But while doing business there I heard someone say that Awakened shattered a rock with a single kick. As for which foot, I really couldn't say. Ye nodded, not taking it too seriously. For an enhancement type Awakened, as long as their level wasn't higher than his, he generally had little to fear. After all, most opponents were only formidable in one part, while he could dominate across the board. Young master, Yin, judging by your look you must be an Awakened too, right? Iron Egg asked in a muffled voice. Yin didn't hide it, and admitted first level enhancement type Awakened. The three beside him immediately showed expressions of awe. Then which part of you has awakened? Asian asked curiously. Old Cat was startled and quickly covered his wife's mouth, apologizing with a forced smile. Benefactor, no need to say, no need to say. My woman doesn't know any better, he. Then he turned and scolded his newly reunited wife. You need to know there are things you can ask, and things you can't. Next time think before you speak. If you lack a brain, ask me first. Yin couldn't help but laugh and waved his hand saying, no need to be so strict. Telling you all is fine. I've awakened both my feet, so that's why I could dodge quickly and avoid injury when facing so many people today. Old Cat's face flushed with anxiety as he lowered his voice urgently. Benefactor, you must be more cautious when you're out there. Things like your awakened part. If you can avoid revealing them, do so. If someone finds out later, it'll be far too easy for them to Yin paused, scratching his head with a somewhat naive look. I'm young and inexperienced, so I really overlooked that. Good thing the first people I told were you all. If some ill-intentioned person had found out, it would have been a huge mess. Old Cat puffed out his scrawny chest with pride. I may be a bit of a profiteer, but my loyalty to friends and brothers is beyond reproach. Otherwise Iron Egg wouldn't be my friend. Benefactor, rest assured, even if I die, I won't betray you. Iron Egg nodded in agreement. That's true. Was Yin really naive? That kid had more cunning than a beehive. As a fully awakened individual, Yin claimed he had only awakened his feet. He could have chosen not to answer, and no one would have blamed. Yet he feigned foolishness and fed them false information. It was certain that if anyone tried to target Yin through Old Cat, they would only end up capsizing in a ditch. Yin stood up and shouldered the black coffin again. It's getting late. He'll be going. Old Cat hastily tried to persuade him. Benefactor, you can stay here. Next door is that brute Iron Egg. No petty thief would dare come here to steal. Yin shook his head in refusal, pointing at Asian with a smile. You and your wife have just reunited. I won't intrude. I feel freer being alone outside. With that, the young man didn't give Old Cat a chance to insist further, picked up the 2 cans of gasoline and left directly. The burly Iron Egg sighed with some admiration. That young master is a bit scatterbrained sometimes, but other times he's unexpected. Old Cat nodded in apparent agreement, but the shrewd merchant's mind was churning with deeper thoughts. When the benefactor revealed his awakened ability, his demeanor was far too inconsistent with his usual style. It was very like, if any fool believed the benefactor was simple-minded, they'd probably die without knowing why. Old Cat glanced at his wife and Iron Egg, but ultimately decided not to share his suspicions. Asian was indeed too honest to keep a secret. As for Iron Egg, had only known him for 3 months. People's hearts were hard to read. To protect the benefactor, it was best to stay silent. Yin pushed his motorcycle with 2 nearly full fuel cans hanging on it back to the secluded empty lot where he had stayed on the first day. News of his slaughter of the entire wolf gang during the day had spread throughout the camp. Now the gazes directed at the young man from all directions were filled only with fear and greed. Fear stemmed from his formidable strength, while greed coveted the treasures he had plundered from the wolf gang. Yet no matter how much people yearned for those cash and supplies, none dared to risk their lives. Material possessions compared to one's own life were ultimately far too light. As the sun set, scattered campfires flickered in the settlement, and the refugees began preparing their evening meals. Yin also took some dry rations and water from the coffin, hastily finishing his dinner. Before he could close his eyes to rest for a while, he heard that familiar voice again. This time the old man was targeting a young refugee. He first piqued the youth's interest with talk of architecture, then pretended to reminisce about the good old days. Finally, he abruptly brought up the story of the underground fortress that had already claimed a life yesterday. In the distance, Yin heard sounds of fighting and the cries of women and children, but he had no inclination to meddle in such matter. In this wasteland, too many people met untimely deaths every day, countless beyond reckoning. The young man suddenly felt exhausted, deeply weary. Indeed, in this wilderness devoid of moral order, no one was worthy of sympathy or pity. Yin's gaze turned cold and merciless as he looked toward the campfire. There the young man was gesticulating excitedly, while the wizened old schemer, having succeeded in his trick, revealed a sinister smile. He drew his pistol, silently loaded it with bullets, then raised it, and shot the excited young refugee in the head. The old man lunged at the youth's corpse like a mad dog, but before he could revel in his gain, another bullet pierced his scrawny frame. Yin blew on the hot barrel of his gun, a note of irritation in his voice. Did that old fool take me for a human ATM? Night ended once more with the sun's rise. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the ruins of the city, the young man shouldered his coffin, revved up his motorcycle, and facing the sunrise began his journey anew. Women, especially beautiful young maidens, were always objects of desire and targets of harm in this wasteland. In just over a month, Ye Xiaoqi had lost count of how many fools with ill intentions she had slain. She had even earned herself a fearsome moniker, the Icebound Witch, in a small area to the southeast. In the end, she had no choice but to don a voluminous cloak and a black veil to conceal her appearance and figure. Yet even so, if anyone heard her voice, trouble would incessantly come knocking at her door. A month ago, Ye Xiaoqi registered herself as a mercenary at a tavern in a small southeastern town. Her inherently cold and aloof nature, coupled with her pride, forbade her from taking up service-oriented professions. After much deliberation, the young maiden decided to become a mercenary, the same first profession chosen by most other seniors when they ventured out for training. The world outside was unlike the underground fortress where resources were mostly uniformly distributed. To survive in this wasteland, one needed a profession that brought in a deep. Not everyone had the opportunity or ability to play the rogue like Yan Yi. Some men slaved away for others, selling their labor. Some women spread their legs, selling their youth. But the warriors emerging from the fortress were different. Having undergone systematic learning and training since childhood, most were well suited for the mercenary profession, dangerous yet offering freedom and generous rewards. The latest mission Ye Xiaoqi accepted was a road-clearing task. She needed to travel north from her current town all the way to the northern town of Gravelstone. This was an unranked mission, meaning its difficulty depended entirely on the mercenary herself. The mission required the mercenary to slay as many dangerous beasts and fallen beasts in the wilderness as possible along the journey, then bring a specific part of these creatures to the mercenary tavern in Gravelstone to claim the bounty. Kill less, earn less. Kill more, earn more. This freeform mission perfectly suited Ye Xiaoqi's temperament, so she accepted it without hesitation. It also happened that she wanted to change locations to broaden her experience and horizons. 2 weeks had already passed since Ye Xiaoqi set out from that small town. In the desolate, arid desert, 2 wolves, as robust as calves with fur as gray-yellow as sand and gravel, stared at the prey before them with bloodshot eyes, their foul, bloody drool continuously dripping from the gaps between their sharp fangs onto the ground. This solitary traveler wore a wide cloak, a broad-brimmed hat, and a thick veil wrapped around her face. But no matter how tightly she bundled herself, she could not conceal the alluring fragrance emanating from her tender flesh. The 2 wolves fought to suppress their rising killing lust, cautiously circling the traveler. These beasts of the wasteland were equally sharp in their scent for flesh and danger, sensing that their prey this time was no ordinary target. However, this prey seemed to have grown impatient, charging actively toward one of the wolves. A cruel, savage glint flashed in the eyes of the 2 wolves. The wolf facing the traveler did not meet her heat, but instead turned and ran backward. Meanwhile, the wolf that had circled behind her lunged fiercely at her back with a powerful thrust of its hind legs. These 2 beasts even understood strategic coordination, one to distract, the other to strike. But what made humans human was their intellect, far surpassing that of beasts. The traveler, who seemed to be charging with all her might, abruptly halted. With a nimble twist of her steps, she deftly evaded the pounce from behind, and her right palm traced a graceful arc through the air before striking directly onto the massive wolf's head. In the instant of contact, the wolf's ferocious skull was instantly covered with a layer of frost, followed by its robust body. The wolf, now entirely encased in frost, crashed heavily onto the gravelly ground, shattering into pieces. The other wolf let out a howl of anguish and turned to flee, but the traveler drew a crossbow from beneath her cloak, short as an arm, and fired a sharp bolt into the wolf's hind. She then quickly caught up to the injured wolf and turned it into another ice statue. The woman swiftly and efficiently knocked out the largest and sharpest fangs from both wolves, placing them in her backpack. Then she removed her veil, revealing a delicate face beaded with fine sweat, and took a few gentle breaths. The environment of this wilderness was extremely unfavorable for ice-type awakened ones. The air was dry and the temperature high. Condensing the water molecules in the air had required considerable effort. Ye Xiaoqi truly disliked wearing the veil. It felt unfamiliar on her face, and with the heat it sometimes made breathing difficult. Yet to avoid the trouble her appearance might bring, the young maiden ultimately put the veil back on. She adjusted the large pack on her back slightly and hurried on her way again. Those 2 wolves had caused Ye Xiaoqi no trouble at all. Although the fortress classified them as second-level fallen beasts based on their danger, that assessment was meant for ordinary warriors. As a 3rd-level awakened one, dispatching them was effortless. Thinking that she was perhaps a day or 2 away from reaching Gravelstone, Ye Xiaoqi quickened her pace. She had grown quite weary of living rough in the wilderness. She could endure the solitude, and she carried enough water and food. But she hadn't bathed in nearly 2 weeks. For a cleanly girl who had lived in an underground fortress and bathed daily, this was nothing short of a nightmare. Suddenly, she heard cries for help. The voice of an elderly woman, piercingly sharp in the wilderness where only the howling wind usually echoed. Ye Xiaoqi instinctively wanted to take a detour. Over the past month, she had witnessed too much of humanity's ugliness, so she preferred to avoid trouble whenever possible. But after a moment's hesitation, the young maiden ultimately walked toward the sound, deciding to first assess the situation. A withered, bony, old woman dressed in tattered rags lay helplessly in the shadow of a large rock. She had originally come out to catch some scorpions or snakes to trade for supplies in the town. But while chasing a small scorpion, she accidentally stepped on a stone. Her frail, aging bones could not withstand the impact, resulting in a severe sprain to her ankle. "Help!" Is anyone there to save me? The old woman called out in despair. In truth, she didn't even believe she would be rescued. The wilderness was far too sparsely. Suddenly a blaze of ecstatic joy lit up the old woman's cloudy eyes. Lying on the ground, she waved her arms frantically, shouting with all her might, "I'm here. Please save me. I beg you." A figure entirely clad in black had appeared in the distance at some unknown moment, silently watching the old woman by the rock. Ye Xiaoqi paced back and forth in the distance, silently observing the elderly woman begging for help for a while. She finally confirmed that there were no hidden ambushes around her, and it should not be a trap. To save or not to save, this kind-hearted young girl began to waver in her thoughts. Just then the elderly woman spotted Ye Xiaoqi and cried out in a mournful voice, "My son has some mental issues. If I can't get back, he'll starve to death. Please, kind-hearted soul, I beg you." Seeing that the distant stranger remained unmoved, the old woman endured the sharp pain and sat up, tearing off the cloth strips from her body to reveal her withered, frail frame. "No one wants to harm you. I have no weapons on me. I'm just an injured, pitiful old woman. I beg you." Ye Xiaoqi's heart finally stirred, and she couldn't help but walk toward the old woman. When the old woman saw the traveler finally approaching, tears of joy streamed down her weathered face. Biting back the pain, she labored to move her injured leg forward to show it. Each movement drew pained cries from her, and her wrinkled forehead was beaded with sweat. Ye Xiaoqi crouched down to examine the severely swollen ankle and finally decided to help. "How far is your home from here?" The old woman paused, incredulous. You're a girl. So what?" "No, nothing. I just didn't expect a girl to travel alone in these times." The old woman shook her head, then pointed north. "My home is at the foot of the mountains in that direction. It takes about an hour to walk, but with your good legs, maybe half an hour. Just tell my son, and he'll come get me." Ye Xiaoqi said indifferently, "No need for that trouble. I'm heading that way anyway." Then she set her backpack down in front of her and bent to carry the injured old woman on her back. The old woman marveled. "I never thought a little girl like you could be so strong." Ye Xiaoqi said nothing more, trudging northward in silence with the old woman on her back. Half an hour later, they could finally see the dilapidated wooden shack at the foot of a distant hill. That's my home, the old woman exclaimed with emotion. "Thank you so much. By the way, my name is Wang Chunlai. Everyone in town calls me Granny Wang. My son's full name is Wang Tsongming. May I ask your name?" "You don't need to know. Believe one," Ye Xiaoqi replied coldly. Sensing the girl's aloof nature, Granny Wang dared not speak further, quietly lying on the girl. When they reached the shack, Ye Xiaoqi pushed open the battered wooden door, and a grimy, sturdy man rushed toward them, wailing. A flicker of disgust passed through the girl's eyes as she sidestepped to avoid him. The man was short and stocky, barely reaching Ye, but his shoulders were broad and he looked very strong. His eyes were set wider apart than usual, giving him a simple-minded appearance. "Tsongming, don't be rude to the young lady," Granny Wang scolded from the girl's back. The filthy man froze in place, twisting his large hands nervously. "But Mom, I was so worried about you." Granny Wang's tone softened. "Tsongming, be good. Go cook dinner. Mom's hurt and needs to rest." Okay. Wang Tsongming stammered. "They'll go cook dinner. Remember to use all our best rice." Granny Wang called out loudly. Yes. Ye Xiaoqi laid the old woman on a bed covered with tattered bedding and knelt on one knee before it. Granny Wang sat up in a panic, waving her hands. "Girl, what are you doing?" Ye Xiaoqi didn't answer, but took out medicine and cotton swabs from her bag. "Your injury needs urgent treatment, or you might lose." Granny Wang wiped her tears. "You are truly a kind soul. May you have a life of peace." The girl said nothing, tending to the old woman's dirty, wounded foot without a hint of disgust. After some time, when Ye Xiaoqi had finished bandaging the old woman's foot, the aroma of cooked rice porridge wafted from the kitchen. Wang Tsongming brought out the dishes, set them on the table, and carried his mother to the dining area. Granny Wang sat on a stool and warmly beckoned to Ye Xiaoqi. "Girl, come eat with us. This rice porridge is made from the finest." Ye Xiaoqi silently packed her backpack and refused coldly. "I won't have dinner here. I'm leaving now." Granny Wang looked at the bowl of porridge with a pained expression. "Girl, I had Tsongming cook all the remaining good rice to repay you a little. Look how thick this porridge is. That much rice would usually last Tsongming and me 2 or 3 days. If you leave now, it'll all go to waste." Ye Xiaoqi stopped and looked at the white porridge on the table. Indeed, it was so thick it was almost like rice. Just then an involuntary growl came from her stomach. Fortunately, she was still wearing her veil, or others would have seen the faint blush on her cheeks. She had been eating bland, dry rations in the wilderness for a week, and the sudden scent of rice was hard to resist. "Girl, stay for dinner, and let me repay you a little," Granny Wang said earnestly. Ye Xiaoqi finally nodded, set down her pack, and sat. "But I want to swap my bowl with yours." Granny Wang chuckled. All right. A girl traveling alone should be cautious. It's not a bad thing." With that, she pushed her bowl of porridge to Ye Xiaoqi and took the girl's bowl. Ye Xiaoqi nodded and lifted her veil. The moment the veil came off, both Granny Wang and Wang Tsongming were stunned. They had never seen such a beautiful girl. Because Ye Xiaoqi always wore a veil, her face remained untouched by wind and sand. Her furrowed brows and weary expression only made her more endearing. "I never thought you'd be not only pleasant-voiced, but also so lovely. No wonder you keep your face covered," Granny Wang remarked sincerely. Pretty. Beautiful, Wang Tsongming muttered dazedly. Ye Xiaoqi ignored them both, lowering her head to lift the warm What is this? Ye Xiaoqi pointed at the pitch-black small round cake on the table and asked. Insect cake. Wang Pa picked up a small round cake and took a bite. There's nothing else on the mountain but plenty of mosquitoes and bugs. In some places you can scoop up a whole bunch with a net. Ye Xiaoqi immediately showed a look of disgust. Wang Pa didn't mind and just chuckled. It's normal to feel disgusted, but don't judge it by its appearance that's rich in protein. Wang Tsongming, who had been staring blankly at Ye Xiaoqi's face, also picked up a piece of insect cake from the table and threw it into his big mouth, chewing it up. Ye Xiaoqi felt nauseated and quickly hugged the broken bowl on the table, drinking all the white kanji inside. After finishing the kanji, the girl retied her face cloth and shouldered the bundle beside her. Miss, it's so late outside, you should rest here at my place tonight, Wang Pa urged. Ye Xiaoqi shook her head and pushed the door open to leave on her own. From behind came Wang Pa's somewhat anxious voice. Did Tsongming eat up quickly and then see the young lady off? Sure enough, before the girl had taken more than a few steps outside, the sound of bowls and chopsticks being set down came from behind. Wang Tsongming, with his mouth full, stumbled out after her. Ye Xiaoqi stopped but didn't turn around. No need to see me off, ooh, just stay home and take care of your mother. But, came Wang Kongming's somewhat flustered voice from behind. But beauty, I'd rather take care of you. The girl turned around in shock, only to find that Wang Tsongming, who had seemed simple and honest, was now grinning ferociously, his overly wide eyes revealing a lecherous gaze. Suddenly Ye Xiaoqi felt dizzy and lightheaded. The backpack slipped from her shoulders and fell heavily to the ground. What have you done? Ye Xiaoqi gritted her teeth, trying to summon a wisp of cold air to freeze the filthy man before her into a block of ice. But she realized in despair that her body was utterly weak. Standing alone was draining all her energy. Just a little Wang Tsongming chuckled, showing no sign of his earlier foolishness. The antidote was in the insect cake, but you turned your nose up at it. You? Despicable. Ye Xiaoqi mustered the strength to utter those last two words, then her eyes rolled back, and she fainted completely. Wang Pa's voice came from the dilapidated wooden hut. Tsongming, hurry up and carry her back and then tie her up. The tall man responded loudly, walked over, lifted the girl's delicate body, and carried her back into the hut. After binding the unconscious girl's hands and feet with thick ropes, Wang Tsongming tore off her face cloth. Holding a candle, he gazed at her beautiful face with infatuation. Tsongming, you must not touch her. A prize like this is meant for the town. Wang Pa, having shed her once kind and honest demeanor, sat greedily by the table and admonished, a virgin this beautiful is enough to get us a big mansion and 3 or 4 other women. But Wang Tsongming ignored his mother's words, entranced as he reached his hand toward the girl's heaving chest. Wang Pa let out a shrill, furious scream. Has my word lost its power? Can't you tell the difference between 1 woman and 3? Hearing his mother call him by his full name in anger, Wang Tsongming reluctantly withdrew his hand, though his eyes remained locked on the girl's face. But 10 women couldn't compare to her beauty. Wang Pa shrieked, slammed the bowls and chopsticks on the table to the floor, and pointed at the wooden door. Get out of here right now. Go and bring the people from the town here tonight. Hurry up, get out of here. Wang Tsongming stood up reluctantly. Having always been obedient to his mother, he dared not defy her will. He walked out of the wooden hut, looking back every few steps. Seeing that her son had finally left, Wang Pa breathed a sigh of relief. Supporting herself on the table, she hopped over to the unconscious Ye Xiaoqi and looked down at the beautiful girl. No matter how cautious you are, your heart is still too kind for this damned era. She stood there silently gazing at the girl's sleeping face when her expression suddenly turned wild. She screamed hysterically, serves you right. You bitch. You deserve to be sold to a brothel and used by 1,000 men. Who told you to be so beautiful? You deserve. After screaming her curses, the twisted old woman, still unsatisfied, lifted her stinky foot, the one Ye Xiaoqi had just bandaged, and stomped it hard onto the girl's fair face. Wang Pa cried out in pain and fell to the ground. The stomp had inadvertently re-aggravated her old injury. The next morning, the sound of a car engine came from outside, and Wang Tsongming returned with 2 men. As soon as he stepped through the door, his mother greeted him with a torrent of abuse. You useless thing, why so slow? Are you trying to start? A tall, thin man following behind it, Tsongming frowned in displeasure. Wang Pa, you're being unreasonable. We came as soon as— Don't you dare speak ill of my mother. Wang Tsongming glared and roared angrily at the man beside him. The man raised his hands in surrender. Fine, I want meddle in your family affairs. Where's the merchandise? Wang Pa, lying in bed, extended a withered hand pointing toward the wall. The tall, thin man walked over and took a closer look, unable to help swallowing hard. Damn, she's this beautiful. But one side of her face is clean and the other is so dirty. Song Shu, stop gawking and take her away. Get her out of my sight. Wang Pa propped herself up in bed, her face full of disgust. The tall, thin man, named Song Shu, chuckled inwardly, figuring the old, which was just jealous. Though he silently mocked her, Song Shu didn't dawdle. He bent down to lift the girl. Suddenly Ye Xiaoqi, who had been unconscious, opened her eyes groggily. After a brief scan of the room, a bone-chilling cold erupted from her, instantly sweeping through every corner of the hut. An awakener. Wang Tsongming screamed, rushed forward, scooped up his old mother, and ran outside. Song Shu, the closest, had his face instantly turn purple from the cold, his body covered in a layer of frost. But instead of fleeing, he mustered his last strength to pull a syringe from his pocket and trembling jabbed it into the girl's neck. The syringe was filled with a powerful sedative prepared precisely for such emergencies. As the liquid was fully injected into Ye Xiaoqi's body, the girl's eyes rolled back again and she lost consciousness. Song Shu, his body stiff from the cold, struggled to drag the girl out of the wooden hut. With his companion's help, he tossed her onto the back seat of the car. Afterward, he turned to look at the hut behind him, only to find its exterior also covered in a thick layer of frost. You folks are something else, actually managing to catch an awakener. Song Shu looked at the mother and son huddled together, shivering, a hint of admiration in his voice. Less chatter, hurry up. And take us to the town head to claim the reward. Wang Pa's teeth chattered incessantly as she spoke with difficulty. Song Shu patted the somewhat battered car and said, not enough room. You two can walk to town. A fool, am frozen stiff and can't drive. You take the wheel. He directed the latter comment to the companion who had come with him. Wang Pa pointed angrily at her injured leg and yelled, how do you expect me to walk? That's not my problem. Song Shu shrugged, pulled open the passenger door and got in. He and his companion sped off, leaving her behind. Swaisher Town was a medium-sized human settlement of several hundred households, complete with taverns, inns, and other facilities. At the edge of the town stood makeshift shacks and crude tents, and further in were dilapidated brick and tile houses. As the road led toward the town's center, the buildings grew noticeably cleaner, and the people within were dressed more respectably. In the shack district, a ragged little boy was carrying a basket toward his home. His home lay further in the brick and tile area, and he had just been gathering wild vegetables from the wasteland. Two barely clothed men suddenly emerged from a filthy, dilapidated shack, grinning maliciously as they blocked the boy's path. Michael, you've had a good haul today. One of them, a gaunt man, reached out to snatch the basket from the boy. The boy, called Michael, agilely leaped back 2 steps, pulling a white bone dagger from his waist and staring at the 2 men warily. The gaunt man's face was sharp and elongated like a rat's. His eyes narrowed into a dangerous slit as he said coldly, we only want half the wild vegetables. Hand them over and save yourself a beating. The petite Michael showed fear on his face, yet he gripped the bone dagger firmly, showing no sign of backing down. The other man, squat and broad, grew impatient. He strode forward, cracking his knuckles. You don't really think you can hurt me, do you? The boy clenched his dagger and lunged fiercely, but the squat man caught his wrist and slammed him heavily to the ground, snatching the bat. The man licked his cracked lips. Maybe we should just kill you today and have ourselves a feast. The gaunt man quickly intervened. Cannibalism isn't allowed in town. If we eat him, we'll be driven out. The squat man waved his hand impatiently. Fine, I was just saying. Damn it, the mayor feasts every day, yet we can't even touch a bit. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he pointed at the boy on the ground and sneered, if I remember right, your sister, not long ago. Before he could finish, Michael lunged like a wounded wild dog, eyes bloodshot, emitting furious roars. The man kicked the frail boy away and spat on the ground in annoyance. It wasn't me who ate her. Go bark at that bastard Sun Long if you've got. Just then an off-road vehicle drove in from outside the town and slowly stopped beside them. Song Shu poked his head out, frowning. What's going on? The boy Michael, as if seeing a savior, pointed at the 2 men and accused Lord Song Shu, they stole my wild vegetables. The 2 men's faces darkened. As the nominal security captain of the town, Song Shu would certainly intervene. True to expectation, the tall man in the vehicle scolded coldly, give it back. The squat man pouted reluctantly and handed the basket back. There was no choice. Song Shu was an awakener far beyond what the 2 brothers could contend with. As Michael took the basket, he inadvertently noticed a slender figure lying on the back seat of the off-road vehicle. From the cascading hair, he could tell it was a young woman. As expected, not a single big shot in town was decent. The boy's fleeting gratitude toward Song Shu vanished instantly, and he clutched his basket and ran off quickly. The 2 men also noticed the woman in the back seat. The gaunt man leered, Captain Song, you're a lucky man. When will you let us brothers have it? Song Shu replied irritably, this woman's going to mayor's son. You know the state of the women he's played with. If they come out with all limbs intact, it's a miracle. With that, he tapped the car door, and the off-road vehicle started again, slowly driving toward the town center. The car pulled into the courtyard of the mayor's residence. A fat, big-head man emerged from a nearby building, rubbing his hands eagerly. Captain Song's back. Let me see what fine goods could make that fool Wang Tsungming so obsessed. This was Sun Long, the mayor of Swaisher Town. Song Shu got out, dragged the girl from inside, and dumped her onto a chair in the courtyard. Sun Long, jiggling his fat, hurried over and brushed the hair from the girl's face, revealing her features. At first glance, the fat man nearly drooled. Exquisite, truly exquisite. She looks about 16 or 17. Sun Long, eyes filled with greed, touched the girl's hand and marveled, such soft, smooth skin. I want to have her right now. Song Shu discreetly pulled his superior aside and whispered, she's a powerful ice-type awakener. You need to think this through. Sun Long's face changed, turning pale. An awakener? How could that old hag and that fool have captured an awakener? This girl has a kind heart. She helped the old woman when she was injured. Who would have thought that wretched crone would turn around and drug her, then sell her here? Song Shu clicked his tongue. Even in today's wasteland, a piece of work like that old woman is rare. I like that hag. She's vicious enough. Sun Long chuckled grimly. He reached out to touch the girl elsewhere, but hesitated, pulling his pudgy hand back halfway. Just then a middle-aged man with blonde hair walked out of the building. Seeing the commotion, he approached. Wow, what a beauty. Seeing the girl on the chair, the blonde man clicked his tongue in admiration. Sun Long's expression soured noticeably, but he quickly put on a fawning smile. Lord Jess off for a drink again. This man was an awakener directly dispatched by Fallen Moon City, someone Sun Long dared not provoke. Though Song Shu was also an awakener, he was at least under Sun Long's management. But this fire-type awakener named Jess held a status and authority that subtly overshadowed Sun Long. This woman is excellent. She should suit young Master Yi's tastes quite well, Jess said, stroking his chin. Hearing this, Sun Long's face darkened, further fury flickering in his eyes, but he forcibly suppressed it. Lord Jess, this woman is an awakener. Sending her directly to young Master Yi might be dangerous. Jess ignored him, waving a hand dismissively. Then break her in first before sending her over. Don't you have that Meinyang under you? I hear she's skilled at training young women. Have her handle it. Sun Long was unwilling to give up the stunning girl, and tried to argue Lord Jess. Enough. Can't you understand plain speech? A blazing flame shot past the fat man's face, startling him into a cold. If I find out you've laid a finger on her, he'll roast you like a fat pig. This woman must be delivered to young Master Yi untouched. Jess roared, twin orange-eared fireballs blazing in his palms, their intense heat forcing Song Shu and Sun Long to stagger back. To understand, Sun Long dared not protest further and quickly bowed in submission. Yin Yi sat leisurely on the motorcycle, savoring the gentle breeze that brushed past his cheeks. The Wolf Gang is truly a generous and benevolent faction. The youth's tone was filled with heartfelt gratitude. Regardless of his feelings when he single-handedly annihilated the Wolf Gang yesterday, at this very moment, Yin Yi genuinely thanked fate that Brother Tian and his crew had appeared before him so early. Otherwise, his journey's progress would have been unimaginably slow. As it stood, traveling on foot to Rebel Town would have taken at least 5 or 6 days. But with the motorcycle's aid, Yin Yi estimated he would reach his destination by this afternoon. In truth, few dared to race across the wasteland on a motorcycle, for the deafening roar could easily attract fallen beasts, or Brother Tian's gang had grown reckless from habit, familiar with the ruins of the city. These fearless bandits, emboldened by their audacity, decided to venture deeper into the wilderness. And look, by venturing deeper they had indeed stumbled upon the great danger that was Yin Yi. At this very moment the roaring steed beneath him had also summoned peril from the depths of the wasteland. In the distance, a four-legged beast covered in gray fur charged at an astonishing speed, likely to catch up with the motorcycle in mere dozens of seconds. From a bird's-eye view, the gray-furred beast's speed was terrifyingly excessive. The motorcycle, racing at 60 to 70 kilometers per hour, seemed like nothing more than a slightly swift tortoise in comparison. Yin Yi squeezed the brake with excitement, guiding the motorcycle into a graceful wide arc before coming to a steady halt on the gravelly ground. He had been riding one-handed, flipping through the small booklet given to him by Ace, and had already identified the fallen beast charging toward. The gray mastiff, a third-level fallen beast, solitary, measuring 3 to 5 meters in length, possessed incredible speed, but poor endurance, fragile defenses, and strength deemed unremarkable by experts, with weaknesses at the neck and abdomen. If it were an ordinary gray mastiff, Yin Yi might have considered fleeing. However, he could see that the pursuing beast was at most 2 meters long, merely a young one still in its growth phase. Come on, I can't wait to advance. Yin Yi excitedly assumed a combat stance, his fervent gaze fixed upon the approaching gray whirlwind, which grew larger as it closed in. Others surviving in the wasteland would do everything possible to avoid direct conflict with fallen beasts. But Yin Yi was different. To advance, he constantly yearned for challenging beasts to appear. As the gray mastiff drew nearer, a flicker of panic crossed the youth's face, for the beast's speed surged abruptly at close range, far too fast for him to react. In haste, he could only twist around, using the coffin on his back to absorb the gray mastiff's impact. With a dull thud, Yin Yi, burdened with the black coffin, was launched like a bullet, bouncing several times across the ground, kicking up clouds of dust before finally coming to a halt. Dazed and disoriented, Yin Yi's first act upon rising was to inspect the coffin. Seeing its surface still smooth and unblemished with no dents, he breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the image of old Tom patting the coffin with a proud smile surfaced in Yin Yi's mind. This coffin of mine is of excellent quality. When necessary, you can use it as a shield. Don't hold back. With a resolute expression, the youth strapped the coffin back onto his back, silently vowing, "Then I won't hold back." In the distance, the equally dazed gray mastiff staggered to its feet, shaking its head vigorously. After its prolonged sprint, its stamina was largely depleted. It now panted heavily, its crimson swollen tongue lolling out. Young and inexperienced in hunting, the gray mastiff had believed it could deliver a fatal blow to this seemingly frail human, yet it never expected the wooden box on his back to be so hard, leaving it stunned. Wasn't this how its mother had taught it? What went wrong? Before the bewildered young gray mastiff could ponder further, several gunshots rang out from afar. Bullets embedded deep into its muscles, causing it to howl in agony. Typically, creatures rated as third-level fallen beasts by the fortress were resilient enough to withstand ordinary firearms. But the gray mastiff was an exception. They relied on agility to evade human firepower, their fur offering little defensive capability, especially for one still in its growth phase. Yan Yi dashed to the gray mastiff's side, sidestepping its swiping claw, then seized its robust limb and slammed it heavily. A quiet joy welled within the youth. The expert's assessment of its strength seemed accurate. This gray mastiff's power was even slightly inferior to his own after a wait. Before the gray mastiff could rise, Yan Yi pressed close to its soft abdomen and rained down a flurry of punches. The beast howled incessantly, its sharp claws flailing to push away the youth, but they only scraped uselessly against the black coffin. If this young gray mastiff could speak, it would surely lament to the heavens, when did humans evolve a tortoise subspecies? Finally, with a heavy kick from the youth, the pitiful gray mastiff collapsed limply, devoid of any sign of life. Yan Yi felt a surge of joy as a strange energy emanated from the corpse, flowing endlessly into his body. The barrier that had plagued him for 4 years was finally breached today. The youth rose to his feet, silently gazing at the twisted corpse on the ground. He mused that the fortress ratings were somewhat off, considering its overall combat prowess and total internal energy. The gray mastiff species should at most be classified as a second-level fallen beast. A second-level fallen beast was not high in rank, but it sufficed for Yan Yi to transcend his limits. Such stringent conditions were required only for perfect awakeners. Ordinary awakeners advanced through inhuman training, repeatedly challenging their limits. Elemental types would extensively unleash their abilities or practice for finer control. Humans possessed wisdom, but could only awaken incomplete abilities. Fallen beasts could attain full abilities, but were forever inferior in intelligence. Even perfect awakeners who combined both had to meet harsh conditions, killing creatures above their level or multiple foes of the same rank, to advance. Wisdom and power, potential and limitation. Yan Yi now wondered if, in the unseen fabric of existence, a will maintain the balance of all things. Shaking off these thoughts, Yan Yi resumed his journey. This time he rode the motorcycle slowly and cautiously, careful not to create excessive noise. The recent battle had taught him a harsh truth: without old Tom's coffin, he might have died in the first clash. In the wasteland it was better to lie low. A gentle breeze swept from the due east, carrying a faint chill that brushed across Yan Yi's cheeks. The young man keenly sensed something amiss. This coolness had no place in such a parched and sweltering environment. He raised his head and peered intently ahead. His eyes, enhanced for a second time, effortlessly spotted a small wooden cottage covered in a layer of white frost at the foot of a distant mountain. An awakener, or a fallen beast. Yan Yi halted his motorcycle cautiously, craning his neck to observe the scene. After confirming there were no traces of a fallen beast, he left his motorcycle and the coffin behind, stealthily creeping forward. Arriving at the frost-laden wooden cottage, Yan Yi peered inside furtively. He saw a stocky, sturdy man shivering from the cold while packing up odds and ends. Not far from the cottage's front door, an elderly woman with an injured ankle sat on the ground, rummaging through a large military green. The moment Yan Yi spotted that backpack, his pupils contracted sharply. It was the standard issue for every reserve soldier leaving the fortress for training, used to carry 3 days' worth of initial provisions. Since the black coffin could easily handle storage, Yan Yi had opted not to take this backpack. Why would something from the fortress appear here? There's nothing but rags in here, not even a few banknotes. Granny Wong grumbled impatiently as she searched through the backpack. Finally, losing her patience, she dumped all its contents onto the ground with a clatter. After searching through it again, and confirming the girl truly had little money, Granny Wong yelled irritably toward the inner room. "Wang Tsongming, why are you so slow packing up? Wow, what happened here?" A young male voice suddenly sounded not far behind the old woman, startling her. She turned around and saw a black-haired youth standing beside the cottage, his face full of curiosity as he gazed at the frost. Seeming to sense Granny Wong's wariness, the youth offered a restrained smile. Sorry to intrude. I'm from the town, out gathering herbs, and happened to pass by." Granny Wong put on a kindly expression, forcing a sheepish laugh. "Young man, you wouldn't know this, but an awakener came here earlier. Seeing that we were a helpless widow and her son, he tried to rob and kill us. Luckily, another awakener from the town passed by and saved our lives." The youth feigned a look of surprise, saying regretfully, "If I'd come a bit earlier, I might have witnessed a battle between awakeners." What did this ice-type awakener look like? The cunning old woman's heart tightened instantly. A normal person wouldn't ask such a strange question about appearance right away. This suddenly appeared youth was likely probing something. Granny Wong cleared her throat lightly. He was a sturdy man, nearly 2 meters tall, terrifying, just standing there. When I realized he had ill intentions toward us, I felt utterly hopeless. He was so strong we surely couldn't escape. What's worse, I only later found out he was an ice-type awakener. The youth stood nearby, listening intently, appearing very interested. Suddenly the youth turned around and smiled at Wang Tsongming behind him. "Is she beautiful?" Wang Tsongming, holding a sturdy wooden club, was momentarily stunned and blurted out, "Beautiful. Big fool. Kill him now. He knows that awakener girl." Granny Wong let out a piercing shriek from her throat. Hearing his mother's command, Wang Kongming's eyes turned ferocious. He raised his wooden club high and swung it viciously at the youth. The club snapped upon striking the youth's head, yet the youth remained unfazed. He grabbed Wang Tsongming by the clothes, slammed him hard to the ground, and sat on top of him. "I'm tired of acting anyway. Now tell me exactly what happened." Yan Yi sat on Wang Tsongming, his face cold and stern as he stared at the panicked old woman. Granny Wang forced herself to stay calm, stubbornly insisting, "That girl tried to harm us first." Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Kongming's agonizing screams cut her off. To her horror and fury, Granny Wang saw Yin Yi calmly snap 2 of her son's fingers. Wang Tsongming struggled desperately beneath the youth, but couldn't move an inch. "You? What are you doing?" "I'm telling the truth." Granny Wang's face turned pale. Yin Yi pointed at the bandage on her foot, his voice icy. "That girl bandaged that for you." The fortress had taught unified field first aid techniques, and this bandaging method was one that all trainees had to master. "Tell me the truth, or you'll never see your son again." Yin Yi glared viciously at Granny Wang as he casually snapped Wang Kongming's remaining 3 fingers. A reminder, he still has 5 more. Her ears filled with her son's anguished cries, Granny Wang began to break down. You're a demon." Yin Yi abruptly broke Wang Kongming's entire arm, roaring, "No more nonsense. Talk now. Stop torturing him. He'll talk. After hearing the full story from beginning to end, Yin Yi's face darkened like a storm cloud. "Both of you deserve to go to hell." Granny Wang howled in near madness. "Hell? We all live in hell. This world is no longer a human realm." Yin Yi drew his pistol from his waist and dispatched the vile mother and son with 2 shots. His eyes brimmed with utter disgust. "There is a human realm, and there is heaven. You simply weren't worthy of seeing them." The youth sprinted wildly toward his motorcycle, cursing every vile word he knew. He was consumed by hatred. He grieved. He feared. Never in his life had so many negative emotions surged into his heart all at once. Yin Yi strapped on the coffin, started the motorcycle with frantic urgency, and twisted the throttle to its limit. The engine roared deafeningly, and the bike shot forward like an arrow. But before it could go far, a loud bang erupted from the engine, and thick black smoke billowed up. The aging motorcycle had finally. Frustrated, Yin Yi jumped off and kicked it hard. Then, without hesitation, he broke into a run, intending to sprint all the way to Gravel Town. The youth was in a desperate hurry, terrified that even a moment's delay would leave the girl with an indelible, painful memory. When Ye Xiaoqi regained consciousness, the first sensation she felt was extreme dizziness, so uncomfortable that she knew. The girl weakly lifted her head to survey her surroundings, only to discover that she was completely naked, suspended by chains in a dimly lit cell. Not far in front of her at a table stood a fat man and a petite woman. Sun Long wiped the sweat from his forehead and said viciously, "Mei Nyang, you will be responsible for dealing with her. I want to inspect your results every 3 days." The woman, referred to as Mei Nyang, stood on her tiptoes, playfully kissed the man's stubbled face, and giggled, "Come on, I'm always." After giving her a playful slap on the backside, Sun Long turned and walked out without looking back. In the damp dark cell, only the 2 women remained. Mei Nyang lazily adjusted her loose robe, giggling, "You must have woken up a while ago. Do you think I look good?" "Disgusting." Ye Xiaoqi raised her head, coldly staring at the woman in front of her. When she awoke, the 2 had already dressed, but the sweat on the man's forehead and the flush on the woman's face made it clear what they had just been doing. She had been trying to gather her powers since the beginning. However, the girl despairingly found that it seemed only her mind was clear while her body felt numb and weak, as if drugged. Mei Nyang was a woman of considerable charm. Although her skin was a bit yellowed and rough from living in this desolate land, her features and figure could easily ignite the desires of any man. She stepped forward with a playful smile and whispered, "Little girl, what level of awakener are you? How careless of you to be knocked out by..." Ye Xiaoqi recalled the emaciated old woman, her expression freezing like frost. "Sometimes people cannot compete against ungrateful beasts." "What level of awakener are you?" Mei Nyang asked again. Ye Xiaoqi lowered her head, remaining silent. "If you can guarantee to kill a second-level awakener and a first-level awakener, I will help you escape." At this moment, Mei Nyang no longer had the laziness and charm she had at the beginning. Her face was serious as she asked quietly, "Why?" "Sun Long is a beast, and that second-level awakener is like a mad dog. They have tormented this town for too long." Mei Nyang bit her lip, her eyes filled with hatred. Ye Xiaoqi shook her head and said, "I don't believe you." Mei Nyang's eyes flashed with a hint of sorrow. She bit her silver teeth, seemingly having made up her mind. "Sun Long uses infants to make soup every month and shares it with that second-level awakener, my child." "My child?" Ye Xiaoqi's previously cold face showed a hint of shock. "He even eats his own child." No, it's not his child." Mei Nyang shook her head sadly and said, "It's mine and my ex-husband's. I am a third-level ice-type awakener. If you can help me escape, I will definitely kill all these beasts." At this moment, Ye Xiaoqi's heart was filled with hatred for these vicious bastards. Mei Nyang adjusted her clothing and hesitantly asked, "I don't understand much about awakeners. Can a third-level awakener defeat 1 second-level and 1 first-level? If you can't kill them, I will definitely be tortured to death in the most cruel way." Ye Xiaoqi replied, "My power is overwhelming for them. Defeating them is not a problem." However, Mei Nyang still seemed a bit uncertain. "This is ultimately your side of the story. Oh, I still don't dare to bet. If only you were a 4th or 5th level." Ye Xiaoqi lowered her eyelids, her expression somewhat serious. She was not good at communicating with others and momentarily did not know how to persuade this woman with a pitiful background. Seeing the girl fall silent, Mei Nyang sighed in disappointment and turned to grab a slender syringe from the table. "What are you going to do? What is inside that?" Ye Xiaoqi watched the syringe in Mainyang's hand warily, the liquid inside, reflecting a faint pink glow. Mainyang looked at the girl with pity and said, "You'd better not know. Since you can't guarantee to completely kill those beasts, I can only do my job well first, or else I might suffer a lot of physical pain again." "I said I can kill them all." Ye Xiaoqi gritted her teeth. "A third-level awakener is not enough." Mainyang with the syringe slowly approached the girl hanging by the chains. "At least I think it's not enough." As the needle drew closer to her skin, Ye Xiaoqi seemed to have made a certain decision and said, "I have a distress signal sewn into the skin on the inner side of my left thigh. As long as I press it, my companions will come to rescue me. Every female warrior who goes out for training from the fortress, besides the standard medal for pioneers, also needs to undergo a small..." The female doctor would sew a button-sized distress signal under their skin to prevent loss of the medal or other dangerous situations. This is the final protection for female warriors in the underground fortress. Although most female warriors who have used such distress signals are usually killed before others arrive. But this has ultimately saved many women from subsequent suffering and successfully preserved their lives. It's important to know that in the wasteland there are not only new recruits training outside, but also many experienced veteran warriors. If the distress signal is pressed, they will undoubtedly come to rescue Ye Xiaoqi at the first opportunity. The girl had originally placed all her hopes on this distress signal and was determined not to expose it no matter what. However, with the syringe drawing ever closer and the sorrowful gaze of Mainyang, she decided to take a gamble. As Mainyang followed Ye Xiaoqi's instructions, she reached out and carefully felt along the inside of her thigh, eventually finding a small round protrusion. "Press it, and my companions will come to rescue me, and they will also help you kill those beasts." Ye Xiaoqi stared intently at the Mainyang's hand gently slid back and forth over the girl's skin, yet she hesitated to press the button. "What are you waiting for?" Ye Xiaoqi felt a chill creep into her heart as she questioned her. Mainyang did not reply, merely smiling as she stroked her skin. "Your skin is so smooth, so fair. I truly adore it." A hint of jealousy flickered in the woman's autumn-like eyes. Ye Xiaoqi, now filled with despair, asked with a tinge of grievance, "Why? Was the story you just told me a lie?" She could not believe it was merely Mainyang's deception, for the sorrow and desolation in that woman's eyes had seemed so genuine. "The story is true, and my hatred for them is real." Mainyang let out a soft sigh, withdrawing her hand from the girl's skin. "But my desire for revenge is false." "Why? How can you let go of even such hatred?" Ye Xiaoqi stared fixedly at the woman before her. She had resigned herself to her fate, yet she stubbornly wished to understand how she had been deceived. Mainyang let out a self-deprecating laugh. "In this wasteland, you kill me, I kill you, I devour your son, you ravage my daughter. Such acts have long become the norm. If everyone sought vengeance, I fear all of humanity on this earth would be wiped out." The woman turned around, setting down the syringe glowing with a pink light, and retrieved another filled with a clear, colorless liquid. "As long as I survive, that is enough. At least now I live happily. Here in the town chief's mansion, I can have everything I desire." Mainyang plunged the syringe into the girl's pale neck, slowly injecting the liquid. "So, I do not wish for revenge." As the icy fluid entered her body, Ye Xiaoqi felt the numbness across her limbs gradually give way to complete insensibility, and her consciousness began to grow hazy. The girl, her face etched with hatred, watched the woman stride out of the cell, helpless, tears streaming from her eyes. Will anyone come? Will anyone?" In the town chief's office, Sun Long sat in his chair holding Mainyang in his arms and sneered. "You always put me at ease. When I go to Duoyue City, next time I'll buy you some little gifts." Mainyang curled her tall frame entirely into the man's embrace, gently breathing into his ear. "No need for such trouble. You can just reward me well right now." Sun Long, instantly inflamed with lust by the woman's provocation, reached with both chubby hands to undo his own belt. Mainyang restrained the impatient man and said with some reproach, "You haven't dealt with that girl yet. What do you plan to do about the communicator in her leg?" "They'll just have some doctor take it out later." Sun Long panted heavily, unable to contain his urgency. "Right now I only want to I'm quite eager to take care of you two as well." A strange voice suddenly appeared in the town chief's office, nearly startling the fat pig's little bird into submission. "Whoa, who goes there?" Sun Long hastily pulled up his pants, turning his head to locate the source of the voice. Mainyang had already wrapped herself in her clothes, shrinking onto the spacious desk. A sweat-drenched youth was crouching on the windowsill behind them, panting heavily as he looked at the pair. "What are you doing?" "This is the town chief's office," Sun Long shouted as he yanked open the drawer before him, reaching for the pistol inside. With a loud bang, a bullet hole the size of a finger appeared in Sun Long's hand, causing the fat pig to let out a shrill scream of agony. "I was afraid this wasn't the town chief's office." The youth wiped the fine beads of sweat from his face, clearly exhausted, yet the hand holding the gun remained perfectly steady. "You? What exactly do you want?" Sun Long's voice trembled. Facing the dark, menacing muzzle, he finally dared not move recklessly. The youth took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with ferocity. "Where's the girl you captured?" Sun Long's fat quivered violently in pain as he stammered, "What girl? I don't know what you're talking about. Damn it, where the hell are Song Shijiasi and those guards? Why aren't they here yet?" "Song Shijiasi? You mean those two awakened?" The youth jumped down from the windowsill, pressing the pistol directly against Sun Long's forehead. They were lucky not to run into me. As for the guards outside, I've already sent them to the Western Paradise. Now answer my question. With the hot gun barrel pressed firmly against his skull, Sun Long broke out in a cold sweat. Fat Hat Girl is in the dungeon beneath this building. Don't kill me. All right. The youth holstered his pistol and walked to the office door. On his way, he did not even glance at the woman on the desk, whose graceful figure was partly exposed. Just as Sun Long began to breathe a sigh of relief, the youth suddenly turned and shot the fat pig's head off, leaving behind a faint remark as he pushed open the door and left stand farther away, and you won't get splattered with blood. Only Mei Nyang remained in the office, stunned, half her body stained with splotches of blood. After Yan Yi stepped out of the office, he sensed a fierce gust of wind coming from his left, judging by its speed alone, he knew the attacker was an awakened. He abruptly sidestepped, twisting his body, and raised his bent right arm to hastily block the heavy blow. The immense force sent him crashing into the wall, which cracked with several fissures from the impact. Song Shu withdrew his right leg and smiled. Right arm enhancement awakened level 2. Yan Yi stood up, shaking his right hand, and winced in pain. Right leg enhancement awakened level 2. What's going on? The outside world always said you were only level 1. Song Shu resumed his fighting stance and beckoned to the youth with his finger. That's because I wanted them to think I was only level 1. You're truly deep. Yan Yi praised sincerely. Without further ado, Song Shu dashed forward and lashed out with a vicious whip kick, bringing a whistling wind. To his surprise, the youth neither dodged nor evaded, but bent his left arm to shield his side, intending to withstand the blow and press forward. Damn, I've been tricked. Song Shu cursed inwardly. Sure enough, his right leg struck the youth's left arm fiercely, but the youth merely swayed slightly before his right hand shot out like a steel vice, swiftly and precisely seizing Song Shu by the throat. Having deceived others for so many years to be outsmarted by a mere boy in the end, that was Song Shu's sole thought in the final moment of his life. With a crisp crack, Song Shu's neck was snapped by the immense force. This kid had been acting from the start. How was he merely a right arm awakened? He was clearly a dual arm awakened. What the hell? How is everyone dead? Inside the city lord's mansion, a tall golden-haired man roared in shock and fury as he stood in the courtyard. He was just a second-level fire awakened from Gravel Town. After warning Sun Long not to touch that girl, Jess had gone to the tavern for a drink, as was his custom. But when he returned drunk and unsteady, he found not a single living soul in the vast courtyard. Instantly, Jess' intoxication faded and flames blazed to life in his hands as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. Just then he saw an unfamiliar youth slowly emerge from the small building. You there? Did you do all this? Jess demanded, the fire in his hands flaring even brighter as he prepared for a sudden attack from the stranger. The youth glanced around at the corpses in the yard, a look of shock spreading across his face. Who did this? How could anyone be so cruel? Hey, you over there roasting that pig's trotter, was it you? Jess' nose practically twisted in rage. First, the audacity of this brat to pin the blame on him, and second, the insult to his dignity. Stop playing dumb. You are the only one left alive in this courtyard. Who else could it be? Jess spat, his voice laced with exasperation. A sneer of contempt curled across Yin Ye's face. You already figured it out, so why bother asking? Showing off that you can talk. This second-level awakened was nearly driven mad. Never had he faced an opponent with such a sharp, venomous tongue. Without another word, he raised his hand and hurled 2 fireballs at the distant youth. Yin Yi tried to roll aside to dodge, but a sharp pain in his right arm slowed his movement by a fraction. Perhaps the alcohol affected Jess' aim. One fireball veered off into oblivion, while the other slammed into the cement floor just in front of the youth. The scorching blast wave from the explosion sent him flying backward. In truth, Yin Yi was in dire straits. He had been sprinting for over 2 hours and had just fought another second-level awakened. By now his stamina was nearly depleted. Even those taunts he had just uttered had taken immense effort, forcing himself to suppress. As he was blasted into the air, Yin Yi executed a light backflip, seemingly poised to land steadily. But the moment his feet touched the ground, his legs gave way and he collapsed onto his rear. Seeing the youth seated on the ground gasping heavily, Jess let out a sinister chuckle. Elemental awakened are already unmatched among the same level, and you're in such a sorry state. Better to just give up and spare yourself more pain. Yin Yi sat there massaging his sore calves and chuckled. You really have had too much to drink, talking nonsense in your sleep. Jess' face darkened, and he waved his hands repeatedly, unleashing 6 or 7 fireballs. Can't aim. Then just blanket the area with fire. Yin Yi pushed off the ground with his legs curled into a ball and rolled like a sphere into the dark corridor behind him. The fireball struck the ground and the building's outer wall, leaving patches of scorched black marks. Jess smiled venomously, intending to set the entire building ablaze with his flames. He cared nothing for Sun Long's fate. A town mayor could be casually appointed later. Suddenly, he remembered the girl in the underground dungeon, the one he planned to offer to the city lord, and hesitated for a moment. Gunshots rang out from the corridor and 2 bullets whizzed past Jess' face, one striking his right leg and sending up a spray of blood. Jess fell to his knee in pain, not expecting the brat to be armed. This fire awakened had always been hot-tempered, and now fueled by alcohol, a surge of recklessness flooded his mind. At that moment he no longer cared about the girl, all he wanted was the youth dead. In the pitch-black corridor, Ye set down his gun with a helpless sigh. His right arm had taken a vicious kick from Song Shu earlier, and combined with his mental and physical exhaustion hitting Jess' leg. From a distance, Jess, now on one knee, let out a furious roar. Both palms erupted with torrents of flame, surging madly into the corridor where Ye stood. I've overplayed my hand. The youth watched the flames racing toward him, a bitter smile touching his lips. But still I won't give up. Ye rose to his feet, crossed his arms in front of him, and charged straight into the curtain of fire. Jess poured out his searing flames with all his might, shrieking hysterically, "Die! Die, die, die!" Suddenly a wild ecstasy flooded Jess' deranged face, and he laughed in disbelief. "I've broken through. Right now." At that instant a charred figure burst from the flames, reaching the newly advanced Jess in the blink of an eye, and drove a fist. Jess doubled over, coughing up blood in agony as ecstasy and terror warred in his mind. The pain in his body and the numbness from alcohol left him unable to tell whether this was reality or a dream. The charred figure turned his fist into a blade and struck Jess' neck with a heavy chop, twisting his head and hunched back into a horrifying dislocation. This must be a dream. Jess' pupils dilated as his body crashed to the ground. Ye, ever cautious, stomped hard on the corpse's twisted neck without hesitation. Only after confirming that Jess was utterly dead did the youth finally relax. As his mind and body let go, overwhelming exhaustion and the searing pain of the flames swept through every corner of his being, collapsing him onto the ground. Ye lay on his back, his chest heaving violently, yet a faint sense of pride swelled within him. Dragging his exhausted body to face two second-level awakened, one of whom was a troublesome fire type. This was undoubtedly the most dangerous and challenging ordeal he had faced in his 16 years. And he had won using his intelligence and willpower to claim a hard-fought victory. His masterful misdirection against Song Shu and his decisive judgment against Jess showcased the youth's exceptional combat instinct. Of course, a bit of luck played a part. Jess, having just advanced to a third-level awakened, was blinded by euphoria and failed to notice Ye charging through the flames in time. Otherwise, the battle would have been far more grueling and perilous. Suddenly, a most peculiar expression crossed the youth's face as he lay on the ground. He raised his trembling right hand, and a flickering orange flame danced at his fingertip. Could it be that I can seize the abilities of elemental psychics by killing them? Ye stared incredulously at the flame flickering on his fingertip. He could clearly sense a warm, blazing energy coalescing within him. It was this very force that granted him the power to command fire. He estimated that his flame ability was currently at the nascent stage. Suddenly a pungent smell of burning wafted into Ye's nostrils. Damn it, Ye Xiaoqi is still in the building. The youth struggled to his feet, only to find the small structure nearly consumed by the raging flames. Clenching his jaw, he dragged his weary body into the inferno for a second time. What's happening outside? Is someone here to settle a score? The fire is so intense. Am I about to die? Paralyzed and groggy, Ye Xiaoqi's mind swirled with questions. The flames had now spread to the underground prison, their blistering waves lashing against the girl's bare skin, turning her pale flesh a rosy red like rose petals. Surrounded by fire and fading into delirium, Ye Xiaoqi suddenly thought of that boy with narrow eyes and a perpetually, I wonder if that guy has advanced yet. Suddenly the flames at the prison's iron door parted to either side, revealing a path. A disheveled figure kicked the door open and stumbled to Ye Xiaoqi's side. What on earth is this soot-blackened creature with barely any hair left? That was the girl's final thought before heat and suffocation claimed her consciousness. Ye drew his pistol, fired 2 shots to shatter the chains binding Ye Xiaoqi, then hoisted her onto his shoulder and dashed back along the same route. For some reason, when he held the girl's smooth body, the weight of his exhaustion seemed to lift. After escaping the burning building, Ye finally caught his breath following a series of events. He laid the naked Ye Xiaoqi on the ground and collapsed beside her to recover his strength. Just then a petite, disheveled figure with bare feet appeared in Ye's view, scurrying anxiously toward the yard's exit. Hey you, get back here. Ye raised his gun, aiming at her back. The small figure wrapped in a loose robe froze in place. Not daring to defy this harbinger of death, she stiffly turned. Ye recognized her. She was the woman on Sun Long's table. Take off your clothes and cover her with them. Ye gestured with his gun. Without hesitation, Meng Yang tremblingly shed her robe and wrapped it around the unconscious Ye froze at the sight of the woman's bare body, stunned that she wore nothing underneath. The youth stripped off his own tattered hoodie and tossed it to her. Find us a place to stay. Behave, and I might spare your life. Naked Meng Yang crossed her arms over her chest, her face pale, as she nodded frantically. The town of Gravel was in an uproar. Their mayor's compound had been massacred in a single afternoon. The town's grandest building had been set ablaze, reduced to rubble. Witnesses reported a black-haired youth charging from outside the town straight to its center, then vaulting over the courtyard wall. He grabbed me by the collar and asked if this was the mayor's residence, recounted a buck-toothed man still shaken, gesturing to the crowd. His grip was so strong he lifted me clean off the ground. I was terrified, nodding frantically that it was the mayor's yard. Then he let go and I landed on my ass. By the time I came to head, already climbed over. And then, get on with it, Bucktooth Zhang, some townsfolk urged impatiently. Hearing the prodding Bucktooth, Zhang slowed down, smirking as he extended a grimy hand. For the rest, pay up first. The crowd erupted in curses, and a few burly men even rolled up their sleeves ready to pummel the money grubber. Seeing head stirred up trouble Bucktooth, Zhang shrank back. All right. After the kid with the coffin went in, I waited forever without hearing a peep. So I climbed up to peer over the wall. Holy crap. All 4 guards in the yard were dead. Not a sound out of them. Bucktooth Zhang took a gulp of water. Then a gunshot rang out from the building, and I was so scared I tumbled off the wall and ran all the way back to the street. Then I ran into Lord Jesse. He was dead drunk, so I didn't dare say a word, and just watched him stagger back through the gate. After that I don't know the details, but you saw the result. Sun Long Song Shu and Lord Jesse never came out. Bah, Lord my ass. Good riddance to that scum. A hot-tempered middle-aged man spat on the ground, cursing. This drew nods and cheers from the crowd. Right? That kid did us a huge favor. Except for Lord Song Shu, those bastards deserved to die long ago. Finally our town might see better days. Don't count on it. Fallen Moon City will surely send someone here. As long as the mayor changes, I can't believe anyone could be worse than that scumbag Sun Long. If someone from Fallen Moon City comes to investigate, should we tell them or not? A worried woman asked. The joyous crowd fell silent. Though grateful to the youth for ridding them of a menace, they dreaded crossing the ruthless enforcers of Fallen Moon City. A frail youth piped up, can't we all just say we don't know anything? Bucktooth Zhang shook his head. They won't buy it. With something this big happening in town, it's impossible nobody saw a thing. Knowing those law enforcement guys, they'll drag us out and behead us one by one to squeeze out the rest. We don't have to die for that kid. If they ask, just spill it. It's not our business, the hot-tempered man grumbled. This sentiment won nods of agreement. But he's still our benefactor. The frail youth cried helplessly, only to be ignored by the adults around him. So thirsty. My head is spinning, I feel terrible. Ye Xiaoqi furrowed her brows and slowly opened her eyes. You're awake. A bald head appeared in the girl's field of vision. The morning sunlight cascading upon that bald pate reflected a blinding glare, forcing her to close her eyes once more. Hey, why did you go back to sleep? A somewhat familiar voice asked in confusion. Ye Xiaoqi wanted to see who it was, but when she opened her eyes again, she was once again dazzled by the reflection from that gleaming bald head. Raising her still weak hand to shield her eyes, she whispered, Could you move your bald head away? It's too bright. Yin Yi, sitting by the bed, was taken aback. He shuffled awkwardly to another spot. Yesterday, while looking in the mirror, he had discovered his hair was burnt into uneven patches of baldness and scorched strands utterly hideous. So steeling himself, he had taken a knife and shaved his head completely bare. This was his first time being bald, and he had no experience. He hadn't expected the glare to be so intense that it would make the girl shut her eyes. At that moment, Ye Xiaoqi finally opened her eyes and saw the person before her clearly. Yin Yi, why are you bald? Yin Ye's face darkened as he looked at the girl, a little speechless. Is that the first thing you say after escaping danger? My first words were that your bald head is too bright, the girl said with a serious expression. Yin Yi. Ye Xiaoqi's gaze softened. She murmured, I'm so thirsty. Yin Yi quickly stood up and went to fetch her some water. Only then did the girl have a chance to observe her surroundings. It was a cramped little room, sparsely furnished with just a table, chairs, a clay stove, and the bed she lay on. She was covered with a patched but clean quilt. Yin Yi returned, holding a teapot in one hand and a bowl of water in the other. Noticing the flush on the girl's face, he asked curiously, what's wrong? Is there somewhere else that feels uncomfortable? Ye Xiaoqi blushed and burrowed deeper into the quilt, leaving only her small face visible. I'm not wearing any clothes. A simple, honest smile appeared on the youth's face. It's all right. I've already seen everything there is to see, whether I should have or not. After he said this, the air in the room seemed to turn a little cold. Yin Yi coughed dryly, a bit awkwardly, and changed the subject. How are you going to drink water lying down like that? Ye Xiaoqi parted her dry, cracked lips slightly. You'll choke. You'd better sit up, Yin Yi said, finding the situation tricky. The girl didn't reply. She just kept her mouth open and stared at him stubbornly. Yin Yi had no choice but to give in to her wishes. He gently brought the bowl to her lips. Cough, cough, cough. Cough. I told you so. The youth shook his head, caught between laughter and exasperation. After finally managing to get the girl to finish her water, Yin Yi set the bowl aside. I pretty much know everything about your situation. Now ask me whatever you want. Her complexion, much improved after drinking, Ye Xiaoqi turned over, curled up, and faced the youth. Just tell me everything. Yin Yi scratched his head in a bit of a dilemma, then realized he had no hair. He plopped down onto a chair behind him, crossed his legs, and said, well, it's a long story. First I felt a chill in the wilderness, then followed that chill to a frozen little hum. No, the girl on the bed interrupted softly. I want to know when you got out, and then tell me everything that happened to you afterward. The little bald man was momentarily stunned. He realized that this Ye Xiaoqi was different from the always cold girl in his memory. That girl used to be indifferent to everything and harsh with everyone. But now she was pestering him to tell her his story. Yin Yi picked up the teapot, refilled the bowl, and took a drink, oblivious to the girl's mortified glare. Well then, that's an even longer story. I've had more adventures in these few days since I got out than in years inside the fortress. He talked until both their stomachs growled. That's about it. After that I rushed back into the burning building and rescued you. Ye stood up and stretched. Let's get something to eat first. Taking a paper package from the table, he returned to the girl's bedside. Here, have some flatbread to tide you over. When you've rested enough, we'll go to town and find something good to eat. Ye Xiaoqi shrank under the covers, her big eyes blinking at Ye, but she made no move to take the flatbread. Aren't you hungry? Ye asked, puzzled. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not wearing any clothes. Ye Xiaoqi said, her little face now covered in frost. Ye let out an embarrassed chuckle. He picked up a set of coarse cloth clothes from the table, tossed them onto the girl's bed, and then turned. The little bald man leaned listlessly against the door, silently watching the townspeople bustling about in the street. Excuse me, are you the big brother who came to town yesterday and burned down the mayor's courtyard? A youth, noticing the bald head in front of the hut, carefully approached and spoke to him. Ye looked down at the frail youth before him, a questioning look in his eyes. The youth panicked and turned his face away, raising his hands to shield himself. Not because he didn't want Ye to see his face, but because the reflection from the bald head was blinding him. Ye, somewhat exasperated, stepped into the shadow and asked, I am. What's the matter? The tax collector from Fallen Moon City just arrived in town. Bucktooth Zhang and Mainyang have already ratted you two out. The youth said urgently. You need to leave town quickly. The enforcement division will probably send people to surround you soon. Having said this, the frail youth ran off without looking back. Yen's expression grew grave. Old Cat had told him about Fallen Moon City. It was a powerful force he absolutely couldn't afford to provoke right now. If Fallen Moon City issued an official warrant for him, it wouldn't just be the enforcement division after him. Many mercenaries would also come looking for trouble. The youth who had delivered the message ran far away quickly. He didn't know if anyone was watching, and he didn't want to be caught snitching. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from an alley between two houses, grabbed the frail youth's clothes, and yanked him inside. A burly man with a fierce face pinned the youth against the wall, glaring at him menacingly. He pulled a gleaming dagger from his pocket. You dare snitch? He'll kill you. The youth's face was ashen. In the end, he had been discovered. A terrifying savage light gleamed in the burly man's eyes. Next life, have a little less of that damn sense of justice. He drove the dagger deep into the youth's abdomen and twisted it viciously. Suddenly, the burly man's head was struck by a heavy blow. His massive skull exploded, and his burly body was kicked away. He'll make sure you don't even have a next life. The little bald man who had rushed over growled through gritted teeth, his whole body trembling with rage. Why? Why risk your life to tell me this? Ye knelt on the ground, cradling the blood-soaked youth in his arms. The youth's face had turned pale, yet he still forced a faint smile. Sun Long raped my sister. And then cooked and ate her. You are my benefactor. Ye shook his head in anguish. I only went to save a friend. I never intended to kill Sun Long. I am not your benefactor. I am not. But you killed him in the end. A trace of crimson blood trickled from the corner of the youth's mouth, his eyes filled with sincere gratitude. You killed him, so you are my benefactor. Since you are my benefactor, I will not let you die. Ye stared at the youth in his arms, his eyes reddening, and noticed that his complexion had become rosy, the final radiance of a... What is your name? Michael. My mother hoped I could bring light to those around me like the angel in the legends. Young Michael smiled. The underground fortress had a collection of the Bible in its library. Although Ye was not particularly interested, he had heard a bit about it from his conversations with him. Michael was the most radiant and renowned archangel, possessing not only the courage of mortals and incomparable power, but also the most beautiful countenance. His nature was brave and resolute, warlike, yet full of compassion, the embodiment of absolute justice. In the final moments of his life, the boy seemed to transform into a holy angel guided by heaven back to where he came from. Michael closed his eyes, his hands falling limply to the ground. A middle-aged woman rushed over, wailing, pushing Ye aside and embracing the boy's frail body. Watching the woman's grief-stricken figure kneeling on the ground, Yen's eyes blazed with immense hatred. Fallen Moon City, is it? You want to come after me? Then I won't let you off easy. Ye Xiaoqi sat on the bed, calling out several times toward the door, but the little bald boy did not push it open with an apologetic smile. So the starving girl picked up the biscuits on the table and began to eat them herself. The wooden door creaked open. Ye Xiaoqi looked up to see Ye entering with a grim expression, his face and clothes stained with... What happened? The girl asked with concern. Ye raised his head, looking at her with sorrow. A boy came to warn me that Fallen Moon City already knows about us. Then on his way home, he was killed. Ye Xiaoqi's expression also darkened. The one who killed him. I killed him. The boy said his name was Michael because his mother hoped he could bring light to those around him. Ye recalled the boy's smile before death. The little bald boy turned and asked, how are you feeling now? I'm worried the enforcement division of Fallen Moon City might come looking for us, so we should leave. Ye Xiaoqi stretched her limbs and nodded. I'm not seriously injured. Once the anesthetic in my body wears off, we'll be fine. Ye nodded and said, let's go then. Your injuries? The girl noticed the bandages wrapped around his arm. Just burns. Superficial wounds, nothing serious. Where are we going? I was planning to go to Fallen Moon City, but now. Let's head to Drift Sand Town south of Rubble Town first, and see how things develop. Ye pulled a map from the coffin and carefully studied the routes. He had bought it in town this morning, far more detailed than Old Cat's so-called map. The two left Rubble Town from its western edge. About 2 kilometers away beneath a small hill, Ye dug out the black coffin he had buried there earlier. As you know, old Tom entrusted me to take his body out, Ye said to Ye Xiaoqi as he hoisted the black coffin onto his back. I really don't get it. You and Lancaster are far more capable than me. Why did the old man choose me? You have the best relationship with Grandpa Tom, Ye Xiaoqi replied, after a moment of thought, speaking seriously. Ye rubbed his bald head. Yeah, that's true. Come on, let's go to Granny Wan's cabin first and get your things. 5 days later at the Mercenary Tavern in Drifts, the young red-haired girl Jenny lay listlessly on the counter, her eyes scanning the patrons with a hint of disgust. They were a group of muscular mercenaries reeking of strong body odor. They boasted loudly about their exploits and gulped down spicy ale, filling the small tavern with a boisterous atmosphere. Just then Jenny's eyes brightened slightly as she spotted 2 travel-worn figures entering the tavern. Unlike those brawny, crude, and annoying mercenaries, these 2 had slender, well-proportioned figures that were pleasing to the eye. One was wrapped in black cloth, their face covered, making it hard to discern their gender. The other was a gentle-looking, handsome youth with a charming smile always playing on his lips. The black coffin on his back added an intriguing air of mystery. So handsome, but what a shame he's bald. Jenny looked at the youth with some regret. As soon as Ye and Ye Xiaoqi entered, they headed straight for the bar. Ye had heard about mercenaries and decided to register. Weaving through the noisy, foul-smelling tavern, Ye leaned against the counter and smiled. Excuse me, miss, could I register as a Jenny beamed a bright smile and replied, of course. Carter Mercenary Company does not discriminate against bald heads. The little bald boy's smile froze instantly while the masked person beside him let out a snicker. A woman. Jenny glanced sideways at that person and lost interest in striking up a conversation. The young female bartender pulled a form from under the counter and asked, are you an awakened? No, just an ordinary person, the little bald boy said with a simple smile. Ye Xiaoqi rolled her eyes beside him. Jenny filled out the form with her pen without looking up, asking again. If you're an awakened, you'll have more privileges and benefits at Carter Mercenary Company, and you can take on more rewarding missions. First level awakened, Ye said without changing his expression, showing no sign of discomfort. Jenny nodded and tapped the form lightly with her pen. We'll conduct an awakened assessment for you later. Now, what is your mercenary alias? Alias. A pseudonym used when operating outside or taking missions. Of course, you can use your real name if you prefer. Then call me Michael. In the town of Gravelstone at the mayor's mansion. Within the courtyard, a group of law enforcement officers in black and yellow uniforms moved through the grounds, searching every corner of the charred buildings, meticulously inspecting each nook and cranny. Captain Chun Hao furrowed his brow, perplexed as he gazed at the row of corpses laid before him. This? Who is who? Someone come identify these bodies. Bucky Zhang squeezed out from the crowd of onlookers, grinning obsequiously. Sir, I'm familiar with them. Let me do it. Bucky Zhang approached the row of corpses on the open ground, scrutinizing each one carefully. This one should be Mayor's son. Though he's charred black, the build is unmistakable. This tall, gaunt one must be Lord Song Shu. He was skin and bones in life, so even if he were reduced to a skeleton, I'd recognize him. As for this relatively intact body, it's Lord Jace. Chun Hao turned and instructed his adjutant to record the information, then pointed at the other corpses. And these, all minor guards, nothing noteworthy, nothing noteworthy. Bucky Zhang flashed a bright smile, rubbing his hands together as he looked at Chun Hao. The law enforcement captain wrinkled his nose in distaste. All right, I've heard enough. Cover your buck teeth and get lost. You're an eyesore. Yes, sir. Bucky Zhang, terrified, quickly pressed his lips tightly over his protruding teeth and retreated back into the crowd. Chun Hao turned to face the townsfolk behind him. Who knows the most about this? Give me the full account, and the enforcement office will off. Mei Nyang, clad in a figure-hugging floral dress, stepped forward with eyes brimming with allure. Sir, when it happened, I was at the mansion. I know many details and could tell you for a very, very long time. The law enforcement captain's eyes lit up, his gaze greedily sweeping over Mei Nyang's curvaceous figure. How long can you talk? Several nights wouldn't be enough. Mei Nyang gently bit her lower lip, a flush creeping across her cheeks, making the surrounding men swallow hard in secret. This woman, not even 2 days after Sun Long's death, was already seeking her next patron. Mei Nyang stepped forward and grasped the captain's sleeve, whispering, Captain, there are too many people here. It's not suitable for talk. Let's find a secluded place, and he'll tell you slowly. Chun Hao, unabashed, pinched the woman's ample backside, greed flickering in his eyes. Then let's find a spot and have a good chat. No need, let's talk right here. A clear voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. The law enforcement captain flew into a rage, turning to curse. Who the hell said that? Are you teaching me how to do my job? The nearby townsfolk scattered in fear lest they be caught in the crossfire. As the crowd parted, it revealed a handsome, slender young man with a scholarly air. By his side stood 3 individuals of varied appearances. The handsome young man smiled, not a trace of fear on his face. What, am I not qualified? Upon recognizing the young man who had spoken, Chun Hao's face paled in terror. As second young master, how did you return? The youth addressed as second young master, stepped forward and patted the law enforcement captain on the shoulder. When the time came, I naturally returned. Xiaoqin, sometimes you need to distinguish between private and public matters. Chun Hao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes, this will never happen again. Then the captain turned and roared at Meng Yang. Didn't you hear, second young master? Get on with it, and explain clearly. Meng Yang completely suppressed her coquettish demeanor, lowering her head as she approached the two men. She didn't attempt to seduce the young man, who was clearly no ordinary person, for she always knew whom she could flirt with and whom she could. It all started with a girl who awakened as an ice elemental. Meng Yang softly recounted the entire sequence of events from beginning. It must be said this woman had excellent eloquence. The story was remarkably clear in her telling, with key points and details perfect. After hearing the full account, Chun Hao cautiously sought the young man's guidance. Second young master, should we issue a wanted notice? Just then a girl with dark brown skin stepped forward from behind Ye and said to him, Ye, I think we can skip the wanted notice and instead extend an olive branch to these two. After all, a young third-level ice elemental awakener and a young powerhouse who killed 2 second-level awakeners are well. Another bespectacled, refined, middle-aged man also stepped forward. I agree with trying to recruit them. However, we should issue a wanted notice, but through someone else's hands. Moreover, we can even raise the wanted level to make their situation more perilous. Then when we find those 2 awakeners, Ye can cancel the notice in front of them. The girl retorted angrily, what if they're killed before we find them? The middle-aged man was equally unyielding. If they die that easily, they're not worth recruiting. Ye, who had remained silent, suddenly turned his gaze to the last of the trio, a man nearly 2 meters tall with a well-proportioned, sturdy build. His eyes were strikingly distinctive, with pupils half the size of a normal person's. Ye tilted his chin slightly. Lancaster, I want to hear your opinion. How did you find the 3 of us and bring us together? Lancaster's voice was utterly devoid of emotion, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the hesitation in the young man's heart. Ye burst into hearty laughter, praising, Lancaster, you always manage to change my mind with a single sentence. In high spirits, the second young master turned to the law enforcement captain. We want to issue a wanted notice. But there's another message to spread. Get a notebook and write this down. Chun Hao nodded, eagerly snatching the notebook and pen from his adjutant's hands, ready and waiting. Say that. The mayor of Gravelstone Town and 2 public servant awakeners were recently killed. But since these 3 were notorious for their misdeeds, they deserved their fate. Therefore, Ye, the second young master of Fallen Moon City, does not intend to hold anyone accountable and has ordered that no one else pursue the matter. Ye paused slightly. He continued, on the contrary, Ye is very willing to befriend these 2 mysterious awakeners and hopes for an opportunity to meet and talk. Seeing Chun Hao had written every word without error, Ye nodded in satisfaction. This second young master had already investigated the true natures of Sun Long and Jace. He felt no psychological burden in issuing this order, because if he had encountered those 2 himself, he wouldn't have been able to resist taking them down. Then the young man turned to the middle-aged man and the girl, earnestly entrusting them. Uncle Yin, I hope you can investigate the distance that mysterious youth ran and estimate how much stamina he had left when he reached the town. He then fixed his gaze on the girl's eyes. Xiaowan, I'd like you to gather more details about this incident in town. Uncle Yun and Xiaowan both nodded in acceptance, then departed to carry out Ye's tasks. Lancaster stood by the young man's side, his eerie eyes gazing into the distance, slightly lost in thought. Could it be them? If it really is, the world is too small. Then Archangel Michael and Lady King, is there anything else I can help you with? Jenny's previously nonchalant expression turned serious and respectful. Just moments ago, this bald-headed Michael had passed the Awakener qualification test and successfully obtained a crank mercenary. During their conversation, Jenny was somewhat surprised to discover that the other taciturn woman was a registered Brank mercenary. One must know that the criteria for awarding Brank mercenary status were extremely stringent. Aside from ordinary strong individuals who had completed certain difficult missions, only Awakeners of the 3rd tier or above could qualify. Let me confirm once more. My awakening data won't be disclosed to others, right? Yenny asked the young female clerk with a serious. Jenny flashed a professional smile and said, please rest assured every Awakener mercenary's information will be sealed as confidential files by our company and will never be leaked. Yenny let out a theatrical sigh of relief and patted his chest, saying, then I can rest easy. Ye Xiaoqi, standing nearby, watched the bald young man with a speechless expression. She could hardly distinguish when he was lying and when he was telling the truth anymore. The identity this Michael had registered at the Carter Mercenary Company was that of a 1st-tier right-arm Awakener. Yet Ye Xiaoqi knew on the way to Lusha Town that Yin Yi had already become a 2nd-tier Awakener. And this perfect-grade 2nd-tier Awakener had not long ago claimed to her face that he was merely a 1st-tier single-arm Awakener. Now he was acting extremely cautious, repeatedly asking Carter Company to safeguard those fabricated data. Ye Xiaoqi suddenly felt the gap between herself and Yin Yi keenly. She wasn't cautious enough. Well then, is there anything else I can help with, eh? Jenny smiled at the 2 before her. Yin Yi thought for a moment and then asked, do you have any commissions here that require killing 3rd-tier mutated beasts? Jenny looked at the bald Michael with some surprise, wondering inwardly, wasn't he just a 1st-tier Awakener? Why would he ask for such a danger? At that moment, she glanced at the silent Lady King beside him and her mind was put at ease. When the girl looked back at Yin Yi, a trace of disdain flickered in her eyes. She detested the burly sweaty men, but she despised even more those spineless pretty boys who lived off women. Yet Jenny did not let her emotions show too much. She turned around, retrieved a commission from the counter, and placed it before the two. This is an official mission issued by Swaysher Town. The objective is to eliminate 2 raging gorillas located 50 kilometers south of the town, Jenny introduced. Ye looked at Ye Xiaoqi standing beside him and asked, "Can we handle it?" What he meant was, can you and I together handle it? But to Jenny it sounded like, can you handle it alone? Ye Xiaoqi nodded without a moment's hesitation. The bald young man turned to Jenny with a smile and said, "Then we'll take this mission. One last question. Where's the best in a..." "That would definitely be the Carter Company's Mercenary Inn. It's fully equipped, safe, and convenient with rooms at all price ranges," Jenny said, pointing upstairs with a smile. Ye glanced around the tavern at the burly men and his smile stiffened. "I think he'll pass." Ye and Ye Xiaoqi eventually arrived at a nicely decorated hotel in the town center. "Boss, give us your best room," the bald young man said, slapping a pile of money on the counter. Sensing the girl's peculiar gaze, Ye chuckled awkwardly. "We've shared a room since we were kids anyway, so I don't mind." Ye Xiaoqi rolled her eyes, unsure where to even start with her complaints. Hundreds of kids sleeping in the same hall. That counted, and you don't mind. As if I'm the one taking advantage. Ye swiftly grabbed the key, and before the girl could say anything, pulled her. In truth, the bald young man wasn't trying to take advantage of her. After several nights of camping in the wilderness, he had noticed that only when he sat beside Ye Xiaoqi could she fall asleep peacefully. If he moved even a little farther away, she would stare at the sky with wide eyes all night long. This stubborn girl never spoke of what she had been through, nor did she ever show a hint of fear. On the surface, she still seemed like the gifted prodigy from the fortress, aloof, confident, and strong. But Ye knew that beneath her tough exterior lay a heart riddled with wounds. When they entered the room, the bald young man looked around and nodded in satisfaction. The room had excellent lighting, with the afternoon sun spilling across the entire space, lifting one's spirits. In the center of the room stood a 2-meter-wide bed with clean bedding. Beside the bed was a long white cotton sofa that looked soft and comfortable. Ye knew he would probably be sleeping on that sofa tonight. He placed the black coffin in the corner of the room and sat obediently on the sofa. Ye Xiaoqi took off her face veil and outer robe, then sat sideways on the bed facing Ye. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat awkward. The young man rubbed his bald head sheepishly and spoke first. "Earlier at the Mercenary Tavern, I felt like you wanted to say something. If you have something to say, just say it. We grew up together. What's there to hold back?" Ye Xiaoqi hesitated, but when she saw Ye's encouraging gaze, she finally spoke. "Ye, I've noticed that when you talk to others, almost every word you say is a lie." The bald young man's breath caught slightly. He knew that this girl before him harbored a deep shadow regarding lies. Wangpa had deceived her compassion with lies and repaid her kindness with the most despicable means. Mei Nyang had won her sympathy with lies and tricked her into revealing the location of her secret distress signal. Though the girl had always been wary of others, every action she took came from a genuine heart, yet those people repeatedly wounded her sincerity with shameless lies. "In this wasteland, lies are our best shield," Ye said with a hint of pity in his eyes. "As long as others can't see through you, they won't dare to act recklessly against you. As long as the enemy knows false information, we can always find a sliver of hope in desperate situations." Ye Xiaoqi's bright eyes dimmed. But I promise you, I will never tell you a single lie in my entire life," Ye said earnestly, looking into the girl's eyes with unwavering resolve. "I swear from now on, every word I say to you will come from my heart." The girl's eyes gradually regained their sparkle, and a joyful smile spread across her face. "You must promise me." "You're beautiful," the bald young man said, stunned by her smile. In his memory, Ye Xiaoqi rarely smiled, and she had never shown such a warm, radiant, genuine smile before. The girl's face flushed crimson, and she raised her hand to slap him. "Hey, why are you hitting me? That came straight from my heart." Stop. You can't even hurt me." "Ow. So cold. Please, goddess. Please withdraw your divine power." "The night before I left the fortress, Peng Yi found me." A thin layer of white frost clung to Ye's head, and his voice trembled with cold. "The first perfect awakener?" Ye Xiaoqi asked. The young man nodded. "He told me the method to advance, by hunting mutated beasts stronger than myself. I killed a gray mastiff on the way, so am now a second-level awakener." "Why didn't he tell you earlier?" "After all..." The girl hesitated. Ye understood her implication. Over the years he had indeed endured many scornful glances and harsh words, and there had been a period when he felt deeply lost. He had once wondered why Peng Yi, also a perfect awakener, refused to speak to him. But now he understood brother Peng's good intentions, and the resentment in his heart had long since dissipated. "I was still young back then, far from capable of meeting such harsh advancement conditions. Even if I had known the method, it would have been useless." Ye shrugged, defending Peng Yi. "Brother Peng didn't know me well. He was afraid I might do something reckless out of impulse." Ye Xiaoqi nodded without further comment. Since Ye himself saw no issue, she naturally wouldn't question it. "Besides, if I had known the advancement condition, I would have had a goal in mind, and my training might have slackened." Ye forced a light-hearted smile. I always believed that as long as I trained hard I would eventually advance like everyone else. I always felt I wasn't working hard enough, so time and again I pushed myself to my limits. If I had known that advancement had nothing to do with effort, I might not have pushed myself so hard. I might have slacked off from time to time. Listening to the young man's reflections, Ye Xiaoqi's thoughts drifted back to their academy days. Back then she could only find Yan Yi in 3 places: the classroom, the cafeteria, and the training ground. He was truly hardworking. At meals he always looked exhausted, sometimes even burying his face in his food. If not for Ace and Wang Wei by his side, he might have become the first awakener in history to drown in a bowl of porridge. Although Ye Xiaoqi was an elemental awakener, she couldn't neglect her physical conditioning. Once she went to the academy training ground for physical training, and saw Yan Yi bare-chested with 2 massive stone locks hanging from his waist climbing the steep training cliff using only his fingertips. Normally Yan Yi seemed somewhat slender, but with his clothes removed the lines of his back were sharply defined, gracefully curved, exuding a sense of immense power. As he flexed and extended his arms, the elegant contours of his muscles were a pleasing sight. Then with a scream he fell off the cliff. The protruding rock his right hand had gripped crumbled. Caught off guard, he was yanked down by the 2 stone locks from a height of over 10 meters, crashing heavily onto the solid ground. The girl, usually indifferent to everything, felt her heart skip a beat in that instant. She instinctively ran over to check on Yan Yi, but a figure moved faster than her. Wang Wei rushed to the boy on the ground, scooped him up, and dashed all the way to the infirmary. That evening Ye Xiaoqi subtly led her friends to sit behind Ace and Wang Wei. From their conversation, she learned that Yan Yi had dislocated his shoulder, fractured his left arm, and had a massive bruise on his back. Dr. Yuan recommended at least a week. Yet the next morning Ye Xiaoqi saw the young man at the training ground again. His back was wrapped in bandages, his left arm in a splint, and a single stone lock hung from his waist. This time, Yan Yi climbed to the top of the cliff using only his right hand. The girl wanted to give him a beating. His stubborn, foolish persistence was infuriating. Why couldn't he learn his lesson? Xiaoqi, Xiaoqi. The young man waved his hand, snapping Ye Xiaoqi out of her reverie. Moi. The girl came back to her senses. She looked at the bald young man before her, and for some reason felt a surge of irritation. Oblivious, Yan Yi continued, back then I really pushed myself like crazy, you know. I fell off the cliff once and fractured my left arm, but I went back to climb it again after just 1 day of rest. Then he received a flick on the forehead. What was that for? The boy covered his head, looking aggrieved. Ye Xiaoqi withdrew her hand and shot him a cold glare. Yan Yi gave an awkward smile, knowing she was scolding him for not taking care of himself. He had to admit it felt good to have someone care about him. And I've discovered that perfect awakeners aren't so simple, Yan Yi said gravely. Promise me you won't tell anyone about my advancement or what I'm about to tell you. Ye Xiaoqi nodded earnestly. Yan Yi opened his right palm and a fist-sized flame appeared without warning, radiating a wave of... The girl, usually expressionless, revealed a rare look of profound shock. Ever since I killed Jace, Yan Yi explained, the fire awakener from Rubble Town, I discovered I had gained fire abilities too. Since perfect awakeners can advance by killing mutated beasts, is it possible that by killing elemental awakeners we can steal their abilities? Ye Xiaoqi's expression grew complicated. These things must not be known to others otherwise. Otherwise I might become the enemy of all elemental awakeners. Yan Yi finished her thought. Then, feeling his statement wasn't precise enough, he added, except for you. The girl rolled her eyes. What makes you think I won't turn against you? The young man leisurely crossed his legs. You just won't. Ye Xiaoqi shook her head helplessly, deciding to ignore this childish fool. Let's rest for today. Tomorrow we'll take down the raging gorilla. Yan Yi said cheerfully. It's getting late. Let's sleep. The girl's face flushed slightly. She felt his words were ambiguous. Yan Yi stood up casually and plopped onto the bed. Look how big this bed is. It's such a waste for one person. Before he could finish, a piercing chill rose beside him. The bald young man sprang up as if stung, hastily retreating to the sofa. But I actually prefer this, Yan Yi said without changing his expression, patting the cotton sofa beneath him. It's just the right firmness and size. They'll sleep here tonight. Ye Xiaoqi ignored him, took out her change of clothes, and headed to the washroom. While bathing, she sealed the room's 4 walls and door with white ice, giving that certain someone no chance. Feeling the biting cold emanating from the bathroom, the bald young man smiled wryly and rubbed his head. I'm not that kind of person. Over 50 kilometers south of Swishizen, amidst the boundless yellow sands, lay a lush oasis. It was a rare, verdant sight in the desolate wilderness. Though the outermost trees and grass blades were coated in a layer of pale dust, they could not conceal the refreshing greenery that soothed the soul. At the heart of the oasis, clear spring water gushed ceaselessly from an underground spring, forming a modest, limpid pool. Once dozens of households had resided here, eking out a living by selling water. They cultivated grain and provided lodging for travelers. Yet now not a single soul remained in this oasis. Only ruined houses and the bloodstains that marred them. Yan Yi and Ye Xiaoqi hid behind a broken wall, cautiously peering toward the pool. 2 massive yellow apes, each over 3 meters tall and powerfully built, were cupping water to drink. Their bodies were covered in bristly yellow fur as sharp as steel needles, and their arms were so thick that one alone could rival a full-grown man. So as long as you personally kill a meteor beast of a higher rank, you can advance. Ye Xiaoqi turned and asked in a low voice. Last night, Ye had told her about his method of advancement and repeatedly urged her to keep it secret. No, I still need to accumulate gradually, just like you all. My training over the past few years has never stopped. I've built up quite a bit, only lacking a key. Theoretically, I can now advance to at most the 3rd rank. Ye replied softly. Ye Xiaoqi nodded slightly, then turned her gaze back to the 2 frenzied apes. Both of these frenzied apes are injured. Ye leaned in and whispered into the girl's ear. Ye Xiaoqi's face flushed slightly as she moved her head a little away. The male has an unnatural limp in its left leg, and there are scorched patches on its fur. Ye squinted, continuing without realizing it. The female has several bullet holes in its abdomen, but the bleeding has stopped. Ye Xiaoqi also squinted toward them, but could discern nothing. Such was the prowess of a perfect Great Awakener. Their physical constitution and sensory perception far exceeded ordinary people. The girl tilted her head slightly and explained in a low voice, Meteor Beast subjugation missions are always issued without restriction. It's not uncommon for mercenaries to clash over prey. Ye stroked his chin, then pointed at the slightly smaller frenzied ape on the right. You take the female, focus on its abdomen, and it should be easy to kill. Ye Xiaoqi nodded. After eating and drinking, the male frenzied ape, driven by lust, sidled up to the female, growling lowly from its throat as it grabbed her shoulder with a massive hand. The female ape irritably slapped away its wandering hand and let out a deafening roar. Your mate's this injured and you're still thinking with your lower half. Ye had stealthily crept behind them and muttered under his breath. The bald young man suddenly leaped, twisting his body in midair, and delivered a vicious kick to the male ape's slightly lame left leg. Then he turned and ran without hesitation, leaving only a parting remark on the wind, for your impure thoughts. The male frenzied ape let out a furious roar that shook the leaves and sent ripples across the once calm surface of the pool. Without a moment's hesitation, it dug its thick hands into the ground and gave chase. The female ape merely watched coldly as its mate pursued unmoved. In its eyes, that puny human was nothing more than an insect to be crushed. It bent down, cupped some clear water, and focused on washing the wound on its abdomen. Suddenly, the female ape felt a bone-chilling cold spread from its abdomen, radiating through its body along the wound. Looking down, it saw that the bullet holes beneath it were now covered in a layer of frost. 3 to foot-long ice spikes suddenly shot out from the nearby bushes, aiming for its. The savage beast roared madly, raising its hand to shatter 2 of the ice spikes, but the 3rd drove halfway into its. Ye Xiaoqi stepped out from the bushes, her face expressionless as she regarded the beast. 5 more translucent ice spikes materialized beside her. When he felt he had put enough distance, the bald young man who had been sprinting away abruptly halted, and then turned to charge straight back at the furious beast. The male frenzied ape's eyes gleamed with cruel bloodlust as it raised its massive fists, intent on pounding this annoying. Ye rushed straight up to the ape, then, without warning, sidestepped 2 meters to the right, narrowly dodging the 2 devastating. The ape's fist slammed into the gravelly ground, leaving 2 huge craters. Then the bald young man agilely vaulted behind the ape and delivered another fierce kick to its injured left leg. Amidst the ape's enraged roar, a crisp sound of bone breaking came from its left leg, and its colossal body crashed heavily to the ground. Without hesitation, Ye sprang forward and landed a vicious kick between the ape's legs. The beast's furious roar turned into a pained shriek, its entire massive frame stiffening for a moment. The slick bald young man drew his pistol, nimbly dodging the 2 wildly flailing giant palms, then shoved the entire barrel into the ape's nostril. Bang! 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 7 consecutive bullets, all blasted into the ape's skull. Its massive body finally went limp and fell still. Ye stood up, wiped the dirty barrel on the ape's fur, and returned the gun to his waist. Glancing back at the spot between the ape's legs, he couldn't help but shudder violently, and muttered in lingering fear, "I'd better not use that move too often. Too damn relatable." Meanwhile, the battle by the oasis pool was nearing its end. The female ape was impaled with 4 or 5 long ice spikes, its yellow fur covered in a layer of white fur. It struggled to take a step, trying to grab the slender human woman. But its movements had become excruciatingly slow. It couldn't even catch a turtle, let alone a nimble. Finally, the female ape could hold on no longer. Its massive body crashed to the ground, its fanged mouth open as it gasped. Gradually, the fierce light in its eyes dimmed, and it fell silent. Ye Xiaoqi stood nearby, her face covered with a black veil, silently watching the frozen meteor beast. If one could cut open this frenzied ape's body, they would be astonished to find its heart completely encased in a thick layer of. After dealing with the female gorilla, Ye Xiaoqi was about to assist the bald boy, only to find him already dragging back the massive corpse of the male gorilla. Impressive, Ye said, giving the girl a thumbs up. Ye Xiaoqi appeared just as composed as before the battle, as if she hadn't just felt a terrifying 3rd tier fallen. In contrast, the bald boy's clothes were stained with blood, and a layer of yellow sand covered his shaved head. I didn't kill it, I just froze it completely. Ye Xiaoqi pointed at the female gorilla on the ground. Ye set down the corpse, stretched his limbs, and said, I'm already a 3rd tier awakener now, but the more of these the better. As he spoke, he approached the frost-covered, colossal body of the female gorilla. Lend me a knife, the bald boy said, extending his hand matter-of-factly. A pale blue ice blade condensed in the air and drifted slowly into his hand. Elemental awakeners sure have it easy. Ye examined the ice blade in his hand and remarked. The aloof Ye Xiaoqi rolled her eyes and said, as if you aren't one. This thing's not much use offensively right now. A small orange flame appeared in Ye's hand. Having decided to no longer conceal the truth from this girl, Ye naturally revealed everything about himself. As a childhood friend and classmate, he trusted that Ye Xiaoqi's character would never allow her to divulge these matters. In this world there were two others he trusted this much, Wang Wei and Ace, but unfortunately neither was by his side now. Ye slashed down fiercely with the ice blade, carving a deep gash into the gorilla's soft neck. Then he kicked the massive head, severing it completely from the body. After killing the female gorilla, the bald boy froze for a moment, then his face lit up with ecstasy. In his perception, the energy this time wasn't immediately absorbed by his body, instead it lingered in the center of his chest and abdomen, awaiting his control. He carefully guided the energy into the fiery core within his chest, solidifying and intensifying its heat. Ye's flammability had also reached the second tier. However, unlike his normal advancement, this energy first replenished the deficit in his flammability before triggering the breakthrough. After the breakthrough, the vast energy from the third-tier fallen beast was nearly depleted. The bald boy smacked his lips, realizing he'd need to train his various abilities more. Otherwise, advancing would require killing enemies 2 tiers above, which was too grueling. In truth, both of Ye's cross-tier kills had been fortunate. The first due to the coffin's quality and the gray mastiff's youth. This time it was because the gorilla was already injured, otherwise Ye couldn't have breached its defenses and could only rely on agility to buy time for Ye Xiaoqi's support. The bald boy raised the ice blade and similarly severed the male gorilla's head. Holding 2 massive ferocious monkey heads, he said cheerfully, let's go collect the reward. Ye Xiaoqi looked at this childish boy and felt a lightness in her heart. A faint smile curved beneath her black veil. The door to the mercenary tavern was kicked open. The mercenaries inside glanced casually toward the entrance, then found they couldn't tear their astonished gazes away. A table of mercenaries in the corner stood up abruptly, and their leader pointed angrily at the newcomers, shouting, "Those belong to us." Hearing the shout, Ye looked over to see a robust golden-haired youth glaring furiously at him and Ye Xiaoqi. He raised the 2 beast heads in his hands and asked, puzzled, "Are these things raised at home?" "They were our prey," the golden-haired youth said, enunciating each word, his eyes filled with undisguised hatred. Ye sized up the group, noticing they were a mix of men and women, most bearing it. He immediately understood that the wounds on the 2 gorillas were likely inflicted by this group. Ye Xiaoqi frowned, a faint icy mist already gathering around her. "Are you new to being mercenaries? Don't you know the basic rules?" A brown-haired girl from the group stepped forward, restraining the furious golden-haired youth, and offered an apologetic smile. "Sorry, we know the rules. It's just that we lost comrades to those beasts, so Mike is a bit emotional." The golden-haired youth called Mike shook off the girl's hand and said, suppressing his anger, "We just needed one more attempt to kill them, just 2 more days." The brown-haired girl shook her head slightly, "But that wouldn't be fair to them. But my sister's illness." "Enough. There are plenty of tasks in the tavern. Well, take another." A burly, bearded, middle-aged man silenced Mike, then waved at Ye and the others. "Go collect your bounty. Mike won't bother you anymore." Unexpectedly, the bald boy suddenly grew interested in the matter. Ye approached the group and asked curiously, "What's wrong with your—" Mike had already sat back down. He glanced impatiently at Ye and continued drinking his ale. The brown-haired girl replied, "His sister is sick and the treatment is expensive." Before she could finish, the bald boy scurried back, leaving the group bewildered. Ye exchanged his bounty at the counter and split it into 2 portions. After handing 1 portion to Ye Xiaoqi, he scurried back with his own share. "How much do you need?" "Huh?" Mike, holding his cup, was stunned. 10,000. The reward for slaying the gorillas was 50,000. Ye pulled a stack of bills from his share and placed it before Mike. "Take it. Use it to treat your sister." "WWHY. You don't have to do this. I know my behavior earlier was unreasonable." Mike stammered, afraid to touch the money. Seeing the entire table staring at him in disbelief, the bald boy shrugged. "Consider it thanks for wounding them. My companion and I saved a lot of effort killing them." The brown-haired girl's face flushed with surprise. She stood up, bowed to Ye, and said sincerely, "We are all grateful for your generosity and kindness. If you ever need anything in the future, we will surely repay you. May I ask your name?" The bearded man rose, raising his glass. "Just call me Michael." "Let's raise a glass to Michael." On the way back to the hotel, Ye Xiaoqi looked at the obviously cheerful bald man with a half-smile and asked, "Why did you do that?" "Because I am Michael," Ye said, gazing at the sky with a hint of nostalgia. "When I do good deeds using this boy's name, I hope God will count these good deeds in his name and take him to heaven." Ye Xiaoqi was slightly surprised. "Do you believe in God?" The bald man shook his head. "No." "Do you think there is a heaven?" "I hope there is." Ye Xiaoqi's eyes turned into a pool of spring water, gently gazing at the bald man. "It suits you well." Ye laughed heartily. "You know, me in the underground fortress is just like Michael. Whenever I see someone unhappy, I want to go over and chat with them and offer some guidance. But once I arrived in the wasteland, I found that I had completely changed. Do you know? One night, I witnessed a family of 3 perish, but I did nothing." Ye Xiaoqi shook her head and said you did nothing wrong. The wasteland and the fortress are fundamentally different. However, after experiencing what happened with Michael, I realized that even in the wasteland there are pure and precious souls. The difference between the two is simply that there are more good people in the fortress and fewer in the wasteland. Ye Xiaoqi looked at the bald man who wore a blissful smile and silently thought, you have never changed, you are still that little boy who gave. Something's up. Yan Ye's expression suddenly turned serious as he stepped in front of Ye Xiaoqi. It was already nearing dusk, and most people had gone home for dinner, so there were fewer pedestrians on the street. At the end of the road 5 or 6 burly mercenaries appeared. The one-eyed mercenary at the front held a shotgun, pointing it at the two, and sneered, leave the bounty, and you can go. Who gave you the courage to rob 2 people capable of killing a raging gorilla in broad daylight? Yan Yi tilted his head, puzzled. The group of mercenaries erupted in laughter, and the one-eyed mercenary spat on the ground dismissively, saying, do you really think we don't know? You two merely picked up the scraps. Yan Yi fell silent. It seemed this group of mercenaries had also been in the tavern earlier. They obviously believed that Mike's group was stronger, and that Mike's team had severely injured the 2 raging gorillas, leaving the 2 of them to pick up the big bargain. Stop wasting breath, hand over the bounty. The one-eyed mercenary said harshly, a lewd glint flashing in his only eye. Or you can spend the night with me, you delicate little boy. Suddenly an ice spike appeared in front of the one-eyed mercenary, piercing his throat in an instant, forever choking the rest of it. The gentle smile had long vanished from Yan Ye's face, and he rushed into the crowd with a blank expression, each punch and kick eliciting piercing screams from the mercenaries. Among this group of mercenaries there were 2 first-level awakened individuals, which perhaps gave them their true confidence. Facing the fierce attacks of the 2 awakened, Yan Yi did not dodge. His right hand swiftly delivered 2 punches to their most powerful body parts. The terrifying absolute strength crushed the 2 awakened, causing them to collapse and lie on the ground groaning in pain like the other ordinary mercenaries. When he stopped moving, his back was surrounded by mercenaries with broken bones and torn muscles. Now do you still think we are just picking up scraps? Yan Yi looked down at the group of burly men, coldly asking. Ye Xiaoqi walked to his side and softly said, it's better to kill them all. Yan Yi sighed helplessly. It's not easy to be Michael today and do some good deeds. Who knew there would always be blind people? If you don't want to kill, then let me do it. Ye Xiaoqi knew the boy's feelings must be very complicated at this moment, and she was willing to do some dirty work for him. No need. Yan Yi shook his head. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he walked over to the group of wailing mercenaries. Remember, the one sending you to hell is Lucifer. Then the bald man shot them each a bullet. Cool, right? Yan Yi stood among the pile of corpses, turning to smile at the girl. Ye Xiaoqi helplessly shook her head, saying, to be honest, it's a bit foolish. In AC's words, it should be a bit second-rate. The bald man shrugged indifferently, but I think it's pretty cool. From now on, when I do good deeds, I'll call myself Michael, and when I kill, it'll be Lucifer. The setup sounds quite thrilling. Yan Yi narcissistically ruffled his hair back. Oh no, he didn't have any hair, he just touched his bald head. Ye Xiaoqi walked past the bald man with a blank expression, no longer paying him any heed. The 2 went straight back to their hotel room. As soon as they entered, Yan Yi exaggeratedly shouted, no way. They've even stolen the coffin. When we left this morning, I left the black coffin in the room for the convenience of the battle. Who would have thought it would be missing when we returned at night? Ye Xiaoqi silently walked to the bedside and reached under the bed to pull out the black coffin. I hid it under the bed. Yan Yi let out a sigh of relief and gave the girl a thumbs up, saying, you really thought this through. Quick, go take a shower. You're covered in dirt and blood, it's disgusting. As the sun set and the bright moon rose, the bald man lying sideways on the sofa suddenly felt homesick. He softly asked, Xiaoqi, have you thought about the fortress after being out for so long? What are you thinking about? Elise and other friends. Oh. After a while the bald man spoke again. I'm a bit worried about He's not an awakened. It must be very difficult for him to survive in the wasteland. He's very capable. You don't need to worry too much. There was a moment of silence. After an unknown amount of time the boy's voice rang out again. Xiaoqi. Are you still awake? Xiaoqi. The girl on the bed suddenly turned over, the silvery moonlight flowing over her long black hair, reflecting a satin-like sheen. At this moment Ye Xiaoqi's exquisite and delicate face bore a faint elusive smile as beautiful as a moonlit fairy, causing Yan Yi to momentarily lose his focus. Yan Yi. Can't sleep. Do you know about hibernation? I heard that as long as the temperature is low enough, humans can also hibernate. In the cool night, Yan Ye's steady breathing could be heard, as if he had already fallen asleep. At dawn, Yan Yi and Ye Xiaoqi, fully dressed, prepared to leave Lusha town and continue their journey. As they descended the stairs, they were somewhat surprised to find 2 familiar figures standing at the entrance of the inn. Good morning, you two. The brown-haired girl Linda greeted them cheerfully, waving her hand. Standing beside her was the blonde youth Mike, who looked rather embarrassed. Having slept well the previous night, Yan Yi responded with a refreshed air, good morning to you both. Linda nudged Mike, who then stepped forward somewhat hesitantly, extending his right hand. About yesterday. I am truly grateful to you, so I wanted to offer a sincere thank you once more. Thank you. The bald youth revealed a dazzling white grin and clasped Mike's hand. You deserve it. No need to thank us. What plans do you two have next? If it's possible, you're welcome to visit our village, Linda said, a girl full of vitality, whose sweet smile always put those around her at ease. Seeming infected by the girl's cheerfulness, Mike shed some of his earlier awkwardness and smiled. My sister's apple pie is the best in the village. Ye turned to look at Ye Xiaoqi, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. The latter shrugged slightly, indicating that everything was up to him. Where is your village? Is it far from here? It's about 60 kilometers east. If we leave now, we can arrive by dusk. It's on our way. Great. The sun slowly traversed the sky, and soon it was the cooler hour of dusk. The mercenary tavern in Gravel Town was as lively as ever, and the barmaid Ginny was as bored as usual. With a crisp jingle of wind chimes, the tavern's door was pushed open, and 4 people of varying ages and builds entered. Ginny's previously dull eyes suddenly lit up. She sat up straight and flashed her sweetest smile. The handsome young man at the forefront strode on long legs to the counter. Excuse me, we're 2 new mercenaries registered here a few days ago, one of them named Michael. They are my friends. I have some business with them. Ginny revealed an infatuated smile, her eyes fixed intently on the young man's face as she gently shook her head. Only the mercenary named Michael was newly registered. The other was already registered before. Are they both very young? A man and a woman, the young man asked again. Ginny licked her lips, staring unabashedly at the handsome man. Some information. Requires a little price. Ye Xiaoqi took 2 banknotes from his pocket and placed them on the counter. Ginny struggled for a moment, glancing at the money and then sizing up the young man's well-proportioned physique. In the end, she chose to pocket the money. The man is bald, very young, and carries a black coffin on his back. The woman keeps herself wrapped in black cloth. Her face is hard to make out, but her voice sounds young. Ginny finished, then slumped lazily back onto the counter. Clearly this man had no intention of spending a pleasant night with her, so she saw no reason to fawn over him. Ye thanked her and led his friends out of the tavern. Xiaowan, Michael is the boy who tipped him off and was killed in the end, right? He asked a young girl among the other 3. The girl's skin was tanned to a dark brown by the sun, giving her a healthy, powerful appearance like a nimble little leopard. She nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. Ye clapped his hands in admiration. I really like his character. We're sure to become kindred spirits. Just then a burly, bearded man emerged from the tavern, leading a group of mercenaries who surrounded the 4. Who are you and why are you looking for Michael? The bearded leader looked at Ye with a hostile expression, his rifle now held at the ready. Ye was momentarily taken aback, but quickly raised his hands in surrender. We mean no harm. Prove it, the bearded man said, unmoved, eyeing the handsome youth warily. Suddenly a fierce gale erupted without warning from around the 4, the powerful gust sending the unprepared mercenaries stumbling back several meters. Xiaowan, the little leopard, took a step forward and surveyed the mercenaries on the ground with pride. All 3 of us are awakened. If we make you harm, you'd all be dead already. Xiaowan, be more polite. Ye frowned in displeasure. A friend of a friend is a friend. There's no need for this. By now the bearded man had scrambled to his feet. Though he looked somewhat disheveled, he was visibly relieved. All right, I'll reluctantly believe that you're friends of Michael. He brushed the dust off his clothes nonchalantly and said, but we're not exactly friends of Michael. It's just that he helped us out, so we figured we'd meddle in this affair. Oh, how did he help you? Ye asked with keen interest, his desire to recruit this Michael growing stronger by the moment. The bearded man explained patiently, a few days ago we took a job to hunt 2 frenzied gorillas, but we failed on our first attempt and lost a brother. When we came back to town to arrest Michael, and his companion walked in with the gorillas' heads to claim the bounty. So my nephew Mike accused them of stealing our prey. Hearing this, Ye frowned slightly. That was rather unreasonable. The bearded man waved his hand and explained, Mike's sister is very ill and needs a lot of money for treatment, so he was a bit impulsive at the time. Believe me, he's a good kid. Ye nodded and said no more. Who would have thought? Michael wasn't angry at all. Instead, after learning the whole story, he gave Mike $10,000 to save his. A look of admiration appeared in the bearded man's eyes. I've never met such a kind-hearted person. Where are they now? Ye asked eagerly. The bearded man's eyes still held a trace of wariness as he shook his head. Sorry, I can't say more than that. Unless Michael himself acknowledges you as his friends, I won't fully trust you. I deeply respect your integrity. Ye gave the bearded man a slight bow. But did you know? Michael and his companion are the ones who killed the Gravel Town mayor and the station awakened a few days ago. The handsome youth straightened his back, a charming smile on his face. And I am Ye, the 2nd young master of the Fallen Moon City. The bearded man was momentarily stunned, then finally relaxed completely. The fact that their own town had been turned upside down, and that the 2nd young master of Fallen Moon City had declared he wanted to befriend the culprit became excellent gossip for the local. Half an hour later, Ye and his 3 companions sat in a jeep driving eastward toward the village. Alice was the most beautiful girl in the village, her smooth golden hair shimmering under the sunlight, always capable of attracting all the young men in the village. The young men of the village always liked to pass by Alice's yard. Whether they were going to fetch water, chop wood, or tend to cattle, they could always find a route through the small yard and peek in, hoping to catch a glimpse of her beautiful golden hair. However, what they usually saw was a head of light golden short hair and a pair of threatening eyes. That was Alice's brother Mike. Their mother had died early and their father had met with an accident a few years ago. Now the small yard was left with only the two of them. As the only family member, Mike naturally cherished his sister dearly. He trained his body to be extremely strong and had warned every boy of his age in the village a year ago. However, this did not reduce the frequency with which those passionate young men passed by the small yard. After some time, one by one panda-eyed boys would appear on the wall of the yard. Now Mike was out working with the adults in the town, and the heads appearing over the low wall of the yard had become even more frequent, despite Mike having dealt with them just before he left. But unsurprisingly, they all returned disappointed. Alice had been weak and sickly since childhood and rarely went outside. Recently her condition had worsened, leaving her bedridden all day. Mike's current venture as a mercenary was to earn money for her medicine. At that moment the small yard, which should have been empty, had a robust-looking boy of around 14 or 15 sitting inside. His name was Jilla Jr., whom Mike greatly admired and trusted. Before Mike left, he had entrusted him with the task of looking after Alice. The closed wooden door of the small house was pushed open from the inside, and a slender, beautiful girl with golden hair walked out. Due to spending so long indoors, her skin was very fair. At that moment, due to her illness, her complexion was frighteningly pale. Jill turned to look, and their eyes met, locking onto her sapphire. The simple-minded boy blushed instantly and awkwardly lowered his head. Alice smiled slightly and gently said, "Jill, you've really been a bother these days." "It's nothing. Mike is very good to me, and you will make me delicious apple pie," the boy stammered, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Now that you need help, of course I must lend a hand." Alice smiled and said, "What are you craving, apple pie? He'll go make some for you right now." No, you should rest." "Well, please don't overexert yourself," Jill said, flailing his hands in a panic to refuse. Alice playfully rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms. "It's fine, I've rested for a day, and I'm feeling much better now. You made breakfast and lunch, so let me prepare dinner today." Until this moment, Jill still dared not look at the girl. His honest face flushed as he struggled to say something to persuade her to rest, but he couldn't find the right words. After stammering for a while, he finally said softly, "If you don't rest well, Mike will definitely scold me when he comes back, so let me cook." Saying this, he suddenly stood up and hurried into the kitchen, closing the door tightly behind him. Alice stood there momentarily at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Jill is truly something so adorably foolish. Looking at the closed door, the girl hesitated for a moment before returning to her room. Although her condition had indeed improved a bit, she still felt dizzy, and it was best for her to rest as much as possible. Alice continued to lie on the bed for a while when she suddenly heard a commotion outside. At that moment, her door was suddenly flung open, startling the girl. When she looked closely, she realized it was the honest and simple Jill. It was known that he had previously been too shy to even step into her room. Alice sat up, gripping the blanket tightly, and hesitantly asked Jill, "What's wrong?" The simple-minded boy was now filled with panic, speaking in a stuttering voice, "Alice, you need to find a place to hide quickly. It seems there are bandits in the town, and I have to go help." As the door opened, the cries and shouts from outside became clearer, causing the girl on the bed to freeze in fear. She anxiously urged the boy, "Jill, those bandits are not something you can handle. Let's find a place to hide together." Jill's initially panicked expression had now calmed down, and he firmly replied, "No, I need to see how my parents and little brother are doing. I must protect them." At this urgent moment, he could no longer afford to be shy. He rushed forward, picked up the slender girl, and placed her in the large water vat in the corner of the room. Afterward, Jill gathered many wooden planks and other items and piled them around the vat, hiding Alice thoroughly. "Alice, I'm going out now. Stay here and be safe," Jill nervously instructed, then grabbed a thick wooden stick and stepped out of the small house. After hesitating in the yard, he ran back to the kitchen to grab a large kitchen knife before charging out. As soon as he dashed out of the small yard, he collided head-on with two bandits clad in yellow shirts. Jill's build was quite sturdy for his age, but in front of these hardened criminals who lived off bloodshed, he appeared to be a size smaller. Without a word exchanged, one of the bandits raised a blood-stained machete and swung it heavily toward the boy. Jill hurriedly raised the wooden stick in his hand to block it, barely managing to deflect the incoming blade, but the stick snapped in response. At that moment, the other bandit seized the opportunity to slash diagonally, cutting into the flustered boy's abdomen. Jill felt darkness clouding his vision, as if all his strength had been drained, and he collapsed to the ground. The bandit who had broken the stick grinned cruelly and raised his machete again, thrusting it brutally into the boy's neck. A young, vibrant life permanently vanished from this world. Shortly after, the two bandits rushed into the yard to loot. They soon discovered to their disappointment that while this house was not poor, it was also not wealthy, and only the food piled up in the kitchen was worth anything. After dragging the food outside, one of them took out a match, lit it, and tossed it directly onto the straw beside the house. Watching the small house gradually catch fire, the two bandits exchanged glances and burst into mad laughter. While laughing, one of them covered his companion's mouth and said, "Wait, do you hear a coughing sound?" The companion listened carefully and indeed heard a faint cough coming from inside, as if someone was choked by the thick smoke. He turned his head with a sneer and said, "It seems it's a woman." The sun had already shifted towards the west, casting long and broad shadows from the distant mountain ranges. As he walked and chatted with Linda, the previously relaxed little bald-headed boy suddenly wore a grave expression. "Linda, does your village have the custom of burning huge bonfires?" Ye turned his head, looking seriously at the brown-haired girl. The girl was taken aback by his question, shaking her head in bewilderment. No, why do you ask? Then there's only one possibility left. Your village has been set on fire, Ye said as he unstrapped the black coffin from his back and handed it to Ye Xiaoqi. Linda and Mike were both startled, standing on tiptoe to peer eastward, yet they saw nothing unusual. Trust me, my eyesight is far better than an average person's. The little bald-headed boy flexed his limbs and said, I'll dash ahead to your town and see what's happening. By now both of their faces had turned pale, knowing that Ye had no reason to deceive them. Mike spoke to Ye with some urgency. My sister is in the easternmost house of the village. Please go check on her first. With those words, the little bald-headed boy shot off like an arrow from a bowstring. Seeing the speed the youth displayed, Linda was visibly startled. She turned to Ye Xiaoqi and asked, what level of leg awakening is he at? Ye Xiaoqi remained silent, only shaking his head before he too began to run, carrying the black coffin on his back. Mike and Linda exchanged a glance, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Then they also started running, closely following behind Ye Xiaoqi. As they drew nearer to the village, screams and roars reached Ye's ears, and the great fire engulfing the entire village became increasingly clear in his sight. Arriving before the burning village, Ye discovered with fury that a gang of bandits was plundering, burning, and killing within. Men were hacked to pieces by the slashing blades coming from all directions. Women had their clothes torn into shreds, their naked bodies pinned down on the streets by the bandits. The cries of infants gradually faded away while half-grown children were stripped bare like tender lambs by the ruthless brigands. This hellish scene set against the blazing inferno was starkly vivid before Ye's eyes. The youth let out a furious roar, charging straight into the village like a fierce tank, ramming several bandits into pieces. He picked up two long blades from the ground, racing forward. As multiple heads flew high behind him, the headless torsos gushing torrents of blood. Ye cut his way all the way to the easternmost part of the town, where in an open space he saw a blonde girl pinned down by two bandits. The girl's face was extremely pale as she coughed and struggled incessantly. From her furrowed brows and the blood at the corners of her mouth, one could tell the immense pain she was enduring. Yet the two bandits showed no mercy, only leering as they tore at the girl's dress, exposing more and more of her fair skin. Ye rushed behind the two bandits, kicking them fiercely into the blazing house behind, and threw the long blades in after them, pinning the bandits firmly to the burning wall. Alice, right. The little bald-headed boy ran to the girl, reaching out to pull her clothes together. You are. The golden-haired girl could only utter a few words before coughing painfully again. Ye bent down and scooped her up, saying, Don't talk. Don't worry, your brother Mike sent me to save you. Just then a burst of gunfire suddenly erupted from behind, Ye signaling that some bandits had spotted the uninvited guest. In a moment of desperation, the little bald-headed boy rolled on the ground with Alice in his arms, diving straight into a nearby well. As they plummeted, Ye lay face up, holding the girl tightly to protect her from harm. With a loud thud, the little bald-headed boy's back slammed heavily onto the ground. It was a dry well, the bottom muddy, but with Ye struggled to rise from the slippery mud, settling the girl in a hidden corner. Stay here. When we get out, you'll make me an apple. The little bald-headed boy winked at her, turned, leaped high, grabbed the rope, and climbed out of the well. As he climbed, Alice saw two bullet holes on his back and lower back, oozing blood. Once out of the well, Ye approached the gunman like a ghost at high speed, dispatching him cleanly. Then he found a heavy stone millstone in someone's backyard and placed it over the dry well to ensure the girl's safety. Having done all this, he slowly turned around, his dark eyes flickering with furious flames. You scum, Lucifer has come to visit you. Ye Xiaoqi and the other two had run at full speed for a long time, finally reaching the village. Seeing the scene before her, Linda collapsed weakly to the ground in despair, while Mike let out a grief-stricken roar and charged in. Ye Xiaoqi did not console the heartbroken girl nearby. Instead, he waved his hand to scatter patches of icy mist, striving to extinguish the raging fires one by one. At that moment, the village was eerily quiet. No shouts of battle, no screams, no roars. Only scattered wails and the low sobbing that pervaded everywhere. In the center of the town, dozens of bandit corpses were piled into a small hill. The little bald-headed boy, drenched in blood, sat beside it in a daze, staring blankly at the top of the heap. A boy who looked about 8 suddenly ran over, saying shyly, Big brother, thank you for saving my mom and dad. A glimmer of life returned to Ye's eyes. He reached out to pat the boy's head, but stopped mid-motion, seeing his hands covered in blood, and withdrew them. No need to thank me. Remember, you must train your body every day and protect your parents yourself. The little bald-headed boy forced a faint smile and said to the child. The boy's eyes were full of admiration. He nodded solemnly, gave Ye a deep bow, and then ran back at his parents' call. There's still a girl at the bottom of the well. Suddenly remembering something, Ye sprang up from the ground and dashed headlong toward the eastern side of the village. Mike had already returned home and was frantically searching through the ruins of his house. The robust blonde youth now looked disheveled, his beautiful light golden hair covered in black, soot, his clothes torn and tattered by the sharp edges of the debris. Alice, where are you? Mike cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his face. Just then a blood-soaked little bald-headed boy sprinted past him. Ye kicked the millstone aside and jumped down. Moments later, he climbed out of the well, carrying a blonde girl covered in mud. Mike stared blankly at the girl in his arms, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. His strength gave way, and he collapsed onto the mission accomplished. The little red-stained, bald-headed boy beamed a bright smile, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Brother. Alice couldn't help but cry out upon seeing Mike sitting on the ground in the distance. Called by his sister, Mike felt his strength surge anew, and he scrambled up from the ground before dashing toward her. The bald youth set the girl down on the ground, standing silently to the side, watching with relief as the reunited siblings embraced each other. Ye Xiaoqi rushed over from afar, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Are you hurt? The bald youth pouted, spreading his arms wide, and stepping forward with utmost grievance. They were so terrifying, I almost lost my life. Whoa. The aloof girl deftly sidestepped to avoid him, saying with a speechless expression, Did you think I didn't see that pile of bodies when I came over? Ye pointed at the siblings nearby and spread his hands. I was just trying to set the mood. If we hugged too, it would look like double the emotion to outsiders. Hearing the teasing, the siblings awkwardly parted. Ye Xiaoqi gave the bald youth a serious once-over and said disdainfully, You're covered in blood and filth. So if I were clean, you'd be willing to hug me. Ye keenly seized the key point. A spray of white frost scattered over instantly, making the shivering wretch tremble. Stop your nonsense. Are you hurt or not? Ye Xiaoqi shot the bald youth a fierce glare, her tone tinged with embarrassment. Ye obediently lifted his clothes and said, I took a knife and 2 bullets to the back and a hammer blow to the chest. In the glow of the surrounding flames, Ye Xiaoqi saw the youth's scarred body. 2 deep bullet holes and a long fresh knife wound marked his back, while a large bruise on his chest looked particularly shocking. Ye lowered his clothes and said nonchalantly, I'm a perfect grade awakener, my whole body is reinforced. These injuries aren't serious. A simple disinfection, and they'll probably heal in a week or 2. Ye Xiaoqi knew he wasn't lying, but her heart still ached. Seeing the gloom in the girl's eyes, Ye opened his mouth, but found nothing to say. He walked over to the siblings and asked, Who were those people that attacked the village? Alice, pale-faced and leaning against her brother, replied weakly, They're a group of bandits roaming nearby. We usually kept to ourselves and left each other alone. Who would have thought they'd attack the village while Uncle Gray was away with the others? Uncle Gray is that bearded man you met that day. He's a second-level awakener. Mike took over from his sister. There were 2 first-level awakeners guarding the village, but obviously they couldn't hold out. Ye nodded and continued, Were there any awakeners among those bandits? Mike thought for a moment and said hesitantly, As far as I know. There were 3. Whether there were any hidden ones, I'm not sure. 3. But I only encountered 1. The bald youth was stunned. A strange noise suddenly erupted from the burning hut beside the 4 of them, and several fireballs burst out, attacking everyone. At the same time, a figure wielding a large cleaver charged out from the flames, swinging the blade fiercely at Ye. It all happened so suddenly that no one could react in time. In panic, Ye Xiaoqi could only muster a thin layer of ice before her. Mike instinctively turned and wrapped his arms around, but Ye, whose reflexes were also enhanced, made a quicker move than the others in that unforeseen moment. In that fleeting instant, he kicked the sword-wielding figure hard in the waist, using the momentum to dive sideways and dodge the fireball. His diving path, however, brought him right in front of the siblings. The fireball exploded with a roar, and Ye Xiaoqi was flung into the ruins behind her by the blast. Mike and Alice were knocked to the ground by the residual heat wave. Ye, who had taken a fireball heat and flew like a broken kite, trailing black smoke as he landed in a nearby dry well. Ye Xiaoqi scrambled up from the ruins in a daze, just in time to witness the bald youth falling into the well. Boundless fury erupted from the girl's slender frame, and a wave of ice instantly swept across dozens of meters around her. She raised her right hand, and the burning house nearby was instantly coated in frost, revealing 2 panicked figures inside. One awakener lay on the ground, clutching his waist in pain. Clearly, Ye's hurried kick had broken his ribs. The fire awakener, seeing the girl's terrifying power and knowing he was no match, abandoned his companion and fled. Ice shards formed around Ye Xiaoqi. With a gesture, they shot out, swiftly shattering on the fleeing awakener's escape path. The fire awakener dodged too late, and his feet were frozen to the spot. As he frantically tried to melt the ice with flames, 2 more ice shards flew in, piercing straight through his body. The fire awakener seemed drained of all strength, collapsing onto the icy ground. Frost covered the wounds, and not a single drop of blood spilled. Another ice shard flew out, and the awakener, writhing on the ground, turned into a cold corpse. Just then another change occurred. A green jeep came roaring and skidding to a halt not far away. A handsome young man got out, raising his hands and shouting, "We're not enemies. We came to help." Ye Xiaoqi eyed the jeep warily, then her gaze faltered slightly. The second figure to step out of the car was tall, with silver-white short hair. The girl held back from calling his name, subtly gesturing with her eyes toward the dry well nearby. Lancaster didn't hesitate. He ran over, leaped into the well, and carried out the bald youth, whose condition was unknown. The handsome young man was surprised that his friend had pulled Michael out of a well, but he quickly composed himself, a sincere smile on his face. "Please believe we mean no harm. We just want to help." On the ruins, the veiled girl nodded slightly. She believed me that easily. Pierre was dumbfounded. Just then Mike's anguished cry rang out. "Lady Qing Nu, please save my sister. She's fading fast. Everyone turned to look. Alice, pale-faced, had her eyes tightly shut, fine beads of sweat on her forehead trembling slightly in her brother's arms. Ye Er's expression grew serious. He turned to Uncle Yun and Xiaowan behind him. Get them all in the car. We're heading back to Fallen Moon City. The jeep sped along at breakneck speed, finally arriving before a colossal city ruin as dawn broke. Is this the Fallen Moon? Ye Xiaoqi frowned, surveying the magnificent relic of the old era. In the faint morning light, the city's buildings lay in dilapidation, showing no signs of habitation. Ye Er, who was driving, felt somewhat fatigued. He forced himself to stay alert and said, "We don't have the capacity to renovate the entire city, and besides, the population isn't that large. The current Fallen Moon City only occupies the central area of these ruins." After answering the girl's question, he shouted out the window, "Lancaster, hold tight. There will be many turns once we enter the city. Be careful not to fall off." Lancaster, perched on the roof, tapped on the jeep's windshield and gave a thumbs-up, signaling he was fine. The jeep Ye Er had bought in Graveltown was a bit too small. Now he drove while Uncle Yun sat in the passenger seat. The back seat was crammed with 5 people. Mike held his sister, Ye Xiaoqi cradled the blood-soaked Yan Yi, and they barely squeezed in. Xiaowan sat wedged among the 4, utterly miserable from the crowding. Lancaster, the large man, had the good sense to climb onto the roof, silently clutching his black coffee. The jeep wove through the crumbling metropolis for another 10+ minutes before the group finally saw the entrance to the inner city. Before them, tall, thick city walls connected the surrounding ruined buildings, stretching on endlessly, encircling the entire Fallen Moon City to form an extremely formidable outer defense perimeter. At the end of the road the jeep sped along stood a heavy iron gate currently shut tight. Several beams of light swept down from the walls, converging on the unknown vehicle. "Please stop. Even if you have entry documents, you must wait until 8 in the morning to enter the city." An officer's warning came through. Ye Er brought the jeep to a steady halt, stepped out, and waved at the walls, shouting, "It's me, Ye Er. Open the gate." The loudspeaker fell silent for a moment. A small side door in the city gate opened from within, and an officer led a dozen armed soldiers who jogged out. "It really is Second Young Master," the lead officer confirmed as he approached, identifying the newcomer. Ye Er stepped forward and ordered with some urgency, "Open the city gate immediately. My friend is injured." The officer's face was stern as he saluted him. "We can open the gate early, but according to regulations, everyone inside must strip for inspection to check for radiation sickness or other contagious diseases." "Second Young Master," he waved his hand impatiently. "They're all people I know. They can't possibly be sick. Just go open the gate." The officer did not budge and said firmly, "These are the city's rules." "Rules?" Ye Er laughed heartily as if hearing the most absurd joke. But after a few laughs, the handsome young man viciously grabbed the officer's collar. "Do you know why I'm back? If I win, I am the rule in this city." The officer's expression turned awkward, but he remained resolute. "But you are not the city lord yet. Please do not make things difficult for us." "Second Young Master," he suddenly calmed down, slowly releasing the officer. He smoothed the wrinkles on the officer's uniform and said softly, "I don't know if you're my brother's man or my younger brother's, and I don't care. But have you truly considered the cost of getting involved, eh?" The upright officer broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead and gritted his teeth. "I am not in the service of First Young Master E or Fifth Young Master E. I am simply doing my duty. You are also a man of Fallen Moon City. You should know my nature," Ye Er said, raising his head to look expressionlessly at the officer. "I have almost never abused my position as the city lord's son to act willfully in the city. Today, for the first time, I am acting in my capacity as the city lord's son. I command you to forget those rules and grant me a privilege." The officer looked into the handsome young man's cold eyes, gritted his teeth, and finally turned to shout at the wall, "Open the gate." A dull thud echoed as the pitch-black heavy iron gate slowly swung open, driven by mechanical gears. "I appreciate your work ethic. Since you're not my brother's or younger brother's man, then be mine." Ye Er opened the jeep's door and turned back to ask, "What's your name?" "Zhang Jingxin," the officer replied, standing at attention and giving a standard salute. The jeep started up and roared past him, speeding into the city. How could such a big shot remember the name of a minor gatekeeper? Zhang Jingxin let out a self-deprecating smile, turned, and said to the soldiers, "Back to the city. Lower the gate." As the jeep drove into the real Fallen Moon City, Ye Xiaoqi and the others finally saw the city in its entirety. It was early morning with few pedestrians on the streets. Only a few homeless people and drunkards sleeping by the roadside. Most of the city's buildings were reinforced or renovated versions of the original structures. Occasionally, a few newer-looking buildings seemed comparatively crude and rough-necked. People called that catastrophe a fracture in the continuity of civilization, and not without reason. As it stood now, apart from the regression in culture and science, the architecture was also far inferior to that of the old era. "They'll take you to my family's private clinic first. They're Miss Alice and Mr. Michael will receive the most professional treatment," Ye Er said, turning his head slightly toward the back seat. "Just send Alice. Michael doesn't need a doctor," Ye Xiaoqi refused. Second Young Master E paused, glanced at the still unconscious bald youth, and said with some confusion, "Mr. Michael's injuries are severe. I suggest we take him to the clinic. I guarantee on my honor that his safety will be assured." "No need. We have our own secret medicine," Ye Xiaoqi declined flatly. Seeing her insistence, Ye did not press further. In reality, Ye Xiaoqi and the others had no secret medicine at all. She simply did not want to expose the fact that Yin Yi was a perfect awakener. She had already checked Yin Ye's injuries. Although his body was torn and burned from the explosion, it was ultimately not life-threatening. At the moment, the bald youth had merely passed out from the violent impact. The defensive and regenerative abilities of a perfect awakener were simply monstrous. Ye Xiaoqi estimated that once the bullets were removed from his body, the wounds were thoroughly disinfected, medicated ointment applied, and bandaged, the bald youth would be bouncing back in just a few weeks. The chirping of birds stirred Yin Yi from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling his body enveloped in a warm softness, so comfortable that he almost let out. But as he shifted slightly, a tearing pain from his wounds jolted him fully awake. The bald young man struggled to sit up, looking around with dazed eyes, only to find himself lying on a luxurious white bed. The room was spacious, with an exquisite European-style glass chandelier hanging from the ceiling and a carpet embroidered with ornate patterns covering the floor. Pleasant bird songs drifted in from the window, where a row of elegant white flowers swayed gently in the dazzling sunlight. Is this heaven? The bald young man's mind was foggy. Did I really become Michael? At that moment, the heavy wooden door carved with intricate patterns was pushed open, and a handsome young man in a bathrobe walked in. The young man's face was exceptionally handsome, with well-defined features that lacked any harshness, instead exuding an air of scholarly refinement. He had clearly just bathed. His damp hair clung messily to his forehead, and the front of his bathrobe was slightly open, revealing his firm chest still glistening with water. Upon seeing Yin Yi on the bed, the handsome man was visibly startled, then couldn't suppress a joyful smile as he strode over. Mr. Michael, you're finally awake. The young man quickly approached the bald youth, his eyes burning with intense fervor. Yin Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Ignoring the pain, he struggled to crawl to the other side of the bed. Ye's smile froze slightly, realizing he had been gravely misunderstood. Just then the door opened again, and a girl with a black veil over her face entered. The bald youth saw her and cried out as if seeing a savior. Xiaoqi, I'm not pure anymore. Whoa. Ye stood frozen, covering his eyes in despair. He had fallen asleep exhausted after returning yesterday and only woke up at noon. After showering, he couldn't wait to check on Michael's injuries, only to end up in this farce. Ye Xiaoqi stood at the door for a moment, then turned and walked out. Xiaoqi, come back. Save me. Yin Ye's mournful cries came from inside the room. Outside, the girl was speechless, secretly thinking she should have let him die in the well. By then, Ye had left, leaving only Ye Xiaoqi and Yin Yi in the spacious room. So that handsome guy saved me? The bald youth asked sheepishly. The girl nodded. That's Ye, the second young master of Fallen Moon City. Fallen Moon City. Why did he save me? Didn't I kill the awakened ones and the town leader under his jurisdiction? Yin Yi was stunned. It's precisely because you killed those 2 second-level awakened ones that he took an interest in your abilities, Ye Xiaoqi replied. According to Lancaster, he seems to want to recruit us both for a certain competition. Lancaster? How is he here? The bald youth was even more confused, his mind a muddle after just waking up. Ye Xiaoqi sat on the bed and explained patiently. When Lancaster first appeared, he defeated a powerful 4th-level fallen beast and was spotted by Ye passing by. I don't know what conditions Ye promised, but he got Lancaster to follow him. Luckily, Lancaster was in his group and helped us solve many problems. Ye Xiaoqi pointed to the bandages on Yin Yi. I was afraid your abilities would be exposed yesterday, so I made an excuse that we had our own medicine and refused to let Ye take you to the hospital. The medicine and bandages on you now were secretly brought by Lancaster this morning. He bandaged me. The bald youth found it hard to believe, as they had no interaction after he hit him with a stool. The girl's face flushed slightly. He just brought the medicine and left. Yin Yi nodded thoughtfully. So it was you who saw me naked. Close call. I thought someone else had taken advantage of me. Stop. Stop joking. I'm injured now. Ye Xiaoqi glared at this scoundrel with shame and anger, then dispelled the ice shard in her hand. What if I told you that I didn't choose to save you back then because I trusted your abilities? Would you believe me? The bald youth suddenly turned serious. The girl calmed herself and nodded with mixed feelings. This guy always manipulated the direction of the conversation, messing up. Trust me, if you're ever truly in danger, I'll appear before you without hesitation, the bald youth declared earnestly. Ye Xiaoqi nodded silently. Of course she believed what Yin Yi said. She would never forget the bedraggled figure who broke through the wall of fire to reach her when she was most helpless and desperate. Just then the window was pushed open from outside. Yin Yi and Ye Xiaoqi turned to see a tall figure easily grab the sill. The bald youth paused, then said wryly, I remember you used to open doors back at the fortress. I don't want others to know we 3 are acquainted, Lancaster explained. Indeed, if anyone found out they knew each other, people would surely become interested in the forces behind them, leading to no end of trouble. Ye wants to recruit you for his succession battle, Lancaster said in his usual emotionless tone. I hope you'll agree. Reason. He's a good man. I didn't know you had a sense of humor. Yin Yi exclaimed in surprise, as if discovering a new content. Lancaster ignored his teasing and explained, he, the eldest young master, and the 5th young master, all have the right to inherit Fallen Moon City. The old city lord gave them funds to recruit awakened ones. The awakened ones will fight, and the winner will be the next city lord. Isn't that too frivolous? A city lord needs management skills. Ye Xiaoqi frowned slightly. All three are equally capable, Lancaster said, leaning against the wall. So the old city lord came up with this method. He built his own power from scratch back in the day, so he probably wants to test his son's abilities in the same way. Ye frowned. But I need to hurry and get old Tom to his destination. Lancaster interrupted him. It only takes 2 or 3 weeks. If Ye becomes city lord, Fallen Moon City will be our most loyal ally if the underground fortress ever faces trouble. You can't know a person's heart. I'm always accurate in judging people because no emotions cloud my judgment. Ye looked at Ye Xiaoqi beside him, who gave a slight nod. All right, you've convinced me, the bald youth said, helplessly spreading his hands. After changing into a new outfit, Ye arrived once more at the door of Yen's room. Although he found this Michael a bit unusual, he knew he had to win him over during these special times. A gentle and refined smile appeared on Ye's face as he raised his hand to knock on the door. Please come in, came Yen's voice. The handsome young man pushed the door open while his mind was continuously organizing the most persuasive conditions, such as luxury cars and beautiful women. I am willing, said the bald young man, gazing at Ye, who had just entered with deep affection. Off. Ye was stunned in place. I haven't said anything yet. Ye Xiaoqi bit her silver teeth in anger and fiercely pinched the soft flesh at Yen's waist. The bald young man let out a strange cry, suddenly realizing that the other party hadn't even mentioned what the matter was. I just suffered a serious injury, and my head is still a bit unclear, please forgive me. Ye showed an awkward smile and said, what can I do for you? At this moment Lancaster had already climbed out the window. The two of them were waiting here for Ye. Ye reorganized his emotions and put on a sincere smile, saying, my name is Ye, the second son of the Lord of Duoyue City. I would like to ask you both for a favor. I must say this Ye's eloquence is remarkable. He clearly expressed his request in just a few words without making anyone feel awkward or rude. The conditions he proposed were also exceedingly generous. After the matter was accomplished, Ye and Ye Xiaoqi could live the latter half of their lives in peace, without having to do much. Ye pretended to think for a moment before sternly stating, it's too bland. What's bland? Ye was a bit confused. Why can't I understand what this Michael is saying? The feelings have faded. Ye said with a pained expression, you saved my life, but we have already established a bond of life and death. Now you ask me for such a small favor, yet you offer so many generous rewards. Speak. Do you look down on me and not regard me as a friend? Ye felt utterly bewildered. I just brought you back to Duoyue City, and you're recovering thanks to the secret medicine you made, right? Moreover, does this Michael intend to help me without compensation? Unable to bear it any longer, Ye Xiaoqi spoke up. The reward indeed doesn't need to be too much, because after all you have already helped us a lot. We understand the importance. Ye finally came back to his senses and nodded somewhat dazedly. This sounds like sensible conversation. In truth, Ye Xiaoqi was not unaware of Yen's intentions. If the two received too many benefits, then this affair would come to Ye as a mere transaction. Cash on delivery, no debts owed. This greatly deviates from their original intention. Therefore they needed to minimize material rewards as much as possible, turning it into a favor Ye owed them. In this way they could cultivate friendship naturally, while also keeping these favors for when they truly needed them later. Too much money and material rewards hold little significance for Ye and Ye Xiaoqi. For the fortress as a whole, that little money is even less impactful. Since they wanted to cultivate allies, they must show their sincerity. Of course, that bald young man's expression of sincerity was a bit excessive. So, are you willing to help me? Ye felt that happiness had come too simply, making him somewhat incredulous. Under the flesh-pinching assault from Ye Xiaoqi, Ye finally returned to normal, nodding as he said, I killed someone under the jurisdiction of Duoyue City, yet you repaid malice with kindness and helped us. Just based on that, it's enough for me to stay and help you. Lancaster had already told the two of them some stories about Ye, so Ye had a very good impression of this second young master. He thought perhaps they could become true friends. May I ask, what awakening levels are you at now? Ye suppressed his inner joy and cautiously asked, if I can know your specific strength, I can ensure your safety to the greatest extent. It will definitely not let you fight against those of a higher level than yourselves. Third-tier ice-type awakeners, Ye Xiaoqi spoke up. Third-tier awakeners, Ye said. This time he did not conceal his awakening level any longer, as Ye's actions had already earned him part of his trust. Indeed, I knew it, Ye exclaimed excitedly, raising a fist. They had previously speculated that Michael was also a third-tier awakener, otherwise how could he single-handedly defeat 2 second-tier awakeners? Although it was an early suspicion, receiving a confirmed answer made Ye somewhat excited. After all, the highest-level awakeners they could recruit among the 3 brothers would only be around the 4th tier. Duoyue City was not unable to afford resources to hire higher-level awakeners. The problem was that they were still merely the legitimate heirs of Duoyue City. The resources given to them by the old city lord were very limited. The awakeners recruited by these 3 brothers were basically relying on the promise of, after the matter is accomplished, to entice potential hires. However, high-level awakeners would not even bother with the promises they offered, as someone with strong abilities could find top-tier treatment anywhere. From the information Ye currently possessed, Both his brother and older brother were now fourth-year awakeners. Although, he himself was also quite skeptical about the authenticity of this information. The true foundations of these two were likely much more substantial. In Ye's current team, only Lancaster was a fourth-year, but he was not worried at all. After all, Lancaster was an extremely gifted forelimb awakener. Though he did not know the awakening part of Ye, he could tell from various clues that he was certainly not simple. In Shattered Stone Town, Ye had Uncle Yun retrace Ye's route, basically confirming that his legs had been enhanced. And in the dispute at Sandflow Town, witnesses stated that the mercenary Michael had once crushed 2 awakeners with a single blow from his. So even conservatively estimating this Mr. Michael's right hand and legs must have been awakened. The girl Xiaowan, and Uncle Yun had all secretly speculated that Michael might be a forelimb awakener, like Lancaster. A forelimb awakener is indeed an invincible genius at the same level capable of challenging higher tiers. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaoqi is a relatively rare elemental awakener, specifically one of the rarer frost awakeners. Ye felt that he had already secured victory. His excited face was slightly flushed. Looking at the young man's flawless profile, the bald young man suddenly asked, "Ye, do you have a younger sister or an older sister?" Ye's brain short-circuited again, and he asked somewhat dazedly, "What?" "Nothing at all," Ye said, covered in. At this moment, a delicate little hand was twisting the soft flesh at his waist under the blanket. "I think I might have fallen for Lord Michael," Alice said, her cheeks flushing as she spoke to her brother, who sat by the bedside. Mike, who had been on the verge of dozing off, instantly perked up and shot to his feet. "What?" The golden-haired beauty lying in the hospital bed with an 4 drip in her wrist blushed deeply and repeated stubbornly, "I have fallen in love with Lord Michael." During the rest, after waking, Alice's mind was constantly filled with the image of that tall, well-proportioned figure. When she was captured by 2 vicious bandits, it was that figure who rushed over and drove them away. When she was in danger, it was that figure who held her and jumped into a dry, while sealing the mouth before leaving to ensure her safety. When she was about to perish under a fireball, it was also that figure who charged over without hesitation and stood before them. Indeed, in the final scene, the girl had conveniently omitted her own brother's presence. In that brief, thrilling moment, Alice's eyes saw only the handsome and valiant bald man. "No. It's impossible," Mike stammered. "Lord Michael is an incredibly good man. Didn't you say he paid for your medicine too?" Alice glared at her brother and said huffily. Mike scratched his head, his face pale and uncertain. "He did. But what?" The girl, who had always been gentle and sweet, now confronted her brother, without yielding, standing firm for her love. The golden-haired young man finally thought of something, and said excitedly, "Haven't you noticed that Lord Michael is always with Lady Qing? They might already be husband and wife." Alice hadn't considered that before, and was momentarily taken aback. "But still, it's not like he can't have 2 wives." Her voice trailed off to near silence, her cheeks burning even hotter. Mike looked at his sister in disbelief, trembling with anger. "Alice, you've become like this. And tell me, why would he even fancy you? Lady Qing has always worn a veil." The girl hesitated but still forced the words out. "Maybe. She's not that good looking, so I..." As she spoke, she was immediately filled with regret, tears of guilt welling in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Lady Qing," the golden-haired girl said, covering her face with both hands, feeling like a venomous woman, too ashamed to show. Seeing his sister in such a state, Mike softened his tone. "But Lord Michael is bald." Just then the hospital door was kicked open and several people walked in. "What's wrong with being bald? Huh? Did he eat your rice?" The little bald man sitting in a wheelchair pointed accusingly at Mike. Then he lowered his head, pointing at his own scalp, and said, "And look, hair is already starting to grow back." Behind him, Ye Xiaoqi, pushing the wheelchair, had somehow removed her veil. Her cold, exquisite, and stunningly beautiful face left both siblings momentarily stunned. Ye, standing by, was also captivated for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Lady Qing's actions spoke volumes. The wise second young master, Ye, immediately adjusted his mindset, refraining from further thoughts. After all, as the second son of the prominent Fallen Moon City, he had seen many beauties and thus had stronger immunity. Mike, lacking such wisdom and insight, only snapped back to reality after his sister softly called him. The golden-haired young man stood up and walked over eagerly. "Lord Michael, why have you come?" Ye shrugged and decided not to pursue the matter of being gossiped about. He said, "I'm here to tell you that the other villagers have been taken care of by second young master Ye, so don't worry. Also, I personally need you two to help me with something." Ye, standing nearby, smiled and took over. "Those villagers will be brought to Fallen Moon City. After a check, they can become legal residents." The siblings' faces lit up with joy, and they hurriedly thanked him. Second young master, he waved his hand magnanimously and said, "It's nothing, just a word. Fallen Moon City is still in its development phase. More residents are good for the city." After Mike and Alice expressed their gratitude once more, the former turned to Yi. "Lord Michael, what is it you need us to do? Whatever it is, we will definitely accomplish it." The golden-haired young man glanced at his sister and added, "Except giving you my sister." "Mike!" Alice shouted, using her brother's full name in anger. By then, second young master, he had already discreetly left the room, not wanting to be part of the ensuing discussion. The little bald man chuckled and said, "Don't worry, it's nothing difficult. Your sister is quite skilled, isn't she? So I'd like to ask you to open a tavern or restaurant here. As for the name, let's call it the Frontier Tavern. Hey, race the sign design. As he spoke, Ye took a piece of paper from the bag beside his wheelchair on which was drawn a black broken sword. Mike took the paper, examined it carefully, and said, "You want to start your own business and have us manage it? No problem. Our uncle runs a tavern we use to help out his kids, so we have some experience." Ye nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Second young master, he has already secured a location and startup funds are not an issue. From now on the tavern's income will be split 3-3 for you and second young master, you each get 30%. Mike was taken aback, hardly believing his ears. "These are originally your assets, Lord Michael. We're just managing them, you only need to pay us a small salary." "I don't even need a salary." Alice, sitting on the bed, blushed with urgency. "You've saved us so many times, we're willing to work for you for free." Ye shook his head in refusal. "Once the tavern opens, I won't meddle at all. Everything will be your responsibility. In other words, you'll get paid without doing almost anything." Before the siblings could refuse again, he continued, "I have only one request. If any customer shows they recognize this emblem, you must provide them with free food and lodging. All expenses will be deducted from my share." Mike quickly agreed, "That's no problem, but the profit split is really..." "Enough said. If I take too much without doing anything, my conscience would bother me." The little bald man interrupted Mike again, grinning naively. "If I don't give you more benefits, I'd feel embarrassed to ask you for help." After explaining everything to the siblings, Ye Xiaoqi pushed Ye out of the hospital room. "How did it go?" the bald boy asked, looking. The girl had already tied the black veil back on, so Ye had no idea what she had been doing behind him. "Not bad. Those siblings," Ye Xiaoqi replied calmly. Regarding the strange demands, Ye had made, Mike and Alice raised no questions, simply nodding in agreement and repeatedly assuring him they would not disappoint. The bald boy stroked his chin in satisfaction, thoroughly pleased with the plan he had concocted on a whim. Instead of asking Ye for cash directly, he had requested a piece of first because if managed well, this property would yield increasing returns in the future. Second, he wanted to establish some surface outposts for the underground fortress to facilitate future operations for the pioneer warriors. In truth, Ye was not setting a precedent. Many seniors in the fortress had already established their own small factions and enterprises in the outside world, all recorded in the fortress archives. When pioneers needed help, they could seek shelter in these places based on the records. As far as Ye knew, there were at least several more fortress-owned establishments in this fallen moon city. However, since he was not yet an official pioneer, he could not access the exact locations or functions of most of these properties. Back in the hospital room, Mike and Alice stared at each other in silence. "Right now, I almost wish Lord Michael was single," Mike suddenly said to his sister. Alice's face lit up with surprise, thinking her brother had finally come to his senses. "Right? He's such a wonderful person. Not only did he save us, but he also arranged jobs for us. Lady Qing Nu is truly beautiful. She's exactly my type." Mike sighed, looking up to the heavens. Upon hearing this, the girl fumed, shrinking into the blankets and turning her back to him without a word. "I was just joking," Mike explained. The girl's anger immediately turned to joy, and she spun around, her eyes full of anticipation as she looked at her brother. "No matter how beautiful Lady Qing Nu is, I won't have any thoughts about her. After all, she is Lord Michael's woman," Mike said with a serious, solemn expression. Alice rolled her eyes dramatically, pulled the blanket over her head, and completely ignored him. "Where are we going now?" Ye Xiaoqi pushed the wheelchair casually as she asked. Hearing this question, Ye did not answer immediately, but fell into silence, because at this moment he had no idea what to do. It had been several weeks since leaving the fortress, and during that time his life had been both fulfilling and thrilling. Sometimes events sought him out, and sometimes he sought out events. But now, due to various reasons, Ye's pace had slowed, and the rhythm of life had steadied, leaving him momentarily unsure of his next step. "How about a meal together?" "My treat," the boy asked cautiously, looking up. Seeing him like this, the corners of the girl's mouth lifted beneath her veil. "All right." Throughout their time together, they had mostly settled for bland, dry rations in the wilderness. Now that they were in a fairly prosperous city, it was time to enjoy a bit of comfort. "When you eat, you'll have to take off your veil, and some lovesick young masters will come to flirt with you." The bald boy sat in the wheelchair, patting his legs excitedly. "When they see how frail I look, they'll show contempt for me, even insult me, and then I can deal with them fair and square. Now that's a life worth living." Ye snapped his fingers and stroked his chin contentedly. Flawless logic, sound reasoning. The girl stared at the back of his head in exasperation, barely restraining the urge to give it a good smack. They arrived at the most luxurious hotel in the Fallen Moon City. Ye Xiaoqi presented the gold card given by Ye, and the two were led to a quiet window seat in the main hall on the first floor. Quite lavish. Ye gripped the table and shifted onto the soft velvet bench. A small gray rockery stood nearby with clear water cascading from its top onto the surrounding emerald grass. At the center of the hall was a raised platform with a pure white piano where a beautiful woman in a white dress played soothing. The men and women in the hall were dressed in suits and gowns, either conversing courteously or dining in silence. Ye and Ye Xiaoqi could not have been more out of place in this restaurant's atmosphere. One was wrapped entirely in a black robe, face fully concealed, the other wore plain clothes with bandages everywhere. Without the gold card from Ye, they likely would never have set foot in this hall. "To be honest, I'm pretty nervous," Ye whispered, fidgeting slightly on the bench. Ye Xiaoqi nodded, feeling her own body grow a bit. These two teenagers, barely 16 or 17, had grown up living extremely simple lives. Suddenly thrust into such a luxurious environment, filled with so-called upper-class people, it was inevitable they felt awkward. There's no place like this in the fortress, Ye muttered. Everyone there lives pretty much the same, but the lives of people here are worlds apart. Ye Xiaoqi nodded in deep agreement. On their way here they had seen many ordinary people in simple clothes, most looking weary, their eyes dull and lifeless. But in this hall, everyone they saw was either dignified, portly, richly dressed, or strikingly beautiful. Yet on the streets of the underground fortress, although no one wore fine clothes, their faces always bore warm, happy smiles. A waiter in a tailcoat approached with an impeccable smile, placing 2 menus on the table. They casually ordered a few dishes, and Ye added a bottle of red wine before dismissing the waiter. "So expensive," the bald boy said, sticking out his tongue. The girl smiled softly, leaning forward and whispering, "My bounty money has hardly been touched." No need. I'm still pretty well off." Ye quickly waved off. "Right after I got out, I ransacked a small gang. Besides the cash on me, I've got some gold stashed in my coffin." "No way." He had suggested treating the girl to a meal. If it ended up with her paying, word would get around, and Ye would never live it down. Glaring, utterly glaring. Ye furrowed his brows as he set down his wine glass, casting a look of disgust toward a corner of. By a rockery near the window, 2 figures were seated dining. The woman with her back to him wore a simple black robe, its hem tattered and torn, clashing starkly with the elegant surroundings. What vexed Ye most, however, was the bald man sitting across from him, covered in wounds. His attire was utterly careless and his manners were laughable. The man actually used his knife and fork to spear a piece of beef, then leaned his face over the plate to shove it into his mouth. Even more infuriating, he poured the high-end red wine, of which he had only taken a single sip, into a nearby trash can and asked the waiter for a bottle of juice instead. "Do you actually like this stuff?" Ye asked, pointing at the wine bottle with disdain. Ye Xiaoqi picked up her glass and took a gentle sip. "It's not bad. Sour and astringent. I just can't appreciate it," the little bald man said, boisterously grabbing the juice bottle and pouring it into his own goblet. Just then a sharp, sarcastic voice came from the side. "This place was never meant for people like you. Naturally, you can't savor the elegance of such things." Ye raised an eyebrow at the words and looked up to see a handsome young man in a sky-blue suit, holding a glass of red wine, walking toward them with a contemptuous expression. The young man in the suit didn't address them directly. Instead, he frowned and asked the nearby waiter, "Who let them in?" "Call the doorman in." The waiter dared not delay and scurried out, bowing and scraping. "Who are you? Why do they listen to you so readily?" Ye asked, curious. As he spoke, he mimicked the young man's technique, gripping the stem of the glass with his thumb and forefinger, supporting the base with his middle finger, and lifting the juice from the table. Seeing that this man was imitating him, the young man in the suit flashed a hint of anger in his eyes. "You're not worthy of knowing who I am." Ye smiled faintly at this, elegantly raised his glass, and took a delicate sip of the juice. With a composed demeanor, he asked, "Then do you know who I am?" Ye frowned, racking his brain to recall if this bald man might be some young master from the Fallen Moon City. After quickly scanning through his mental roster of people and finding no match for this bald man, he asked, "Who are you?" "You're not worthy of knowing who I am." Ye replied, a glint of mockery in his eyes, before picking up his knife and fork to resume attacking his steak. The surrounding patrons were evidently watching the scene, and at the little bald man's retort a small stir rippled through the hall, accompanied by stifled laughter. Ye-san's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected to be outmaneuvered so quickly by this bald man. Just then the waiter returned at a trot, accompanied by the doorman. "Why did you let them in?" the young man in the suit demanded, struggling to contain his anger. The doorman, trembling, kept bowing. "Third young master, I initially refused them entry based on their attire, but they held a gold card from the city lord's mansion." Ye was momentarily taken aback. He knew most of the gold card holders, and these 2 unfamiliar faces were definitely not among them. Realizing he had overlooked someone, he quickly turned to scrutinize the woman in the black robe. Her face was still unfamiliar, but stunningly beautiful. The third young master found himself momentarily spellbound. At that moment, the exquisitely beautiful girl, expressionless, was focused on cutting her steak, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. Her forearms emerged from the black robe, slender, yet not lacking strength, pale, yet not appearing sickly. Paired with her long, delicate fingers, they were like a work of art. The girl's face was so delicately refined that it defied any flaw. The determination and coldness in her eyes could stir the conquering desire of any man. Unlike the gentle grace or refined elegance of the city's other girls, this girl, wrapped in her black robe, possessed a deadly allure that was utterly irreplaceable. Ye-san's throat bobbed. He had dabbled with ice queens before, but those women, compared to the iceberg before him, seemed fake. The third young master's mind wasn't clouded by beauty. He quickly deduced the source of the gold card. "Are you in the employ of the first or second young master, Ye?" Ye was somewhat surprised that the young man had guessed their origin so quickly. He asked curiously, "Why couldn't it be the 5th young master? The 5th brother hasn't returned yet." Ye-san said, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth, knowing he had guessed correctly. 5th brother. Connecting that with the doorman's address of 3rd young master, Ye immediately understood the man's identity. The little bald man immediately broke into a fawning grin. Oh my, so it's the third young master. What a small world. We are indeed subordinates of the first young master. Ye Xiaoqi, who was cutting her steak, looked up at him and shook her head with a hint of helplessness. Seeing the little bald man being so agreeable, Yi San's expression softened slightly. Since you are helpers invited by my elder brother, I can overlook your disheveled attire. This is the third young master's establishment. Yin Yi asked, gesturing around the hall with some surprise. Indeed, I built it from the ground up. It has always been open exclusively to the upper echelons. Yi San's face beamed with pride, then he added with a trace of displeasure. I hope that next time you visit you'll dress a bit more formally. Otherwise you'll look rather out of place in this hall. Absolutely, the little bald man said with an ingratiating smile. Yin Yi, now covered in injuries and adopting such a humble demeanor, instantly made Yi San look down on him. Probably just a low-level awakener who got lucky enough to join his brother's team, Yi San thought. With that in mind, the third young master lost all interest in him and turned to Ye Xiaoqi with a smile. The Fallen Moon City has many dress shops, but none compare to the private tailors of our city lord's mansion. If the young lady is willing, I could escort you back to the mansion to have the most beautiful evening gown custom made. What do you say? Ye Xiaoqi looked up at him and shook her head politely. That single glance only intensified the impulse surging within Yi San. He could tell that this girl truly had no interest in lavish gowns. Being able to join his brother's team meant she was also a powerful awakener. Beautiful, strong, mysterious, cold, and utterly unshallow. Uninterested in worldly possessions like wealth. I must have this person. A thick greed flickered in Yi San's eyes. The little bald man leaned back in his chair holding the juice glass with refined elegance, a hint of a smile dancing in his dark eyes. If possible, I would like to invite you to dinner. Yi San lowered his posture slightly, his voice soft as he extended the invitation to the young. Ye Xiaoqi looked up, pointing at the little bald-headed boy sitting across from her, and said, I still need to take care of my friend. The third young master, he was undeterred, maintaining his elegant smile. I assure you your friend will receive the finest medical treatment in Dus City, so you can rest assured. By now the aloof girl was growing impatient, replying coldly, with just 5 words, thanks but no need. As a seasoned charmer who had roamed through countless romantic encounters, the third young master, he was not about to give up so easily. Yi San leaned in slightly, maintaining an ambiguous yet intimate distance from the girl, and whispered, if the young lady would do me the honor, I will stand unreservedly by my elder brother's side in this city lord election. Ye Xiaoqi was nearly driven to distraction by him. She looked to the opposite side for help, only to find the little bald-headed boy watching the scene with a mischievous grin. Fine, I agree, the girl said coldly. Yi San's face lit up with a triumphant smile. He always knew how to gauge the rewards and costs of certain matters. But the little bald-headed boy grew anxious. Hey, didn't you say you'd have barbecue with me tonight? Yin Yi sat up straight, only to wince as the movement pulled at the wound on his back. Barbecue. A mocking smile curled on Yi San's lips. Since this young lady has graciously agreed, I will naturally host her with the finest ingredients. The third young master, he raised his voice, slightly aiming to embarrass the bald man. Barbecue is rather vulgar. Only the most exquisite foie gras and caviar can match the most supreme beauty. I'll order extra lamb skewers, the ones you like, the little bald-headed boy said earnestly. A hint of amusement flickered in Ye Xiaoqi's eyes, but she maintained her cold facade. I've already agreed to this, young master. Yi San looked down at Yin Yi with a blend of pity and scorn. Sometimes one must learn to know their place. Every person belongs in their proper station, just as every steed requires its fitting saddle. Yin Yi, enraged, slammed the table and demanded of the girl, did you hear what this young master said? One must learn to know their place. Ye Xiaoqi played along perfectly. Then I suppose he'll go for the barbecue. Huh. Yi San was taken aback, flustered as he scrambled to explain, no. I didn't mean you, I meant him. Unworthy, the girl murmured, lowering her head to continue cutting her steak. The third young master, grew frantic. How could she be unworthy? A beauty like you is perfectly worthy of me. Hey. Yin Yi interrupted him with a roguish tone. Young master, you've misunderstood. She didn't mean she's unworthy of you. She meant you're unworthy of her. Yi San's face flushed crimson. Are you saying you're worthy of her? The little bald-headed boy ignored him, leaning forward slightly and opening his mouth. I want steak. The girl shot him a glare, her cheeks faintly red, but she still fed him a piece of the steak she had just cut. Witnessing this, Yi San was on the verge of exploding. It finally dawned on him that they had been toying with him all along. Hearing the faint laughter around him, the third young master, he spun around and roared furiously, whoever dares to laugh again will never set foot in this restaurant. He then turned back, his face twisted with hatred, and fixed his gaze on the pair. You will pay for this. With that, Yi San could no longer bear to stay. He tossed his glass to a nearby waiter and with a cold snort stormed off. See, exactly as I predicted. Yin Yi winked at the girl. Before they came here, he had prophesied that someone would cause trouble because of Ye Xiaoqi's beauty. Though the initial cause seemed unrelated to her looks, the situation had veered in that direction. Ye Xiaoqi rolled her eyes and murmured, boring. It really is boring. Yin Yi nodded earnestly. Why didn't it end in a fight? The girl realized that this little bald-headed boy seemed particularly adept at twisting others' words, always dragging the topic onto something entirely different. After finishing their meal, Ye Xiaoqi pushed Yin Yi out of the restaurant in his wheelchair. I was hoping to use young Master Yi's name to scam a free meal. Yi shrugged regretfully. But that clueless fool had to take an interest in you. Ye Xiaoqi had already put her veil back on, feigning nonchalance as she asked, if I had actually gone to dinner with him, what would you have done? You wouldn't have gone. And if I did? Yi looked up in surprise, noticing that the girl's gaze was evasive. Then I'd haul you back over my shoulder, he said menacingly. That's my right, you can't restrict my freedom, the girl retorted, feigning. Then I'd beat up that Yi-san and toss him far away. When you sat down for dinner, you'd find. How is it still this stinky bald head sitting across from you? Yi quickly looked up, hoping to catch a glimpse of the girl's smile, only to see the black cloth covering her face. The little bald-headed boy clicked his tongue in mild frustration. That guy was right about one thing. You do need better clothes, and that cloth on your face isn't exactly pleasing to the eye. I'm just trying to avoid trouble, Ye Xiaoqi said, satisfied with her attire. At least since she started dressing this way, the trouble had decreased by 5 or 6 times. Yi pointed to a clothing store nearby. I don't care about that. Master Yi, steer this way. Unable to argue with him, Ye Xiaoqi pushed him into the store. After earnestly recommending a few outfits for the girl, Yi wheeled himself over to the counter. Do you have veils? The kind that covers the face, he gestured to the clerk. The clerk brought out several veils in different colors. Yi frowned, scrutinizing them carefully. It was his first time picking out something. Hearing the sounds from the fitting room, and knowing the girl would emerge soon in her new clothes, he quickly grabbed the one that caught his eye, and had the clerk put the others away. When the girl stepped out, Yi was stunned. Ye Xiaoqi was tall, standing well over 170 centimeters, with a perfectly proportioned figure, long shapely legs, and a waist so slender it seemed fit for a single hand. Yet none of this was apparent from her usual attire. Now she wore a fitted black jacket on top, and a pair of sharp black trousers that perfectly accentuated her long legs and slender. Simple in dress, yet striking in beauty. Her welted physique, honed through years of training, made any outfit look good on her. Come here, turn around. Yi beckoned the girl over, then had her crouch down with her back to him. He personally placed the black veil he had hidden in his pocket over her face. The edge of the black veil was embroidered with simple patterns, giving it an elegant and timeless air. Its material was slightly thin, so when she stood against the light, her stunning features appeared faintly visible, lending her an even more mysterious and alluring aura. Better put your old black cloth back on, Yi said, looking her straight in the face with a serious expression. Ye Xiaoqi shook her head, then reached behind her ears to tighten the veil. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye, and the battle for the Yi family's succession was about to commence. During this time, many events, under the management of Mike and his sister Alice, the Pioneer Tavern finally began its official operations. And Mike had not lied. His sister's apple pie had become the tavern's most popular item, ordered by nearly every guest who walked through the door. Ye Xiaoqi finally touched the threshold of a 4th-level awakener, yet she remained far from satisfied with her progress. The iron rule that a larger awakening volume makes advancement more difficult seemed not to apply to Lancaster, a prodigy. He reached the 4th level nearly 3 months faster than Ye Xiaoqi. Yes, injuries had finally healed, and more importantly, hair had grown back on his head, bidding farewell to his bald look and leaving him with a short crew cut. Today, this crew cut youth planned to visit his tavern and have a taste of the legendary apple pie. These past few weeks, he had mostly spent recuperating, accompanying or observing Ye Xiaoqi's training, or discussing enemy intelligence with Ye while deepening their bond. Unexpectedly, he found little spare time. However, he encountered an obstacle just outside his room door. Your injuries are healed, Lancaster said, his words sounding more like a statement than a question. Yi nodded, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Let's spar, Lancaster declared. The crew-cut youth's face immediately fell. A 4th-level awakener like you has the nerve to bully a 1st-level one like me. Stop pretending. I know you've reached the 3rd level. Aren't you curious why I advanced? I am curious about nothing. Oh. Yi fell silent, his expression turning awkward. He knew well that he was the one responsible for Lancaster's loss of emotion. Come, Lancaster repeated his statement-like invitation. One condition: you won't tell anyone about my advancement. One condition: fight seriously with full force. One condition: let's keep it light. Oh, I don't want to end up bedridden. I know my... Yi suddenly fell silent, recalling an amusing tale Ace once told him. In the olden days, there was a northern country called Russia known for a traditional toy called the Matryoshka doll. The two entered the basement of E's villa, which had been converted into a small training ground. Lancaster removed his coat, revealing a black vest that accentuated his perfectly sculpted physique. When he slightly bent his arm to toss his coat aside, one could even see the rhythmic ripple of robust muscles beneath his skin. Not to be outdone, Yi rolled up his sleeves. They'll keep my power around the 3rd level, Lancaster said flatly. No problem. Yi assumed a fighting stance. Lancaster moved the 10-meter gap between them, vanishing in a single stride. Fists, elbows, knees. Lancaster's entire body transformed into a terrifying combat machine, unleashing a storm of attacks upon Yi. The dull thuds of strikes and the whistle of punches filled the entire basement. At first he could clearly feel Yi struggling to defend, as he had only limited his power to the 3rd level, but not his speed. But before long, Yi seemed to adapt to his attack rhythm, gradually becoming more at ease. Dynamic vision, reflexes, full body muscle coordination. Was this what a perfect awakener was like? Lancaster pulled back and delivered a fierce kick aimed at Yin Ye's chin. Yet as his leg rose halfway, Yin Ye stomped on his knee, halting the kick. He quickly closed in again, twisting to strike a vicious elbow, but as he turned, a hand pressed down on his arm from behind. His attack was still in its charging phase, unable to fully exert force, and was naturally blocked once more. Lancaster pushed off the ground and swiftly distanced himself from Yin Ye, who stood his ground without pursuing. The saying that a perfect awakener is invincible at the same level holds true. The tall youth's voice carried no emotion impossible to read as frustration or admiration. Yin Ye smiled bitterly. Truth is, I was barely holding on the whole time, unable to counterattack. Besides, we grew up together and trained in similar combat techniques. From your gestures, I can tell what you're planning, making defensive, full power of a 4th level awakener. After saying this, Lancaster charged again. 4th level. The crew-cut youth nearly cried. After swaying his upper body to dodge 2 quick jabs, Yin Ye could no longer evade a punch aimed at his abdomen. He had no choice but to take the hit with the base of his right palm. With a dull thud, he was sent flying off the platform. After a long moment, Yin Ye scrambled up from the ground, disheveled. His right hand, which had borne the brunt of the attack, was now slightly swollen and trembling faintly. This time you attack, and I The crew-cut youth was a bit irritated. Lancaster nodded. Yin Ye leaped onto the platform, grinning fiercely as he flexed his wrist. He knew exactly where his advantage lay. Once his offense got going, the opponent would be subdued quickly. Yin Ye lashed out with both fists, aiming at Lancaster's face. The latter neither dodged nor evaded, raising his arms to block, intending to grab Yin Ye upon contact. However, Yin Ye's fierce fists touched and withdrew like a dragonfly skimming water, giving him no chance. The crew-cut youth's punches came like a raging storm upon release, yet turned gentle as a breeze upon reaching the opponent's body. This left Lancaster deeply uncomfortable. The opponent's movements were too fast, making defense arduous, and he never knew when a weighty blow would land. After an unknown duration, Yin Ye's voice rang out, "You've already lost." Lancaster looked down to see one fist paused before his palm, while the other had already touched his abdomen. If Yin Ye had wished, he would have been disemboweled. Why had Lancaster lost so decisively? Speed. No, Lancaster's attack speed was at the 4th level, far faster than Yin Ye's current pace. Strength. Yin Ye hadn't even exerted force. The answer lay in reflexes. With full force, a 4th level arm awakener could throw about 12 punches per second, equating to 0.083 seconds per punch. An ordinary human, including most awakeners, had a reaction time of around 0.2 seconds. A rigorously trained warrior could reach about 0.1 second, but as a perfect awakener, Yin Ye's reaction time was a mere 0.5 seconds. In his perception, the trajectories of normal movements appeared, as if in slow motion, easily discernible. Earlier, Lancaster had taken the offensive, relying on his limbs' muscle memory to unleash rapid combos and suppress Yin Ye. But defense was different. It required countering each move precisely, relying heavily on reflexes. Most ordinary awakeners could be summed up as strong limbs, weak mind, as their brain's processing speed couldn't keep up with their bodus movements, leading to monotonous attack and defense patterns. The phenomenon of the mind not reacting before the hand moves was common among awakeners. Yin Ye and Lancaster's reflexes were on entirely different levels. Thus the former could easily defend, while the latter, unable to react to the swift punches, had his defenses breached in just a few moves. In battles between ordinary awakeners, whoever completes their offense first usually wins. Lancaster stated flatly, his tone devoid of any post-defeat dejection. But as a perfect awakener, you're nearly invincible. Seize one opportunity, and you could even kill above your level. Yes, Yin Ye nodded. This was the greatest difference between a perfect awakener and an ordinary one. The morning hours were always the quietest in the tavern. The hired waitstaff had yet to arrive, leaving Alice and her brother Mike to sweep and tidy the establishment. Go and rest, I'll handle this, Mike said, his heart aching for his frail sister. Alice shook the rag in her hand and replied, I'm still good for some light cleaning. Seeing her persistence, Mike held his tongue. They worked in silence for a while longer until Alice suddenly spoke without warning. Brother, I'm 16, now old enough. Mike sighed and shook his head, knowing exactly what she was about to bring up. I love Lord Michael. I know Lady Qing Nu is beautiful, but I still want to try. The young girl stopped, looking earnestly at her brother. So I hope you won't stop me anymore. Mike pulled out a chair, sat down, and patted the table, signaling for his sister to sit beside him. He felt they needed a proper talk. Lord Michael is powerful, handsome, and more importantly, kind-hearted. A perfect man like that is almost impossible to find, and to Alice's surprise, her brother first praised Lord Michael. But I don't think he'll live long. Mike raised two fingers. 1, he's a mercenary living a life on the edge. 2, he's a good man, and in the wasteland, good men never last. He looked into his sister's eyes. Even if he's strong and escapes danger every time after you marry him, he'll still be away most of the year, rarely coming home. Maybe one day you'll wait for him at home, and he won't come back. This time Mike didn't even consider whether Lord Michael would accept his sister. He assumed they were together and analyzed the pros and cons for her. He hoped to dissuade her from the very root. To be honest with the tavern, I've given up being a mercenary. Lord Michael and we are from different worlds. His life is full of adventure and battle, while ours is about daily necessities. Just 3 meals a day without worry. Alice fell silent knowing her brother spoke the truth, but she couldn't let go of her feelings. Just then the tavern door was kicked open and a group of rowdy young men swaggered in. Mike quickly stood up and said, "Sorry, we're not open yet. This is the Pioneer Tavern, right?" The leader, a young man in a white vest, ignored Mike and asked instead. "Yes." Mike nodded with a frown, realizing these thugs were here to cause trouble. "The backer is that mercenary named Michael, right?" the white-vested youth said rudely. Meanwhile, Alice, at her brother's signal, had already scampered up to the second floor. Seeing Mike's silence, the white-vested youth sneered and waved his hand. "Smash it all. The more you break, the more we get paid." The gang of thugs cheered and surged forward. Mike grabbed a nearby stool and hurled it viciously at them, knocking the white-vested youth to the ground. "Damn it, take him out first," the bloodied white-vested youth roared in fury. The thugs shifted their target and charged at Mike with. Mike had once been a mercenary accustomed to battling fallen beasts. How could these petty thugs compare? But even the strongest can be overwhelmed by numbers. After he swiftly took down four, someone grabbed him from behind, and the rest swarmed him, raining down blows like a storm. "Stop! Stop it!" Alice's scream came from the stairway. Everyone looked up to see the golden-haired girl holding a double-barreled shotgun, trembling uncontrollably as she aimed it downward with difficulty. The white-vested youth pulled the battered Mike up and shoved him in front as a shield, sneering, "Go ahead, shoot. Let's see if you blow your brother away first, or us." Alice's face turned even paler, but she still kept the shotgun aimed downward. The white-vested youth eyed the girl's figure and licked his lips. "If you play nice with me, you'll let your brother go and leave your shop alone." Hearing this, Mike suddenly burst with immense strength, breaking free from the thugs, and spun around to land a fierce punch on the white-vested youth's nose. Blood splattered from his nose, turning his white vest into a colorful mess. The thugs swarmed again, pinning Mike to the ground and resuming their beating. "Please, stop it." Despair filled Alice's eyes as the shotgun slipped from her hands and clattered to the floor. A black figure stormed into the tavern like a whirlwind, sending the thugs flying with effortless movements. Ye had arrived. He looked around in fury, then crouched to check Mike's injuries. He hadn't expected that being delayed by Lancaster for just a moment would lead to so— "Who's the leader?" Ye asked, looking up. Alice, tears of joy streaming down her face, pointed to the white-vested youth. Ye walked over and stomped hard on the youth's wrist, shattering the bones. The white-vested youth howled in agony, his face a mess of snot and tears as he begged for mercy. He realized then that his opponent was an awakener beyond their strength. "Who sent you?" Ye crouched, his voice low like a demon. Young Master Ye San," the white-vested youth sobbed. Not that he lacked courage, but Ye San had instructed him, "If you meet Michael himself, mention my name. I want him to know who his enemy is, yet dare not and cannot retaliate." Ye lowered his gaze, and only the white-vested youth could see the bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. "Tu was just paid for the job. I never meant any harm." The white-vested youth trembled like a quail in the winter wind. Ye suddenly stood up, dashed to the door, and kicked back two thugs trying to flee. "All of you kneel in a row here." The furious young man suppressed his rage and pointed at the floor before him. The 10 thugs, not daring to defy him, obediently ran over and knelt in a line. They dared not run, having witnessed Ye's speed and knowing they could never escape an awakener. Ye retrieved a cleaver from behind the counter and tossed it to the ground. "Each of you leave a finger." Not only were those thugs dumbfounded, but Mike and Alice were as well. Since they had known Ye, they had always felt that this Lord Michael was a warm and kind-hearted person. Yet the brutality Lord Michael displayed today finally made them realize, how could a simple, good person survive in the way? Fine beads of sweat broke out on the young man in the white vest's forehead. This is too. Hurry up. If I lose patience, I'll do it for you." Ye's words carried no emotion. "If I do, it'll sever your entire hand." The thugs knelt on the ground, exchanging fearful glances and trembling, yet no one dared to pick up the knife on the floor. Ye waited for a while. Seeing no one act, he bent down to pick up the cleaver. But someone grabbed it faster and clutched it to their chest. "I'll do it myself," the man in the white vest said with a flattering smile. Ye stepped back, signaling with his eyes that he— At that moment, the man in the white vest wore a bitter expression, inwardly cursing Ye San's ancestors for generations. Wasn't Michael supposed to be an inexperienced young man? Wasn't it said that just mentioning your name, young master Ye San, would keep us safe? Wasn't it promised that you'd have our backs no matter what? Ye San, go FK yourself. The man in the white vest cursed fiercely, raised the cleaver, and hacked off his left pinky finger. Instantly, blood splattered, and the severed finger rolled onto the ground. Alice let out a scream and hid behind her brother. Ye nodded and said expressionlessly, "Next." "Wait." The man in the white vest raised the cleaver, interrupting him. He pointed at the 2 youths beside him, pleading, "They're still young, only 14 or 15. I dragged them into this. I've wronged them. I'm willing to trade 2 of my fingers for theirs." Ye raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and said, "Fine. Boss. The 2 youths cried out, trying to stop him. "Since you call me boss, I have to set an example." The man in the white vest gritted his teeth in pain, forcing himself to act tough. "Lord Michael." Alice called out softly, clearly unable to bear the sight the kind-hearted girl. Without turning back, Ye waved his hand, cutting her off. Then he crouched down, looking directly into the man's eyes. "Begin." The young man in the white vest lowered his head in panic, not daring to meet Ye's gaze. He extended his left ring finger and raised the cleaver high with his right hand. Amid the gasps of the crowd, the young man swung the cleaver down again. Just as the blade was about to strike his finger, he shut his eyes. No pain this time. He opened his eyes in confusion only to see two fingers firmly pinching the back of the blade, halting at mere centimeters above his finger. What's your name? I appreciate you, Ye said. Your followers didn't choose the wrong leader. The man in the white vest quickly released the cleaver and bowed reverently. Xiaoqi. Thank you for your patronage, sir. Alice and Mike, seeing this, both let out a sigh of relief for some reason. The Lord Michael from just moments ago had been terrifyingly brutal, almost like a stranger. Now they finally felt the familiar warmth in the young man again. I'm hiring you all as waiters and security for the Pioneer Tavern. Ye gestured for the thugs to stand up and said, but your wages will be halved for the first 2 months to compensate for the tavern's loss. Everyone looked around and was left speechless. They hadn't even had time to cause damage before Mike stopped them, and they'd barely had a chance to. But then their boss charged in, and when he flung them away, he smashed several tables and windows. The destruction Michael himself caused accounted for 90% of all the damage. Sir, some of us actually have jobs, the young man in the white vest Xiaoqi said cautiously. Ye raised an eyebrow and scolded, if you have jobs, why are you idling around causing trouble? Xiaoqi replied on the verge of tears, how could we dare defy what young master Yisan asked us to do? And the money he paid was enough to cover several months of our wages. I don't care. From now on, you're all employees of the Pioneer Tavern. Ye waved his hand impatiently. Either quit your old jobs, or leave 1 finger each. With no other choice, everyone nodded in agreement. They knew better than to be ungrateful. They had started the trouble, and now that they were subdued by someone stronger, they deserved whatever came to them. Since Ye had let them off the hook, and even offered them jobs, refusing would be unwise. Lord Michael, this guy once had designs on my sister. I don't feel safe leaving him in the tavern. Mike stepped forward, pointing at Xiaoqi. Ye raised an eyebrow, surprised such a thing had happened, and said nonchalantly, no problem, just make him cut off 1 more. Feeling the devilish gaze linger around his crotch, Xiaoqi's manhood shrank in terror. He fell to his knees, wailing, sir, I'm the only son in my family. The CF family can't end our line. I swear he'll never so much as glance at that young lady again. Otherwise he'll chop off my entire hand. Seeing the man in the white vest nearly piss himself, Ye ignored him and walked over to the blonde girl Alice. This gun has been with me for a long time. Now I'm giving it to you for self-defense. Ye unholstered the pistol from his waist and placed it in the girl's hands. Your brother is an excellent mercenary. Learn how to use it well from him. Alice blushed and nodded, repeatedly clutching the pistol like a treasure. Ye paused for a moment, deciding not to tell her that this very gun had once been shoved up a raging gorilla's nostril. He'll have young Master Ye get you a good gun too, so you can carry it for self-protection, Ye said to Mike. Young Master Ye. Xiaoqi was stunned. Where did this young Master Ye come from? I work for young Master Ye, and this tavern belongs to him. Ye began to bluff boldly. If anyone causes trouble in the future, go all out. Even if Yisan shows up, don't be afraid. Young Master Ye will take responsibility for any damage. Xiaoqi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They had been worried about retaliation from young Master Yisan, but with young Master Ye backing them, they no longer had to fear. After all, young Master Ye was competing with the eldest and 5th young masters for the position of City Lord, while Yisan was nothing more than an idle and dissolute dandy bearing the title of the City Lord's son. Yisan lounged on the sofa in his room, one arm wrapped around a charming beauty, the other holding a glass of red wine, thoroughly enjoying the afternoon leisure. It was an imperfect afternoon. Third young master, he sipped his wine while fondling the woman. If only the icy maiden were in his arms instead, this afternoon would be perfect. Just then his door swung open, as Ye stormed in, fury etched on his face. You leave now. Second young master, he pointed at the woman on the sofa, his brow furrowed. Yisan raised an eyebrow and patted the woman's shoulder, signaling her to exit. She stood, straightened her clothes, and hurried out. Given second young master Yi's demeanor, a serious rift loomed between the brothers. As an ordinary person, she dared not match. I recall telling you to stop causing trouble for Michael and Qing Nu, Ye said, frowning as he sat on the sofa opposite his brother. Yisan spread his hands innocently. I didn't. You had Michael's tavern smashed. Ye stared into his brother's eyes. That was Michael's, Yisan exclaimed dramatically. A misunderstanding, I didn't know. Enough. Shut up. Ye roared, cutting off his theatrical performance. You came all the way here to scold me over an outsider. Yisan erupted in anger, smashing his wine glass against the wall with a sharp crack. Crimson liquid trickled slowly down the pristine white surface. Seeing his brother like this, a wave of helplessness washed over Ye's eyes. 20 years, and you're still the same, narrow-minded and stubborn. Forget that my subordinate Jesse was killed by them. If you were humiliated in front of all the elites, could you stand it? Yisan found his second brother utterly unreasonable. He had only recently learned that Ye was the one who killed Jesse. With old grievances and new hatreds piling up, he decided to settle the score. Jesse deserved death. As for me, Ye scoffed disdainfully. I wouldn't bother them at all, so none of this would happen. Yisan's face twisted. That restaurant was my personal masterpiece. When I saw my work defiled by filthy lowlifes, why shouldn't I crush them and toss them aside? People aren't divided into classes, Ye said flatly, knowing raising his voice was futile against his brother. Yi-san laughed as if hearing the greatest joke. Pointing out the window, he said, "Some are born filthy, stupid lowlifes, others are born noble elites, especially us. We're the pinnacle of this city. And now you're lowering yourself to the cesspool, comparing yourself to those inferiors." Father crawled out of that cesspool too, Ye said expressionlessly, referring to the old city lord's humble beginnings. Yi-san was left speechless, unable to counter his brother. As a city lord, old lord, he was undoubtedly competent. Under decades of governance and effort, he transformed Fallen Moon City from a large human settlement into a thriving metropolis, ever improving. But as a father, he was clearly negligent, rarely tending to his children, instead showering them with wealth and privilege to compensate for his. Ye, now 28, was 5 years older than his third brother. He and their eldest brother, Ida, had endured hardship in their early years. But from Yi-san onward, the younger siblings grew up in luxury, never tasting adversity. Thus, Yi-san's character was forged. At a loss for words, third young master, he flopped onto the sofa defiantly. "Fine, I smashed the tavern. What are you going to do? I don't believe you'd harm me over an outsider." Ye's face twisted with struggle and pain. "Our fifth brother shares your selfish arrogance, but at least he knows right from wrong." Yi-san sneered. "So you're still not satisfied, even though I voluntarily gave up the succession?" "You didn't give up voluntarily. You knew you couldn't beat us." Ye's eyes flickered with contempt. "In 20 years you've done nothing worthwhile. Drinking, gambling, forming gangs, harassing women. Don't think I'm oblivious." Yi-san raised his hands in mock protest. "Whoa, harassing women. I wouldn't dare. I just told them who I was and they threw them. Without me you'd use force." Ye stared into his brother's eyes. Yi-san shrugged dismissively. "Big brother and father aren't as petty as you, obsessing over trifles." Hearing this, Ye's heart was utterly shattered. He had spent the past year or two recruiting allies abroad, leaving little time to oversee his brother. Now returning, he found the situation had spiraled far worse. "If I become city lord," Ye said slowly, head bowed, "my first act will be to confine you completely to stop your reckless. You're the biggest tumor in this city. And if you scheme against my friends again, I'll exile you to some desolate town." With that, second young master, he stormed out, slamming the door. Yi-san sat in silence, his face ashen. After a long moment, he leaped up, roaring as he smashed everything in the room. Ye returned to his estate and summoned Yen Yi and the others to the grand hall. "Michael, I've given my brother a severe scolding. He shouldn't bother you anymore, second young master," he said, weariness lining his face. Yen Yi raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even mentioned the tavern incident to Ye, yet the man had already handled it for him. "I've gathered everyone to announce something else." Ye scanned the room, meeting each person's gaze. "In 2 days, the City Lord's mansion will host a grand banquet inviting all of you and the other dignitaries of Fallen Moon City. This banquet serves as the prelude. The succession battle begins the following day. The finest dishes and drinks will be served. Relax and prepare yourselves. After dinner, I'll have the servants take you to order custom attire, a necessary courtesy for the event. Only the wealthy and powerful are invited along with their families. There will be plenty of handsome men and beautiful women. Who knows, you might find your true love." Ye joked, trying to lift his spirit. Yet everyone in the hall could see that second young master, he was in a terrible mood. "This is my first time riding in someone else's car," Yen Yi remarked as he sat in a sleek black sedan, his gaze curiously sweeping over the estate outside. The City Lord's mansion occupied over 100 acres at the heart of Fallen Moon City, extravagantly transformed into a landscape of forest, lawns, and a lake. The scenery was so breathtakingly beautiful that one could forget they were in a world shattered by the cataclysm. At that moment, guided by a servant, their vehicle came to a gentle stop before a massive pure white building. In front of the building, an array of luxury cars was already parked. Clearly, the second young Master Yi's car was quite well known in the city. The distinguished guests standing on the steps at the entrance paused, watching with curiosity as they awaited the person stepping out of the car. The door opened, and the first to emerge was none other than Ye, the second young master. Today, he wore a simple gray suit that perfectly accentuated his tall, well-proportioned figure. His handsome face combined with this sharp and effortless attire made countless young women and matrons' eyes sparkle. Unlike other gentlemen, he wore no expensive watch on his wrist. Instead, half a gold pocket watch chain peeked from his breast pocket, hooked onto his chest button, perfectly complementing his silver gray suit. Then the rear doors of the car opened, and 3 men of varying appearances and demeanors stepped out. One was a middle-aged man in a dark blue suit, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of refined amiability. Another was a tall, burly man in a black suit, his stern expression matched by a chest so muscular it strained his formal wear only to taper sharply at the waist, forming an exaggerated inverted triangle. The moment this man stepped out of the car, a chill ran down the spines of everyone covertly observing him. It was as if they were looking at a block of ice that had never thawed, utterly devoid of human warmth. The last man was a young man with a genial smile, his physique robust and well-proportioned, dressed in a crisp white shirt with a black bow tie at his neck. He casually slung his black jacket over his arm, a gesture that displeased some etiquette-minded elites, but also caught the attention of certain daydreaming young ladies. A dashing, unrestrained rogue has always been the most beloved protagonist in novels for girls. If the four men who had descended first had captured the gaze of most women present, then the two ladies who followed drew the interest of the majority of men. Xiaowan wore heavy makeup and a figure-hugging red gown, her smooth back fully exposed to the air, and her long, powerful legs unsparingly revealed to the crowd. The fiery red dress contrasted with her dark brown skin, evoking in every man present the image of a wild little leopardess. He wondered if tonight he might have a chance to become a tamer. Unfazed by the men's greedy stare, Xiaowan strode forward on her long legs to quickly catch up with Ye and the others. The last to step out was a woman veiled in black silk. From her fitted black dress, it was clear she was a young maiden on the cusp of bloom. Her attire was relatively modest, revealing only arms as fair as snow and two slender crystalline calves beneath the hem. Compared to this mysterious woman in black, the earlier little leopardess seemed to pique the men's interest more. Not to mention, as soon as the young lady stepped out, she immediately linked arms with the genial young man. Anyone who could ride in the second young Master Yi's car tonight was undoubtedly an awakener of considerable strength. Naturally, no one wished to offend that young man, and most abandoned any lingering thoughts about the young lady. More importantly, these elites understood that the younger an awakener, the less they should be provoked, for no one could predict the heights they might reach in the future. "You look truly beautiful tonight. I've hardly ever seen you in a dress," Ye said sincerely. Ye Xiaoqi shot him a glare and whispered, "Don't be so glib. Hold me steady." It was the girl's first time wearing high heels, and she could barely stand, which was why she had sought an arm to lean on as soon as she got out of the car. Ye smiled wryly. "You didn't have to wear them." The girl snorted, coldly ignoring him. Earlier, Ye had seen Xiaowan in high heels, and had complimented her with some surprise, saying he hadn't expected she could manage such thin heels. It was nothing special, but unfortunately Ye Xiaoqi overheard him. The girl had immediately turned and run back to her room, changing into the high heels that matched her gown. The result was that when the two reached the staircase, they encountered their first obstacle. "Can't make it," Ye teased, grinning at the girl. Ye Xiaoqi gritted her teeth in silent frustration. One foot was on a step, the other on the ground, and she trembled, unable to take the next step. The young man pulled the girl into his arms, his left hand supporting her forearm, and his right hand encircling her slender waist, transferring most of her weight onto himself. "Let's go," Ye said, feeling his heart race. Ye Xiaoqi lowered her head and murmured a soft reply in response. If not for the veil on her face, she would have been so embarrassed she'd want to crawl into a hole. The young man, with his arm around the girl's waist, climbed the steps one by one. Lancaster watched them coldly from above, knowing in his heart that his chance was likely gone. Not to mention that Ye Xiaoqi clearly liked Ye. Even by the fortress rules, his own qualifications didn't measure up to Ye after his advancement. The tall, cold young man recalled the past when he had just awakened and had said to that boy, "Only with me can Ye Xiaoqi produce the most outstanding offspring." At this moment, Lancaster felt neither jealousy, regret, nor unwillingness. Because he was devoid of emotion, he did not know how to love another, and so he had never truly harbored any feelings for Ye Xiaoqi. Looking back on that childhood declaration, now it seemed rather childish and laughable. Suddenly, Ye lifted his head and winked at him with a hint of smugness. Lancaster was momentarily stunned before turning and walking into the opulent hall. The banquet was held in the second-floor hall, where several long tables were already laden with exquisite dishes and pastries. Many waiters in tailcoats carried silver trays piled high with champagne and red wine weaving through the elegantly dressed crowd. An old man in a pure black robe sat on a dais at the far end of the hall holding a microphone. "Ahem, everyone please listen to me." All attention was instantly drawn to him, and everyone turned to look at the old man on the dais. Ye, supporting Ye Xiaoqi beside him, also turned to look. The old man was slightly stout with a full head of silver hair and appeared to be in good health. From the wrinkles around his eyes and brows, one could discern a resemblance to Ye. This should be Ye Xiaoqi, the current city lord of Fallen Moon City and a powerful level 5 awakener. Ye, clad in a silver-gray suit, ascended the platform alongside two other men standing in a row behind the elderly. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in a pristine white suit whose composed and seasoned demeanor instinctively inspired goodwill. On the far right stood a youth in a sapphire blue formal attire, his brows and eyes brimming with unyielding arrogance, a clear sign that he was not one to be trifled with. Ye, positioned in the center, wore his usual gentle and refined smile, gazing at the audience below with a warmth that exuded. Observing the stark contrasts in temperament and character among the three brothers, the crowd couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly a dragon sires 9 sons, each distinct. "Everyone knows the purpose of this banquet," the old city lord, he said slowly from the elevated platform. "The day after tomorrow, my 3 sons will finally decide the ownership of the Fallen Moon City. I invite you all here to bear witness." The gentlemen below smiled and raised their glasses in salute. "This guy can't stand being stared at by so many people," Ye muttered under his breath. Beside him, Ye Xiaoqi ignored him, focusing intently on mastering the high heels she wore, convinced she was on the verge of success. "I hope you all understand that regardless of the outcome of this contest, the 2 losers will wholeheartedly support the victor, old master," he said with a smile. "After all, they are blood brothers bound by years of fraternal affection." With that, he turned to glance at his 3 sons. The eldest stepped forward promptly and declared, As the eldest brother, my spirit and tolerance should be broad and encompassing. I vow here that even if I fail to become the city lord, I will faithfully assist my younger brothers in building our fallen moon city together." The audience responded with polite applause. Old City Lord Yi smiled and commented, "My eldest son has been steady since childhood, entrusting him with any task puts me." Next, Ye stepped forward and spoke. "I have always known what matters most, prioritizing the development of the entire fallen moon city above all else. Even if I am not chosen as city lord this time, I will spare no effort in aiding my brothers." Old Master Yi stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, "My second son has been well-read since youth, the most learned and widely knowledgeable among the three, and the one who understands the world's truths most clearly. The phrase knowing what matters most. I believe he will surely live up to it." Then the arrogant youth took a large stride forward, his brows filled with disdain. "Big brother and second brother always play these hollow games, but in truth they crave the city lord's seat more than anyone. I'm different. I will state plainly here today, the city lord's position is mine." The youngest Yi's outburst instantly ignited the hall's atmosphere, with guests whispering among themselves, a cacophony of voices filling every corner. The old man seated in his chair shook his head, helplessly tapping the microphone to try and reclaim everyone's attention. Once the noise had largely subsided, he spoke. "The youngest is the most clever and sharp-witted of the three, quick to learn anything since childhood. But his temperament is the most impulsive and restless. You two older brothers must be more tolerant of him." This last remark was directed at Ida and Yi. As Old Master Yi turned to them, the two promptly bowed their heads in acknowledgement, while Yi curled his lips in disdain, seemingly contemptuous of his father and brother's hypocritical pretenses. Old Master Yi wasted no more time. Raising the microphone, he announced succinctly, "With that said, please enjoy the feast and wine at your leisure." A small cheer arose from the crowd as they raised their glasses to the old man before mingling freely. These elites were no fools. They understood the implications behind Old City Lord Yi's words. Translated, it meant nothing more than, though my three sons vie for the city lord's seat, they are still brothers. This is not a matter for outsiders to meddle in, let those with ill intentions save their efforts. To this, everyone present could only offer a resigned smile. After all, the Yi family had ruled Fallen Moon City for so long, their roots deep and their ranks teeming with experts. How could they be easily swayed? Old Master Yi Zhongtian remained as cautious and meticulous as ever. Yi never paid much mind to the scheming of major powers. At this moment, he was focused on only one thing. "Keep it up, you're almost there," he encouraged earnestly. Ye Xiaoqi, moving with careful steps, shot him a resentful glare. "It's normal for a wasteland warrior to be unaccustomed to such things," a gentle, melodious voice chimed in. The two turned to see a beautiful woman in a golden gown, her silver hair coiled high, approaching them with a smile. "Eve," she extended her right hand. Yi grasped it with neither humility nor arrogance, nodding Michael. As he held her gloved hand, he suddenly paused. Turning his gaze, he saw Yi and Ida leaving the hall and ascending a staircase to the side. Xing knew. Ye Xiaoqi steadied herself by leaning on the young man. "I've heard that Lord Michael accomplished something extraordinary in Rubbletown, fitting the image of a ranger or hero I've dreamed of since childhood," Eve said, covering her mouth with a light laugh. "He saved me," Ye Xiaoqi said flatly, a hint of hostility flickering in her eyes. Caught between the two women, Yi found himself at a loss. The noble silver-haired woman continued, "You two are truly remarkable, so young and already awakened. Your futures must be boundless." "It's nothing special," Ye Xiaoqi replied coldly before the young man could speak. "If you have something to say it directly." This time Eve ignored the girl, fixing her gaze on Yen's eyes. "Lord Michael, what level of awakened are you now?" "A talent chosen by the second young master, he must be extraordinary." "Merely level 3, nothing worth mentioning." Yi scratched his head, flashing a simple, honest smile. Eve let out a surprised gasp. "So young, and already a level 3 awakened? Truly astonishing. You'll surely become a talent that all major powers will vie for." "Oh, you're making me blush." Yi replied shyly. "Lord Michael, there are many details about Rubbletown I'd love to know. Why don't we find a quiet place to talk?" Slowly, Eve said, covering her mouth with a laugh, her last words drawn out in a way that could melt bones. "Well, that might not be appropriate," Yi said, stealing a glance at the girl beside him. Ye Xiaoqi wordlessly pulled her arm away from the boys and walked off alone. Yi turned with a smile. "So where shall we chat?" "Let's go outside. There's a quiet little grove out there." Outside the Lord's villa, in a quiet grove. Yi furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the woman before him, questioning, "What is the purpose of deliberately calling me out here?" He had offended Ye Xiaoqi quite severely just to find an excuse to meet her. His acute hearing had already picked up the sounds from deep within the woods, the heavy breathing of men and women and the sound of bodies colliding. However, he did not believe that this beautiful young lady had called him out for such matters. During their handshake earlier, she had discreetly written a 2 in his palm. Looking at Eve's somewhat hesitant expression, the young man pressed on, "If I'm not mistaken, this is related to Yi, isn't it?" Eve nodded, her expression conflicted. She had lost the calm and noble demeanor she had in the hall, now appearing as hesitant as a young girl. This is merely my unfounded worry, though I am not sure if anything will actually happen. Something will happen. What kind of trouble? Yin Yi was taken aback. Eve bit her white glove, her gaze turning resolute. It's like this. In the hall on the second floor, as elegant and melodious music began to play, the center dance floor was filled with men and women swaying to the rhythm. Ye Xiaoqi sat alone, somewhat lonely, sipping red wine from her glass. She mustn't overthink who she had to trust him. He must have noticed something amiss to go out with that woman. The girl continually tried to convince herself in her mind. Yet inexplicably, every time she recalled the woman's last words of slowly, slowly, along with Yin Yi's somewhat shy expression, she could not help but tightly grip the glass in her hand. At that moment, a lewd whistle sounded beside the girl as a certain young man with skin as thick as a city wall approached shamelessly. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, has your partner gone missing?" Eason held a glass of red wine nonchalantly, leaning against a nearby pillar. Since the banquet began, he had been watching Ye Xiaoqi and had naturally seen what happened earlier. After seeing Yin Yi being led away by Eve, Isan felt that his chance had come. To his surprise, after attempting to flirt, the aloof girl wearing a black veil didn't even glance his way. Some men, their willpower is very weak. Isan, blushing, burped from the wine, saying, "Women also need to learn to elevate themselves, otherwise some fools will never realize the value of those around them." Ye Xiaoqi frowned and looked up at him, thinking to herself that the banquet hadn't been going on long, yet this man was already drunk. Surprisingly, the girl's disdainful gaze seemed to encourage Isan. "If I were you, I would find a handsome man right now and slowly dance with him." Isan's eyes gleamed with undisguised greed as he urged, "Make that heartless man jealous and let him truly recognize that your charm is enough to trample any male beneath your feet." The girl lowered her head again, wishing to ignore the drunkard. "Trust me, a woman in motion is always the most captivating," and Isan leaned closer, softly saying, "Take off your veil and become the brightest pearl of the night." Ye Xiaoqi rolled her eyes. She had just learned to walk in high heels. How could she possibly dance? If circumstances allowed, she would have frozen Isan into an ice sculpture by now. But this was ultimately the Yi family's territory, and she dared not act recklessly, fearing trouble for Yin Yi and herself. The girl's repeated silence emboldened Isan, who felt he was about to persuade the young beauty. He smiled and reached out, wanting to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear as he had done countless times before. Ye Xiaoqi's eyes flared with anger as she suddenly stood up, startling the man into retreating a few steps. Isan's drunkenness cleared a little. He realized he had been too hasty. "Don't do that. I just noticed your hair was a bit messy." Isan displayed what he considered his most charming smile, gazing at her lovingly as he said, "I wanted to tidy it up to make you look even more perfect." Ye Xiaoqi could no longer contain herself. Her mood was already poor, and now there was an inconsiderate fool causing trouble. She felt a little like striking out. Isan, still oblivious, took a few steps forward and softly said, "Listen, this is my favorite piece, the Senna Lake Prelude. This soft and cool melody is perfect for you and me to dance to." The girl slowly extended her hand towards Isan. Isan was overjoyed, thinking he had finally persuaded her. Once they reached the dance floor with their bodies pressed closely together, wouldn't the opportunity to take advantage be plentiful? He confidently reached out, wanting to grasp the girl's delicate hand. Unexpectedly, Ye Xiaoqi flipped her wrist, catching Isan's arm from behind, then grabbed his collar with her other hand, twisting and throwing him over her shoulder. In that instant, Isan felt as if he were soaring through the clouds, only to be met with a sharp pain in his back. Isan's shrill cry echoed throughout the banquet hall, causing the musicians to stop playing in surprise. Instantly, the entire venue fell silent. As the onlookers realized what had happened, whispers began to circulate. "That rogue finally got his comeuppance. Probably harassing another girl, but this time he ran into an awakened one, ha. That move was so clean and efficient." Isan, sore all over, stood up, filled with rage, and raised his hand, intending to slap the woman before him. However, as soon as he raised his hand, it was caught by a huge palm as firm as an iron claw. "Isan, you wouldn't want to be taught a lesson by Ye again, would you?" A voice devoid of emotion came from behind him. Isan turned angrily, only to feel a chill run down his spine, the effects of the alcohol dissipating significantly. Lancaster's small, icy pupils were fixated on him, making him feel as if he were being targeted by a demon from hell, certain that he would meet a grim fate in the next. Isan looked to the old Lord Yi on the high platform for help, only to find his father had turned away, his face filled with disappointment, clearly unwilling to intervene. Feeling the ridicule and mockery surrounding him, Isan's face instantly turned crimson. He shouted as he broke free from Lancaster's grip, snatching a bottle of wine from a silver tray held by a passing servant, and rushed towards the stairs without looking back, heading to a higher floor. Outside the banquet venue, Yin Yi looked at the woman before him with suspicion, asking, "So because you heard Ida invite Ye to the rooftop, you suspect he might harm Ye?" "There are no safety measures on the rooftop. It's easy for someone to fall down." Eve seemed somewhat embarrassed, but stubbornly explained, "I grew up with Ye. I often played here, and I know the structure of this building. But this is a bit, absurd." Yin Yi smiled wryly, scratching his head. Eve bit her white glove again, feeling a bit awkward as she said, "I know." At that moment, a terrified scream came from the rooftop. "Second brother." "No." Xiao Yuan raised her head in confusion and saw a dark figure rapidly descending. Is this what they call a woman's sixth sense? On the roof of the white villa, a window in the attic was pushed open from within, and Ida, dressed in a white suit, carefully climbed out. A bottle of red wine was handed out through the window, and Ida reached up to take it. Then Ye gripped the window frame and lightly leaped onto the roof. How many years has it been since we last set foot on a rooftop? Ida laughed heartily. Ye rubbed his chin in recollection and said with a sigh, I reckon it's been at least a decade or more. A long time ago, when Ye Xiaoqi was not yet the city lord, but merely a formidable awakened, they were a family of 4 living in a decent house within the city proper. The 2 brothers would often climb onto the rooftop either to sneak a bite of food, chat idly, or quietly gaze at the starry sky. Ida approached the edge of the roof, cautiously peered downward, and clicked his tongue in amazement. This is far higher than the roof of our old house. Their former small home was only 2 stories tall, and the brothers used to show off by jumping from the 2nd floor to see who was braver. But this grand villa stood a full 5 stories, with each floor's height gaping and immense. Ye also stood at the roof's edge, surveyed the ground below, and estimated in his mind that the rooftop was at least 30 meters above the earth. Ida grabbed the back of his younger brother's shirt and pulled him back. Stay closer to the center, it's too dangerous near the edge. Seeing the concern in his elder brother's eyes, Ye felt a warmth in his heart. Though they had barely crossed paths in recent years, the bond of brotherhood from their youth remained unbroken. Ida plopped down on the rooftop, took a swig from the already opened bottle of red wine, then handed it to his brother, who had seated himself beside him. The first time we sneaked a sip of Dad's beer, we were also on the rooftop, Ida said with a hearty laugh. Ye rolled his eyes and retorted angrily, and you still have the nerve to mention that? That year you were 13, and I was only 8. After we got caught, Dad gave us a thorough beating. Ida chuckled slyly, then said with a hint of melancholy, now it's just the 2 of us who call him Dad. The younger ones all address. It's not surprising. He was already in his 40s or 50s when they were born, Ye said, tilting his head back for another sip. Taking the bottle from his brother and gulping down another mouthful, Ida's tone turned bitter. Starting from the 3rd one, the gap between them and us has become too vast. Ye understood what his brother was referring to. From the 3rd brother onward, including the 4th and 5th, all were born after their father had become the city lord. Their mother had passed away from complications during the birth of the 5th child. Their father was always occupied with city affairs, and he and their elder brother rarely paid attention to these 3 younger siblings, leaving them virtually without guidance. Take Is and the 3rd brother, for instance. All 3 had grown up accustomed to luxury, and Is behaving arrogantly and tyrannically, exuding the profligate air of spoiled rich kids. In my heart you are my only brother, Ida murmured, staring vacantly at the night sky. Those 3 are nothing but spoiled little cats and dogs. Ye's heart stirred slightly, and he gave a wry smile. So this is how you've always seen them. Don't you feel the same? Talking to them is indeed exhausting, Ye said, recalling his conversation with Isen a few days ago and rubbing his temples in frustration. Ida tilted his head back for another gulp of wine, let out a small burp, and said, if you ask me, that kid Iwu is utterly unworthy of inheriting the city lord position. No matter how clever or outstanding he is, it's useless. He's far too arrogant and self-willed, and he doesn't care a whit about the lives of ordinary citizens in the city. If he were to take over Fallen Moon City, would likely become a paradise for the elite, Ye said, for once agreeing openly with his brother. Based on his understanding of the 5th brother, there was a 70 to 80% chance that things would turn out exactly as he predicted. See, you think so too. Ida was delighted that his brother shared his view. Then the 2 sat on the rooftop, chatting idly and reminiscing about many amusing moments from the past. As they talked, Ida steered the conversation toward the upcoming succession battle set for the day after tomorrow. This time your side has quite impressive strength: 2 tier 3 elemental awakened, 2 tier 3 awakened, and 1 tier 4 awakened. Big brother, you have 2 tier 4 awakened, one of whom is an elemental awakened. There's no need to test me, Ye said with a bit. Ida chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head. I didn't expect your intelligence network to be so sharp either. The brothers exchanged a glance and could only sigh in resignation. Having grown up together, they naturally had no desire to become adversaries, but unfortunately, there was only one city lord position. The 5th brother is quite something. He's actually brought back a tier 5 awakened. Ida suddenly sighed, looking up at the sky. Tier 5, not tier 4. Ye was astonished. Ida waved his hand, his tone losing its earlier lightness. Truth mingled with falsehood, reality veiled in illusion. This is merely a guess based on some clues. It's not set in stone. It seems. This time it might really be the 5th brother, Ye said, lying down flat on the cold rooftop. Ida also lay down beside his brother, muttering indistinctly, so we need to think of other ways. What did you say? Nothing. The 2 lay there in silence for a while, gazing at the star-filled sky above. All right, let's go. We still need to win over our people, Ida said, standing up and brushing the dust off his pants before extending a hand to his brother. Ye, still seated, grasped his elder brother's hand and pulled himself up with a smile. I usually call them friends. Just then a dark figure staggered out from the window behind them, reeking of alcohol. The brothers turned to look, only to find it was their 3rd brother. Isen, why are you up here? Ye asked with a frown, still irritated by the events of a few days earlier. Drunk and unsteady, Yisan belched and complained, "Second brother, that ice queen of yours really showed me no respect. She threw me to the ground in front of everyone." Hearing this, Ye felt a surge of anger and snapped, "Didn't I tell you to stay away from them? Why are you so clueless?" Hearing his second brother scold him again over an outsider, a flash of venomous resentment glinted in Yisan's eyes. "They provoked me first." "Shut up. Do you think I don't know your character?" Ye, frustrated by his brother's lack of improvement, stepped forward and jabbed a finger hard at his forehead. Yisan had come up already seething with humiliation, and now, emboldened by alcohol, old grudges, and new grievances exploded within him. He roared and shoved his second brother away. "You don't even bother to ask. Everything is always my fault." Ye hadn't expected such a forceful shove, and stumbled backward, his foot suddenly finding nothing but empty air. "Second brother. No." Ye's terrified cry echoed across the entire starlit sky. "Am I about to die?" Ye stared blankly at the pitch-black night sky. Everything around him seemed to slow down. His elder brother's anxious gaze and his third brother's terrified expression were the last images etched into his mind as he fell from the rooftop. Did Yisan do it on purpose? Did he deliberately choose this place to strike at me? No, it was our eldest brother who asked me to come up here. Then was it merely an accident? An accident? Who would have thought that I, the second young master of the Ye family, would die in an accident, and one caused by my own younger brother's blunder at that? I had prepared meticulously for years, ready to make my move the day after tomorrow, and now this happens. Fate truly is. I was even planning to propose to Eve once I became the city lord. Suddenly the image of a silver-haired, yellow-robed beauty appeared in Ye's mind. She was smiling sweetly at him, with her warm, large eyes half closed. Eve looked so beautiful tonight. It's a pity I didn't even get a chance to exchange a few words with her before our eldest brother dragged me up here. After I die, she will surely cry for a long time. After all, when her pet dog died when she was young, she was sad for months. Feeling the wind whistling past his ears and the weightlessness of his plummeting body, the second young master, he resignedly closed. Strangely, at the very end of his life, all obsession with becoming city lord vanished from Ye's mind. He slowly shut his eyes, leaving only a blank void and the beautiful face of a woman. Suddenly, he felt himself fall into a firm and powerful embrace. His downward momentum abruptly halted. The force of the fall was violently neutralized, and Ye felt as if his body might break into 3 pieces, letting out an involuntary cry of pain. Downstairs, Eve was utterly terrified. Disregarding her expensive gown, she collapsed gracelessly onto the ground. She had just witnessed the light, gray figure tumble from the rooftop. Panic seized her soul, and her entire body went rigid. The youth before her, without a moment's hesitation, leaped high into the air, kicked off the second-floor balcony, and caught him steadily mid-flight. Ye, holding Ye, landed heavily on the soft earth, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Hiss! The young man with the buzz cut sucked in a sharp breath. His feet were numb from the impact. Nestled in his arms, Ye looked around in bewilderment. "I am not dead." "No, you're dead. What you see now is the Archangel Michael," Ye said, looking down at him with a straight face. "Come, return to heaven with me." Ye flipped over and landed steadily on his feet, finding it somewhat amusing. "I'm still shaken up. Don't make me laugh. Give me a hand." Ye pointed to his feet buried deep in the soil. The second young master, he reached out, pulled the young man free from the earth, and then gave him a big bear hug. "Thank you. Without you today, I'd be dead or crippled. Don't thank me, thank this beautiful lady who saved you." The second young master, he looked around dazedly, and spotted Eve sitting not far away, her face pale. Seeing her like this, a surge of deep concern filled the air, and he quickly walked over to help her up. "What are you doing here?" he asked with concern. "She said she was interested in me, so she wanted to drag me into the woods for a chat," an honest man quietly chimed in. "Into the woods? For a chat?" Ye felt a green tinge of jealousy creep over him. Eve was still pale, not yet recovered from the fright. Hearing the young man's words, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I called him out because I was worried about you." "Worried about me? Called him into the woods, eh?" The second young master, he couldn't quite grasp the connection. Eve gritted her teeth and shot a hateful glare at the buzz-cut young man watching the spectacle. She slowly began. "I went looking for you, but I overheard your eldest brother inviting you up to the rooftop for a drink. I knew the rooftop had no safety measures and feared you might be in danger, so I wanted to find someone to help. Why not speak up in the hall?" Ye asked curiously. Eve shot him a glare and whispered, "I was afraid your eldest brother truly intended to harm you, and that his men might be watching nearby, so I called Michael out." Hearing this, Ye roughly understood the situation and laughed heartily. "You're still the same, always worrying over nothing." As he teased the woman, he explained to Ye, "That's just how she is." Once news reached Fallen Moon City that a Levels Even beast was spotted 200 li to the north. She packed her bags that very afternoon, crying and making a scene, insisting her parents leave with her. Having her embarrassing story exposed by her beloved, Eve was both angry and annoyed, protesting, "How is this worrying over nothing? You were pushed off, weren't you? Eldest brother only called me up to catch up. The one who pushed me was our drunk third brother." Ye said with a hint of bitterness, gently stroking her head. Ye sighed from the sidelines. "Big families. Truly On the rooftop, Ida, seeing his second brother caught, withdrew his gaze with a lingering sense of relief. Then he turned and launched into a furious tirade. Isan, have you lost your mind? This is the 5th floor rooftop. He's your own blood brother. Isan, now mostly sobered up from the alcohol, explained in panic. Not my fault. I drank too much and second brother started it. He poked your head, so you had to kill him. Ida stepped forward, jabbing his finger repeatedly into his third brother's forehead, roaring, I'm poking you now. Several times. Are you going to kill me, your eldest brother too? Isan stumbled backward, covering his forehead, his body pressed against the wall by the window. His heart churned with anger and fear, but he remained silent, not daring to retort. The eldest young master, he said with bitter disappointment. Even if you had apologized immediately, it would have been better. But your first thought was to shift the blame. Isan, you have truly disappointed me. Isan lowered his head, a venomous glint flickering in his eyes, yet he dared not move an inch. Seeing him remain silent and unresponsive, Ida felt there was nothing more to say. The eldest young master, vaulted through the window into the stairwell and said over his shoulder, I'll tell father the truth. Your fate depends on second brother's decision. I'm going down to see how Ye is doing. You stay here and reflect on your actions. With his elder brother's departure, Isan was left alone on the 5th floor rooftop. His body slowly slid down the wall. He wrapped his arms around his knees and buried his head. Ye returned to the banquet hall, craning his neck to scan the surroundings before finally spotting Ye Xiaoqi. Due to Isan's earlier incident, the once unremarkable veiled maiden had now drawn the attention of many young noble scions. They all knew that the renowned third young master, he had exceptionally discerning tastes, and ordinary women could never catch his eye. As the woman who had made Isan so relentlessly persistent, there must undoubtedly be a face of breathtaking beauty beneath that black veil. Young master, you aren't you always boasting about being second only to Isan in your conquests. Now that the top playboy has taken a tumble, how about you, the runner-up, give it a try? A young noble teased. Yeah. If you can win her over and lift that veil, so we brothers can feast our eyes, Ia Chung will be the first to crown you our new leader. The noble, calling himself a Chung, chimed in, stirring up the crowd. Hearing their words, the others clapped and cheered in excitement. The young noble at the center of the group wore a troubled expression. My rear end isn't as plush as Isan's. If I get slammed to the ground, I'll hurt like hell. The surrounding nobles burst into laughter, joining in to mock Isan. Just then they noticed a young man who had somehow slipped over to the black-clad maiden, speaking to her with a fawning smile. A fearless warrior has appeared, one noble said sarcastically. Let's look forward to the next shoulder throw. A Chung nudged young master Yu with his elbow, his brows dancing with excitement. Look at her expression, she seems really annoyed. If you step in now and shoo away that annoying pest, maybe. That plan could work, the surrounding nobles agreed. Young master Yu set down his wine glass, adjusted his collar, and smiled confidently. You don't need to tell me. I was about to go anyway. You know, many beautiful love stories begin with a hero saving a damsel in distress. The nobles jeered, telling him to stop wasting time and get over there. Meanwhile, Yin Yu was feeling rather frustrated. He wanted to explain himself properly, but Ye Xiaoqi had no interest in listening. So when she held my hand and wrote the character too, and before he could finish his sentence, the maiden had already turned away. The round-head boy scurried back in front of her, looking pitiful. Just give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes and I'll explain everything that happened after I left. Ye Xiaoqi ignored him, picking up a pastry from the table and lifting a corner of her veil to take a bite. Just as Yin Yu was about to speak again, an arm shot out, blocking the space between him and Ye Xiaoqi. Friend, can't you see this lady is troubled? A deep magnetic voice rang out. Yin Yu frowned and looked over to see a young man in a pristine white suit, a red rose pinned to his collar. To be fair, young Master Ye's appearance was quite striking. A sapphire ear stud on his earlobe, a straight nose bridge, and thin lips curled into a charming smile that could easily steal the hearts of countless maidens. But his complexion was a bit pale, hinting at some weakness. You've got it wrong. We're friends, Yin Yu explained earnestly. Young Master Yu sneered disdainfully, the corner of his mouth lifting into a roguish grin. Friends? I've seen too many men use that excuse to harass women. Yin Yu's brow twitched uncontrollably. For some reason, he felt an overwhelming urge to punch this man in the face. I appreciate your concern, but you really don't need to meddle in my affairs with her. The round-head boy suppressed the strange feeling inside him and spoke patiently. Young Master Yu brushed back the loose strands of hair on his forehead, flashing a roguish smile. If you leave this lady and promise never to come within 10 meters of her again, I'll stay out of it. The muscles in Yin Yu's right arm suddenly tensed, trembling violently. Could this guy stop smiling with only one corner of his mouth? Did he really think that looked cool? After barely restraining his right hand, Yin Yu looked up with a troubled expression. Then how can I prove we're really friends? Young Master Yu casually adjusted his cuff, a roguish smile curling at his lips. Ask her. If she says yes, I'll believe you. Yin Yu took a deep breath, his face solemn, as he turned to Ye Xiaoqi. Which move? Shoulder throw, the girl replied, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Young Master Yu's roguish smile froze on his face. Yin Yu struck instantly, grabbing the white-suited youth's collar with one hand and his arm with the other, twisting and slamming him heavily to the ground. The atmosphere in the hall froze once more. No one had expected to witness this move a second time that night. Feeling the stares from all around, Yi grew deeply uncomfortable. He took the maiden's hand and led her away. Ye Xiaoqi didn't resist, following obediently behind the boy holding his hand. The distant nobles were stunned, their faces frozen in shock. So it was just a lover's quarrel, a Chung muttered in a daze. Then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The heartless nobles around him soon joined in cackling with schadenfreude. No matter the atmosphere elsewhere in the hall, this group of nobles was surrounded by an air of gleeful amusement. Young master, you sat up from the ground, looking somewhat disheveled. The young man hadn't struck hard, causing him no real harm, likely just aiming to humiliate him. He had been mocking Yi San for getting thrown just moments ago, never expecting to follow in his footsteps. His group of so-called friends came over, pulling him to his feet with feigned concern. Stop pretending. I could hear your laughter even while lying on the ground, you said, his voice dripping with resentment. A Chung barely stifled his grin. So, want to get back at them and show them whose turf Moonfall City is? Just then a noble slapped his forehead in realization. I remember now, those two are subordinates of second young master, Yi, both powerful awakened. A Chung quickly changed his tune. Moonfall City is the Yi family's domain after all. Maybe we should forget about revenge. Unlike his younger brother, Yi was not someone these nobles dared to offend. They could freely mock Yi San, but never the second young master of the Yi family. As the wealthiest and most powerful scion in the city, Yi's resources far surpassed what all these second-generation heirs combined could muster. Not to mention, he was likely to inherit the position of city lord in the future. Now I understand why Yi San slipped away without a word. Young master, you said somewhat regretfully. He should have realized it earlier. If Yi San, so arrogant and domineering, had suffered a loss and dared not retaliate, how could that maiden be an ordinary person? After the banquet concluded, a heavily intoxicated Yi Wu was escorted back to his villa by his subordinates. He was in high spirits tonight, for during the feast many dignitaries had subtly hinted that they favored him the most, toasting him one after another. Thus he had drunk himself into a stupor. Soft amber light bathed the spacious room, and heavy embroidered curtains were drawn tight, imbuing the entire bedroom with a profound sense of tranquility. Lying on the plush king-sized bed, young master, he closed his eyes, murmuring incessantly, the position of city lord. It will surely be mine. Those two are definitely no match for me. Just then a knock at the door jolted him from his drowsy slumber. Who is it? Disturbing me at this hour? Don't you want to live? Yi Wu roared, leaping furiously from the bed and shouting towards the— It's me. A somewhat cool female voice sounded from outside. Yi Wu's mood instantly did a complete 180, and he exclaimed in delight, Sister, why have you come to see me? He nimbly jumped off the bed and ran barefoot to open the door. As it swung open, an aloof and elegant woman stood outside. It was his fourth sister, Yi Si. At this moment, the arrogant and overbearing fifth young master, Yi from the banquet, seemed to have transformed into a different person, his expression a mix of joy and fluster, like a child who had done something wrong. You've had too much to drink, Yi Si said, frowning. He nodded timidly, not daring to speak. Are you going to make me talk to you while standing in the hallway? The fourth miss, Yi asked coolly. Yi Wu quickly stepped aside and ushered his sister in. Yi Si walked into the room, went straight to the bed without ceremony, and sat down. Yi Wu, for his part, pulled up a stool and sat obediently before his sister. They sat in silence. Since his sister hadn't spoken, Yi Wu didn't dare to utter a word. Under the dim lamplight, his face was flushed a bright red, whether from too much alcohol or something else. You killed Baiyu, didn't you? Yi Si's first words sent a chill down Yi Wu's entire body. Baiyu was her fiancé, murdered 3 months ago. Forcing calmness, Yi Wu gave a bitter smile. Sister, why do you suspect me? I was traveling abroad 3 months ago. I only learned of this tragic news after I returned. Baiyu was killed by an awakened. That much is certain. Yi Si's expression was impassive, her eyes betraying not a single ripple. When you returned to Duoyue City, you had 3 awakened with you. 2 days later there were 4. That doesn't prove anything. The extra awakened by your side is called Viper. He's notorious in the mercenary world for assassin. Bai's death had no witnesses, and at the scene there wasn't a single clue. I'm confident Viper could pull that off. Yi Wu was stunned. He hadn't expected Yi Si to be in possession of so much information. In his memory, his sister usually spent her time with her girlfriends, having tea parties or watching operas, a carefree young lady. Logically, she shouldn't have the means or channels to know so much. Big brother investigated this for me. Every clue led back to you. I'm certain now that you killed him. Yi Si sat upright on the bed, her tone devoid of joy or sorrow. Yi Wu shot up from his seat, shouting, That bastard Ida. He's our own elder brother. Who exactly are you cursing? Yi Si said, frowning. But Yi Wu was past caring. Fueled by alcohol, the blood rushed to his head, and he laughed maniacally. Yeah, I killed him. So what? He was just a toy of yours anyway. A little brother accidentally breaking his sister's toy. That's forgivable, isn't it? A flicker of disgust passed through Yi Si's eyes. You break my toy and won't even offer an apology. I'm sorry, Yi Wu said bluntly. Do you have any idea how hard the past 3 months without my toy have been? The woman's voice suddenly turned plaintive, aggrieved. Yi Wu looked up in surprise. His sister had already shed her icy demeanor, her brows slightly knitted, looking exceptionally pitiable. 3 months. A whole 3 months. I really miss him. He was the most perfect toy I've ever had. I'm sorry. Yi Wu didn't know what else to say, so he just repeated himself. Just sorry. EC said somewhat resentfully. Do you know how hard these 3 months have been for me? The woman sitting on the bed suddenly slipped off her shoes and gently pressed her foot against her brother's knee. He looked up, his eyes slightly reddened, his voice trembling. What do you mean? I want you to make it up to me. The woman bit her lower lip, her eyes suddenly misting over. But we're brother and sister by blood, he said through gritted teeth, his entire body trembling violently with excitement. Iwu's gaze was fixed on the floor, a dual storm of reason and lust threatening to shatter his mind. Yet at the same time he was consumed by a profound rage, for he felt that the most sacred and pure existence in his heart had been defiled. Isn't this what you've always wanted? The woman teased. Ever since you peeked at me bathing 5 years ago, haven't you been waiting for this? A thunderous explosion rocked Iwu's mind, and a long-buried memory surged forth. It was a figure not yet fully developed, somewhat slender. Her jet-black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and crystal-clear droplets clung to her fair skin, reflecting a captivating shimmer in the sunlight. At that moment, the last shred of reason vanished from Iwu's eyes. With a low growl, he lunged forward. A soft thud echoed, and his body stiffened before going limp. Crimson blood flowed from beneath him, staining the woman's hands. Why? Iwu asked, his life ebbing away. I never saw him as a toy. I loved him, understand? Issa's voice was devoid of any emotion. The earlier grievance and hurt were all a pretense. Gripping the dagger, she twisted it viciously inside her brother's body, producing a sickening grating sound. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. Until he drew his last breath. Issa pushed the corpse aside and sat up. Her entire body was drenched in blood, her once pristine white gown now a vivid scarlet. The woman rose to leave the bedroom. But halfway to the door her legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees, burying her face in her hands as she wept. Issa's gauze skirt unfurled like a blood-red rose blooming in the dimness of that small room. The 5th brother was deeply attached to her ever since childhood. He scarcely interacted with his 3 elder brothers, preferring instead to trail behind her like a shadow. She once pondered why this was so, eventually concluding that it might stem from a lack of maternal affection. Their mother had died in childbirth while bringing him into the world. Thus, Issa harbored a deep resentment toward her younger brother, believing he had slain their mother. Yet her second brother, Iyer, argued that blaming the 5th brother was unjust and unfair. Their mother's death could not be attributed to anyone, it was merely a cruel twist of fate. Issa understood her second brother's reasoning, but a lingering estrangement remained, preventing her from truly warming to her youngest sibling. For years older than Iwu, she always forced a warm smile whenever interacting with him, masking her profound disgust. When she turned 15, her emotions erupted. Her 11-year-old 5th brother had dared to spy on her while she bathed. As Issa tearfully sought solace from her elder brother, the eldest merely offered a few perfunctory words before heading off to work. Her second brother, however, patted her head and urged her to be more tolerant. He explained that the 5th brother, having reached a certain age, would naturally develop curiosity about the opposite sex. After the second brother harshly scolded the 5th brother, Issa reluctantly forgave him. At 16, she met a strikingly handsome youth. He bore a slight resemblance to her second brother, gentle and patient. More importantly, he was far more humorous, effortlessly coaxing peals of laughter from her. Yet 2 months later, the youth began avoiding her. On one occasion, Issa managed to corner him at his doorstep, demanding to know why he was ignoring her. The youth offered a bitter smile, revealing the bruises that marred his body, his back, waist, legs. A ghastly sight. When asked who had done it, he shook his head silently. Issa harbored a suspicion, but dared not voice it. Their relationship fizzled out, never to cross paths again. At 18, Issa secretly began dating the most handsome young master in Fallen Moon City. 3 months later, his corpse was dumped on the street, his face horribly mutilated. The girl broke down, instinctively convinced that her brother was responsible. She confronted him only for him to retort angrily, "He ran over my dog with his car, and didn't even, so I killed him." No one believed this, as everyone knew Iwu had brutally tortured and killed several cats and dogs before. As usual, the eldest brother remained noncommittal. The second brother furiously thrashed the 5th brother and confined him to his room for a month. The old patriarch used his influence to suppress the matter. Issa longed to declare that the victim was her boyfriend, but she ultimately remained silent, deeming it pointless. Iwu would undoubtedly deny any knowledge. The doting old patriarch would surely believe him. The eldest brother would likely remain, and the second brother might give him another beating and extend his confinement. Now 22, Issa had spent years flirting with young aristocrats at banquets, only to rebuff their advances after securing their interest. She would string them along for a week or two before casting them aside. Her reputation as a fickle and wanton woman spread throughout Fallen Moon City. In truth, she was baiting a trap, hoping to lure out her demonic brother. If Iwu harmed any of these men, she could gather evidence and have her father and brothers deal with him. But Iwu had grown cunning over the years, appearing to have transformed. He ignored her affairs entirely, even greeting her boyfriends with a smile. After the demon left for training, she finally opened her heart, genuinely accepting a talented young man. He saw through her facade, recognizing she was not the promiscuous woman the world believed her to be. They quickly solidified their relationship and planned an engagement. But on the eve of the ceremony, the young man was found dead, with no clues left behind. Yi fell into utter despair, realizing that as long as Yiwu existed, she could never truly love. To her surprise, her eldest brother sought her out. Yiwu killed him, Ida declared the moment they met. Yi collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably in her chair. When her tears finally subsided, Ida delivered another blow in the upcoming succession battle for the City Lord's seat. Neither Yi nor I can match the fifth brother. He somehow found a fifth-level awakener. Yi was stunned, unable to fathom her fate should that demon become City Lord. I'm sorry for neglecting you all this time, Ida said, his voice thick with remorse. Now that I've reinvestigated the past, I finally understand what you've endured. He placed a broad hand on her frail shoulder, whispering, but I can still make amends. I can give you a chance to kill him. Isa's head snapped up, her swollen eyes wide with shock. Do you want this chance? The astonishment and weakness in her gaze slowly faded, replaced by a solemn nod. The day after the banquet, a startling revelation swept through Fallen Moon City. The fifth young master of the City Lord's family, Yiwu, was dead. No one knew how, when, or why he died. Only a handful of people in the city knew the details, but they remained tight-lipped, afraid. In the dining room of Yi's villa, the second young master sat at the head of the table, frowning. The egg in his sandwich had slipped onto his plate unnoticed. What's wrong? Yi asked, setting his own plate down beside him. Everyone else had finished and left. Yi had woken late, and Yi was lost in thought, leaving only the two of them in the room. The second young master snapped back to reality, seeing Yi's curious expression. He smiled bitterly. My fifth brother is dead. Yi was stunned. Who would dare kill the City Lord's son on his own turf? What happened? Any details you can share? The young man with the crew cut took a bite of his bread, asking eagerly. Ever since Yi had saved Yi's life the previous night, their already close bond had strengthened, emboldening him to act. Yi shot him a wry glance, unwilling to hide anything from his savior and friend. He confessed Yiwu got drunk and tried to, his sister. Yi accidentally stabbed him to death with a knife. Yi's bread fell onto the table. Such a tale of familial depravity was far too shocking for someone raised in a fortress, full siblings. He asked cautiously, we all share the same mother, Yi sighed. The young man fell silent. Yi picked up the egg from his plate and placed it back in his sandwich, his mind drifting unbidden to the conversation Head had with his elder brother on the rooftop the day before. In my heart, you're my only brother. The other three are just spoiled little kittens and puppies. So that's how our eldest brother. The fifth brother has outdone himself, bringing back a fifth-level awakener. It seems this time it might really be him. So to achieve that. What did you say? Nothing. A chill crept over Yi's entire body. If I hadn't been downstairs last night, your eldest brother would have been in a comfortable position. Yi said, shaking the carton of milk in his hand. What do you mean? Yi frowned and asked. Exactly what I said. Yi replied with a nonchalant air. In one night, both of his rivals died, and he could become the City Lord without lifting a finger. Yi was slightly displeased and retorted, we aren't just rivals, or we're brothers by blood. Moreover, though I don't know the specifics of the fifth brother's death, my accident was entirely because Yi got drunk. I had a grudge with that fellow anyway, and it had nothing to do with our eldest brother. Why did Yi go to the rooftop? You know as well as I do. He was thrown to the ground by your wife, so of course, he didn't have the face to stay at the banquet. Yi was halfway through drinking his milk when he heard this, and he immediately burst into a fit of coughing, his face flushed red. After finally catching his breath, he waved his hand in embarrassment. Don't talk nonsense, she and I are just friends. Yi chuckled and teased, isn't it only a matter of time? Yi glanced around like a thief and only breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't see the girl's figure. What I mean is, why didn't Yi go somewhere else, but specifically to the rooftop? He straightened his face and steered the conversation back on track. Is it his habit to climb onto the roof whenever something happens? He doesn't have that habit. Yi frowned, also sensing that something was amiss. Actually, chatting on the rooftop was just something our eldest brother and I did often as kids. The other three wouldn't casually go up there. A coincidence. It shouldn't be that coincidental. Yi replied instinctively. Then he realized with astonishment that after only a few exchanges with Michael, he had already shifted from being the eldest brother's defender to a skeptic. He knew he wasn't the type of person with weak convictions who just went with the flow. What had changed his stance so quickly was first Michael's guidance, and second the suspicion he might have harbored deep down all along. Yi took a deep breath, turned around, and asked solemnly, Michael, are we friends? I am your lifesaver. Yi replied with equal gravity. I want to ask you a favor. I am your lifesaver. I hope you can help me investigate the truth about my accident and the real cause of my fifth brother's death. I am your lifesaver. The reward won't be a problem afterward. We are friends. In the City Lord's manor, the White Villa. In a guest room on the third floor, Yi sat slumped weakly in a chair. He had indeed drunk too much last night, and his head felt as if it were about to split open. He desperately wanted to rest, but the middle-aged steward opposite him continued his relentless, self-absorbed chatter. Your behavior this time has utterly disappointed the old City Lord. Your actions infuriated him so much that his blood pressure spiked, which is why he's locked you up here for now. The steward in the black tailcoat said, when the old City Lord feels better, he will have a serious talk with you again, so you must not try to sneak away. Yi felt a surge of irritation. All he wanted was a good sleep. Remember to be sincere in your attitude then. If you keep up that nonchalant demeanor, I estimate your fate will be quite grim. Alright, shut up. I need to rest now. Isan's patience reached its limit as he slapped the armrest and roared. But the steward's expression remained utterly unruffled, still indifferent. He had been the steward since the manor was built, and under his management the entire estate had always been in perfect order. He would show appropriate respect to the other 3 young masters, as they might become his future masters. Isan, however, was clearly not within his scope of concern. I have nothing more to say anyway. You rest now. After dropping these words, the middle-aged steward left the room and locked the door. That fellow was finally gone. Isan stood up unsteadily and collapsed onto the large bed nearby. After a while, the sound of a key being inserted into the lock came from the door. With a soft mechanical click, the steward entered again. Before Isan could erupt once more, he said with a complicated expression, "The 5th young master, Yi Wu, is dead." Having said this, he turned and walked out again, locking the door securely. Isan, lying on the bed, was stunned, his mind going completely. Yi Wu dead? How did he die? Why did he die? Who killed him? Countless questions flooded his throbbing head, making the pain even more intense. Damn it. Why don't you finish what you were saying? Isan leaped from the bed and roared furiously at the door. But no matter how loudly he shouted, no one responded. Just then the window behind him let out a faint creak and a figure climbed in from outside. Yi Wu was killed by his sister. A somewhat familiar voice rang out. Isan spun around and saw the mercenary named Michael, whom he hated the most, standing by the window looking at him with a mocking expression. A wave of immense terror seized his heart. He did enjoy targeting Michael, but only through other people or indirect means. If he had to face this mercenary directly, he was certain he wouldn't last 3 seconds. So he instinctively opened his mouth to call, "If you make a sound, you might not live much longer." The mercenary's icy voice rang out, choking Isan's cry for help right in his "You? What do you want?" The 3rd young master of the Yi family was now trembling like a little quail in the cold wind. Yin Yi raised a finger and said softly, "Just one question, why did you go to the rooftop last night?" "You know damn well why, so why are you asking me?" Isan put up a brave front, but the image of the veiled girl involuntarily surfaced. "If you use another curse word in your speech, they'll break one of your fingers." Yin Yi's gaze turned utterly cold. The 3rd young master shuddered, having no doubt that this man would follow through. "Why did you go to the rooftop?" Yin Yi repeated. "What was the fundamental reason that drove you there?" Isan shook his head, recalling carefully, and then said hesitantly, "Before the banquet started, my eldest brother came to me and said Ye held a huge grudge against me. He thought there shouldn't be such great conflicts between brothers, so he arranged for me to go to the rooftop to have a proper talk with Ye. Then what about you harassing Qing Nu? I saw you being called away by a woman and thought I might have a chance, so I decided to try. After that, I went directly to the rooftop to find them." Isan was now as docile as could be, well aware that his life was completely in the hands of the man by the window. Yin Yi nodded. "This matter was indeed intricately linked with Ida. I consider myself a very kind person. You've caused trouble so many times, and I've never retaliated." Yin Yi's voice suddenly sounded right by the 3rd young master's ear. Startled, Isan fell to the floor with a thud, realizing that the young mercenary had used some unknown method to appear instantly at his side. I will never bother you again." His teeth chattered uncontrollably. Yin Yi stood still, looking down at Isan on the floor in silence. Only when the latter was drenched in cold sweat from fear did he smile with satisfaction. "If there's a next time, you can reunite with your 5th brother." After saying this, Yin Yi climbed back out through the window. Yi Zhongshan's 4 sons had all moved out upon reaching adulthood, leaving only his daughter, Yi Si, residing in the villa within the city lord's manor. In the early hours of this morning, a servant detected a bloody scent emanating from Yi Wu's room and forced her way in. There she discovered the corpse of her master alongside the master's elder sister seated on the floor. Within half an hour, the manor dispatched a vehicle to retrieve Yi Si first. It wasn't until the old city lord rose to wash and dress this morning that the servants dared to relay the news to him. As expected, upon confirming the truth of the situation, old master, he was so shocked he fainted. Yi Si now remained in her boudoir, the heavy curtains drawn tightly, not permitting a single ray of light to penetrate. She was neither lying on the bed nor seated in a chair. Instead, she huddled in a corner of her room, silently embracing her own. Just then a tapping sound echoed from outside the window. "Is anyone there?" "I am Michael, a friend of your 2nd brother." The youth's voice, filtering through multiple barriers from outside, sounded muffled and indistinct. Yi Si lifted her head, gazing towards the window with surprise. Her room was on the 5th floor, dozens of meters above the ground. She rose gently, pulling the curtain aside a crack to peer out, and her eyes met the brilliant smile of a man with a closely cropped. "Did my 2nd brother send you?" "Tell him I am fine," Yi Si said flatly, then let the curtain fall back into place. Yin Yi outside urgently tapped the window again. "Hey, wait, listen to me. Your 2nd brother nearly died last night too." The curtain was drawn back once more, revealing the woman's astonished face. "What happened? Can you let me in first? Hanging here like this is rather indecorous." Yin Yi smiled sheepishly. He clung to the windowsill outside like a fine-weather doll, his only support his 10 fingers, his entire body swaying back and forth. Fortunately, it was high noon, and no servants were around the villa, otherwise he would have been discovered and apprehended long ago. Yi hesitated for a moment, then deciding to trust this seemingly harmless youth, opened the window. Yi exerted a slight force with his fingers nimbly flipping into the room. What on earth is going on? Yi stepped back 2 paces frowning. She detested others entering her room, especially the lowlifes, roaming the wastelands whom she always felt carried some invisible filthy disease. Perhaps sensing Miss Yi's disdain, Yi moved aside, actively creating some distance, and then spoke. Your second brother and eldest brother were chatting on the rooftop last night. Then your third brother came up, had a conflict with your second brother, and accidentally pushed him off. Yi gasped softly, quickly asking, how is my second brother now? Is he seriously injured? Yi pointed at himself. I happened to be downstairs relaxing last night, so I caught Ye. He's perfectly fine now, not a scratch. Yi breathed a sigh of relief, her expression complex, as she said, thank you. Though she disdained this mercenary, she was not I came because Ye wants to know the details of yesterday's events. He feels things are not that simple. Yi looked seriously at I went to visit him last night. He was drunk and tried to force himself on me. In a panic, I stabbed him to death with my pocket knife. It's as simple as that. Yi lowered her eyelids, her voice devoid of any emotion. Why did you go to visit him? Yi pressed, displaying a spirit of getting to the bottom of things. What business is it of yours? Yi said impatiently. He sent you, didn't he? Yi probed. Miss Yi had not expected to hear her eldest brother's name from this mercenary's lips at this moment. Her eyes began to shift nervously. This has nothing to do with my eldest brother. Then why did you visit Yi at that time? I saw he had drunk too much that night. I was worried, so I went to check on him. Yi gave her a penetrating look, speaking each word deliberately. I was sent by your second brother. I know a bit about your affairs. You hate Yi. There's no way you would go see him at that time. Yi bit her lower lip tightly, her beautiful eyes wavering, afraid to continue the conversation. She had never planned an escape. Ever since she realized she had the chance to kill Yi, she had been immersed in excitement and tension, her mind full of how to kill him, but forgetting to consider how she would explain herself afterward. Miss Yi was an expert at tea drinking, snacking, and clothes shopping, but when it came to murder and lying, she was a complete amateur. Her actions were riddled with too many doubts and flaws. If you want to protect your second brother, tell me the truth. Yi pleaded sincerely. Yi looked at the young mercenary with some confusion, not immediately understanding his words. Yi was called up by Ida last night. If Ye had really fallen to his death, then Ida would have eliminated 2 competitors in one night, becoming the sole heir. Yi explained. Ye and I both suspect Ida might be the mastermind behind all this. This has nothing to do with my eldest brother. Yi stammered. I think Ye is probably the only competent one among your 3 brothers. Yi said softly. Judging by his personality, Yi could never be a good brother, and Ida seems to have never cared for any of you. The youth's words drew Yi into her own memories. Indeed, Yi had only bullied her when they were young, and as he grew older, he was always out carousing. Her feelings for him were nothing but disdain and disgust. As for her eldest brother, from childhood to adulthood, it seemed he had never truly looked her in the eye. Only before, when he came to her offering to help kill Yi, had he finally met her. Only her second brother had stood up for her when she was wronged, patiently explained things when she was confused, and taken her out to play when she was lonely. Though as they grew older, her second brother became increasingly busy, and the time he spent with her dwindled, that didn't stop him from being a qualified and good elder brother. Seeing her hesitation, Yi pressed his advantage. Just suppose it really was your eldest brother who instigated you to kill Yi. Then you might just be a pawn. He used a tool to eliminate his competition. And now he still has another competitor. The brother who cares for and teaches you. Do you truly believe your second brother is safe? Remember, he just narrowly escaped the jaws of death. No one in the Yi family was stupid. Yi quickly grasped the stakes and Alright, I'll tell you the truth. 3 months ago, my fiancée was murdered. Indeed, it is related to Ida. Yi felt a slight headache and rubbed his temples. He knew that Yi held great respect for her elder brother, and if these 2 matters were truly orchestrated by Ida, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow for Yi. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from the door, accompanied by the voice of a maid from outside. Miss, I have come to bring you your meal. No need, I have no appetite, Yi replied. You should eat something. Take care of your health, the maid urged from outside. Yi grew somewhat impatient, her tone turning brusque. I said no, get out right now. The maid, undeterred, knocked again and continued, Miss, you really should eat something. Furious, Yi quickly approached the door, wanting to see who was so inconsiderate, especially since the maid had let her in that afternoon. Yi quietly pressed against the side wall, positioning himself so that the door would conceal him when it opened. Yi flung the door open and immediately started berating. Can't you understand human language? I said. Her voice abruptly cut off, ending with a hint of fear. For standing outside her door was not a maid, but a frail, emaciated man. The man grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth. Miss, you should really eat something. An extremely bizarre occurrence took place. The voice emanating from this gaunt man was indistinguishable from that of a typical young. Yi stumbled back in shock, her voice trembling as she asked, You, who are you? The gaunt man placed his right hand over his chest and bowed with a gentlemanly gesture. At that moment, his voice turned cold and hoarse as he spoke. I am called Mo, she also known as Cupid, specializing in ensuring that lovers unite in the end. I killed your fiancé, so I have the obligation to escort you to paradise, allowing you to reunite. A pained expression crossed Mo's face as he said, what I despise the most in this lifetime are stories of lovers parting in life and death. Endless fear and anger filled Ye's mind, rendering her thoughts completely blank. Once we reach paradise, please send my regards to young Master Bai. Mo, she remarked, pulling out a dagger that gleamed coldly, licking it with his tongue. Just say no need to thank me. The man grinned wickedly, gripping the dagger tightly as he thrust it towards the woman on the ground. At that moment, the door beside him suddenly shattered, and a large hand reached out to firmly grasp Mo's wrist. Following that, a long and powerful leg kicked out fiercely, striking his chest hard. In a moment of desperation, she barely managed to block the kick with his other arm, yet was still sent flying. Why? Why was there another person in the room? The flying gaunt man was filled with questions, having failed to sense that someone else was hidden inside. It seemed this mysterious individual was likely not just an awakened one, but also a well-trained warrior skilled in counter-surveillance and concealing their presence. As he saw the young man chasing out from the room, she did not hesitate and turned to jump out of the window behind him. There were at least 3 powerful awakened ones in this villa, none of whom he could afford to provoke. Since his stealth had already been exposed, remaining there would only mean waiting for death. Ye followed closely, jumping out of the window, then leisurely hanging back behind Mo. He was not worried that this cunning assassin could escape his pursuit, as he had already discerned from Mo's running speed that his legs had not undergone any awakening enhancement. Inside the villa, a gust of wind swept in, with an old man storming into the 5th floor, arriving in front of Ye. Is someone attacking? The old man asked with a furrowed brow. Miss Ye nodded in panic. Where did they run off to? The old man quickly pressed on. Zhao. Grandfather Zhao, can you stay here with me? Ye's face turned pale as she said, I'm scared. The elderly Zhao pondered for a moment and decided to stay and protect the 4th young miss. After all, this might be a ploy to draw them away, and her safety was paramount. Mo and Ye fled into a secluded forest within the manor, one after the other. Just as Ye rushed into the woods, a dagger suddenly lunged out from behind a tree, aimed straight at his vital points. The young man immediately struck the tree beside him with a palm, using the force to spin his body, narrowly dodging that deadly strike. Mo emerged from behind the tree, his face darkened, dagger in hand. This killer, feared in the wasteland, was clearly enraged and had decided to eliminate this young, awakened one who appeared out of nowhere. Do you want to die? He toyed with the dagger in his hand, his eyes revealing a hint of anger. Aren't you one of Ye's subordinates? Why are you doing Ye's bidding? Ye calmly countered, his expression unchanged. Mo showed a hint of amusement as he replied, who told you I was one of Ye's people? Then why are you helping him silence me? Ye casually leaned against the tree, appearing relaxed. The young man's lazy demeanor finally provoked Mo to the limit. He could not tolerate someone exposing such glaring flaws in front of him, as it was an insult to his profession. This eerie assassin suddenly lunged forward, but just as he was about to close in, he vanished from sight, swiftly circling around the tree to reappear behind Ye, stabbing fiercely at his back. Ye's body suddenly exerted force, both feet pushing hard against a tree trunk as thick as a thigh, effortlessly snapping it like a toothpick and sending it crashing toward. Simultaneously, as if sensing his movements, the young man raised his right arm high, narrowly dodging the dagger and directly seizing the wrist of Mo, holding the dagger. Mo felt a darkness before his eyes as the tree trunk struck him hard on the head. In his days, driven by years of instincts as a killer, he instinctively released the dagger, quickly pulling his hand free from Ye's underarm. Had he been a second slower, his wrist would have likely been broken. Mo abruptly retreated a few steps, increasing the distance between himself and this mysterious young man. From the brief exchanges, he had already gauged that the opponent's awakening level was also 3rd tier like himself. However, he still had not figured out where Ye had undergone awakening enhancement. At present, it appeared that this young man's reflexes were even slightly better than his own. Uncertain of the details and adhering to the fundamental qualities of a stealthy assassin, Mo made his decision in an instant. Run, turn, and flee without looking back. He was merely an assassin skilled in ambush. There was no reason to confront someone hidden. A gray shadow flashed before his eyes, and Ye appeared like a ghost on his escape route. Mo silently cursed, helplessly licking his cracked lips. One good news, one bad news. The good news was that he knew the other party was a dual-leg awakened one. The bad news was that he couldn't escape. Mo pulled out 2 more daggers from his side, crossing them before him. There's no other way, or it seems I must finish you here. Ye swiftly closed in his fists, whistling through the air as they rained down upon the wiry man like a relentless storm. The Viper was forced to retreat, deftly parrying left and right with his dagger, causing the youth to retract most of his strikes mid-swing. Then Ye delivered a powerful front kick aimed at the opponent's chest, but it was blocked by crossed arms, inflicting no damage. Something was off. This assassin known as the Viper was far more than just a dual-arm awakened. He stepped back to widen the gap and asked, did you enhance your reflexes too? Yes, scared, the Viper taunted mockingly. Ye frowned, realizing the flaw in his reasoning. During his earlier fight with Lancaster, they had agreed that Lancaster would focus on defense, allowing Ye to attack with full force and speed without worrying about counterattacks. But now, facing the Viper's deadly dagger, he had to be cautious not to hurt himself, while also guarding against retaliation, making him feel constrained. It seemed he needed to find a suitable weapon, or otherwise he'd be at a significant disadvantage in battle. Seizing the moment of the youth's hesitation, the Viper lunged forward, his dagger dancing like a venomous serpent, targeting every vital point on Ye's body. Though Ye's reaction speed was exceptional, he was momentarily suppressed by the onslaught. True to his fearsome reputation in the wasteland, the Viper's attacks were ferocious, and his angles treacherous, leaving several shallow cuts on the youth's arm in the blink of an eye. Damn it, Ye lamented inwardly. The Viper, a hardened survivor of the wasteland, far surpassed him in combat skill a mere. With the Viper now on the offensive, it wouldn't be long before he was completely drawn into the assassin's rhythm. With this thought, the youth hesitated no longer. He conjured 2 fireballs in his palms and detonated them with lightning speed. The Viper, never imagining that his opponent was also an elemental awakened, was struck squarely by the 2 fireballs and sent flying. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye hurled 2 more fist-sized fireballs, hitting the lean figure. The Viper crashed heavily onto the lawn, his charred torso smoking, and lost consciousness. Ye gazed at the flames flickering in his hand with a sigh of awe. The destructive power of elemental abilities is truly overwhelming. It makes battles far too easy. As a perfect awakened, he recalled that even he had been knocked unconscious for an entire night after taking a direct hit from a massive fire. Though part of that was due to his prior injuries, it didn't diminish the terrifying explosive force of elemental powers. Suddenly, Ye frowned, dashed over, and hoisted the unconscious Viper onto his shoulder. He then transformed into a gray shadow, vanishing into the dense forest in a few leaps. Minutes later, a gale swept through the woods without warning, and an elderly man with white hair and beard appeared at the site of their fight. After entrusting EC to another awakened, old Zhao had personally chased after them following a servant's direction, but it seemed he had arrived too late. Several whirlwinds materialized out of thin air, extinguishing the flames on the grass. Old Zhao stroked his beard and mused, "I never thought the Viper would fall to an elemental awakened." Elemental manipulators were peerless among their rank, a widely acknowledged truth, but only in direct combat. In this complex forest terrain, the Viper, a master assassin, could have killed even 1 or 2 more elemental awakened with. Yet now it seemed he had been captured alive by a fire element awakened of similar strength. The Moonfall City is no longer peaceful, the old man sighed, shaking his head. A gust of wind swirled around him, lifting him gently toward the white villa. Ye's villa, the basement. Blazing lights illuminated every corner of the room, which was filled with a sour, moldy odor mingled with a faint scent of blood. "Your servants aren't thorough enough with their cleaning." Ye complained about the musty smell. Ye rubbed his nose awkwardly. "The recent humidity makes it tough for them." A makeshift iron rack had been set up in the basement, binding a gaunt, scarred man. The man on the rack had his eyes tightly shut, his fate unknown. The faint smell of blood emanated from him. Lancaster set down his blood-stained knife and pliers, picked up a bucket of cold water, and drenched the man with it. The Viper jolted awake from the chill. Upon seeing Ye, he wailed, as if beholding a savior, "He'll tell you everything. He'll tell you everything. Just don't let these 2 demons torture me anymore." Ye clicked his tongue, feeling like a true villain. When he had dragged the Viper back, he hadn't notified Ye immediately, but had first called Lancaster. He needed his help to treat the Viper's burns and avoid unnecessary complications. Lancaster had an extraordinary talent for this. No matter how the Viper struggled and writhed, his hands remained as steady as a surgeon's, precisely cutting away every charred patch. Ye winced at the sight, eventually turning away. After Lancaster finished, with an expressionless face, the young man finally summoned the second young master, Ye frowned as he examined the wounds on the man, then turned to ask, "How long did you torture him before calling me?" His mouth was too stubborn. "No choice," Ye said without flinching. "I figured you, being a rich young master, might not stomach such scenes, so I loosened his tongue first." Ye's eyes gleamed with approval, and he patted Ye's shoulder. "You thought of everything, brother." The Viper was on the verge of when had I been stubborn? Those 2 demons never gave me a chance to speak. They started flaying and cutting right away. He opened his mouth, but said nothing, catching Lancaster's eye. The Viper now feared this man from the depths of his soul. He was a demon crawled out of hell. During the torture, Lancaster had shown no trace of emotion in his eyes or expression, as if the Viper were merely a straw doll. Life seemed meaningless in this man's eyes. Ye stepped forward and asked, "Now can you tell us everything you know?" The Viper, enduring his pain, trembled and said, "If only you'd asked me sooner." A plot of land on the western side of the city lord's estate was cordoned off and transformed into an arena measuring 50 meters in length and 30 meters in width. On either side of the arena stood tiered wooden platforms lined with rows of seats and small tables, while awnings stretched above the highest tiers to provide shade. Ye and Ye sat on the western side of the arena, while Ida and his men occupied the eastern side. Despite the unexpected death of his 5th son, the old city lord, he proceeded with the succession battle as planned. "The old man is truly resilient," Ye remarked with genuine admiration. At the center of the eastern spectator stands a large empty space was sectioned off, containing only a single bed. The old city lord, Ye lay half reclining on the bed wearing a respirator and receiving in drip. On either side of his bed sat two middle-aged men and another elderly man, all of whom appeared to be high-level awakened. The old city lord's condition seemed poor compared to his spirited demeanor 2 days prior. He now appeared noticeably more listless. Yet he still chose to attend the matches in person today, for having fought his way through the wastelands his mental fortitude was far from fragile. The events that unfolded overnight the day before yesterday dealt a heavy blow to Father Ye said somberly. By now the spectator stands were nearly filled with dignitaries who had come to witness the event, and the atmosphere within the venue was growing increasingly fervent. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are privileged to witness the contest that will determine the second city lord of Falling Moon City. Let us offer our warmest applause to first thank the old city lord for his years of painstaking dedication. A host dressed in a red suit, its surface embroidered with flamboyant flame patterns, stood at the center of the arena, speaking with thunderous applause erupted within the venue. Then let us greet the birth of the new city lord with passion and anticipation. With these words the crowd's energy surged to a second peak. Now does the old city lord have any remarks to offer? The host bowed respectfully toward the large bed on the eastern side. One of the awakened bodyguards leaned down to listen, then stood up and announced in a clear voice, "No weapons are permitted, and strive to avoid lethal strikes during the matches to preserve fraternal harmony." Excellent. The host made an exaggerated grand gesture, his face beaming. I believe the young masters of the Ye family will deliver a spectacular and friendly contest. The host was astute. He refrained from specifying the two young masters of the Ye family, and instead used the more ambiguous, the young masters of the Ye family, to avoid touching upon the old city lord's grief. Since both young master Ida and young master Ye have 5 members each, we will adopt a simple best-of format. The order has been determined by lot, the host continued animatedly. In the first match, young master Ida will send forth his contender. In the second, young master Ye will take precedence, and so forth. On the eastern side of the arena, a man in a black form-fitting suit stepped forward. His features were unremarkable, but his frame was large with little flesh covering his prominent bones. Zhang Yong, a third tier awakened. It is currently known that his left hand and right arm have been enhanced. Ye quickly relayed the man's information, then asked, "Who will go?" Yan Yi knew this was merely a procedural question. They had already analyzed all of Ida's men 2 days prior. The most ideal matchup at present was for Lancaster to face the opponent's 4th tier awakened. Among awakened of the same tier, barring the little-known perfect awakened, those with limb enhancement abilities were widely acknowledged as the dominant class. This held true even against elemental awakened. Ye Xiaoqi, a peak 3rd tier ice element awakened, would ideally be matched against one of the opponent's 3rd tier earth element awakened. Through their days together, Ye had developed great confidence in this cold, beautiful young woman. Setting aside theories of elemental affinities and counteractions, her sheer, overwhelming strength was enough to crush her opponent. As for Yan Yi, in Ye's mind, as long as he didn't face the 4th tier awakened or the earth element awakened, victory was all but Xiaowan, a 3rd tier wind element awakened, had her ideal opponent in the Zhang Yong before them. A same tier elemental awakened facing an ordinary awakened was a near certain victory. After analyzing the battle situation, Ye felt his chances of winning were high. As long as they won this first match, even if Lancaster was traded off by a weaker awakened or Ye Xiaoqi was intercepted by the 4th tier awakened, he still held Yan Yi as his trump card of invincibility. A 3-1 victory was the ideal outcome they had collectively analyzed. The only variable now was that on the opposite stands the original 5th member of Ida's team sat sullenly in a corner of the audience. On a seat by the arena, a man in a hood, his face obscured, sat silently beside young master Ida. He was no one knew who he was or when he had joined Ida's side. The unknown factor was the key element most likely to sway the outcome. As expected, Xiaowan, clad in a black casual outfit, rose like a nimble young leopardess and leaped onto the arena, raising her hand to signal the referee to begin the match. The host in the red suit seized the moment, his voice rising with intensity to stir the crowd. "Distinguished guests, let us now look forward to this opening battle." In the audience, aside from a few young nobles offering scattered cheers, the others, mindful of their status, merely offered polite applause. They were the elite of Falling Moon City's upper class, naturally bound by appropriate etiquette. The host, unperturbed by their lukewarm reaction, was well acquainted with their pretensions. But when he turned his gaze back to the arena, he was frozen in shock. Not only him, but all the spectators, including Ye and Yan Yi, were struck speechless by the scene before them. Xiaowan on the platform raised her left hand, high, holding up 2 fingers. This gesture in underground arenas and certain city coliseums signified surrender. Yet Ida's side showed no surprise, and Zhang Yong on the arena laughed boisterously without restraint. Young master Ye's face turned ashen. He shot up from his seat and demanded loudly, "Xiaowan, what are you doing?" The girl with the grayish-brown skin turned around, a glint of cunning and triumph in her eyes. At this moment she resembled less a leopardess and more a fox that had successfully executed its scheme. "Still don't get it," Xiaowan said with a hint of pity. Then with her long legs she stepped down from the arena and walked directly to Ida's side, casually taking a seat. Young master, Ida rose to his feet, a trace of apology in his expression. Sorry, little brother. This is the struggle for succession. I must use any means necessary. Old Master E on the central reviewing stand witnessed this scene, his eyes gleaming faintly as he muttered indistinctly. Indeed, Ida resembles me the most. A Xiao heir still lacks a hint of cunning. The awakened one seated beside him glanced sideways, recognizing the old man's clear approval of his eldest son's actions. Ye heir slumped back into his seat, feeling somewhat powerless, while Yin Yi sitting nearby patted his shoulder in consolation. At that moment, Uncle Yun, clad in a gray martial outfit, stepped forward and said, "Let me take the next round. The three of them are all stronger than me. If we can make good use of the two later opportunities to fight, you still have hope." Ye heir lifted his head and forced a faint smile. This was indeed the best course of action. Uncle Yun, whose real name was Liang Baiyun, was the first awakened one he had recruited during his travels, willing to assist him. Liang Baiyun agreed to help Ye heir to secure a better life for his family. Now his wife and child had already been relocated to the Fallen Moon City, residing in a comfortable apartment. If Ye heir ultimately became the city lord, the trio would ascend to the upper echelons of Fallen Moon City society. Ye heir trusted that Liang Baiyun would not betray him, for his wife and child remained under Ye heir's control. He dared not, nor would he play any tricks. Uncle Yun ascended the arena, and his opponent sent forth a third-tier awakened one. According to Ye heir's intelligence, this awakened one was merely a right-arm enhancer. Yet unexpectedly, this ordinary awakened one unleashed a barrage of fireballs right from the start, engulfing nearly half the battlefield. Uncle Yun, a leg-enhanced awakened one, narrowly evaded several fireballs, but eventually faltered due to the scorching heat and explosive shockwaves, getting knocked off the arena by a single fireball. No one could blame him, for any other ordinary awakened one would likely have been blasted off much sooner. It was an immutable law of this world. Elemental awakened ones could crush ordinary ones. Ye heir seethed with regret. His intelligence gathering and pre-match preparations were riddled with errors and loopholes. Now if any of Yin Ye's trio lost another round, the city lord position would fall to his elder brother. In the past, Ye heir might have shrugged it off with a carefree smile and gracefully yielded the position. But since he had pried information from the Viper yesterday, he no longer believed Ida was the brother he once knew. Ye heir was now almost certain that on the night of the banquet, Ida had planned to eliminate both him and their fifth brother. If Ida ultimately won the city lord position, his own fate. At that moment, the third-tier Earth Element awakened one stood upon the arena, a hint of arrogance in his gaze as he smugly looked. This Earth Element awakened one was named Lisa. He felt fortunate to have aligned himself with Ida. The eldest son of the Yi family possessed exceptional cunning, tactics, and audacity, a true embodiment of a warlord. In comparison, his two younger brothers fell far short. Lisa felt no pressure now, knowing that even if he lost this battle, it would not. After their effortless 2 victories, only one more win was needed for the city lord position to be securely in Ida's hands. And the hooded man seated beside Ida now could almost certainly secure a victory. After all, he was a 4th-tier elemental. At this thought, Li Sa's expression grew even more relaxed, and he even extended a hand, curling his finger in a taunting gesture toward the opposing side. Seeing the awakened one smirking on the arena, Ye heir felt both fury and helplessness. He said, "That guy's name is Lisa, a 3rd-tier Earth Element awakened one. This intelligence is absolutely accurate. Then we'll stick to the plan and let Qing know. He'll go." Yin Yi suddenly rose from his seat, drawing surprised glances from everyone. Uncle Yun sat nearby, with 2 nurses applying ointment to his burns. Seeing the young man's reaction, he winced in pain and advised, "Michael, let the same tier elemental awakened ones have overwhelming power. Just look at my fate." Ye heir also frowned slightly, saying, "Indeed, and if you lose this round too." He left the sentence unfinished, but everyone understood his meaning. Yin Yi shrugged and said nonchalantly, "When I was at the 2nd tier, after killing a regular awakened one of the same level, I immediately took down a 2nd-tier fire element awakened one. Just yesterday, I captured the notorious Viper alive. Have a little faith in me." Uncle Yun and Ye heir fell silent, knowing that Yin Yi spoke the truth. This young man's combat prowess was far beyond that of ordinary awakened ones. But this battle was too crucial. Ye heir could not make up his mind. "Let Qing Nu take this round." Lancaster, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Then he'll take the next one. It's best if you face that mysterious 5th person." Lisa, growing impatient on the arena, shouted over, "Have you decided yet? Hurry up." Yin Yi quickly pondered and finally conceded, "All right, let Qing Nu go as planned." Ye Xiaoqi, her face veiled, rose to her feet, a faint chill emanating around her as she stepped onto the arena. Yin Yi had originally planned to eliminate the Earth Element awakened one himself, leaving the mysterious figure and the 4th-tier awakened one for Lancaster and Ye Xiaoqi. With Xiao Wan's betrayal, they could no longer afford to lose a single round. Every victory was mandatory. The 4th-tier awakened one was no threat, as either of them could easily defeat him. But the concern lay in the mysterious figure whose depth was unknown and who might choose his opponent. Lancaster was undoubtedly the strongest trump card on their side, and he had to be reserved to face the mysterious figure. Yin Yi believed Ye Xiaoqi was stronger than himself and wanted her to stay. However, Lancaster thought, Yan Yi was more reliable, so he arranged for Yan Yi to anchor the lineup. Seeing Ye Xiaoqi charge out without hesitation also subtly conveyed her sentiment. She too felt Yan Yi was stronger. Well, since everyone had such faith in him, there was no choice. Yan Yi plopped back into his seat, crossed his legs, and leisurely began eating grapes from a nearby plate, a rare treat in the underground fortress. Barring any surprises, the mysterious awakened one would surely target him. The pressure was mounting. As the referee gave the command, Li Sa launched his assault without hesitation, attempting to manipulate the soil beneath his opponent and hurl her into the air. A third-tier Earth Awakener could easily control the land spanning dozens of meters around. Yet he felt a tremendous resistance, unable to lift that patch of ground, no matter how hard he tried. Wasn't his opponent an Ice Awakener? Jin Dian looked on in confusion, only to see a layer of white frost spreading across the ground beneath the woman's feet, freezing the restless soil in place. Moreover, the frost was expanding, relentlessly threatening to encase the entire arena. Li Sa naturally couldn't allow her to freeze the entire stage. He pulled two massive boulders from the earth beside him and hurled them at his opponent with lightning speed. Ye Xiaoqi conjured two white ice shards out of thin air, sending them hurtling straight toward the incoming boulders. Two dull thuds echoed as the boulders and ice shards collided and shattered in midair. In an instant, fragments of stone and ice scattered across the arena, and a white frosty mist began to spread. The temperature inside the arena dropped slightly. The elite nobles in the stands couldn't help rubbing their arms, silently regretting not bringing more layers today. Ye Xiaoqi pressed her advantage without mercy. Her slender arms moved in rapid succession, sending countless ice shards flying like a relentless barrage. Li Sa, nearest to the frosty mist, felt his body growing numb from the cold. Faced with the fierce onslaught, he desperately pulled a thick earthen wall from the ground before him, blocking the volley of ice shard. As each ice shard shattered against the earthen wall, the temperature within the arena continued to plummet. The spectators felt as if they were trapped in the depths of winter, their teeth chattering from the biting cold. If the distant audience felt this way, Li Sa, caught in the heart of the frost, was suffering even more. He had miscalculated. From the very beginning, he should have shattered those ice shards farther away. Now, with the ice shards breaking right before him, a thick layer of frost had nearly encased his entire body. Even if he wanted to counterattack, he was already too weak and helpless. Cold, so cold. Before he knew it, Ye Xiaoqi had strolled over to him with an air of casual grace. A fair palm gently lifted, and Li Sa instantly turned into an ice sculpture, his rigid body collapsing onto the arena floor. The referee, his teeth chattering, announced the W. Winner is Lady Qing. Lady Qing. After the result was declared, the frosty mist that had filled the arena gradually dissipated. The warm sunlight bathed everyone, and many were so moved they nearly wept. At that moment, observant individuals noticed that Li Feng's earthen wall had suffered little damage. Despite the storm of ice shards battering it relentlessly, it still stood tall and intact. They couldn't help but secretly admire him. Though he had lost, he was no weakling. But was that really the case? After all, Ye Xiaoqi's ice shards had pierced through the thick hide of a raging gorilla and shattered Jin Dian's stone blocks earlier. Yan Yi, sitting offstage, had seen through everything. The ice shards Ye Xiaoqi used this time were far inferior in strength and quality to those he had witnessed before, clearly a result of her deliberate control. The ice shards were more brittle, less dense, and had a looser internal structure, making them easier to shatter. Her attack method had never been the ice shards themselves, but the white freezing mist that spread after they exploded. By now, Ye Xiaoqi had already stepped down from the arena and returned gracefully to her seat, as if she had merely taken a leisurely stroll rather than participated in a battle. His teeth chattering, gave a thumbs up. Impressive. He had known Ye Xiaoqi was powerful, but he hadn't expected her to be strong enough to overwhelm a fellow awakener of the same tier so effortlessly. At that moment, the frozen Li Feng was carried off the stage, and a fire awakener was tasked with dispersing the lingering white frost. He'll take this round. The tall Lancaster rose from his seat. Yan Yi patted his arm and said with a sigh, I sincerely hope you get to face that mysterious fifth person. I have no confidence in dealing with him myself. Lancaster glanced at the honest, round-haired man, nodded noncommittally, and strode onto the arena. On the other side of the rest area, the mysterious man in the hooded cloak also stood up, but Ida stopped him. Yotsu, don't go yet. You'll handle the third-tier awakener later. Young master, he said in a deep voice. Leave Lancaster. What, you don't have faith in me? The hooded man spoke, his voice low and magnetic, carrying a strange charm. Ida shook his head. Lancaster is a limb awakener. Although I have confidence in you, am afraid of unforeseen accidents. The contest for the city lord's seat is no joke. I want absolute certainty. Seeing his insistence, Yotsu shrugged helplessly and said, Fine, just don't forget our agreement. Ida's face flickered with uncertainty as he nodded. The bald, burly man beside him stood up. He wore a sleeveless leather vest, his bulging muscles exaggeratedly exposed to the air. His left arm was a full size thicker than his right, an eye-catching sight. He revealed slightly yellowed teeth and chuckled. Save it. Maybe you won't even get a chance to fight. Yotsu shook his head. Though his face was hidden beneath the hood, his mocking tone betrayed his disdain. You won't last a single move. It'd be simpler to just surrender. Gabba's expression turned cold and fierce. The terrifying muscles on his left arm bulged and contracted repeatedly. At this distance, he was 90% sure he could kill this annoying man instantly. When an elemental awakener was approached at close range, they were no different from ordinary people. "Gabby," Ida shouted sharply, drawing the burly man's attention. "Get on stage now. Tonight 5 women will be sent to your room. Win this round, and the number doubles." A broad grin spread across Gabby's face, and the lust in his eyes flared instantly. He no longer dwelled on the hooded man's provocation and stomped heavily up the step. The bald, burly man looked contemptuously at Lancaster, who matched him in height, but was a size smaller in build. He turned his head and spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground. A limb awakener. He wasn't afraid. Even among awakeners of the same tier, there were vast differences in strength. Just like Hao Li Sa, also a third-tier awakener, had been effortlessly dealt with by Lady Qing. This kid looked young with far less muscle mass than himself. His strength and combat skills were surely lacking. Gabby raised his right hand, slapped the thick muscle on his left arm heavily, then pointed at his opponent and made a slashing motion across his throat with his hand. In the face of the bald man's blatant provocation, Lancaster showed not the slightest reaction. His eyes, as calm as a still lake, stared fixedly at his opponent, as if looking at a cold corpse. "Begin," the referee commanded. The spectators in the stands grew excited, clapping their hands and shouting. To them, while battles among elemental awakeners were grandiose and spectacular, it was like mortals watching gods fight. Utterly incomprehensible, in its intricacies merely a thrill for excitement and stimulation. If one sought truly understandable and satisfying combat, it was the raw, bone-crushing strikes of ordinary awakeners. On the arena at this moment stood 2 formidable 4th-level awakeners. Gabby let out a thunderous roar, swinging his thick left arm, with veins bulging on his neck, charging toward Lancaster on the opposite side of the ring like a high-speed train. Lancaster bent his knees and lowered his center of gravity, guarding his chest with both arms ready to withstand the blow. He wanted to gauge the gap between himself and those who had honed a specific body part to its peak. Seeing his opponent neither dodging nor retreating, the bald, burly man's eyes gleamed with a hint of mad delight. He rushed forward, his left arm surging like an enraged dragon from the depths, striking upward heavily against Lancaster's crossed arms. Lancaster felt a sharp pain in his arms as a tremendous force surged from below, lifting him off the ground entirely. In that single moment of contact, he realized that the strength of the burly man's left hand was at least 1.5 times that of his. After landing a solid punch that sent Lancaster flying, Gabby thought smugly, "Compared to me, this kid is still too green." This rising uppercut was his signature move. Once the enemy was launched into the air, they became a helpless target with no leverage force to endure his subsequent assault. Gabby quickly retracted his fist, ready to deliver a fierce blow to the young man's chest and abdomen, when a sweeping kick. Lancaster Airborne struggled to generate power, so the flying kick naturally lacked force. Against another opponent, Gabby would have used his thick chest to absorb the blow, then seize the next move to render the enemy helpless. However, Lancaster's feet were also enhanced. Even with reduced force from the kick, it was not something Gabby could endure. The bald man promptly shifted his target, raising his hand to strike at the incoming leg. But unexpectedly, Lancaster's kicking leg seemed weightless, lightly adhering to Gabby's striking fist, and using the reaction force executed a nimble flip in midair, landing steadily on the ground. Gabby felt as though he had punched the feathers of a shuttlecock. No matter how much force he used, it only sent the shuttlecock spinning through the air, unable to break the soft, airy plumage. "Impressive!" Ye exclaimed in admiration from below. Beside him, Ye's eyes were filled with longing and envy. The abilities of awakeners were far beyond ordinary humans, their body control almost freakish. Gabby's punch missed inertia, dragging him forward a few staggering steps before he finally steadied himself. Lancaster stood silently behind him, not seizing the chance to press the attack. Once steady, the bald man's dark face flushed crimson, seething with humiliation. Feeling that the young man had made a fool of him, he adjusted his stance and charged again with a furious roar. But Lancaster had already achieved his goal, personally experiencing the opponent's strength, and now wished to waste no more time, intending to end the fight swiftly. As the bald man closed in, Lancaster suddenly crouched low, sweeping a kick at his legs. The motion was so rapid that by the time Gabby reacted, his massive frame was nearly parallel to the ground. Then Lancaster sprang into the air with leg power, his right leg descending like an axe, smashing Gabby heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gasps erupted from the stands, followed by cheers and whistles. Lancaster's sequence of moves was incredibly slick and clean, a dazzling spectacle. Technically, Gabby had lost. His legs and back were unenhanced, and if Lancaster had wished, he could have shattered his bones and ended. Yet the hot-tempered bald man was now consumed by rage. Hearing the cheers and applause around him, he felt only insult. After all, he had once been a bandit chieftain commanding life and death over hundreds, with none daring to utter a single no. He would never have come to Luoyua City if not for the enticing price and conditions offered by Ida. Since becoming an awakener, he had never suffered such a defeat. Now, with bloodshot eyes, he scrambled to his feet and lunged furiously at his opponent again. Lancaster frowned, slightly disappointed by the opponent's lack of sense. Without further mercy, he deftly sidestepped, controlled his force, and struck the man's left shoulder. With a crisp crack, Gabus' left arm went limp, unable to lift again. The bald man's eyes blazed with malice, sweat pouring from pain as he stubbornly grabbed his left arm with his right hand, attempting. But Lancaster gave him no chance. He rushed in and delivered a knife hand strike to the back of Gabus' neck, rendering him completely unconscious. On the main platform, the old man sat up from his bed, clapping his hands in rare approval. Though Little Two's skills are not as sharp as the eldest, his eye for talent is truly outstanding. Whether it's this Lancaster or the earlier Qingnu, in terms of intellect and technique, they are no ordinary Awakeneers. They are elite warriors of the highest caliber. They defeat Awakeneers of the same level with the ease of a leisurely stroll. The old man sitting beside him stroked his beard and smiled in agreement. Indeed, and both are so young, truly formidable. Zhao Liangren, regardless of the match's outcome, help Little Two keep these two in Luoyua City. We need warriors of such strength, the old city lord said. The old man, surnamed Zhao, replied, all right, I'll arrange it in a few days. Old city lord, he nodded reassuringly, and Zhao Liangren was a veteran who had built Luoyua City's foundation alongside him, an old friend for years. This friend had no descendants, was indifferent by nature, and sought neither power nor wealth. Thus the city lord trusted him implicitly, entrusting him with all important matters. The audience was thrilled, having witnessed a brief but sufficiently exhilarating old city lord. He was gratified, never expecting his child to recruit such remarkable figures. Ye was delighted, having only Yin Yi felt a twinge of panic, for he was uncertain about the next match. Ye clutched Yin Yi's shoulders with some agitation, speaking in a low voice. Michael, it all depends on you now, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you sense danger, it's fine to concede. After all, the responsibility for today's situation rests entirely on me. My intelligence gathering abilities are still too weak. Yin Yi nodded, firmly staring straight into Ye's eyes, and declared resolutely, then I might as well concede right now. Ye was left speechless, nearly choking on his breath. At least get up there and give it a try. Just kidding, just kidding. Yin Yi gave a simple smile and said, right now you just need to organize your words well. After the match, tell the old city lord everything about Ida. By then, even if I lose, you'll still have a chance. Yin Yi said this not because he lacked confidence, but to give Ye a precaution and help him relax. After his reminder, Ye did feel a bit lighter. Ida had truly gone too far this time, actually trying to take his own brother. Based on his understanding of their father, if those past deeds were exposed, Ida would face extremely harsh punishment, possibly. Seeing Ye's expression ease, Yin Yi smiled lightly, leaped onto the arena. At that moment, the mysterious hooded man was already standing on the opposite side. You're quite mysterious. Ida couldn't even trace your origins or figure out what kind of awakened you are. Yu Chu didn't rush to fight, but started chatting instead. Yin Yi chuckled. It would be strange if anyone could track his background and strength. He had only recently emerged from the fortress and had tried to keep everything hidden in every battle. If Ida could accurately deduce from those subtle clues that he was a perfect awakened, then that intelligence network would be alarmingly formidable. You're quite mysterious too. Ye doesn't know your background either. Yin Yi replied casually while loosening his wrists. Yu Chu laughed heartily as if he had heard the greatest joke. Ye, his intelligence gathering is crap. He just orders servants to snoop around. Isn't it normal for him to be clueless? Below the arena, Ye's face darkened, his lips twitching involuntarily. Over the years, he had mostly spent his time reading and helping manage the family business, with little effort devoted to building his own influence. It was only after the old city lord announced the conditions for the deputy city lord selection that he began hastily organizing his own team. But Ida was different. Crafty and calculating, he had long set his sights on the city lord's position. Over the years, leveraging his identity as the city lord's son, he had secretly fostered many factions. One brother believed that as long as he was outstanding enough, more wise and knowledgeable than his siblings, the city lord's seat would naturally. The other believed the position had to be seized, so he began early to arrange his people and form alliances, quietly awaiting the perfect moment. But no one expected the old city lord to combine both conditions. He first gave them a series of tests, assigning industries to assess their management skills. Then he introduced the city lord succession battle to test their ability to organize manpower. Ye excelled in the first half of the test with outstanding industrial management and coordination, but he didn't surpass his other two brothers. However, the second test arranged by the old city lord was decisive, directly determining the inheritance. Thanks to his early scheming, Ye had a significant advantage. Even Yiwu, known throughout Fallen Moon City as the old city lord's favorite, had manpower and resources flocking to him. Ye, stuck in the middle, fell far behind his brothers in terms of support from the elite class. He was lucky to have met Lancaster, who then brought Yin Yi and Ye Xiaoqi into his camp. Otherwise, he might as well have conceded the city lord succession battle to preserve at least a shred of dignity. Xiao Wan and Liang Baiyun. Not to mention the former was a traitor, but the Liang Baiyun he had painstakingly found was mediocre with no standout qualities, barely a match for Ida's weakest awakened. If Ye had questionable character and Lancaster deemed him unworthy of help, then Ye would likely have only Liang Baiyun and a few second-tier awakened to rely on. On the arena, the two had already assumed their stances. After confirming through eye contact that both were ready, the referee announced loudly, "Final match begin." The spectators on both sides widened their eyes in excitement, hoping this final duel would be even more thrilling. But contrary to everyone's expectations, neither side made the first move, locked in an eerily silent standoff. Ye dared not move, unsure of what type of awakened his opponent was, so a rash attack could easily catch him off guard. The hooded man, on the other hand, stood there seemingly at ease, his eyes full of mockery as he studied the somewhat nervous youth. Annoyed by the scrutiny, Ye dropped his stance and cursed lazily with his hands on his hips. "You're dawdling. If you're going to fight..." Before he could finish, he sensed a faint tremor in the ground beneath him and quickly leaped aside. In the next instant, amid the crowd's gasps, a massive conical spike erupted from the earth, grazing Ye's sleeve and tearing it apart. If not for his quick reflexes, he would have been impaled and torn in half. So another earth-type awakened. Staring at the thick earthen spike nearly as tall as himself, a cold sweat broke out on Ye's forehead, and he roared in frustration, "Are you trying to kill me?" The hooded man sneered disdainfully. "The old city lord said, try not to kill, but that doesn't mean killing is forbidden. On the wasteland, battles are life or death. I don't have time to play at your polite little games." Below the arena, Ye Xiaoqi and Lancaster both frowned. Even when overwhelmingly stronger, they had shown restraint, leaving their opponents needing only half a day to recover. But now this subordinate was repaying kindness with enmity, trying to kill Ye. In truth, the hooded man's actions weren't exactly ingratitude. They were all strangers to one another with no connection beyond Ida. Naturally, they cared little for each other's lives and felt no need to thank the two for their mercy. After hearing the hooded man's words, Ye, who had seemed angry, actually smiled. "Well said. It seems if I accidentally kill you, I won't have to feel too guilty." Yu Chu burst into mocking laughter. "Better figure out how to survive first." Ye kicked off his boots, standing barefoot on the arena, and said calmly, returning the same words to you. "Strive to survive." The hooded man wasted no more words, raising his hand to conjure a stone spike aimed at the youth. But Ye, as if endowed with precognition, sidestepped gracefully half a second in advance, causing the massive spike to miss its mark in a rather anticlimactic fashion. Refusing to accept defeat, the hooded man furiously channeled his power, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Numerous stone spikes of varying sizes erupted simultaneously from the arena floor, thrusting viciously toward the young man with the crew cut. Ye moved like a masterful dancer, his toes lightly tapping the ground as he dodged each spike with agility and precision. Throughout the fierce assault, his expression remained effortlessly calm, drawing murmurs of amazement from the spectators in the stands. From the audience's vantage point, half the arena was already in chaos, littered with jagged spikes like interlocking fangs, while new ones continued to sprout endlessly. Yet amidst the perilous terrain, the youth's figure flitted like an elegant butterfly through flowers, untouched by a single petal. After removing his boots, Ye's perception of the ground sharpened manifold, allowing him to detect even the slightest tremor. Relying on his exceptional reflexes and agility, he evaded danger the instant he sensed any anomaly. The hooded man had lost his earlier composure, having expended 30% of his energy without inflicting a scratch on his opponent. He decided to change his tactics. After a backflip to dodge a spike, Ye sensed something amiss. The once solid ground began to undulate like ocean waves, catching him off guard and throwing him off balance. At that moment, a rock hurtled through the air straight at his head. In desperation, Ye slammed his palm against a nearby spike, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, but his shoulder took a direct hit and dislocated. Had he not been a perfect awakener, half his body might have been shattered. Without warning, the spikes around him snapped apart, and the fragments swirled together to form a massive boulder. The hooded man's plan was simple: strike while the iron was hot. With his opponent injured, he would crush him into dust with overwhelming force. But to his surprise, Ye neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he gritted his teeth against the pain and surged forward, closing a distance of dozens of meters in the blink. With the earthen waves and spikes neutralized, Ye's speed reached terrifying heights. His earlier evasions had showcased his footwork, not his velocity. Now unleashing his full power, he caught his foe completely off guard. Yu Chu, terrified out of his wits, abandoned the boulder and hastily conjured a thin layer of sand. With a dull thud, Ye's fist pierced the incomplete sand shield and struck the hooded man's chest. Though the sand had absorbed much of the force, the residual impact sent the hooded man flying backward, spitting blood. Yu Chu crashed heavily to the ground. Without pausing to adjust his posture, he began gathering sand from the ground, encasing himself in a protective sphere 3 meters in diameter. Ye stood still, his gaze complex as he looked at the massive dirt ball. "Weren't you all cocky and cool just now? Why have you turned into a turtle egg?" Silence fell over the audience. They had been captivated by the young man's graceful movements, then stunned by his lightning-fast assault. When they heard Ye's taunt, many burst into laughter. The guy had no filter, blatantly calling his opponent a bastard with his play on words. Inside the sphere, Yu Chu was gripped by fear. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he covered his dislocated shoulder with a layer of sand to stabilize it. He had never expected his opponent to be so dangerous. Though he didn't know the specific part, Ye had awakened intelligence suggested he was at best a third-rank awakener. He had killed countless third-rank awakeners before. Even fourth-rank ones were no more than oversized dolls in his hands, tossed about and slaughtered by his earthen waves and spikes. Yet now he was forced on the defensive by a third-rank awakener. To him, it was as absurd as a lion being chased by a rabbit. Beneath the arena, Ida's face had turned ashen. He had thought victory would be effortless, never expecting the seemingly out-of-nowhere young mercenary Michael to be so powerful, reducing a fourth-rank Earth Awakener to a sorry state. He shot a venomous glare toward the opposite side of the arena, where Ye sat beaming with joy. If only the kid had died or been crippled that night, none of this would have happened. This damned Michael had ruined his plans twice now. On the arena, Ye warily circled the earthen sphere, scrutinizing it. The sphere's surface was smooth and flawless, exuding an aura of solidity and weight. Ye tried punching it, but a sharp spike shot out from the surface, catching him off guard and leaving a shallow gash on his arm. Clutching his bleeding arm, the young man remarked wryly, "What a prickly bastard. I'd never come up with such a cowardly move." The audience erupted in jeers. The tactic was utterly cheap. Without weapons, it cut off all means of attack for ordinary awakeners, leaving the one inside free to wait indefinitely. But the hooded man had no intention of idling. After hastily treating his injury, he pressed a palm to the ground, using the earth's vibrations to locate his enemy. Sensing someone standing nearby, he summoned several spikes in a sudden assault. Ye, once again sensing the attack in advance, he was puzzled by how his opponent could launch effective attacks without seeing him. But he was no fool. After a moment's thought, he grabbed. As an Earth Awakener, the hooded man could perceive information through the ground. After evading another wave, a bold idea struck him. On his next leap, he landed on just the tip of one foot, wobbling precariously as he stood there. The audience watched in confusion, wondering why the young man had suddenly started performing a circus trick, striking a pose like a golden rooster, standing on one leg. Inside the sphere, the hooded man grew anxious, for he could no longer sense his opponent's location. Ye struggled to maintain his balance, feeling rather annoyed. He hadn't wanted to strike such a ridiculous pose, but he had no other choice. An eerie silence hung in the air for a moment before a cluster of spikes erupted a few meters to Ye's left, followed by another burst a dozen meters behind him. Clearly Yu Chu had lost track of Ye and was launching blind attacks like a lottery draw. The young man smirked triumphantly. It seemed the hooded man's earth sense wasn't infallible. As long as his contact with the ground was minimal, he could evade detection. By now, if anyone still failed to comprehend Ye's peculiar behavior, they would undoubtedly be deemed mentally deficient. The spectators in the stands involuntarily held their breath, watching tensely as the young man with the short crew cut inched closer to the massive earthen sphere. At this moment, Ye was practically pressed against the giant sphere. If the hooded man could ascertain his exact position, he could disembowel him in an instant. This contest had reached its most perilous stage, which explained why some spectators in the stands had turned red-faced from holding their breath, daring not to exhale loudly. Yu Chu was on the verge of madness by now. Earlier, hiding in the pitch-black darkness, he had frantically driven earth spikes without restraint, yet received no feedback from his opponent. Only when a wave of dizzying weakness washed over him did he cease his assault to rest and recover. If not for the referee's silence, he might have thought Ye had already fled the ring. Should he open the earthen sphere and take a look? Yu Chu's mind was tormented by indecision. The power and speed Ye had displayed earlier were terrifying, especially that final heavy punch, which had left a profound psychological scar. Impossible. His speed and strength couldn't belong to a third-rank awakener. Yet compared to a fourth-rank awakener's performance, it still seemed far from sufficient. This kid was truly too enigmatic. Many believe that an individual's explosive power depended solely on specific muscle groups, but in truth explosive force hinged more on the coordinated exertion of the entire bodus musculature. Take a simple straight punch, for instance. During the punching process, every part of the body participates in generating force. Power originates from the feet, transmits to the torso, then to the arm, and finally culminates in the fist. Ordinary awakeners often receive limited auxiliary support from other body parts, so their attack power typically depends solely on the single awakened region. But Ye was different. As a perfect level awakener, every movement he made received seamless support from his entire body. Thus his strength, speed, and explosive power far surpassed those of his peers. Alas, Yu Chu would never fathom the mystery behind this. A cruel glint flashed in the hooded man's eyes. Having weathered countless storms on the wasteland over the years, how could he be intimidated by a wet-behind Thier's brat? If word of this got out, how could he hold his head high? With his mind made up, he quietly parted the earthen sphere into a narrow crevice and cautiously approached. There was nothing. Only those idiotic spectators. He chose another spot, opened another crevice, and pressed his eye to it. A shadow suddenly loomed before the crevice. With lightning speed, a hand blade sliced through the gap, plunging directly into the unsuspecting hooded man's skull. Consciousness faded instantly. The powerful fourth-rank awakener departed this world forever. After Ye thrust his hand like a blade into the earthen sphere's crevice, he felt the tips of his fingers probe into a nauseating slipperiness. Having succeeded with a single strike, he swiftly withdrew his hand and leaped back several paces from the sphere, wary of a counterattack. After waiting a long while with no movement from the sphere, Ye finally relaxed. It seemed he had won. Suddenly the young man's expression turned strange. He charged forward, striking the thick earthen sphere with all his might, peeling layers of mud. The spectators outside erupted in cheers. They had realized that this young mercenary named Michael had emerged victorious. As he shattered the glassy earthen sphere, Ye's expression grew increasingly peculiar until a fervent gleam ignited it. To outsiders it seemed he was digging open the sphere with his hands and feet, but he knew he exerted almost no force. The seemingly solid clumps of earth were peeling off under his own control. Ye now possessed the ability to manipulate not only flames, but also earth. He was now an awakener with complete physical awakening plus fire and earth elements. Ye dragged the hooded man's corpse from the shattered sphere and cast it aside on the ground. Only then did the referee, as if waking from a dream, announce the victor. Below the ring, Ye was ecstatically slapping Lancaster's thigh, cheering without any semblance of his usual refined and elegant demeanor as the second young master. Lancaster cast a cold glance at the exuberant Ye, but said nothing. He could understand why Ye was so excited, yet he could. Ye Xiaoqi only now released her tightly clenched fists. She had been tense ever since Ye stepped onto the ring. When the hooded man revealed his murderous intent, her heart had leaped to her throat, and only now did she fully relax. Beneath the black veil, a faint smile curled at the girl's lips. A fourth-rank elemental awakener was no match for him. It seemed she truly need not worry about him anymore. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere here, Ida's face was as dark as water on the other side of the ring. He had prepared far too much for today's battle. He had planted awakeners beside both Yi Wu and Ye, meticulously disguising the abilities of his own faction's awakeners, and only revealed his strongest trump card just before the match began. He had even bribed the host and referee to tailor the competition rules to his advantage. Each person could only participate once, preventing Yi's fifth-rank awakener from sweeping through. Despite all these preparations, he still felt uneasy. After much agonizing, he ultimately incited his sister to murder. Furthermore, on the night of the banquet, he had lured Ye to the rooftop, intending to stage an accident under the guise of brotherly reunion to eliminate all his rivals once and for all. Although the plan to kill his second brother had failed, he remained confident in winning the competition. With a traitor and a useless ally in Ye's camp, he was certain of securing 2 victories. Coupled with a fourth-rank elemental awakener, he simply couldn't fathom how he could lose. But now the bloody reality lay before. He had lost. All of this was the fault of that mercenary named Michael. If not for him, Ye would have died long ago, and today's battle need never have taken place. If not for him, the hooded man would have easily dealt with a third-rank or even fourth-rank awakener. Gazing at the grinning young man on the ring, Ida was filled with seething hatred, yet he could only grit his teeth and swallow his fury. On the stands, the old city lord's face was brimming with admiration. He praised, "This is another quadruple M awakener, and he defeated a fourth-rank elemental awakener at the third rank. In the past, I wouldn't have dared to imagine such a feat." Old Zhao also laughed heartily while stroking his beard. The second young master is truly formidable to have found such a figure. Compared to Michael, those 2 young men earlier seemed rather unimpressive. The old city lord waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Don't say that. Their opponents were different. I believe if they faced stronger foes, they could also bring us great surprises." Yes, I wasn't thorough in my thinking. Old Zhao didn't argue, cheerfully admitting his mistake. Leaning on a servant's arm, the old city lord rose from his bed and walked to the railing of the stands, ready to speak. He announced into the microphone placed there long ago, "Dear guests, the outcome of the competition is now clear. I hope you can return to the city lord's mansion tomorrow evening for a banquet to witness the birth of the new city lord." The spectators in the stands all declared they would attend tomorrow, then leisurely departed with their families. Ida had no heart to linger. He offered insincere congratulations to his second brother, then left with his people and the hooded man. Ye looked up at the stands where his father nodded at him with a gratified expression. "What's the matter, Xiaoqi? What requires such a private discussion?" Inside the villa of the city lord's estate, Yi Zhongtian sat on a custom-made soft sofa, looking at his second son with a benevolent expression. Seated beside him was elder Zhao Yongren. Ye did not rush to answer his father. Instead, he fetched 2 chairs from the side and pulled Yi to sit down with him. In the lavishly decorated grand living room, only these 4 remained. "What I need to say concerns my eldest brother," Ye said, his expression complex. He had not wished to bring this up now, especially when his father, still grieving the loss of a son, was frail and could ill afford further blow. Yet he felt compelled to speak, for Ida was like a venomous snake. One never knew when he might strike. To Yen's surprise, Yizongshan's face showed a hint of understanding. "It's all right. Speak your mind. I am already aware of some things." Ye was not overly surprised by his father's words. Having clawed his way through the wasteland for decades to build a prosperous city, how could such a cunning leader be easily deceived? "I won't dwell on the planted spies. That was a clever move by my brother, and I concede defeat graciously," Ye said slowly, choosing his words with care. "But I suspect that my eldest brother is the true mastermind behind the murder of our 5th brother, and that 4th sister was merely used." He hesitated, glancing at his father. Seeing no change in his expression, he finally relaxed. Noticing his son's nervousness, Yizongshan's eyes welled with pride. "You've always been the most filial, caring for your parents. It's fine to speak freely. I am prepared." With no further reservations, Ye said solemnly, "My brother exploited 4th sister's hatred for 5th brother, inciting her to kill and creating opportunities for her to act. I extracted this information from the mercenary Viper Snake, one of Edos' men. Viper Snake was sent to silence fourth sister, but was captured alive by my friend Michael. Elder Zhao frowned slightly. That assassin who infiltrated the city lord's manor yesterday. How did you capture him? The latter part of his question was directed at Yin Yi. The young man scratched his head sheepishly. Ye asked me to investigate. When Viper Snake appeared, I happened to be in Miss Yi's room. The old city lord's expression turned remarkably colorful. He pointed a trembling finger at Yin Yi. You certainly have. Ye quickly intervened. Dad, Michael acted on my orders. If you're angry, take it out on me. Elder Zhao also urged. He wasn't there to cause trouble. Besides, without him your precious daughter would likely be dead. Ye Xiaoqi shot his old friend a glare. Regardless, the manor's security must be tightened. Zhao Liangren, after years of comfortable living, you've lost all your vigilance. Facing his accusations, the mild-tempered elder Zhao merely gave an awkward chuckle. After all, he was nominally in charge of all awakened individuals in the city of Fallen Moon. The ease with which the city lord's manor was breached reflected partly on him. The old city lord finally regained his composure and sighed. In truth, Ida came to see me the morning after Wuer's death. Ye was startled. What? He came to console me and to plead for Cis leniency. This? The old city lord covered his eyes in pain. He told me about Iwa's twisted feelings for his sister and all the terrible things he had done to CC since childhood. The old man seemed to age several more years in an instant, his spirit drained. It's my fault. I never remarried to care for them, nor did I take time to educate Wu. This is the result. Elder Zhao placed a firm hand on his friend's shoulder and sighed. I grew suspicious of him then, for he had rarely interacted with his siblings over the years, showing them utter indifference. The old city lord. If it had been you coming to me, I would have understood. Then why? Ye was puzzled. What truly swayed me was his subsequent analysis. The old city lord interrupted. He meticulously dissected Wuer's character. He predicted the chaos that would ensue if Wuer became city lord, and the vengeful havoc he would wreak if denied the position, disrupting the city's order. He sighed again. In the end, he concluded that Wuer's survival would only harm the city of Fallen Moon. Seeing his father's grief, Ye hesitated. And do you believe that too? Your brother is eloquent and logical. I must admit there is an 80%, no 90% chance his scenario would unfold. The old city lord covered his wrinkled face in pain. Elder Zhao sighed and patted his friend's shoulder. After years of fighting in this world, I prided myself on understanding the art of letting go. So I turned a blind eye, intending to let the matter rest. Ye Xiaoqi gave a bitter smile. What else could I do? Kill my eldest son to avenge my youngest. It's all my fault for failing to raise Wuer properly. All my fault. Ye opened his mouth, but found no words. He longed to comfort his father, but didn't know how. But Ida's greatest mistake was attempting to kill you and CC. The old city lord suddenly roared in fury, his fists slamming heavily into the sofa's armrest. Yin Yi was startled, marveling inwardly. The old man's emotions fluctuated wildly, one moment lost in sorrow, the next a lion bristling with rage. Ye was surprised. He hadn't yet mentioned Ida's attempt on his life. How did his father know? I suspect your fall was also Ida's doing. He likely planned to push both you and Isan off the roof, then claim you fell due to a quarrel, making it seem like an accident. Given your long-standing discord and recent conflicts, that excuse would have been entirely plausible. But he didn't anticipate that Isan had drunk too much that night, and was already humiliated before going up, a powder keg ready to explode. Before he could even instigate you two, you clashed on your own. In his agitation, Isan accidentally pushed you off the roof, inadvertently doing Ida a great favor. Isan wouldn't have deliberately pushed you, he lacks the courage. Without a doubt, that's the full picture. A flicker of disdain crossed the old city lord's eyes. That boy thinks his schemes are clever, but they're beneath my notice. At that moment, Yin Yi and Ye were filled with silent admiration for the wise old man. Ye Xiaoqi had reconstructed the incident's outline through mere speculation. Ye looked at his father with awe. Dad, what about eldest brother? I am deeply disappointed in him. You are the new city lord now, handle it as you see fit. The old man waved his hand and rose from the sofa. Leaning on Elder Zhao, Zongshan's slightly hunched figure disappeared. On the afternoon, when Yin Yi captured the demon serpent, he offered it a chance to live in exchange for the truth, and Ye easily extracted the full picture of the entire incident from the serpent's mouth. The demon serpent was a professional assassin hired by Ida from the underground black market, and through an introduction by Iwa's friend, he seamlessly infiltrated Iwa's inner circle. Ida had long been aware of Iwa's twisted affection for EC, but he had never bothered to address it, unwilling to waste his energy on such trivial matters. After learning that his sister was betrothed to a young man in the city, Ida had someone inadvertently leak the news to Iwu. The demon serpent then seized the opportunity to incite Iwu and volunteered to eliminate Isis' fiancé. All of this was orchestrated solely to ignite Isis' hatred toward Iwu, allowing Ida to personally provide his sister with the chance to kill her own brother. Why not simply have the demon serpent assassinate Iwu directly? Because Iwu's awakened followers were always wary of this notorious killer, never granting him a moment alone with their master. However, if Iwu's sole companion were his own sister, they would have no reason to interfere. Iwu would hardly be on guard against EC. That evening Ida instructed numerous nobles to flatter and toast Iwu, leaving him thoroughly intoxicated. From the moment EC stepped into Iwu's chamber, his fate was all but sealed. The next morning Ida, under some pretext, brought a subordinate to the estate and conversed with the old city lord for an extended period. While the estate's defenses were concentrated elsewhere, the demon serpent seized the chance to infiltrate and eliminate EC. However, Ye stumbled upon him, and as for Ye's fall from the building, the demon serpent claimed he would write down the entire account on paper and mail it only after he had safely departed. Then Lancaster killed him. You don't need to know everything. Just understand that Ida indeed planned to kill you. The cold, silver-haired youth spoke with an expressionless face. Ye clenched his fists silently, applauding the decisive act. After all, this creature knew too many of his secrets. It had to die. He had originally planned to secretly track down and kill the demon serpent after releasing him. Yet deep down he lacked confidence. A professional assassin, if determined to hide, would be difficult to catch. Lancaster's simple and brutal intervention resolved this problem for him. Ye, startled by the sudden turn of events, finally composed himself and said with a bitter smile, "At least I want to know if Yi-san." Ye replied, "When I questioned Yi-san today, I sensed he was unaware." He then recounted Yi-san's shock upon learning of Iwa's death and the information gleaned from his inquiries. "It seems he truly didn't know," Yi said slowly, stroking his chin after listening. "Most likely Ida intended to push both of you off the building and then claim to the outside world that you had a quarrel and fell accidentally during the scuffle," Lancaster stated. A chill ran through Yi's entire body. Upon reflection, he realized the truth was likely exactly that. After all, Yi-san was merely an idle playboy who, despite his many mischievous deeds since childhood, had never dared to commit. The most serious offense he had ever committed was hiring someone to beat a rival suitor into the hospital for several months. Murder, especially killing his own brother, was something Yi-san absolutely lacked the courage for. Even in the worst-case scenario, the cautious Ida would never choose such a weakling as an ally. After all, sometimes a useless teammate is worse than 100 formidable enemies. He'll have someone dispose of the body. "Let's go up first," Ye said, walking out with weary steps. Ace once said that in large families there's hardly any without scheming against one another, Ye remarked with some emotion. "I didn't expect it to be so true. With just 5 siblings in this family, they've still stirred up so much trouble." Lancaster was silent for a moment, then asked, "Who is Ace?" Ye replied proudly, "One of my best brothers. Thin, wears glasses, now the most dazzling rising star in the medical department." "Don't know him. You beat him up badly once." "Before you made me lose my emotions, I beat up too many people." "Think carefully." "Forget it, I don't want to." Lancaster rinsed his hands in a nearby pool and walked out of the basement. Ye stood there shaking his head with a wry smile. After Ye left the basement, he instructed the servants not to prepare dinner for him and went straight upstairs, locking himself in his room. Why? Why would he do such a thing? Once upon a time, Ida had been a competent and qualified elder brother, patient, gentle, never stingy in fulfilling his younger siblings' needs. Now, nearly 20 years later, he was scheming to kill his own brother and sister. Could time really change so many things? In recent years, the bond between the two brothers had grown increasingly faint. Ye was perpetually busy with countless trivial matters in Fallen Moon City, shouldering their father's burdens. Ida, as the eldest son, primarily handled negotiations and exchanges with external forces. In his spare time, he was elusive, his whereabouts unknown, always occupied with something. As they aged, their exchanges dwindled. They had long become somewhat estranged, yet Ye stubbornly believed the other had not changed. On the night of the banquet, when Ida invited him to the rooftop for a drink, he was genuinely delighted. He too had long wished to talk with his elder brother, but both were perpetually busy, never finding the opportunity. Thinking of this, Ye smiled bitterly, 2 clear tears sliding from the corners of his eyes. After wiping away the tears with the back of his hand, his gaze had already turned resolute once more. He should have realized long ago that in this chaotic world nothing remains forever beautiful, not even the bond of siblings. On the night before the official succession battle, it took Ye a long time to finally fall asleep. In a certain villa within the city, Ida paced anxiously back and forth in the hall, surrounded by 6 men and women of varied appearances. Why? Why is EC still alive and well? The demon serpent hasn't returned yet. Ida roared furiously, smashing a nearby lamp to the ground. Xiaowan lounged on a sofa nearby, her long tanned legs crossed lazily, and said in a languid tone, "There's only one possibility: he was captured by the city lord's experts. Otherwise, given his nature, even if he failed to kill, EC had shamelessly come back to demand a troublesome fee." Ida's expression darkened, knowing she was right. That man has a notorious reputation out there. If he gets caught, he'll likely spill everything without hesitation. Lisa said urgently, "I've heard he's even sold out his employer's information before to get more money." Ida's face twisted even more, and he let out a few furious roars. "If we had won today, it would have been fine. Once I became the rightful city lord, I could suppress everything. But you useless lot. You useless bunch, yet. Watch your tongue. I'm not your subordinate," interrupted the burly wall-like, bald man Gabby, his eyes turning dangerous. Lisa and the other 3 awakened immediately assumed a fighting stance, guarding Ida warily. "Though you're a 4th-tier awakened, you can't do as you please here," the 3rd-tier fire element awakened shouted. These four were Ida's true subordinates, having worked for him for years. A third-tier earth element awakened, a third-tier fire element awakened, and two third-tier awakened. This was the elite force at Ida. As for Ye Xiaoqi, the demon serpent, and the hooded man, they were hired by young Master Yi at a high price specifically for the city lord succession battle. Though Gabby was furious, he knew he couldn't withstand the four of them, and had to back down for now. Whether you won or lost is none of my concern. I only agreed to help you put on a show. Xiaowan rose from the sofa, extending her hand. Now 200,000. Startled by Gabby's outburst, Ida had calmed down. He waved his hand without hesitation. Bring Miss Xia her payment. Though he could no longer become city lord, and his plot against his brother was likely exposed, that didn't mean he had no chance to stage a comeback. Ida had at least half of his forces stationed outside Fallen Moon City. As long as he found a place to regroup, he could still become a powerful figure commanding wind and rain. By then he would need many people's help, so he couldn't afford to earn a reputation for withholding payments. Xiaowan took a silver aluminum case, winked at Ida, and cooed with a laugh. If there's another easy money-making job like this. With that, the young woman swayed her hips and walked out the door. Ida licked his lips regretfully, having planned to sleep with her after the success, but now it was impossible. Gabby extended his thick palm and rumbled, my payment. Seeing the bald brute, Ida grew irritated. You were hired to help me win the match, and now you have the nerve to ask for money after losing. But he didn't voice these thoughts. Instead, he forced an ugly smile. Since you didn't win, I can only pay half. Find him reasonable, Gabby said calmly. Reasonable? If you were reasonable, you'd take nothing and go die. Ida screamed inwardly, but maintained a stiff smile, and ordered a servant to bring the money. After all, the man was a powerful fourth-tier awakened. Gabby took the money and left immediately. He might seem rough, but he wasn't. Fallen Moon City would surely settle accounts with Ida soon. Staying would only invite disaster. Once the two outsiders left, Lisa hesitated. Why not try to recruit them? Both are strong. If we could bring them into our ranks, future growth would be much easier. Ida rubbed his temples and said, Xiaowan is too shrewd to work for a loser. Gabby is a bandit chieftain used to giving orders, even if recruited head never obey, only cause trouble. Lisa nodded in agreement, thinking how much sharper and wiser the boss was than himself. After pondering for a while, Ida made up his mind and waved his hand. Prepare my car. We're heading to Graveltown now. Days earlier, the former mayor of Graveltown, Sun Long, had died, and Ida had planted his men there. Now Graveltown was practically his private domain. One awakened agreed and turned to leave, but was stopped at the door. Don't take my car. Prepare a few ordinary SUVs. Ida's heart ached. He had 3 custom vehicles, each costing over $1 million accumulated over years. Now, to avoid attention, he had to leave them in Fallen Moon City. 2 hours later, several gray-white SUVs loaded with supplies drove out of a garage heading toward the city gate. At the gate, the massive steel door was tightly shut. Ida stepped out of the lead jeep and said casually to the guard, Amida, I need to leave the city on business. Open the gate. The soldier saluted and replied, I don't have the authority. Please wait while I report to my superior. Hurry up, Ida snapped. By now he had accepted the situation. So what if he couldn't inherit the city lord position? With his wealth and connections, he could still command the wasteland. In a few years, he might return with an army to reclaim Fallen Moon City. Watching the soldier jog into the guard tower, Ida sat back in the car, confident the heavy door would open within a minute. Sure enough, soon a mechanical clank came from the door. But instead of opening, it added 2 more locks, and a thick iron bar slid into grooves on both sides, sealing the gate completely. Ida leaped out of the SUV in fury, hopping with rage. What's the meaning of this? Where's the gatekeeper? Get out here. A stern-faced, middle-aged officer emerged, leading a squad of fully armed soldiers. Do you know who I am? How dare you lock me in? Ida roared, pointing at himself. The officer replied flatly, You are Ida, the city lord's eldest son. Then how dare you? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. How would I know a nobody like you? Ida grew frantic, baffled by the low-ranking officer's audacity. Young master, EC knows my name. The officer said, a faint smile appearing on his stern face. I am Zhang Jingxin, the gatekeeper of Fallen Moon City. He still remembered how 20 days ago the second young master, he had arrived at the city gates with a truckload of people grabbing him by the collar and threatening to have the gates opened ahead of time. Zhang Jingxin had eventually yielded, for he still had family and friends within the city. Yet he bore no hatred toward Ye. For the next day, he found a stack of cash and a letter on it. The letter was penned by the second young master himself, expressing his apologies, explaining the situation in detail, and concluding with a sincere apology to Zhang Jingxin. Captain Zhang Jingxin, you are a dedicated and dutiful officer. It would be even better if you weren't so rigid in the future. Regardless, I apologize for my reckless behavior. I am sorry. After reading the letter, Captain Zhang's heart surged with emotion, deeply moved. The previous night, when Ye had hastily asked for his name, he had bitterly mused to himself, how could someone so important ever remember the name of a mere gatekeeper? Yet the very next day, he received a personal letter from that important person, which not only mentioned his name, but also offered a heart. After finishing the letter, Zhang Jingxin meticulously refolded and placed it reverently into the safe in his office. He resolved to fully support the second young master from then on, even if he never became the city lord. But how could a mere gate officer like himself ever be of any help to the second young master? Zhang Jingxin gazed at the furious eldest son of the Yi family before him, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Never had he imagined that he would indeed be able to help, and on such a grand scale. Ida was practically beside himself with anxiety. He had been so close to successfully escaping the city, only to be blocked at the final checkpoint by this inexplicable officer. His tone grew icy as he threatened, "You had better think carefully about the consequences of this. Don't push me." To his surprise, the officer named Zhang Jingxin was even more unyielding. He directly waved his hand in command, and dozens of city defense soldiers behind him raised their rifles, aiming the dark muzzles at Ida and the off-road vehicle behind him. The eldest young master's face paled slightly, but he still forced himself not to show weakness, convinced that the other party would never dare to open fire. "Everyone in the vehicles get out, and keep your hands where we can see them, or we will open fire." Zhang Jingxin shouted with his hands behind. Ida called out grimly behind him, "All of you come out." Immediately several of his awakened subordinates and a few beautiful young women emerged from the vehicles behind him. Among them a woman in a yellow dress held a baby in her arms. Unnoticed by Zhang Jingxin and the soldiers, Ida subtly gestured with his right hand behind his back to Li Sa, who had just alighted. Seeing that everyone was under control, Zhang Jingxin finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. If he could hold on for just a few more minutes, the second young master, he would arrive with his men. "I need to stand by my child," Ida said calmly, raising his hands. Though his tone was conciliatory, he had already begun to slowly walk toward the woman in the yellow dress. Zhang Jingxin raised a hand to stop the tense soldiers, silently permitting the action. He too was a father. He wouldn't feel at ease if his own child were under the aim of so many guns. Ida slowly took the baby from the young woman's arms, cradling the child protectively. "Get down." A sudden unexpected shout rang out. Ida, clutching the baby, dove to the ground with lightning speed. Everyone else, including the women, immediately threw themselves flat onto the earth. "Fire!" Barely a second later, Zhang Jingxin gave the order to shoot without hesitation. But at that very moment, two thick earthen walls rose from the ground at an angle. A dense volley of gunfire erupted, all bullets striking the earthen walls. Some soldiers swiftly moved to flank the walls, only to find that the other two directions were also sealed off by similar barriers. "Cease fire," Zhang Jingxin called out with a grave expression, halting the soldiers. A barrier conjured by a third-tier Earth Awakened was no easy thing to breach. Continuing to fire would only waste ammunition. Outside the bullet-riddled earthen walls lay a young woman and the third-tier Awakened named Zhang Yong. Both had been hit several times, their bodies drenched in blood. They had been too far away to be shielded by the walls in time. The woman was already dead, while Zhang Yong barely clung to life. Zhang Jingxin drew his sidearm, walked over, and expressionlessly finished him off with a single shot. Behind the walls, Eden gnashed his teeth in fury, though not solely because his woman had been killed. In the midst of the danger, the young woman had instinctively moved closer to Zhang Yong, who had naturally reached out to shield her behind him. It was clear the two had been involved. Consumed by the humiliation of being cuckolded and hatred for the city defense officer, Ida roared in rage, "Kill them all." Hearing this shout, Zhang Zengxin's expression shifted. He quickly commanded, "Fall back." Everyone spread out. But it was already too late. Several earthen spikes erupted from the ground, skewering the soldiers who were too slow to dodge, like meat on a skewer. Within the walls, several fireballs arced out like projectiles, landing among the soldiers. The bursting flames engulfed them, causing agonized screams. In an instant, he had lost 7 or 8 of his men. Zhang Zengxin's face turned pale, and regret flooded his heart. He should not have been so aggressive. He ought to have played along and stalled for more time. Such was the power of Elemental Awakened. Given a safe environment, a single one could kill dozens or even hundreds of some high-level Elemental Awakened could even single-handedly annihilate an entire city. Just then a towering figure suddenly charged out from a nearby alley, shattering the earthen wall that rifle bullets couldn't penetrate with a single punch. Another live figure leaped down from a building by the roadside, landing directly within the earthen fortress. Li Sa stared in terror at the human tank rapidly growing larger before him. Earth surged forward like a tide, attempting to push him away. But Lancaster leaped, bringing his palms together in a powerful downward strike. He tore through the earthen wave, seizing Li Sa, then he slammed him viciously to the ground. The poor third-tier Earth Awakened felt as if his entire body were shattering and immediately lost consciousness. Upon landing, Yan Yi charged straight for the Fire Awakened. Seeing his ferocious approach, the latter unleashed a thick pillar of flame, without hesitation engulfing him entirely. Yet to his astonishment, the young man seemed impervious to the scorching fire, charging forward with undiminished speed. In the final moment before losing consciousness, the Fire Awakened seemed to glimpse a cracked shell of mud and earth being seared on the Ida tightly clutched the infant in his arms, staring blankly as his 2 battle commanders were subdued in an instant. Even the last third-tier Awakener was knocked unconscious by Lancaster's sheer brute force. Several other ordinary subordinates quickly drew their pistols to retaliate, but ice bullets flying from nowhere struck them, leaving their bodies stiff with cold as their guns clattered to the ground. They wouldn't have been completely overpowered so easily, but the earthen walls conjured by Jin Dian blocked their view from all sides, allowing Lancaster and Yin Yi to close in directly. When an Awakener gets close, especially one trained by the top combat instructors from the underground fortress, there's only one possible outcome. Ida was truly despairing now, seeing no hope of escape. A dozen soldiers rushed in, aiming their guns at the remaining people, herding them all to the open space before the city gate. The nearby residents had already fled far away when the soldiers raised their weapons, so the entire area was devoid of any bystanders. After confiscating all weapons from these men, Ye slowly approached his elder brother, his expression complicated as he said, "It didn't have to come to this." Ida gave a bitter smile. "What's done is done. There's nothing more to say. That day when you called me to the rooftop, I still respected you, still saw you as my elder brother." Ye's voice grew agitated. "Especially after all we talked about, I even considered stepping back for the sake of brotherhood and loyally supporting you. Though I wanted to be city lord, it was only to put my accumulated knowledge into practice," Ye said sorrowfully. "My obsession with power is far less than yours and fifth brother's." Ida remained silent, only looking down adoringly at his child. The little one had been given a mild sedative before coming out, and was still sleeping soundly. "We grew up together. You know I'm not lying." Ye reached out and gently touched his nephew's soft cheek. Ida didn't flinch, knowing his brother's character well. "You've spent years forming factions and scheming. You're no longer the elder brother who used to secretly drink with me on the roof." Ye's eyes revealed a hint of pain as he slowly withdrew his hand. "Yes, I'm no longer who I used to be," Ida said calmly. "Why? Why would you kill your own brother for the city lord's seat?" Ida fell silent. He had never felt any brotherly affection for Yiwu, only finding him troublesome, narrow-minded, and repulsive. Ye knew all this, so his question truly meant, "Why did you want to kill me?" Human desires are boundless. You love reading, so you should know that fratricide was common in both ancient and modern times, especially among the powerful and wealthy. Ida said slowly, "Moreover, this is the apocalypse, and we live on an unpredictable wasteland. That's no excuse." Ye shouted angrily at his brother. The infant frowned slightly and kicked his little legs as if about to wake. Seeing this, Ida quickly rocked his arms and hummed a soft lullaby, coaxing him back to sleep. Ye watched the man before him with complex emotions. Just moments ago he was a demon who would stop at nothing to kill his own brother. Now he seemed like nothing more than an ordinary loving father. After finally getting the child back to sleep, Ide took one last reluctant look at his baby, then placed him into his brother's arms. "Xiaoyu is innocent. Take good care of him from now on. When he grows up and asks about his parents, tell him they were eaten by fallen beasts." Ide sighed and pulled the tear-streaked woman in the yellow dress into his embrace. "The real reason?" Ye demanded, holding his nephew, his eyes burning into his brother's. Ide gave a bitter smile. His second brother had always been like this, insisting on getting to the bottom of everything. "I saw it with my own. I witnessed a younger brother kill his older brother," Ida said calmly. "A few days ago a pair of brothers approached me, having found a pocket watch in the city ruins and wanting to sell it. The watch was sapphire blue, exquisitely crafted and well-preserved, nearly impossible to produce in this era. I paid 50. The elder brother seemed honest and simple, without guile. He was the one who found the watch in the ruins. The younger brother was thin, articulate, and clearly educated, so he handled the price negotiations. He gave me a feeling very similar to you. The next day the city patrol found the elder brother's body in an alley about 100 meters from my villa. I led a team to their home. The younger brother had used the 50,000 to stockpile food, and even found 2 women. Isn't that laughable? Skin and bones, yet he still dared to take 2 women, ha. Then I killed him and took back all the food and remaining money." Ida laughed self-deprecatingly. "Pretty boring, right? The eldest son of the falling moon city lord wasting his time on commoners' petty affairs. You're not the honest, simple elder brother, and am not that younger brother." Ye found it intriguing that his brother's murderous intent stemmed from such a trivial matter. "Who knows? I've witnessed too much ugliness over the years, and we've grown apart. Besides, I have a son now." He sighed, clamping his mouth shut, unwilling to say more. Ye didn't want to continue either. Holding the infant, he turned away. "You can go." "What?" Ida couldn't believe his ears. "Your son is in my hands, so I doubt you'll dare to do anything behind my back," Ye said coldly, leaving with the baby. Ida stood frozen in place, having already resigned himself to his fate. Putting himself in Ye's shoes, he would have killed himself without hesitation. Ensuring his son's survival was already more than he had, but he never expected Ye to let him go. Remorse and guilt intertwined in his heart, and he finally fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry." Yan Yi and the other 2 got into the car with Ye already sitting in the front passenger seat, holding his nephew. "I regret helping you. People like you won't live long," Lancaster said, flatly devoid of emotion. Ye smiled bitterly and said nothing. He had long noticed that this man was like a cold machine, his mind only calculating gains and losses, rationally incapable of emotional thinking like ordinary people. That's not entirely fair. If he were an ordinary person, his fate might indeed be tragic, but he isn't. Yi clicked his tongue and shifted uncomfortably. Squeezed between Lancaster and Ye Xiaoqi, the burly man on his left kept pressing him to the right, while a transparent ice membrane between him and the girl on his right left half his body numb. Psychological cold on the left, physical cold on the right. Life is so hard. Yi organized his thoughts and said seriously, when people like him become leaders, they influence a vast number of people. More people will have enough to eat and wear, and their living environment will become safer. Also, there's no need to worry about his kindness being exploited as he's protected by a group of powerful awakeners. So in summary, Ye being born into an ordinary family would have been a tragedy. But he hit the jackpot by becoming the City Lord's son. As long as he's not too naive or stupid enough to be easily killed, he'll bring a glimmer of warmth and hope to this wasteland. Ye sitting in the front grumbled, "Even though I know you're defending me, why do I still feel annoyed?